Subai traverses into a world of martial prowess, and due to the awakening of a mediocre talent, he loses his qualification for the college entrance examination, leading him in a fit of rage to the border to slay monsters. To his astonishment, upon entering the border, he awakens the monster slaying point system, where each monster he vanquishes yields points. Congratulations, host! Your point allocation has been successful, and your cultivation has broken through to the sea observation realm. Congratulations, host! Your talent has been upgraded to SSS. Congratulations, host! Your weapon has been upgraded to the Excalibur. Who says the humble cannot ascend to greatness? I rely on slaying monsters to forge my path to supremacy through the ages. Years later, the demon race launches an all-out invasion, and the fate of humanity hangs by a thread. Subai, wielding a long sword, stands before countless humans, shaking the very foundation of the entire demon race with his solitary might. On that day, humanity witnessed this spectacle and wept uncontrollably. Who says the mortal frame cannot rival the divine? Subai is our god. Though a million stand against me, I shall still advance. Subai, you are the hero of our magnificent humanity. With 3,000 sword energies painting the heavens, I shall not return home until the great demons are vanquished. Subai, I am willing to accompany you in slaying monsters. Chapter 1. The surge of killing intent has been completed. How ridiculous! The once renowned genius of 8 high school has actually fallen to the level of slaying monsters at the border. Who told him he awakened such a lackluster talent? He merely awakened an E-grade blood explosion. How utterly laughable. What a strange perspective. Is E-grade talent really that weak? It can absorb 1/10,000th of the slaying's cultivation, and that is considered weak. Not weak at all. I personally find it quite formidable. It's just that he never got the chance to participate in the college entrance examination. Ha ha ha. At the entrance of 8 high school, Subai holds his withdrawal letter and walks past the students with a stoic expression. Just days prior, they had greeted him as Senior Su with great enthusiasm. Yet everything changed after his talent awakened. The Dragon Nation stipulates that only those who awaken a talent of B grade or higher may partake in the college entrance examination. For those below B grade, there are but 2 choices. One is to transfer to a supplementary school to study forging, medicine, construction, and other subjects, serving as logistical support at the border. The other is to voluntarily apply to join the border forces to slay monsters. Most individuals would choose to transfer to the supplementary school. Although they lose the opportunity to pursue martial arts at university, they remain free from want, and, with a stroke of luck, they might secure a minor official position, rising in status. Very few would opt to venture to the border to slay monsters. After all, fresh high school graduates, once thrust onto the brutal battlefield, often find themselves as mere cannon fodder destined for death. Yet Subai refuses to succumb to the supplementary school, resolutely choosing to venture to the border to slay monsters. For deep within his heart, a voice has always beckoned him to that place. Subai from Class 7. A middle-aged man clad in camouflage barked from the military vehicle at the school gate. Present, Subai approached, handing over his withdrawal letter and border application. Currently, you are the only one from 8 high school to choose to join the border forces. Your survival there may be quite challenging. You have one opportunity to reconsider. Do you wish to have second thoughts, Subai? The middle-aged man did not accept Subai's documents. The youth before him had pale skin and a frail frame, clearly lacking combat prowess. He had seen many like him. They would only serve as cannon fodder, with little hope of returning alive. Given the increasing scarcity of human population to resist the demon invasion, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Report. Subai does not regret. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. Get in the vehicle. As Subai boarded, the middle-aged man stole a few more glances at him. He had encountered many stubborn individuals, but it was his first time seeing someone so determined to head to the border. Others were filled with dread, yet this fellow exuded resoluteness. His spirit was commendable. The middle-aged man glanced at the documents in his hand. Such a pity. Had his talent level been slightly higher, he might have stood a chance of survival. E-grade was far too insufficient. With a flick, he tossed the documents into a snakeskin bag and turned to address the others in the vehicle. Since you have chosen to go to the border to slay monsters, remember the following points. First, do not entertain thoughts of desertion. Violators will be executed without mercy. Second, do not think of betrayal. Violators will be exterminated along with their entire clan. Fifth, do not seek to earn merit. In that place, only the survivors reign supreme. In 10 hours, we will arrive at the border. Make sure to rest well. Once you reach that place, there will be no opportunity for deep sleep. Upon finishing his words, a heavy silence enveloped the vehicle. Most chose to close their eyes, yet their faces betrayed their terror. Those who remained awake wore expressions of worry, their youthful faces reflecting confusion about what lay ahead. After all, they had just entered the nadir of their lives, only to plunge into yet another abyss. The only ones who appeared somewhat normal were perhaps Su Bai and the girl next to him, munching on snacks. Su Bai extended his hand, retrieving a necklace from his pocket. The chain was silver, with a round azure gemstone dangling beneath, reminiscent of a miniature blue planet. According to his deceased mother, this was his companion necklace. She was correct in that it belonged to him, but it was not merely a companion necklace. He had possessed it in his previous life. He still recalled that he had procured it by cutting down 999 individuals on a certain e-commerce platform. On the day he received the necklace, he had crossed over while wearing it. He had thought it to be a special item, yet had proven useless for over a decade, not even granting him a high-level talent. With options ranging from SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, to E, he was cursed with the lowest tier. So be it. Since he was bound for the battlefield, he might meet his end soon. There was no need to linger on the past. Snap! Su Bai opened the window and tossed the necklace out. You fool! Such a beautiful necklace. If you don't want it, you could have given it to me. Why throw it away? The girl beside him, wide-eyed, couldn't believe her eyes. Su Bai glanced back at her, noting her porcelain-like complexion and delicate features, a quintessential beauty of the school. He wondered why someone like her would be here. However, he had no inclination to engage, feeling too apathetic to respond. Turning his head, Su Bai closed his eyes. Hey, why are you so aloof? Do you never speak? Are you mute? The girl blinked and stared at Su Bai for quite some time. Upon confirming that he truly did not wish to engage, she turned back with a lackluster demeanor. Just then, a blue light suddenly flashed beside Su Bai. The girl thought she was seeing things and hurriedly rubbed her eyes. When she reopened them, everything had returned to tranquility. Strange. The ominous energy has been fully charged, and the system is on the verge of awakening, currently situated 8,848 kilometers from the awakening point. The ominous energy has been fully charged, and the system is on the verge of awakening, presently located 8,835 kilometers from the awakening point. The ominous energy has been fully charged, and the system is on the verge of awakening, currently 8,822 kilometers from the awakening point. In a state of drowsy oblivion, Su Bai heard a series of mechanical notifications. Yet he paid them no heed. He had experienced this dream of system awakening for 18 years. Ultimately, Su Bai succumbed to slumber once more. Unperturbed in handling affairs, he simply sleeps when he wishes. Such a temperament is indeed fitting for the border. The middle-aged man was also one of the demon slayers of the frontier. He could discern that Su Bai was genuinely asleep, unlike the surrounding individuals who feigned calmness amidst panic. Merely a youth who had just graduated from school, Su Bai, while facing the relentless lows of life, still comprehended the significance of conserving his energy, a level of understanding that greatly surpassed that of his peers. However, the disparity in talent became an insurmountable chasm. Is there a miracle? Perhaps. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze, smiled faintly, and closed his eyes to sleep. Upon awakening, he would still need to slay demons. The border has arrived. Everyone disembark. Chapter 2. Demon-Slaying Burst Point System. Upon disembarking, what greeted the eye was a towering steel wall, rusted and stained with blood, reaching towards the heavens. Below, a narrow crevice revealed a battlefield shrouded in smoke, filled with the terrifying roars of demons. Occasionally, one could witness a rain of blood and severed limbs hurled into the air. Surrounding this grim scene lay a vast expanse of desolation, with yellow sand strewn about and debris swirling in the wind. Swish, swish, swish. A fierce wind arose, biting and frigid, carrying with it a nauseating stench that made one want to retch. Ugh, I cannot bear to stay here. I long to return home. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Please, I beg you, take us back. Ugh. The inexperienced students, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned pale, their hearts torn with dread, and many could not help but vomit. Some even sought out the middle-aged man, pleading with him to escort them back. Useless. Once a choice has been made, there is no room for regret. I have already given you an opportunity. You have 1 minute to collect yourselves, and after that, report to the border distribution center. The middle-aged man's expression was stern, his tone icy and unyielding. This batch of youngsters is performing poorly. Indeed, they are far inferior to the previous cohort, while the last group also succumbed to nausea. They did not weep like this. But those two individuals are intriguing. Unfazed, they possess some grit. This one has a commendable temperament. The other girl is impressive too. Still munching on snacks in such dire circumstances. Truly remarkable. Halfway up the wall, a cluster of people had gathered, commenting on the middle-aged man and his group. However, upon seeing Su Bai and the girl, their expressions shifted slightly. Particularly with Su Bai, his demeanor of cool resolve drew their attention. This fellow, provided his talent is not lacking, is surely a formidable character. I shall investigate further. If suitable, we might recruit him into our team. The girl could be a worthy addition as well. After a brief observation, several individuals descended. Old Xia, one called out, prompting the middle-aged man to turn and toss a snakeskin bag towards them. The border primarily employs a team-based demon-slaying strategy. These individuals had come to recruit some newcomers. This approach not only alleviates procedural complications, but also enhances the survival rate of the recruits. The higher-ups have traditionally turned a blind eye to this practice. What a pity. He is merely an E rank. A promising seedling, yet with such poor talent. Had he been in the same cohort as us, we could have formed a team, but alas. I cannot gamble with my comrades' lives. Sigh, why must he be only an E rank? If only he were a D rank, I would have taken him without hesitation. Low talent signifies slow growth, and our team is not robust enough to accommodate any liabilities. What a shame. The group continued to point at Subai, their words tinged with regret. Subai observed all of this, having endured similar blows multiple times before. It was of little consequence. He was solely focused on the notification resonating in his mind. Killing intent fully charged. The system is about to awaken, currently 10 meters from the awakening location. 10 meters. Presumably, this is the distance to the steel wall. Thus, it follows that upon entering the wall's interior, he would awaken the system. 18 years of charging. What kind of system would awaken? Subai, through the pocket, rubbed the necklace within, contemplation flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a young man clad in combat attire approached, holding a set of documents. Hey, you're Enraged, right? I'm the captain of the 72nd demon-slaying team from the eastern border. Your records indicate you possess B-rank talent? Yes, that's me. The girl, Enraged, regarded the newcomer warily, subtly shifting closer to Subai. B-rank talent here? How foolish. Anyone with B-rank talent would not venture to this wretched place. Indeed. Wouldn't it be better to focus on university studies? Given her demeanor, it seems she may be slightly unhinged. It's understandable, while others are retching. She is snacking, truly a rarity. B-rank talent? Subai cast a surprised glance at Enraged. Very well. Do you wish to join our team and fight alongside us against the demons? The young man's eyes lit up with excitement, leaning closer with his documents. However, upon witnessing this, Enraged hastily darted behind Subai, peeking out after a while, apologetically shaking her head. Do you two know each other? The young man looked at Subai in surprise. An incredible thought suddenly struck him. This young girl must have been brought to the border by this fellow. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, this guy was undeniably handsome. In terms of looks, even Ouyang Xiaoyao, known as the most handsome in the borderlands, would likely pale in comparison. Not just him, everyone around regarded Subai with newfound interest. Even the middle-aged man looked at Subai with astonishment. In this age of widespread connectivity, it was possible that this girl truly had been brought here by Subai. Otherwise, why would she look so blissfully content while munching on snacks? This hardly resembled an expedition to the border. It seemed more akin to eloping. You've got it wrong. I don't know her. Subai shook his head impassively. Really? The young man stared at him in disbelief. Subai turned his head away. Believe it or not. If you choose not to believe me, so be it. Seeing that Subai was ignoring him, the young man's expression soured. Yet, recalling that in a few days, Subai would be brought to heel, he decided not to press further. Turning back to invite Enraged into their fold. As before, Enraged declined. The young man, undeterred, made several more attempts, all ending in failure. As time wore on, many approached Enraged with invitations to join, yet she consistently refused. Time's running out. Since she's unwilling, do not press the matter further. The middle-aged man commanded. Everyone gather. From female to male, line up in order, and follow me to the distribution center. Soon, under the middle-aged man's guidance, the group traversed the narrow crevice and entered the interior of the steel wall. Killing intent fully charged. The system is about to awaken. Currently 0 meters from the awakening location. Beep. The demon-slaying burst point system has successfully awakened. Now bound to host. Subai. System, what are your functions? Subai's eyes flickered with anticipation as he inquired about the system. Replying to the host, the system is named the demon-slaying burst point system. By vanquishing demons, the host can acquire attribute points. Attribute points can enhance the host's inherent attributes, as well as boost the host's talent, cultivation, and weaponry. Note, the system is rather particular. Weapons that do not meet its standards cannot receive attribute points. Talent can also receive enhancements. Does this not imply that his humble E-rank talent can be elevated? An E-rank can only absorb 1/10,000th of an enemy's cultivation. What if he were to ascend to D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, or even SSS rank? Would it not transform into 1,000th, 100th, or even complete absorption? Furthermore, the system can also augment his cultivation. This is tantamount to possessing 2 powerful enhancements. As Subai contemplated this, his breath grew noticeably heavy. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To reach the desired level, he must slay demons, again and again, slaughtering countless fiends. What has suddenly ignited such a fierce bloodlust in this fellow? The leading middle-aged man cast a suspicious glance behind him. Subai exhaled, hastily suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. 10 minutes later, the leader halted his steps. They had arrived at the distribution point, where they would register in order and collect their gear. Chapter 3, Solo Combat. Name? Subai? Gender? Huh. Oh, my apologies, I didn't notice. Your skin is so fair, I thought you were a girl. The bespectacled girl in charge of registration glanced up, her eyes suddenly brightening. This guy is quite handsome. Have you completed the registration? Subai inquired with an impassive expression. Yes, almost done. The remaining information is all there. You may proceed to select your equipment over there. The girl, Fong Qing, replied softly, her demeanor transformed from impatience to warmth. Thank you. Subai turned to leave. Fong Qing's eyes followed him intently, her mouth nearly watering. That's sister. He has already walked away. It's my turn to register now. Understood. Name. Fong Qing impatiently turned back, reverting to her previous demeanor. Meanwhile, Subai arrived at the equipment distribution area. Here, an array of weapons was neatly arranged. Most of them were long-range weapons made of alloy, such as spears and staves. The middle-aged man had been waiting here, and once the last person arrived, he began to speak. You are newcomers to the eastern border, and most of you have yet to reach the first level of martial artists. Hence, you can only hunt ordinary minor demons outside the city walls, although you have not yet engaged in close combat with the demon race. Your school has likely provided you with some knowledge on this matter. I trust you understand that most demons are quite large in stature and possess an extensive attack range. Here is a piece of advice. Opt for weapons that allow for long-range attacks. While they may seem somewhat cumbersome, they will enhance your chances of survival. Of course, you are free to disregard my counsel. Now, begin selecting your equipment. Each person may choose one item. Once chosen, proceed to the side to collect your combat attire for the eastern border. Upon finishing his words, the crowd dispersed to select their preferred weapons. Given the stakes involved, many chose to heed his advice. However, Subai did not. It was not due to a disregard for counsel. Rather, he had his own preferred weapon, the sword. His desire to select a sword stemmed not only from a fondness for it, but also from familiarity. In his past life, he had been the president of the university's Kendo club, achieving a level of mastery in swordsmanship that could be considered practical. For him, wielding a sword was essential to enhance both survival and combat prowess. Subai traversed several storerooms without encountering a single sword. It was not until he reached the last room that he discovered a few dusty alloy long swords tucked away in a corner. With a casual grip, he picked one up. A slight tremor sent the dust flying, revealing its original form. It wasn't particularly beautiful, but it was undoubtedly superior to the unsharpened longsword he had used in his previous life. Kid, do you really think you can get close to those demons wielding that weapon? The middle-aged man had been following Subai, initially curious about his selection, but was taken aback when Subai chose an alloy longsword. In this environment, where daily battles against demons were a matter of life and death, long-range weapons were the preferred choice. Yet this fellow chose the shortest-lived weapon available. I recognize your pride, but heed my advice. The weapon you hold is referred to as a short-lived sword here. I need not elaborate on what that implies, do I? The middle-aged man pressed on. Indeed, Subai, you should listen to Brother Xia's advice. Holding a snack bag, Yi Rouge approached, shouldering an alloy long spear. Though her height barely matched that of the spear, she exuded a certain elegance. Many boys nearby were left mesmerized. Subai remained silent, holding the long sword horizontally. He flicked his finger against it, producing a crisp, melodious hum. Before anyone could turn to look, he gracefully sheathed the sword, his movements fluid and astonishingly swift. The middle-aged man and Yi Rouge were both left in a state of awe. Thud! A nearby girl, witnessing this spectacle, was so startled that she dropped her long spear, which clattered heavily to the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't hold it properly. The girl quickly retrieved her weapon. Following this minor incident, everyone regained their composure. Have you trained in swordsmanship? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. I have. Well then, that is acceptable. Choosing a weapon you are familiar with is indeed wise. The middle-aged man ceased further remarks, and once everyone had selected their weapons, he urged them to proceed with the registration. Once all was in order, he led them to collect their combat attire for the eastern border. The so-called combat attire was the black fitted clothing previously worn by the young men. While not particularly aesthetically pleasing, it was said to be crafted from special materials, offering a degree of defense and self-cleaning capabilities. Each person received 2 sets of clothing, and they were required to change immediately. However, there were changing rooms available. Wow, this is incredibly stylish. Subai truly is a male deity. I had heard of Subai from class 7 of the senior year at number 8 high school, but seeing him in person is something else entirely. He is handsome, not only in appearance, but also in presence. Right now, he embodies both. We look like we've stolen our outfits, while he appears like a noble. What a disparity. As Subai stepped out after changing, the surrounding students erupted in admiration. Clad in fitted attire and bearing a long sword, at that moment, Subai embodied the ideal they aspired to, a dreamlike male deity. He indeed looks quite impressive. Yi Rouge followed suit, stepping out as well, igniting yet another wave of excitement. Ahem, quiet down. Now that everyone has changed, we are just one step away from concluding. The middle-aged man spoke in a grave tone. Next, you must make a choice that pertains to life and death, so I urge you all to be cautious, deliberate, and thoroughly consider your options. First, opt for team combat. Second, choose to fight solo. The former allows you to form your own teams, with a maximum of 5 members per team. The latter entails fighting alone. With the explanation complete, it is as straightforward as that. Those choosing to team up may do so, while those opting for solo combat need not concern themselves. As his words fell, many students from the same school immediately gathered together. Those who hadn't found familiar faces began to approach others nearby, seeking to form teams. Even Enraged, who had been snacking, perked up and quickly made her way to Subai's side. After experiencing 2 significant lows in life, these students understood the weight of their choices. With most being mere first-level martial artists, survival necessitated banding together for warmth. Subai observed the girls gravitating towards him and instinctively edged away. Subai, are you going to choose solo combat? Yes. Subai nodded. The middle-aged man was somewhat taken aback, but found it within his expectations. After all, given Subai's character, forming a team would indeed pose a challenge for him. However, this also implies that he must defend the city and slay demons alone, despite possessing the status of a mere novice warrior. The surrounding students were equally taken aback, with many whispering their disdain, accusing him of posturing. Subai remained oblivious to their thoughts, and even if he were aware, he would not be perturbed. With the aid of a system enhancement, he saw no necessity for teamwork. Moreover, he was not accustomed to looking after others. Solitude suited him just fine. Oh, no team formation. Enraged's expression faltered slightly, her eyes blinking as she turned to the middle-aged man. Then I shall also refrain from forming a team. The middle-aged man's visage turned peculiar. Are you certain? I possess B-grade talent. I refuse to team up. Chapter 4. The Celestial Enforcer, also known as the Supreme. B-grade talent. I refuse to team up. Enraged's melodious voice resonated in the air, causing the middle-aged man to feel a buzzing in his head. Does a high talent level grant one the liberty to act as one pleases? Indeed, with elevated talent comes boundless freedom. That is a B-grade talent. A veritable passport to remain in the mainland and pursue higher education. Alas, the middle-aged man sighed. He had hoped to persuade her further. But Enraged's declaration had effectively sealed their fate. In that case, let this be the decision. I hope you do not come to regret it in the future. With a swift motion, the middle-aged man opened the large door behind him and stepped inside. When he re-emerged, he held a transparent pouch filled with an array of ancient black rings. Merit rings. These are the merit rings, said to record the number of demons slain. I heard from my brother that the merit points from these rings can be exchanged for high-tier weapons and armor. Subai had heard of such items before, but this was his first time witnessing them. Since you all understand, I shall not elaborate further. This is the merit ring from our eastern border war zone. Each of you will receive one. Do not worry about size, as the rings can adjust to your fingers. Furthermore, those who form a team must touch their rings together to signify successful formation. Subai, Enraged, you two come here. The middle-aged man led them into a separate room. The space was devoid of anything but shelves filled with an assortment of merit rings. However, a dozen uniquely designed rings were prominently displayed in the most conspicuous location. Do you see these few merit rings? They are for solo combat. Each of you may select one. Let me reiterate, choosing one of these rings will preclude you from forming a team. You still have an opportunity to reconsider. The middle-aged man spoke gravely, his gaze fixed upon Enraged's face. He understood that Subai was beyond persuasion, yet he hoped to sway Enraged. After all, it would be a tremendous loss if such B-grade talent were to be squandered. Nevertheless, while Enraged was busy counting the rings, she paid no heed to his words. I want this one. After a considerable time, she pointed excitedly at a ring resembling a branch. Alas, there is no saving her now. The middle-aged man sighed, removing the ring for her. This ring is named Chauga. I hope you take good care of it. A ring even has a name? Chauga. How beautiful. It suits my name perfectly. Enraged beamed as she donned the ring. The branch-like ring adorned her delicate, pale hand, exuding a unique allure, akin to withered wood blossoming in spring. At that moment, Subai also selected his ring. Blood red and adorned with dragon patterns, it appeared somewhat bewitching and sinister. The moment the middle-aged man beheld his choice, his expression subtly shifted before quickly regaining composure. This ring is named Chang'an. I hope you do not tarnish its name. Subai nodded silently. Upon leaving the room, the other students, upon seeing the rings on their fingers, became agitated. Why do we all have the same style of merit ring? It's not fair. Why do theirs look so much better? I want to choose again. Me too. Silence. The middle-aged man barked, his aura exuding authority as the surrounding students immediately fell silent. A third-tier warrior. Impressive. A warrior of this caliber could serve as a principal in any location on the mainland. It was surprising to find him here, merely overseeing the newcomer's registration. The Eastern Border War Zone is indeed formidable. Caution is advised in the future. Subai instinctively reached for the necklace in his pocket. Yet this time he felt nothing. System, what is going on? Returning to the host. The system has been resting upon the host's neck since awakening. Subai looked down and discovered a necklace quietly hanging around his neck. It cannot be removed? Returning to the host, it cannot be. But this is merely the system's exterior and will not affect the host in any way. As long as the host desires, the exterior can vanish at will. With a thought, the necklace instantly disappeared from view. After a moment's consideration, he decided to reveal it once more. After all, It had accompanied him for so long and had returned after being lost. A lingering sentiment was only natural. If you wish to make a new selection, you may opt for solo combat. I am eager to see how many dare to choose this path. At the middle-aged man's words, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Since no one was brave enough, then follow me. The newcomers would commence their duties at the defense of Tianmen Pass. Next, I will guide you in allocating your respective areas of the wall for guard duty. This wall is called Tianmen Pass. Subai glanced at it, and recalling its earlier appearance, it indeed stood firmly upon the earth, reaching towards the heavens. Tianmen Pass, quite aptly named. Soon, the group followed the middle-aged man, taking an elevator to the top of the wall. To Subai's astonishment, at such heights, there was no mist of clouds, allowing for a distant view. Surprising, is it not? When I first arrived, I felt the same. According to the elders of old, this phenomenon is attributed to the intervention of the Eastern Border War Zone's supreme commander. That is a legendary Guanhai Realm expert. I have been here for 18 years and have yet to behold them. Noticing Subai's confusion, the middle-aged man elucidated. Guanhai Realm expert? What is this level of classification? I have never heard of it. A student inquired curiously. It would not hurt to enlighten you. This classification originates from the demon realm. The Guanhai Realm corresponds to our human realm's 6th-tier warriors. 6th-tier warriors. The student's expressions shifted dramatically. For them, even a 3rd-tier warrior, akin to a principal, was already formidable. 6th-tier warriors were beyond their experience, an unimaginable concept. Could you also elaborate on the corresponding classifications of other levels? Subai calmly asked. Observing the astonished and dazed expressions of the other students, he stood in stark contrast. The middle-aged man felt as though he was worlds apart from Subai. He collected his thoughts and began to speak slowly. I do not intend to elevate the demons in any regard. However, the classifications they have shared possess a certain poetic quality. Presently, the Eastern Border War Zone, as well as other war zones, predominantly utilize this classification system. In the realm of martial prowess, the ranks of humanity from level 1 to 9 correspond to the demonic realms divisions as follows: Lingchuan, Lushan, Guanhai, Yufeng, Linshan, Xiongyu, Shenghui, Putaji, and Zishinch. Notably, the 9th level warrior, Zishinch, is also known by another grand title. This is already quite imposing. One can hardly believe it has an alternate appellation. Yi Ruge's delicate face bore a dazed expression, still entranced by the impressive names of these realms. Zishinch, or the Supreme. As the 5th chapter unfolds in the southern 23rd district, the utterance of Supreme evoked an unprecedented surge of overwhelming might among all present. Even before the middle-aged man could elaborate, observing the entranced crowd, he chuckled softly. When he first heard those words, he too had felt similarly awestruck. In the vastness of heaven and earth, only I stand supreme. The thought crossed his mind. Would he ever witness the birth of a supreme in this lifetime? His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the contemplative Subai among the throng, but he quickly averted his eyes. What was he thinking? Even if a supreme were to emerge, it would certainly not be him. Despite his commendable character and sufficient pride, having chosen the distinguished merit badge of Chang'an, his E-rank talent was woefully inadequate. Far too common among the masses. For someone of such caliber, merely surviving in this place was an accomplishment in itself. To speak of a supreme was indeed laughable. Shaking off his thoughts, the middle-aged man led the group to a rusted building atop the city wall. Let me clarify, he began, aside from the supreme commander. There are only 10 military leaders in the Eastern Border War Zone. The rest consist of logistical teams and smaller squads. While the strict demands of ordinary military forces are absent here, certain courtesies must still be observed. You will understand more in due time. For now, I shall delineate your assigned defensive regions. He unfurled a map, beckoning everyone to gather around. From the map, Subai learned there were 100 zones from south to north, with 50 in each direction. The most distant sections were the North Zone 1 and South Zone 1, with the closest being North Zone 50 and South Zone 50. The middle-aged man first allocated defensive regions for the combat team members. Before it came time for Subai and Yi Ruge, there are still a few areas available for selection. I advise you to choose those in the central positions, as they are less likely to be subjected to large-scale incursions by the demon race. Pointing to the map, only 5 areas remained: North Zone 5, South Zone 10, South Zone 23, North Zone 13, and South Zone 35. Subai and Yi Ruge simultaneously reached out. He indicated South Zone 23, while she pointed to South Zone 35. Subai, why not choose South Zone 10? I thought you would. The middle-aged man jested. Subai cast a calm glance at him, remaining silent. Was it not sheer folly for someone without any martial prowess to select South Zone 10? Just a jest. No need to take offense, he laughed lightly. I am Xie Changkong. You may call me Lao Xie like the others here. From this moment forth, we stand as comrades in arms, united in the defense of humanity. He offered one final piece of advice. Be wary not only of the demon race, but also of those around you. Additionally, safeguard your merit badges, as they not only collect merit points for exchanging goods, but also contain locators. Each time we receive support, it is through the positioning of these badges. With that, he dismissed them to collect their manuals of precautions before heading to their respective zones. After gathering the manuals, Subai turned towards the direction of North Zone 1, his designated area. Although each zone appeared identical, the maps in the manuals were clearly marked, alleviating any concerns of misdirection. Hey, wait up. Yi Rouge called as she jogged to catch up with Subai. He paid her no heed. You're so cold and silent. Want some snacks? She offered, presenting a pack of treats. No, thank you, he replied curtly. Huh, I thought you wouldn't speak at all. Yi Rouge, undeterred by his refusal, beamed a radiant smile. The names of the demon realms are truly beautiful. I find Lingchuan and Guanhai to be the most enchanting. Just thinking about them feels sublime. What do you think? Subai ignored her and continued walking. Ugh, you're silent again. Why don't you team up with someone? It would be so much better together. Even if I do eat snacks rather quickly. By the way, you wield your swords so elegantly. Could you teach me swordsmanship? As Yi Rouge rambled on, Subai felt overwhelmed and quickened his pace. Hey, slow down, she exclaimed. Yet, as she spoke, he hastened even more, resorting to some simple techniques learned back at school. Am I that terrifying? I'm not a demon. Why are you avoiding me? As Subai distanced himself, Yi Rouge stood in place, lost in thought. After a moment, she suddenly smacked her forehead. I know. It must be because I didn't offer him my favorite cucumber-flavored chips. But alas, I only have one bag left. As for the successor, Subai, the newcomer, had yet to reach even the Lingchuan realm. How the standards had declined over the years. In South Zone 23, the door to the guard room creaked open, revealing a young man cradling a long spear. Upon seeing only Subai, his expression soured. Is it just you? Subai nodded impassively. Very well. Not even a warrior, yet you dare to choose solo combat. Truly reckless. I hope to hear no news of South Zone 23 falling tonight. The young man scoffed, shouldering his spear as he brushed past Subai. But after a few steps, he turned back with a mocking grin. If I'm not mistaken, that merit badge on your finger is from Chang'an, correct? Is there a problem? Subai responded calmly. Despite the young man being a second-level warrior, he felt no fear of an attack. The manual clearly stated that mutual killings among demon slayers at the border were strictly prohibited. Violators would face dire consequences. Nothing much. Just that you took something our captain considers a prized possession, so I hope you survive, the young man declared. I am Jinghai, a Lushan warrior. I believe we shall meet again. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Jinghai laughed heartily as he departed. Subai frowned slightly and turned to enter the guard room. It was a modest space, sparsely furnished with merely a bed, a cabinet, and a toilet. There was also a dining table, albeit with a hole in the center, as noted in the manual, which stated that it was for delivering meals. After tidying the room and ensuring there were no surveillance methods present, he settled down on the floor. System. I'm here, host. Have you forgotten something? The system does not comprehend your meaning. My beginner's gift pack? The system acknowledges its oversight, but what others possess, the host must have, and even better. Ding. The beginner's gift pack has been successfully issued. Congratulations, host, on receiving the beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. The novice gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Personal Attribute Panel, Attribute Points X 100, and Pure Sword Heart. Chapter 6, Lingchuan Realm. Personal Attribute Panel. A comprehensive display of the host's various states, accessible anytime, anywhere. Attribute Points. A precious treasure that can enhance multiple attributes. Pure Sword Heart. When cultivating the sword path, it acts as divine assistance, allowing one to remain unafraid of worldly illusions and enchantments. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Please check host. As the system's notification echoed, hundreds of sword lights surged forth from Subai's body. The nearby alloy sword seemed to sense something, trembling and letting out a continuous, resonant cry. Moments later, the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated. Subai expelled a breath of turbid air, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flaring open. Swish. Swish. Two dazzling and piercing beams of sword light materialized from his eyes, flickering incessantly within his obsidian-like pupils. He gestured, and the alloy sword swiftly flew into his grasp. Upon taking hold of the alloy sword, it felt as if a dragon had plunged into the sea, emitting a crisp sword cry before falling silent. Alas, it was merely a C-grade alloy weapon. Had it been an A-grade or higher spiritual sword, it might have resonated with my pure sword heart. In the Dragon Kingdom, weapons are graded in accordance with talent levels, ranging from the highest SSS to the lowest E-grade. The most formidable weapon Subai had previously encountered was the C-grade spear of the principal from the 8th Academy. However, unlike the peaceful mainland, the border region finds C-grade weapons lacking. Moreover, having now awakened the pure sword heart, it is only fitting that the sword in harmony with it is not an ordinary one. System, open the personal attribute panel. Ding. Host, please view the large screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Mortal 9100. Points can be allocated. The next level is Lingchuan Realm. Attribute points, 100. Physique, 17. Normal is 10. Points can be allocated. Physique reaching 100 will undergo a qualitative change. Spirit, 50. Normal is 10. Points can be allocated. Spirit reaching 100 will undergo a qualitative change. Talent, Pure Sword Heart. B-grade blood explosion 0-100. Points can be allocated. The next level is D-grade blood explosion, which allows absorption of 1/50th of the cultivation from slain enemies. After a cursory glance, Subai resolved to first enhance his cultivation and physique to bolster his survival capabilities. System: add 10 points to cultivation, and allocate the remaining points entirely to physique. Ding. Allocating points. Ding. Allocation complete. Current cultivation level Guanhai Realm 0-200. Current physique 107. Ding. Host physique has exceeded 100, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring iron skin and copper bones. Is this the spiritual energy that a first-level warrior in the Guanhai Realm can wield? With a mere thought, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from his dantian, swirling in his hands like mist. This was the very spiritual energy he had struggled to absorb during his school days. Without the ability to absorb spiritual energy into his body, he would remain shackled as a mere mortal, forever relegated to the realm of the ordinary. He had envisioned a day of breakthrough, yet he never anticipated it would come so effortlessly. All it required was point allocation. Let me test its power. With a flick of his wrist, the previously docile spiritual energy transformed into a long sword, thrusting towards the steel wall. A resounding boom echoed as the spiritual sword shattered. Yet the wall remained unscathed. The translucent barrier that enveloped it had successfully withstood Subai's strike. Indeed, the Tianmen Pass is protected by a formidable barrier. Otherwise, the mere steel would not have endured for so long. As Subai spoke, he suddenly struck the nearby alloy sword with a punch. Instead of the dull thud of flesh against metal, a sharp clang reverberated. Is this what iron skin and copper bones feel like? Upon inspection, he noticed a bluish-gray mark where he had struck the alloy sword. As time passed, the mark quickly faded, returning to his fair complexion. Subai sensed that weapons below D-grade could no longer pose a threat to him. However, being in the border region, even the lowest weapons were C-grade, which still held significant danger. Nevertheless, he was now far stronger than when he first entered this place. Though still at the bottom tier, he had acquired a measure of self-preservation. Continuing to familiarize himself with the changes in his cultivation and physique, he finally pushed open the door and stepped outside. It was dusk, and the Tianmen Pass, shrouded in yellow sands, appeared desolate. Beyond the Tianmen Pass, distant mountains and vegetation were clearly visible. Yet, the Tianmen Pass itself sat starkly amidst the desert, an incongruous sight between the two. Newcomer, are you Subai? Who chose to engage in solo combat, and selected the Chang'an merit badge. A curious voice suddenly resonated in Subai's ear. He instinctively glanced around, but saw no one. Stop searching. This is a spiritual energy transmission. Since you have just entered the Guanhai Realm, it is normal not to be familiar with it. Allow me to teach you. Under the careful guidance of this individual, Subai quickly grasped the technique of spiritual energy transmission. It's me. Are you the guardian of the South Area 20? Following the trail of this person's spiritual energy, Subai soon discerned their location. Yes, I am Wuxian, but unlike you, I am not alone. I have joined a team. And your teammates? My 4 teammates have gone out to slay demons. I remain here to guard the area assigned to our squad. Oh, I see. Leaving one behind to guard while the others hunt demons for merits certainly has its advantages. By the way, the person beside you, Enraged, is quite formidable. She has just entered the Guanhai Realm as well. Beside me, isn't she from South Area 3-5? Subai was somewhat bewildered. Wait while I connect her spiritual energy transmission. The individual pondered for a moment. After a brief interval, a clear and melodious voice sounded in Subai's ear. Subai, it's me, Enraged. I didn't expect you to enter the Guanhai Realm as well. Impressive. Subai suddenly felt averse to conversation. By the way, have you called home to report your safety? No. The border region is perpetually embroiled in conflict, with weak signals that barely support phone calls. He had not brought his phone on this trip. I have a satellite phone here. If you want to call, come find me in South Area 24. I just swapped with someone. Wow, you actually replied. Subai's response elicited a smile from Enraged. The dimples beside her small tiger teeth conveyed her current mood. Excited. The satellite phone could indeed be used. But it was a strategically controlled resource by the military. Subai was surprised that this individual had one. However, he quickly rationalized it. If someone with a B-grade talent could come to the border, what could possibly be impossible? Ahem. Interrupting, it is now 6 o'clock, after 6. The peak period for demon attacks begins. You all need to prepare well. Let us pause our conversation. If you two want to chat, use spiritual energy transmission. Wuxian ended the transmission. Subai had no intention of seeking out the loquacious Enraged, but she approached him nonetheless. Subai, this is my spiritual energy transmission. Take note of the route. Also, if you need to make a call, come find me. All right. After a moment's contemplation, Subai finally replied. Although he currently stood alone, there were indeed individuals in the mainland whom he held dear. Bang, bang, bang. At precisely 6 o'clock, the demon slayers took their positions, ready to defend the city. Chapter 7, Slaying Demons. The resounding bell tolled, and the demon slayers prepared for battle. In that instant, all those stationed in the guardhouse emerged. They stood atop the city walls, a formidable flesh-and-blood barrier upon the iron fortifications. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, blinding rays of light erupted from both ends of the battlements, leaping forth from the land behind the walls. Damn it, yet again. This group of fiends makes their grand entrance. No need for envy. One day, when you break through to the wind control realm, you too shall stand like them. The thought was daunting. In Tianmen Pass, those in the wind control realm were truly formidable figures. Indeed, aside from the commander-in-chief and the army general, these individuals ranked among the strongest. Likewise, the territories they defended were among the 10 most perilous zones in the southern and northern regions. What if their strength was merely for show? Around the checkpoints, many voices broke the heavy silence. Yet this was swiftly followed by another round of profound stillness. At this moment, Subai found himself indifferent to the prowess of those in the wind control realm who could traverse the air. 4. Several dozen miles ahead of Tianmen Pass, thick clouds of black mist had gathered unbeknownst to him. The bright moon hung high, casting an eerie light. Through this solitary glimmer, he could even see hundreds, if not thousands, of great demons, clawing and howling as they approached. Such a sight was unprecedented. A grave expression gradually formed on Subai's otherwise impassive face. He tightened his grip on the alloy longsword in his hand. Oh, tonight's demonic horde is formidable. I fear many newcomers shall perish. This scene is even more ferocious than when we arrived. Many of them lack cultivation. How can they withstand this? Huh. These two individuals are intriguing. Quick, come and see. These two are indeed different from the others. In the monitoring room, a dozen demon slayers gathered around, gazing at the large screen. The display before them comprised 100 small panels, each representing a guarded area. At this moment, 10 of these zones were marked with red circles. Look at these, said the seated individual, pointing to 8 of the marked images. As the crowd turned their attention, they saw the demon slayers depicted therein, all wearing expressions of terror, their legs trembling. Some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, wailing incessantly. Worthless. Cowards. Trash. Several demon slayers immediately displayed contempt at the sight. You weren't any better when you first arrived. The seated individual scoffed, then pointed to the other 2 red-marked panels. As the crowd glanced over, a look of admiration involuntarily surfaced on their faces. One of these images showcased Enraged, gripping an alloy spear in one hand while holding a snack bag in the other. The other featured Subai, sword in hand, standing tall and resolute, his gaze fixed intently on the ground below the walls. At that moment, the wind tousled Subai's slightly long hair, giving him the appearance of a swordsman poised to strike, exuding an effortless elegance. This guy is dashing. It feels like he's trying too hard to show off. The demons haven't even arrived yet. I wonder if he'll soil himself when they do. What you've said has painted quite the vivid image. Shall we place a bet? I wager he will definitely cry for help. Soon, the betting among the demon slayers in the monitoring room fell apart. No one believed Subai would dare confront the demonic horde. As veterans of this place, they had witnessed countless demon slayers, including those renowned figures who, upon their first arrival, fled in utter disarray. Thus, they had no reason to believe that a newcomer, devoid of cultivation and just arrived at Tianmen Pass, would defy the established norm. 3 minutes later, the demonic army approached the city. They seemed to have strategized beforehand, immediately splitting into formations to attack different guarded zones. Most of the demons surged towards the southern and northern guarded areas, with only a small fraction targeting the central zone. Yet, even so, within the southern 23rd district, beneath Subai's watch, there remained hundreds of demons. He cast a glance. Most were mere mortal demons lacking cultivation, yet 13 were of his caliber. Also in the Lingchuan realm. Crackle, crackle. As they reached the base of the walls, the sea of demons, with their crimson eyes ablaze, clawed their way up. Their sharp talons pierced the walls, sending sparks flying. Waves of azure lightning struck their bodies, tearing flesh and spilling blood. Yet these demons appeared oblivious to pain, their ferocity only intensifying as they climbed. They seemed intent on breaching the accursed walls to unleash slaughter upon the human realm beyond. Roar. A winged demon was the first to leap atop the walls. The caution notes had indicated that this demon belonged to the Wyvern clan, characterized by its entirely black form, massive black wings, and remarkable speed. Moreover, their claws were exceedingly formidable. Even the talons of mortal demons could reach D-grade sharpness. Die, wretched humans. As the Wyvern landed on the walls, it unfurled its claws and launched an attack, offering Subai no time to react. As the distance closed, a look of disdain crossed the Wyverness face. If it were facing humans armed with long spears or sticks, it might have felt a twinge of fear. But this human, wielding nothing but a long sword, was clearly oblivious to the peril. Die. The Wyvern grinned wickedly, envisioning Subai being torn to shreds by its claws. Yet in the next instant, it realized Subai had moved. The speed at which he moved surpassed even its prime. In just 2 seconds, Subai had evaded its attack range. How is this possible? The Wyvern's expression shifted dramatically as it attempted to retreat. The inertia of its massive frame prevented it from turning, forcing it to charge forward. It was then that Su Bai swept past, sword drawn, ending the wyvern's life. How could this be? In its dying moments, the wyvern struggled to comprehend why this human displayed no fear of their kind and remained so composed. Such composure was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the walls, Siechong Kong, while slaying demons, also kept a vigilant eye on the situations across various guarded zones. Upon witnessing Su Bai remain unfazed and calmly dispatch the wyvern, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He had anticipated Su Bai would perform admirably, but he never expected such excellence. Old Xia, are you relying on your keen eyesight from the Ocean View realm to gawk around? Gawk. I am merely observing with the utmost propriety, Siechong Kong retorted as he launched his spear, swiftly bringing down another demon. Exceptional, charismatic. Chapter 8. Alone, with a sword. In the monitoring room, someone seated abruptly slammed their hand on the table. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby once more. Through the screen, they once again beheld Su Bai, standing resolutely upon the city wall. The wind continued to blow. The youthful visage was imbued with determination. Devoid of the slightest hint of fear, this scene felt reminiscent of the past. Yet, unlike before, a colossal wyvern loomed beside the boy. The stark contrast between the massive creature and the slender youth was striking. Quick, you damned cripple, magnify this image. A voice from the chair grumbled. Yet the person swiftly enlarged the view until it filled half the screen. The zoomed-in image revealed Su Bai's individual strands of hair, and even the wyvern behind him was displayed in vivid clarity. Look at that wyverness wound. The focus shifted to the creature's head, where a gaping, forefinger-wide gash stood out prominently. One strike. This fellow managed to fell it with a single blow. Is he even human? How could he achieve such a feat? Dispatching a wyvern with one attack. Even a common wyvern possesses strength not much inferior to an ordinary spirit river realm expert. How is this possible? Hurry. I want to see the live replay. This newcomer has something special. The individuals in the monitoring room huddled around the large screen, watching the live replay. When they witnessed Su Bai's swift movements, deftly drawing his sword to slay the wyvern, they fell into a profound silence. For this response was nothing short of perfection. To dispatch a wyvern with such fluidity was deserving of being called a textbook example. Most striking was Su Bai's formidable composure. He faced the beast with unflinching calmness, analyzing, evading, and even counterattacking. Every step was precisely timed at critical junctures. A miscalculation of even the slightest degree would have rendered such perfection unattainable. A genius. Someone gasped in astonishment. Yet this time, no voices of dissent followed, though they prided themselves on their experience. Su Bai's performance in slaying the demon was hardly inferior to their own, and perhaps even surpassed it. After all, Su Bai was merely a newcomer. His actions were undoubtedly deserving of the title of genius. Alas, I just saw his profile. He is merely an E-grade talent. A sigh echoed through the room. There is nothing to be done. A martial artist's potential is predetermined. If only his talent were a tad stronger, he might have been the next Southern Demon. Southern Demon. Sigh. It's not impossible, but ultimately his talent is too low. The group collectively sighed. Damn, that guy actually leaped off the city wall. How dare he? At that moment, a furious shout jolted everyone from their reverie. They looked up in unison, astonished to see Su Bai, who had been atop the wall, had inexplicably jumped down. Crap, Qin Tianju, get over there and provide support. If this guy dies, I want to feel right. Just call me Tianju, don't add Qin. Okay. The man wielding a long staff grumbled before swiftly disappearing from the monitoring room. Ding. The host has slain a common level wyvern X1, gaining attribute points X1. The system notification rang in Su Bai's ears, and his eyes brightened as he wielded his alloy sword, delivering another fatal blow to a demon. Ding. The host has slain a common level wolf demon X1, gaining attribute points X1. Ignoring the system prompts, Su Bai took a deep breath and jumped down again, landing forcefully on yet another demon. This was a common level skeleton demon, characterized by its skeletal form, with a hard body rendering D-grade weapon attacks ineffective against it. The notes indicated that to slay such a creature, one must destroy the demon core within its skull. Su Bai moved with lightning speed, before the skeleton demon could react. His alloy sword pierced its skull, shattering the demon core. Ding. The host has slain a common level skeleton demon, gaining attribute points X1. With the skeleton demon vanquished, Su Bai leapt again, landing atop another demon. His sword rose and fell, claiming yet another life. As he continued to leap downwards, slaughtering demons. This spectacle drew the attention of the demon slayers atop the wall. Holy crap, who is this? How can he be so fierce? Damn. Aren't the central regions filled with low-level martial artists? How can someone have the audacity to leap off the city wall? How dare he? My son is just too damn cool. With each leap and swing of his sword, it's almost like a scene from a martial arts film. If I weren't so weak, I do want to look cool too. Looking cool is a lifelong affair, if you dare to do this. You'll only look cool this once. Su Bai, what are you trying to accomplish? Siechong Kong, who had been closely observing, was taken aback at this scene. Su Bai's slaying of the wyvern was already impressive, but he never anticipated that Su Bai would dare to jump off the wall and take the initiative. Such actions were typically reserved for the powerful at either end of the wall. How could he dare? Is that Subai? Holding guns and sucking on a lollipop, Enraged had just repelled a demon when she witnessed this astonishing sight. Initially, she thought she might be mistaken, even rubbing her eyes. Yet, as she beheld the alloy sword stained with blood, glistening under the moonlight, she stood in stunned silence. For apart from Subai, she had not seen anyone else wielding a sword within the Tianmen Pass. Is it possible? Is he truly that brave? Alone, with a single sword, stepping on demons, slaying demons. Like a legendary sword immortal, his movements were as graceful as spring water, striking in midair. Enraged gazed at the scene, her beautiful eyes darting about, utterly unable to articulate her feelings at that moment. Simultaneously, numerous gazes shifted from the city wall towards Subai, yet at that moment, Subai was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His actions were not born of recklessness, but rather a carefully weighed decision. He possessed a body of iron and copper. For a brief time, he could withstand a direct clash with these common-level demons without disadvantage. Furthermore, after his physical transformation, his bodily functions had surged dramatically. His speed, endurance, and reflexes far surpassed those of these common-level demons, which served as a significant advantage for him. Of course, the foremost motive was to accumulate more attribute points. With a swift motion, Subai withdrew his alloy sword from the wolf demon's skull, earning yet another attribute point. At this juncture, he had reached the midpoint of the city wall. He did not pause, plunging downwards to continue his slaughter. Human, what audacity! How dare you take the initiative? You truly do not know the meaning of death. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted up from below. Suddenly, Subai, who was atop the skeleton demon's head, found himself enveloped in a cloud of pink mist. Oh no, it's the Fox Demon clan. They excel in illusions. Subai is in grave danger. An observer in the monitoring room noted this development, exclaiming in alarm. The expressions of the others turned grim as well. Alas, this fellow is likely doomed. Given the circumstances, Qin Tianzhu cannot intervene. What a pity, he was touted as a promising talent. Is there a chance for a miracle? Most likely not. Even a Spirit River Realm Fox Demon's charm would be insurmountable, even for those at the Zhuxian realm. Chapter 9. The Silverbone Body. The monitoring room fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Each demon slayer wore a grave expression. None believing Subai could escape the clutches of the Fox Demon. Why be so impulsive? Xie Chongkong sighed, averting his gaze, no longer focusing on Subai. After all, within the gates of Tianmen, no mortal had ever escaped the clutches of the Fox Demons from the Lingchuan realm. Although Subai possessed a commendable temperament, even Xie Chongkong held little hope for his survival after being targeted by the Fox Demon. Subai, I hope you will be unharmed. Enraged, stationed nearby, discerned the alarming turn of events. She yearned to assist him, yet the distance to which he was situated, halfway up the Iron City wall, rendered her a mere Lingchuan realm warrior, incapable of reaching him in time. She was acutely aware that she was no match for the Fox Demon at this moment. With a soft sigh, Enraged gripped her firearm, resolutely focusing on slaying the demons. Most others were engrossed in the immediate threat posed by the demons or the entranced Subai, oblivious to the fact that, at this very moment, Enraged, who had abstained from snacks, wielded her spear with the ferocity of a dragon. Each thrust and stab unleashed a torrential downpour of blood. Nevertheless, she refrained from casting another glance towards Subai. Suddenly, a piercingly melodious sword cry resonated through the Tianmen gates. Almost instantaneously, a sword light, stretching over 10 meters, erupted from the sky. The brilliance of the sword light was akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens, illuminating several stationed areas. I knew it. Enraged smiled subtly upon witnessing the fleeting sword light, dismissing its brilliance. She turned and retrieved a snack. This fellow has achieved a breakthrough to the Lingchuan realm. How remarkable. Meanwhile, Xie Chongkong let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, that was incredibly impressive. That was a sword light, a sight I have never witnessed before. He cursed. Who dares claim that miracles do not exist? In the monitoring room, the demon slayers observed the sudden emergence of the sword light, their expressions igniting with excitement and fervor. In the central region of Tianmen, the appearance of sword light indicated a Lingchuan realm warrior, intriguing yet notable for its length. In the southern district, at the base of the city wall, a formidable woman glanced toward the midpoint of the wall, but quickly averted her gaze. However, her long sword trembled in her grasp at that moment. Others may not have perceived it, but she was acutely aware that, upon the manifestation of that sword light, her sword yearned to break free from her hold and soar towards that individual. Captain, should we recruit this person? Inquired a woman beside her in a hushed tone. The armored woman studied the area for a moment longer before shaking her head. He does not yet possess the qualifications to join the Rakshasa team. However, the Tiandao team had already dispatched individuals to assess the situation concerning him. The armored woman pondered for a moment and declared, after tonight, you shall go and investigate. Didn't you just assert he lacked qualifications? Someone jested nearby. The Rakshasa team is my creation. If I deem him qualified, then he is qualified. Unbeknownst to Subai, His singular strike had caused quite the uproar within Tianmen. He merely found the fox demon before him repulsive and could not resist granting her a swift end. Possessing a pure sword heart, he remained unaffected by illusions. What he beheld was not an illusion, but rather an ugly fox demon posturing shamelessly. Ding. Host has slain a Guanhai Realm fox demon, earning 10 attribute points. Common-level demon species yielded only 1 attribute point, while Guanhai Realm demons granted a 10-fold increase. Realizing this disparity, Subai contemplated solely hunting Guanhai Realm demons. Yet, it was not the time for picky choices. Every point counted. With a swift motion, his long sword danced, claiming the life of another demon beneath him. Subai leaped to the next demon, continuing his relentless pursuit. In this manner, he swiftly arrived at the base of the city wall. At this moment, within the jurisdiction of the southern 23rd district, only 13 demons remained, 5 Guanhai Realm fox demons and 8 ordinary common-level beasts. For Subai, who embodied the sword heart and feared no illusions, this was akin to a self-service buffet of attribute points. In merely 10 minutes, he dispatched these demons and boarded the elevator leading back to the top of the wall. Upon returning to the stationed area, a young man wielding a long staff awaited him outside his quarters. Your sword strike was formidable. Who are you? Name unchanged, surname unaltered. I am Qin Tianju. You may call me Old Qin or Tianju, but refrain from using my full name, understood? Qin Tianju spoke with a grave demeanor. Is there something you require? Nothing pressing, merely came to familiarize myself with the area. We may have opportunities to collaborate in the future. I am from the Logistics Monitoring Department, primarily responsible for providing support to various station zones. After speaking, Qin Tianju turned to depart. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back, reiterating, I remind you once more, my surname is Qin, my name is Tianju. You may call me Old Qin or Tianju, but do not utter my full name, understood? Once Qin Tianju left, Subai remained vigilant atop the wall for a while longer, confirming that no demons lingered before returning to his quarters. System, open the attribute panel. Ding. Host, please observe the display screen. Host, Subai, Cultivation, Early Guanhai Realm 0200. Points available for allocation. Attribute points, 234. Constitution, 107. Iron Skin and Copper Bone. Points available for allocation. When Constitution reaches 200, a transformation occurs. Spirit, 50. Points available for allocation. When Spirit reaches 100, a transformation occurs. Talent, Pure Sword Heart. E-grade Blood Burst 0100. Points available for allocation. System, allocate 200 points to Cultivation and the remainder to Constitution. Being situated at the border, Subai prioritized enhancing his strength. Ding. Allocation complete. Current Cultivation level, Early Guanhai Realm 0500. Current Constitution, 141. Ding. Host has entered the Guanhai Realm. Constitution has increased. Current Constitution, 235. Ding. Constitution attribute has reached 200, triggering transformation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Silver Bone Physique. Silver Bone Physique. Immunity to damage from C-grade, excluding C-grade, weapons. A swirling mist enveloped Subai, enhancing his physique. This process was devoid of the agony associated with body tempering. Instead, it was quite pleasant, akin to soaking in a hot spring. To be candid, Subai felt somewhat as if awakening from a dream. He had never envisioned a day where he could strengthen himself so effortlessly. As the extraordinary phenomenon subsided, Subai clenched his fist, and in an instant, a semi-transparent silver protective membrane formed around his knuckles. Through this membrane, one could still observe his fair skin and azure veins. As he released his fist, the semi-transparent silver shield dissipated almost immediately. The silver bone physique indeed surpassed the iron skin and copper bone, functioning on the surface, ensuring that even in full combat, he would not turn into a metallic monstrosity, a rather favorable aspect. Subai continued to acclimate to the changes in his physique. He was not mistaken. This breakthrough in Constitution significantly enhanced his speed and endurance attributes. However, he was puzzled by the lack of a notable change in his cultivation despite the increased density of spiritual energy. System, what is going on? Chapter 10, The Water Demon Lu Yao. To return to the host, this reason must be traced back to the origin of the Lu Mountain realm, according to legend. The system elucidated that this classification of realms is not unique to the demon race, but was established by humanity hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, within the human territories, there existed a remarkable mountain known as Tianjua Mountain, steep and perilous to ascend. The first individual to conquer this mountain erected a tower upon it, aptly named Lu Mountain, signifying that the tower surpasses the mountain in height. Furthermore, only those who attain the second realm of cultivation are capable of ascending this mountain, leading to the term Lu Mountain being adopted as a reference for the second realm of cultivation, corresponding to the present-day second-tier martial artist. The most salient change is the enhancement of one's physical constitution. Thus, if the third-tier martial artist corresponds to the Guanhai Realm, does that imply an enhancement in vision? To return to the host, the primary enhancement is indeed vision. However, The breakthrough of realms entails an elevation in both physical and mental capacities. Upon hearing this, Subai glanced at his mental attributes, which had increased from the previous 50 to 80 in less than a day's time. He had consecutively broken through 2 realms, experiencing a qualitative transformation in his constitution, with improvements manifesting in various aspects. Everything was progressing favorably, yet Subai felt a tinge of helplessness. He had not sensed any of the cultivation derived from his innate blood explosion ability, had it not been for the awakening of the system. He feared that he would not have even breached the Ling Chuan realm solely based on his innate talent. Perhaps he would have been torn to shreds by the initial winged dragon. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Subai's train of thought. Hello, Subai. I am Lu Yaoshui, the vice captain of the Luocha team. Subai opened the door, and upon seeing him, the woman outside momentarily appeared dazed, but within moments, her eyes were filled with profound astonishment. You have already reached the 2nd-tier martial artist, the Lu Mountain realm. Shui had just perused Subai's information, which indicated that he had not even reached the 1st-tier martial artist, Ling Chuan realm. She had also gathered information from the 8th Academy and learned that Subai was solidly grounded and diligent, previously a proud representative of the Academy. Yet, his awakened talent was lacking, merely the lowest E-grade blood explosion. This situation persisted until the allocation of guarding zones. However, during the demon race's assault, Subai displayed cultivation at the Ling Chuan realm. Given his foundation, breaking through this realm was entirely reasonable. Yet, Shui was astonished that he had just breached the Ling Chuan realm and, shortly thereafter, ascended to the Lu Mountain realm. Achieving 2 realm breakthroughs within a single day, or rather, in less than half a day, was an exceedingly rare occurrence in the entirety of Longhua. Aside from descendants of ancient martial families, Shui had never heard of an ordinary person achieving such feats. Yet, here stood Subai before her, compelling her to believe. But could such a rapid rate of cultivation truly be the result of an E-grade talent blood explosion? Subai, you wouldn't have awakened another talent, would you? Perhaps you are one of the rare dual talent possessors? Shui pondered, arriving at this singular possibility. Although dual talents are scarce, they are not entirely non-existent. Her captain is one such example. Dual talents? Subai did not possess dual talents. However, Shui's words sparked an idea in him. An E-grade blood explosion is indeed limited, capable only of absorbing cultivation. Yet, if it were to ascend to S-grade, SS grade, or even SSS grade, could it possibly absorb talents as well? This fellow refuses to admit it. It seems my speculation is not far from the truth. This individual is indeed a dual talent bearer. Observing Subai's silence, Shui grew more resolute in her judgment. Captain, this time, I was right to come here. I am here to extend an invitation for you to join our demon hunting team. The demon hunting team operates on a self-initiated grouping model. Even if you choose to operate solo, it will not affect your participation. Here is a brief introduction to our team. You may review it without rushing to respond. You have a month before your team embarks on a mission to hunt demons. Just provide me with a response during this period. Shui handed Subai a small booklet. After pondering for a moment, Subai accepted it. By the way, which team does Jinghai belong to? Jinghai? Shui instinctively glanced at the merit ring on Subai's finger. Jinghai is a member of the Yuming team, led by the formidable Tang Zhun, who is at the Yufeng realm, a 4th-tier martial artist. This individual is not to be underestimated. Chang'an has always regarded him as a foregone conclusion, so you must exercise caution. However, our Luocha team does not fear him. Shui winked. Let me enlighten you further. Upon reaching the Yufeng realm, talents can be used as codenames, such as Tang Zhun, whose talent is A-grade Earth Master. A-grade? A university graduate from a military academy? Subai expressed his reluctance to converse further. As for me, I am also a university student. Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, and in the next moment, transformed into a streak of green light, soaring into the night sky. Be cautious, Junior, while Tang Zhun doesn't dare to act against you at Tianmen Pass. The upcoming mission in a month will be a different story. Shui's voice echoed back. Subai remained silent, expressionless as he closed the door. Leaning against the freshly changed bedding, he retrieved the small booklet that Shui had given him. The cover of the booklet was simple, adorned solely with the words Luocha team, yet embellished with numerous pink patterns, exuding a youthful charm. Upon opening the first page, he found an introduction to the captain of the Luocha team. There were no images, nor any embellishments, merely a few succinct lines. Position, Captain. Name, Nenyao. Cultivation, Peak Yufeng Realm, 4th-tier martial artist. Talent, A-grade sword enthusiast, B-grade divine archer. A dual talent bearer, and still stationed in the eastern border war zone? What is her intention in coming here to hunt demons? Subai found himself perplexed, yet he understood why Shui claimed their team did not fear Tang Zhun's team. As a dual talent bearer coupled with Peak Yufeng Realm cultivation, Nan Yao's combat prowess far exceeded that of her peers. If she possessed ample combat experience, she might even engage in battles beyond her tier. An existence that is invincible among equals would certainly not fear fellow practitioners of the same level. Subai continued to flip through the booklet. The next page was an introduction to Shui Shui. Compared to Nan Yao's plain presentation, Shui Shui's was much more adorned, complete with a large photo. Her cultivation was at the early stage of the Yufeng realm, and her talent was A-grade, known as Lu Yao. The subsequent 2 team members were at the Guanhai Realm, but all were women. From Shui Shui's remarks, it was clear that in a month's time, they would have to undertake an external mission. Although it might be perilous, it also represented an opportunity to earn attribute points. Subai closed the booklet, tapping the merit ring on Chang'an's finger, revealing the number 234. The merit point calculation method here is akin to the system's attribute points. However, with only 234 merit points, Subai decided to earn more to exchange for a sword technique at the logistics department. Sword techniques are a category of martial skills, matching the levels of weapons and talents. What Subai had practiced at school were all mediocre, common-level martial techniques. They possessed some lethality, yet were insufficient against demons. After all, only high-level martial techniques could truly leverage the advantages of one's cultivation. What follows? Chapter 11. The 3 Swords of Fuyo. The spacious and brightly lit guard room was adorned with a cloud-shaped lamp and decorated with various pink patterns. Inside the room, 3 women sat gathered around a wooden table, where several photographs lay scattered before them. Without exception, each one featured Subai. At that moment, Nan Yao occupied the seat of honor, gazing at the door as Shui Shui entered. Shui Shui remained silent, merely shaking her head with a hint of regret. Did it not work out? What a pity, to miss the chance to attract such a handsome fellow. She sighed. Is it possible that you were not clear enough? Shui Shui, should I give it a try? The 2 girls beside her exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared disappointment. Alas, the esteemed Su is simply too aloof. I couldn't draw him in. Shui Shui sighed again as she approached her seat, taking a sip from her Hello Kitty water bottle. Her demeanor was one of dejection, nearly wearing her melancholy on her sleeve. I'll give it a shot. I can see him too. I'm older than Shui Shui. At that moment, the 2 girls stood up, ready to leave, but were halted by Nan Yao's sharp rap on the table. She regarded Shui Shui with a cool gaze, stating, "No beating around the bush." "Oh," Shui Shui replied, her eyes darting. "He has already reached the level of the mountain." "What? That is impossible. He just broke through to the Spirit River realm last night. How could he ascend to the mountain realm so swiftly?" The 2 girls expressed disbelief. Nan Yao remained silent, simply watching Shui Shui, awaiting further elaboration. Shui Shui pinched her own cheek, dismissing her playful thoughts. Subai has indeed advanced to the mountain realm. Logically, someone with an E-grade talent should not progress so rapidly. Thus, I suspect he, like Sister Yao, possesses dual talents. What dual talents? One girl gasped in astonishment. Upon meeting Nan Yao's frosty gaze, she quickly closed her mouth, her chin raised. The other girl beside her wore a similarly shocked expression. Confirmed? Nan Yao inquired calmly. He hasn't admitted it outright, but I believe it's highly likely. Then it's settled. Nan Yao nodded thoughtfully. Shui Shui could not be certain, but she was convinced that Su Bai was indeed a dual talent, and his other talent was likely A-grade or higher, related to swords. Otherwise, how could he attract the longsword wielded by a sword enthusiast with A-grade talent? What was his attitude? He neither categorically rejected nor accepted. Nan Yao nodded. If he had agreed immediately, I would have looked down upon him. I provided him with a brochure for our team and granted him a month to consider. Additionally, he selected the Chang'an merit ring. Chang'an, Shui Shui mused. Nan Yao glanced at the merit ring in her hand, resembling a longsword. Her own merit ring was named Wanqiao. During that time, he also inquired about Jing Hai and the information regarding his team, the Underworld Squad, which I shared with him. I initially thought he would fear Tang Zhun, but he didn't even flinch, which surprised me and further convinced me that he is an arrogant dual talent. As Shui Shui spoke, the 2 girls beside her sparkled with excitement. A swordsman, handsome, and a genius, love it. I'm off to the restroom. Nan Yao dismissed the infatuated girls with a knock on the table, stating gravely, if he wishes to join, our Rakshasa squad will welcome him. If not, then so be it. Are we not going to make an effort? Shui Shui asked, taken aback. Oh my captain, a dual talent who has broken through 2 realms in a single day, and you are not the slightest bit moved? Nan Yao remained silent, drawing her sword and stepping out the door. Only a true prodigy could comprehend another prodigy. The captain belonged to that category and would naturally understand Su Bai's mindset. This time, it seemed our Rakshasa squad might face rejection for the first time. The girl beside them sighed. Should I go again later? In place. Shui Shui murmured to herself. Honestly, she yearned to recruit Su Bai into the Rakshasa squad. A dual talent, when fully developed, would be a formidable ally. Moreover, seeing that exceedingly handsome face every day would undoubtedly brighten her spirits. Forget it. Shui Shui glanced down at her toes, then at the girl across from her, gritting her teeth. Big bear you go? The following day, Xie Chongkong arrived in the Southern District 23. Upon discovering that Su Bai had ascended to the mountain realm, he was taken aback for several minutes. Once he regained his composure, he elucidated the purpose of his visit, which was to explain the tasks related to hunting demons that they would undertake in a month. He also brought along a more detailed demon race atlas than the notice he held. Not long after he departed, numerous demon hunting squads arrived to recruit Subai, all of which he declined. However, through them, Subai gleaned some intelligence, such as the rankings of all demon killing and hunting squads within the Tianmen Pass, as well as the rankings of individual combat strength within the pass. Clearly, there were many experts within the borders. Subai knocked twice on his ring, revealing the numbers 1043. This was not a merit point, but rather his current combat strength ranking, indicating that 1042 individuals surpassed him. However, this was merely an arrangement based on realm, and there might be slight discrepancies, yet it was not far off. Wow, Subai, I can't believe you've already broken through to the mountain realm. Impressive. At that moment, Yiru Ge's melodious voice rang in Subai's ears. I thought I would break through first, but I estimate I'll need another 2 or 3 days. Noticing Subai's silence, Yiru Ge continued to chatter to herself. Subai was taken aback by her words. What B-grade talent progresses so swiftly? Breaking through 2 levels in a matter of days? The sword you wielded last night was truly powerful and incredibly stylish. Teach me when you have the time. I can pay, merit points or snacks, whatever you prefer. Yiru Ge trailed off, her thoughts wandering further. Subai, growing impatient, severed her spiritual transmission. Bang, bang, bang. At 6 o'clock sharp, demon hunters, take your positions, defend the city. He opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Subai, Realm, Early Stage Mountain Realm 91500. Points available for allocation. Attribute points, 3,427. Physique, 240. Silver bone body. Points available for allocation. Physique will undergo a qualitative change upon reaching 500. Mentality, 91. Points available for allocation. Mentality will undergo a qualitative change upon reaching 100. Talent, Pure Sword Heart. E-grade Blood Explosion 100. Points available for allocation. Martial skill, C-grade Sword Technique Fuyo's 3 swords. Proficiency, perfect. No points available for allocation. Time flowed swiftly. A month passed. During this period, Subai focused solely on hunting demons and defending the city. He refrained from using his earned attribute points, instead spending 2,000 merit points to exchange for a sword technique. With the enhancement of his Pure Sword Heart, he swiftly elevated it to the highest level of proficiency, reaching perfection. A month has passed. My foundation is now solidly established. Tomorrow marks the time to accept tasks, and it is indeed time to enhance my strength. Chapter 12, The Sea Observation Realm. The system announced, cultivation increased by 409 points. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current cultivation level, Sea Observation Realm. Initial stage 05000. As the system's prompt faded, Subai ascended to the rank of a level 3 martial artist, entering the Sea Observation Realm. The most pronounced transformation at this level was his vision. He could now discern the minuscule particles of dust that permeated the air around him. He could even adjust the distance of his sight, magnifying or diminishing the objects before him several times. By exerting his vision to its utmost, he could partially extrapolate the trajectory of moving objects. Furthermore, his spiritual energy reserves, physique, and mental acuity had all experienced notable enhancement. With the astonishing clarity of the Sea Observation Realm, provided his comprehension was sufficient, he might even replicate the martial techniques exhibited by others. Ding. Detected host has entered the Sea Observation Realm. Mental acuity has increased. Current mental state, 103. Physique, 260. Ding. Mental attributes have reached 100, resulting in a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of an eidetic memory. Eidetic memory, as the name implies, whatever the host sees or hears will form a lasting memory. Physique attribute increased by 240. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current physique, 500. Ding. Physique attribute has reached 500, resulting in a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Golden Body. Golden Body, immune to damage from C-class weapons, including C-class. A radiance of golden light enveloped Subai. The process was as swift and seamless as ever. The light surged into his body, completing the enhancement. With a mere thought, a golden, semi-transparent shield materialized around his hand. This was one of the benefits of the Golden Body. Beyond mere passive defense, it could be manifested at will. Compared to the relatively rigid silver bone body, it exhibited a far more humanized quality. After 2 allocations, a total of 649 attribute points had been spent, leaving him with 2,778 attribute points remaining. Taking a deep breath, Subai turned his gaze toward the untouched E-class talent, Blood Explosion. System, allocate points to the Blood Explosion talent. Allocation complete. Ding. Allocation complete. Current Blood Explosion talent level, C-class 678-8000. C-class Blood Explosion can absorb 1/10,000th of the cultivation of the slain, with a certain critical hit rate. Current critical hit rate, 5. The next level, B-class Blood Explosion, can absorb 1,000th of the slain's cultivation, with a critical hit rate of 10. Although 1/10,000th appeared modest, with enough slain foes, combined with critical hits, it could trigger a qualitative change. Subai felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. System, refresh attribute panel. Ding, attribute panel refreshed. Host, Subai. Cultivation, see observation realm. Initial stage 0, 5000. Points available for allocation. Attribute points, 0. Physique, 500 golden body. Points available for allocation. Physique must reach 3000 to undergo a qualitative change. Mental, 103, eidetic memory. Points available for allocation. Mental must reach 500 to undergo a qualitative change. Talent, pure sword heart. C-class blood explosion 678, 8000. Points available for allocation. Martial technique. C-class sword technique Fuyo's 3 swords. Proficiency, exquisite. No points available for allocation. Tap, tap. Subai pressed twice on the merit ring, revealing the number 639. This indicated that, aside from himself, there were 638 other strong individuals above the sea observation realm in the eastern border war zone. His strength placed him at best in the middle tier. To solidify his position, he needed to grow stronger. Subai had not forgotten that the underworld hunting squad had been keeping a watchful eye on him. Bang, bang, bang. At 6 o'clock sharp, the demon slayers assembled, guarding the city. The familiar melody echoed. Subai drew his long sword and ascended the city wall. The sky was full of a bright moon, and the earth was frosted. A fierce wind arose, swirling dust everywhere. It was a night of calm, with a mission to exterminate demons at dawn. What? Subai accepted that mission? Indeed. Logistics Department. Task Release Office. When Xie Chongkong received Yi Ruge's affirmative response, he was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the exceptionally composed Subai would take on that mission. Not just him. Shui beside him wore a similarly bewildered expression. She had arrived early, hoping for a response from Subai, only to realize she was one step behind. Even more surprisingly, Subai had accepted that mission and left. It should be noted that in nearly a decade, aside from the southern demon who completed it, all others who attempted this mission had perished. Among them were many once prominent prodigies. Moreover, when the southern demon undertook this mission, her cultivation had already reached the late stage of the sea observation realm. Coupled with her dual talents, she could unleash powers comparable to those of a wind sovereign. This was the foundation upon which the southern demon felt confident in accepting the demon slayer task. She could not fathom where Subai, barely at the Mount Tower realm, found the courage to undertake such a perilous mission. A mere novice daring to accept that task was tantamount to courting death. Alas, after finally spotting a handsome companion, she feared she would never see him again. Slaying 10,000 demons, just the thought made one chuckle at the absurdity. Did he truly believe he was of the same caliber as the southern demon? Many elders nearby, upon hearing this news, voiced their opinions. Most believed that Subai's acceptance of the mission meant certain death. Taking on such a task was a fool's errand. Had they known earlier, they would have refrained from sending Jinghai into action. Within the dimly lit command room devoid of any glimmer, 2 crimson eyes suddenly ignited, casting a sanguine hue throughout the vast chamber. The silhouette of a young man clad in dark crimson appeared. Should anyone be present, they would surely recognize him as the illustrious captain of the underworld squad, Tang Jun, the earth of thick soil. Captain, we have just received word that Subai has accepted the Demon Slayer mission and departed. Shall we proceed with our recruitment plan? The pristine, radiant command room was suffused with an atmosphere of holy purity. At this moment, 4 individuals sat around a flawless white stone table. The one speaking was a young woman seated at the back. No need for that. A prodigy like the southern demon, with her late-stage sea observation realm cultivation, could only barely complete this task, returning in a state of near death. He is merely a minor Mount Tower realm cultivator, even with dual talents. He is likely to meet his demise. The man seated at the forefront spoke with a calm demeanor. No one dared to contradict him, for he was the captain of the Heavenly Path Squad, Yang Tian, the Hurricane. Furthermore, none among them believed Subai would return alive after completing the mission. Captain, what shall we do? Should we assist him? On the city wall, Shui sighed heavily, her expression more grave than ever. Having finally found a teammate who satisfied the entire squad, she truly did not wish to give up. Activate the contingency plan, recruit new members. Yi Ruge pondered for a moment. Are we really going to abandon him? South Demon, facing away from Shui, inquired. If we lend him a hand, there is still a chance to accomplish this mission. Shui pleaded earnestly. This is a command. Nan Yao turned around, her countenance frosty and her tone unequivocal. However, just as Shui attempted to articulate further, Nan Yao pivoted and departed without a second glance. No one noticed the tremor in her hand that clutched the longsword, quaking violently at that moment. In her eyes, an exceedingly rare glimmer of fear surfaced. That task was simply insurmountable for any mere mortal. Had it not been for fortuitous circumstances, I too would have met my demise. Chapter 13, Slaughtering the Demons. Traversing the desolate expanse, where ancient trees towered majestically, Subai swiftly arrived at a demon encampment. There were no formalities. He drew his sword and struck. 10 minutes later, Subai dispatched the last of the demons within the camp. Ding. Host has slain 232 demons, earning 412 attribute points. Ta-ta-ta, he pressed the merit ring thrice. And soon a series of numbers materialized, 23210000275H. This indicated Su-Bai's progress in the mission to slay 10,000 demons, with the latter figure denoting the remaining time. The 20 demons of the Lingchuan realm he had felled could only be counted as one. He murmured softly and continued deeper into demon territory. Before long, another demon camp came into view. Utilizing the formidable eyesight of the Guanhai Realm, he discerned there were approximately several hundred demons within. Moreover, the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy were considerable, clearly indicating that many demons were of the Lingchuan realm or higher. Nevertheless, such beings were still beneath his notice. With a cold glint in his eyes, Su-Bai, wielding his bloodied sword, approached the encampment with deliberate steps. His murderous intent unabashedly manifest. Enemy attack. A human's presence. Kill. Upon sensing his aura, the demons surged forth. Their massive forms thundered against the ground, shaking the very earth. A display of formidable might. Yet when they beheld that their adversary was merely a frail human, disdainful smirks broke out amongst them. However, it was not long before they realized this human was akin to a deity of slaughter, a beast in human form. He radiated a golden light, absorbing their blows with ease, and any who dared to obstruct him met with swift death. In mere moments, the previously aggressive demons began to retreat in disarray. They were thoroughly terrorized by this human. Flee, and report to our master. This individual is too powerful. Retreat. Go. The demons, unwilling to suffer further losses, scattered at the command. Observing this, Su-Bai's eyes turned icy. He moved swiftly, and in an instant, had slain the majority of the remaining demons. Yet, given the demons' scattered retreat and the aerial advantage of the winged dragons, a few managed to escape. With his sword plunged into the ground, the winds surged. The vast demon encampment lay strewn with their remnants. Su-Bai closed his eyes in concentration, as streams of crimson energy surged from the surrounding demon corpses into his body. This was the cultivation bestowed by his C-grade talent, blood explosion absorption. Minutes passed, and the phenomenon ceased. Su-Bai opened his eyes, clenching his fist, and a torrent of violent spiritual energy erupted forth. His cultivation had slightly increased, though modest. It was the first time he had truly felt the power of his talent. Ding. Host has slain 352 demons, earning 802 attribute points. The system's notification resonated. Su-Bai's gaze flickered. Within less than half a day, he had amassed over 1,200 attribute points, a considerable haul. Had he been stationed on the city walls, it would have taken him nearly 10 days to accumulate such a number. Indeed, hunting demons proved to be the swifter path. Shaking off his thoughts, Su-Bai hefted his longsword and began to traverse to the left flank of the demon camp. According to Xie Chongkong, demons adhered to a strict hierarchy, with camps of similar levels generally laid out horizontally. Currently, he was still on the periphery of demon territory. Venturing further inward would lead to encounters with demons of the Lushan realm, Guanhai Realm, and even those above the Guanhai Realm. Although higher-ranking demons yielded greater attribute point rewards, one had to possess the means to survive such encounters. Su-Bai was not naive enough to believe that, with merely his Guanhai Realm cultivation, he could traverse demon territory unscathed. Moreover, the demons that had fled earlier would undoubtedly attract the attention of more powerful beings. He had to remain vigilant. Camps of this caliber were the optimal choice for slaughtering demons and accruing attribute points. Report to the king. A human has slaughtered our demon encampment. What? The humanoid demon seated upon a tiger skin chair slammed the table, shaking the entire tent. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? A feeble human dares to invade my demon encampment? Why yes, my lord, it is true. The trembling fox demon prostrated, crushing a recording stone. Soon, an image unfurled. Upon witnessing the figure bathed in golden light, withstanding the onslaught of the demons, and cutting down all in his path, a collective gasp echoed throughout the massive demon camp. Brutal. So brutally strong. For the first time, the demons felt fear in the presence of a human. Such a powerful physique. Yet still lacking compared to my Lanyo clan. I, Lei Tian, shall confront him. The humanoid demon, Lei Tian, exhibited a glint of greed in his eyes. Among humans, he had never encountered one with such formidable strength. Through the keen observation afforded by his Guanhai Realm vision, he deduced that the golden aura enveloping the human was not merely surface level, but rather a protective shield surrounding his body. While humans may be weak, their craftsmanship was unparalleled. Thus, he concluded that this golden aura must be a magical artifact. If he could seize it, his strength would undoubtedly see a tremendous boost. Do not send anyone to follow. I, Lei Tian, alone am sufficient to vanquish him here. With that, Lei Tian transformed into a blur and vanished from the encampment. Yet moments later, he reappeared. What realm does that human belong to? From my observations, his strength is comparable to yours, my lord. He is also in the Guanhai Realm. Humph. What is a human's Guanhai Realm worth? If I do not return within a day, let my brother take vengeance on him. Lei Tian scoffed dismissively before turning to disappear into the tent. The demons within exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Did not our king say that a human in the Guanhai Realm is insignificant? Why the need for vengeance? I believe the king desires to impress his brother. Hence the remark. Mentioning his brother is a ruse to demonstrate his achievements. Should we still call him brother? Indeed, but let us wait a day, giving our king ample time to ravage this human. Meanwhile, Subai continued his horizontal assault, having already obliterated 3 demon encampments, earning a total of 2,132 attribute points. Empowered by the C-grade talent Blood Explosion, his cultivation had also transcended the mid-stage of the Guanhai Realm. Furthermore, he discovered a subtle yet extraordinary aspect of Blood Explosion. It not only absorbed cultivation, but also infused a portion of spiritual energy back into him. Though modest, it effectively replenished some of his spiritual energy reserves. He slaughtered an entire encampment, expending approximately 80% of his internal spiritual energy. However, with the enhancement of Blood Explosion, he managed to retain an additional 50%. While this figure may seem modest, once Blood Explosion is upgraded, granting him an abundance of spiritual power, he could engage in relentless battles without fear of depleting his energy. Contemplating this, Subai felt an even greater motivation to earn attribute points. After a brief respite to restore his strength, Subai made his way to the next demon tribe encampment. Yet, before he could draw near, a humanoid figure emerged, crowned with 2 horns and draped in dark fur. I am Lei Tian, of the Thunderbolt tribe, renowned for our formidable physique. I am aware that your human race possesses considerable strength, but are you bold enough to compete with my Thunderbolt tribe? Chapter 14. Instant Kill. Lei Tian stood proudly, unabashedly displaying his cultivation at the C observation level. Influenced by his imposing aura, numerous demons emerged from their encampment, surrounding him in a fervent display of support, chanting praises. Can the feeble humans dare to compare with our great king? Our king is invincible. Our king possesses unparalleled might. Subai calmly glanced at Lei Tian and nodded in acknowledgement amidst the disdainful gazes of the demon tribe. How audacious of you to accept my challenge. You are commendable. Human, exhibiting more spirit than any I've encountered before. The regulations indicated that the hierarchy among the demon tribes was strictly enforced, with the C observation level corresponding to the king level demons. Above the C observation level, the corresponding demon ranks are Emperor level, Earth Emperor level, Heaven Emperor level, Sovereign level, Earth Sovereign level, and Heaven Sovereign level. King level demons have the authority to govern 10 demon encampments. Emperor level demons can oversee 10 king level demons, and so forth, culminating in the highest rank, Heaven Sovereign level, which can command 10 Earth Sovereign level demons. Lei Tian's presence here indicated that the several demon encampments Subai had decimated fell under his jurisdiction. Human, since you dare to compete, we shall adhere to the traditions of my Thunderbolt tribe. We are famed for refining our bodies with golden stones. These 2 stones in my possession are C observation level refining stones. With a sinister grin, Lei Tian produced 2 radiant golden stones and cast them to the ground. As the golden light flickered, 2 3-meter-wide golden shields materialized. Within these, the essence of gold resides. We shall see who can endure within for the longest. The first to emerge shall be declared the loser. What say you? Subai nodded in agreement. A flicker of cold amusement crossed Lei Tian's eyes at this response. Foolish human, these refining stones have already been refined by me, allowing me to control the intensity of the gold essence within. Competing with me is akin to seeking your own demise. You cannot win. Once I have rendered you incapacitated, I shall easily claim your treasure. 3 breaths then. You humans do not speak of this, so we shall enter together after 3 seconds. Subai nodded once more. 3, 2, 1. With a whoosh, both the human and the demon entered the golden shield simultaneously. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Upon entering, dense streams of gold essence surged forth, relentlessly bombarding Subai. His golden body gradually dimmed under the onslaught. In stark contrast, within the other golden shield, only a few wisps of gold essence swirled. The time was nearly up. Approximately 15 minutes later, Subai emerged from the golden shield, expressionless, sword in hand. Haha, the feeble human has lost. Our great king is invincible. Our king is truly formidable. I told you this wretched human could never match our great king. My king, please accept my submission. Are you not of the Wyvern tribe? Where then is your submission? As the surrounding demons witnessed this, scornful expressions adorned their faces, and taunts echoed incessantly. Subai remained silent, calmly observing the golden shield where Lei Tian resided. Human, you have lost. Lei Tian's arrogant roar resonated from within the golden shield. He then tore through the shield and emerged. However, at that very moment, 3 10-meter-long sword beams descended upon him with deadly precision. Ugh! Lei Tian's expression froze at that instant. He could not comprehend why this human had suddenly turned hostile. At that moment, a line of blood traced down the center of Lei Tian's massive head. Following this, blood erupted forth, cleaving his nearly 2-meter-tall form in twain, ensuring his demise. Human, you lack honor. Our king wagered with you, yet you resort to a sneak attack? A demon of the Spirit River level exclaimed in fury. What honor can be expected from your kind? Utterly laughable, Subai retorted with a cold sneer, his golden aura enveloping him as he embarked on a demon-slaying spree. 20 minutes later, he raised and lowered his sword, dispatching the last of the demons. Given the concentration of the demons this time, not a single one escaped. However, Su by now appeared somewhat disheveled, his golden light dimmed, complexion pale, and his body drenched in blood. Had it not been for the sword stabilizing him, he might have collapsed at any moment. In dealing with Lei Tian, he had directly unleashed the singular sword technique he had mastered, Fuyo's 3 swords. The first sword doubled his strength, the second quadrupled it, and the third unleashed 6-fold power. The 6-fold strength that surged forth not only obliterated Lei Tian, but also left Su Bai on the brink of energy depletion. Were it not for the activation of Blood Explosion, drawing a portion of spiritual energy from Lei Tian, he might not have endured until the last demon fell. At this moment, the spiritual energy from the surrounding demons surged toward him like a tide. Su Bai exhaled a breath of turbid air, sitting cross-legged atop the mountain of demon corpses to recuperate. Our team's mission is to eliminate the leader of this demon encampment. Do you understand? Behind the ancient woods, a group sat together, unfurling a map to strategize. It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying. We must flee. We must flee. At that moment, a panicked voice rang out. Shortly after, a figure, pallid and distraught, stumbled towards them. What happened? There's no time to explain. We must go, or we'll lose our lives. The newcomer shrieked, frantically fleeing toward the direction of Tianmen Pass. The others, infected by his panic, hurriedly followed, not even pausing to grab the map. Once they reached the edge of the desert, the earlier figure collapsed onto the ground. What happened, Su Wei? What did you see while scouting that left you so terrified? I lost a shoe while running. Speak clearly. Under the urging of several individuals, Su Wei, still pale, produced a camera. You all take a look. One person took the camera, which contained a recording, and curiously pressed play. As a few gathered around, within 3 seconds, expressions of terror appeared on each face. What is it? Let me see. You're blocking my view. An individual who had not been able to see from the back pushed past others to glimpse the camera. On the screen was a dim, sunless ancient forest. Suddenly, a cold moon emerged, casting a chilling light that illuminated a sea of blood, akin to a blood pool within the demon encampment. In the center of this blood pool lay a mountain of demon corpses. At that moment, a blood-soaked humanoid figure was seated atop the demon remains. Countless eerie streams of blood flowed from the corpses, as if in sacrificial offering, surging towards him. After a moment, the blood-soaked humanoid slowly rose. He spread his arms wide, turning his back to the endless abyss of night, as if embracing a baptism of blood, or perhaps summoning the countless souls of the departed. The scene was both eerie and sacred, invoking a desire to worship. Click. The tableau froze at this moment. The crowd fell into a profound silence, speechless and ensnared in a deep stillness. Yet within their hearts, a tempest raged, tumultuous and unquenchable. Is this truly a human? After a considerable time, someone finally shattered the silence. It cannot be. The demon race evolves towards a humanoid form from the observing sea realm. This must be a cruel and powerful demon. Someone elucidated. Yet, I felt this was human. And a sense of familiarity washed over me. So do I, Ding. Host has slain 356 demons, earning 553 attribute points. Chapter 15, The Wind Sovereign Realm. A day later, Su Bai had slaughtered the 13th demon encampment, surpassing the 4,000 mark in his mission progress. System, open the personal attribute panel. Host, Su Bai. Cultivation, mid-observing sea realm 30205000. Points available for allocation. Attribute points, 4,532. Physique, 548, golden body. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 3,000. Spirit, 112, photographic memory. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs when spirit reaches 500. Talent, pure sword heart, class C blood explosion 678, 8000. Points available for allocation. Martial skill, class C sword technique, 3 swords of rising wind, proficiency, supreme. Points not available for allocation. Cultivation increased by 1980 points. Ding. Allocation complete. Current cultivation level, early wind sovereign realm 010000. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Su Bai broke through to the 4th level of martial artist, entering the wind sovereign realm. At this level, he could ride the wind and engage in aerial combat. Su Bai adapted to the change in cultivation, instructing the system to conceal his aura. Externally, he still appeared as an early observing sea realm practitioner. System. Why has the required attribute points suddenly skyrocketed to 100,000? Su Bai felt a twinge of frustration. 100,000 attribute points meant he would need to slay 100,000 ordinary demons, or 10,000 Spirit River Realm demons, or 2,000 Lofty Mountain Realm demons, or 1,000 Observing Sea Realm demons. Returning to the host, the realm prior to Wine Sovereign is classified as the conventional martial artist realm. Upon entering the Divine Perception realm, one transitions into the extraordinary martial artist realm. For instance, in the Divine Perception realm, The host must comprehend an intent in order to break through, a process that is exceedingly protracted. Intent. Can sword intent suffice? Affirmative. However, sword intent is intrinsically linked to the sword. Should the host wish to comprehend sword intent, two conditions must be met. First, the host needs to possess a high-grade sword imbued with sword intent. Second, the host must personally witness someone wielding sword intent and derive their own. So you mean, if neither of those conditions are fulfilled, I must simply accumulate 100,000 attribute points, correct? Subai did not believe he would acquire a high-grade sword imbued with intent in the near future. He also did not think that the great sword cultivator would casually demonstrate intent for him. Correct. Then I shall toil away. Subai reined in his thoughts and continued towards the next demon encampment. Just a few steps in, he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest and hastily leaped aside. In an instant, a silver spear, radiating with the light of thunder, zipped past his hair. Immediately following, a figure sprang from the nearby thicket. Seizing the spear and charging towards him, the assailant moved with the fluidity of water, as if having rehearsed this maneuver countless times. It's you, Guanhai? This individual was none other than Guanhai, a member of the Netherworld squad. However, the Guanhai of now was no longer at the lofty mountain realm, but a genuine powerhouse of the observing sea realm. Subai, you've taken what my captain regarded as his own. Prepare to die. Guanhai had been searching the periphery of the demon territory for Subai's whereabouts these past few days. To his surprise, after several rounds of searching without success, he decided to take a chance and delve deeper. Indeed, fortune favored the diligent. As he ventured slightly further, he discovered Subai's trail. What shocked him was that Subai's cultivation had also, astonishingly, broken through to the observing sea realm. Such dazzling talent filled him with dread. To eliminate any future threats, he decisively attacked, intending to kill Subai on the spot. Yet unexpectedly, Subai evaded his meticulously rehearsed killing blow. It is worth noting that this strike was not executed with an ordinary Class C weapon, but with the B-Class spirit weapon, the Thunder Spear, lent to him by his captain. However, after a brief moment of surprise, his seasoned combat experience quickly took over as he grasped the Thunder Spear and charged at Subai. Crack! The violent thunder erupted, crashing against Subai's form, dimming the protective shield conjured by his golden body. Subai staggered back a few steps. Subai, meet your end. Sensing his fear, Guanhai snarled, intensifying his assault. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging hundreds of blows in quick succession. To Guanhai's astonishment, although Subai struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating again and again, he showed no signs of fatigue. In contrast, he himself had already depleted a significant portion of his spirit energy. After exchanging another few hundred blows, Subai continued to retreat, yet in that moment, Guanhai seemed to realize something, his expression darkening considerably. Subai, are you treating me as a sparring partner? Since you figured it out, it's time for you to depart this world. With those words, Subai before Guanhai suddenly transformed into a streak of white light, rapidly closing the distance with such speed that even a practitioner of the observing sea realm could not discern it. The Wind Sovereign Realm, how has it progressed so swiftly? There is nothing impossible about it. Subai's form became clear as he appeared right in front of Guanhai. Just as Guanhai raised his spear to retaliate, he suddenly found his vision widening. In that moment he fell, realizing that Subai had cleaved him in two with a single sword strike. The slayer is forever pursued by the slain. Subai wiped away the surrounding bloodstains before retrieving the Thunder Spear, impaling Guanhai's corpse and making his way to the next demon encampment. It wasn't until the demons had devoured Guanhai's body clean, leaving not a single bone fragment, that he commenced his slaughter. Ding! Host has slain 323 demons, earning 380 attribute points. With the strength of the Wind Sovereign Realm, the battle was effortlessly concluded in under 3 minutes. The demon encampment before him was now trivial compared to Subai's capabilities. Armed with the Thunder Spear and a metallic longsword, he ventured further inside. What? My royal brother Lei Tian has encountered a mishap? Indeed, your majesty. The soul token of King Lei Tian has shattered. Within the ostentatious tent, Lei Xian abruptly shoved aside the fox demon cradled in his arms, rising to his feet. Upon receiving the familiar aura of the shattered soul token, he immediately erupted in a fit of rage. Your majesty, this is a recording from that human. A demon played back the footage, revealing Subai bathed in golden light, wielding his sword in the extermination of demons. As Lei Xian beheld this scene, his expression shifted dramatically and unmasked greed flickered in his eyes. What did my royal brother say before he left? The king mentioned that this human physique is commendable, but he must prove that the Lei Niu clan possesses the strongest body. Is that so? Lei Xian fell into a deep reverie. He was acutely aware of his brother's disposition. Surely, he must have sought a contest of strength with another, and having been bested, met his demise at the hands of this individual. This implies that the protective artifact possessed by this person surpassed even his brother's unparalleled physique in the sea observation realm. Could it be that this artifact rivals the formidable physical prowess of the Thunderbolt clan in the Wind Sovereign Realm? Upon contemplating this, Lei Xian felt an oppressive weight settle upon his breath. Stay vigilant here, while I venture forth to avenge my brother by slaying this wretched human. My lord, you must return, cried the fox demon, writhing upon the ground. Silence your insolent tongue. How could I possibly not return, should anything befall me? The demon assassination squad will undoubtedly eliminate him on the spot. Does he dare to move against me? Preposterous. I shall be back momentarily. With that, Lei Xian transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the encampment. Perhaps we should first alert the demon assassination squad, suggested one of the demons who had come to deliver the message. Do you doubt the demon emperor? No. It is merely that I recalled Lord Lei Tian saying something similar last time, and then dare to curse the Lord, drag him out, and behead him. Meanwhile, two figures arrived at a certain demon encampment. Is this the work of Su Bai? Chapter 16, The Demon Assassination Squad. The woman wielding a long spear clenched the snack bag in her hand upon witnessing the scene before her. The demons were all marked with sword wounds, and Su Bai's tracking signal had indeed appeared here. Therefore, he must be the one responsible. Xiechong Kong gazed at the locator in his hand, disbelief washing over him. He had come with Yi Gu, intending to bring Su Bai back, only to discover that Su Bai had already unleashed a massacre here. This demon encampment harbored at least 350 demons. If this force were to unite, even those in the late stages of the sea observation realm would find it insurmountable. Yet, Su Bai, in the lofty mountain realm, had managed to slaughter them with such overwhelming might. In just over a month, had he truly grown to such an extent? Xiechong Kong recalled the boy who, despite entering two abysses, could still sleep without a care, and juxtaposed that memory with the current scene. Feeling as if he were caught in a surreal time warp. Could it be that he truly was a miracle? Xiechong Kong murmured to himself. He was unsure. But amidst the shock of all the newcomers, he remained calm and inquired, as if he were beginning to grasp the sensation. Is Su Bai already this powerful? Upon hearing this, Yi Gu silently set down the snack she had brought to her lips. He has grown stronger. I must also become stronger. In the next instant, a formidable aura began to emanate from Yi Gu. Yuve broken through to the sea observation realm. Yi Gu? Xiechong Kong, sensing the unique aura of a level 3 warrior, was left utterly speechless. In just over a month, she had broken through 3 realms. Was she even human? Was this truly a B-level talent? After a long pause, Xiechong Kong sighed, his gaze clouded with bitterness. It felt disheartening that someone could surpass him in just a month after he had traveled for over a decade. It sounded absurd, yet it was an undeniable truth. Perhaps, this was the essence of genius. Xiechong Kong sought to comfort himself with this thought. As he lowered his gaze to the locator in his hand, he suddenly spotted a demon concealed within a black cloak on the screen, and his complexion turned pale. Yi Gu run. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yi Gu had already launched a short blade infused with black mist, sending it flying. I can defeat him, Yi Gu declared as she pursued. Do not engage. That is the demon assassination squad. The lowest among them is at the late stages of the sea observation realm, and they operate in groups. The former prodigies fell short of their tasks precisely because of their presence. Hurry, if we don't leave now, it will be too late, Xiechong Kong bellowed. What about Su Bai? Su Bai's signal has already returned to the Heavenly Gate Pass. Come with me quickly, or you want to even get to see him. Let us go. Yi Gu's expression relaxed as she followed Xiechong Kong, swiftly retreating. Along the way, Xiechong Kong glanced back at their previous position, which was now swarming with members of the demon assassination squad. Observing this, he crushed the locator in his hand. Yi Gu, I'm sorry. I deceived you. Su Bai is actually still inside. But the human race has already lost this genius. We cannot afford to lose you, this prodigy. They are not the target. The target's aura lies ahead. Pursue. In an instant, numerous members of the demon assassination squad vanished into the darkness, their whereabouts obscured. At that moment, Su Bai had discovered a new demon encampment, one far larger than any he had previously decimated. Judging by the comings and goings of the demons, there were at least around 800 present. Moreover, the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy surged, with the majority being of considerable cultivation. Most were in the Spirit River Realm and Lofty Mountain Realm, with only 3 at the Sea Observation Realm. Given the strength of this demon encampment, even Su Bai could not guarantee that none would escape if he were to launch a direct assault. He needed to eliminate those 3 Sea Observation Realm demons first to have a chance. Su Bai refrained from acting recklessly and observed for a while. Once the opportunity presented itself, he swiftly dispatched a solitary demon of the Lofty Mountain Realm with a thunderous strike, then concealed his aura in the demon's blood, transforming his appearance to blend in. Great-grandfather, will you be attacking the city tonight? Great-grandfather, do my scales look splendid? Good evening, great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. The king requests your presence in the tent. He has matters to discuss. This particular demon seemed to hold a high rank. As many demons greeted Su Bai as he passed. Having watched this demon for some time, he mimicked the individual's behavior and mannerisms with simplicity. As a result, Su Bai was hailed as great-grandfather and infiltrated the largest tent within the encampment. Upon entering, a massive wolf demon of the Sea Observation Realm immediately rose to greet him. Great-grandfather, you have finally arrived. Quickly, today I have been assigned to lead the attack on the southern 15th district. You must devise a strategy. Southern 15th District? Subai placed his hands behind his back, feigning profundity as he approached the sand table. The large wolf demon, upon seeing this, eagerly followed. Yet, Subai circled the sand table without uttering a word. Great-grandfather, please speak. We are about to launch the attack. The large wolf demon urged anxiously. At this, Subai cast him a sidelong glance and slammed his hands down onto the sand table with a resounding thud. The large wolf demon jumped in fright. Great-grandfather, what is wrong? Did I fail to meet your expectations? Speak freely. Whatever you require, I shall endeavor to fulfill. Subai sneered coldly and seized a rough chess piece, smashing it down onto the ground. Attack? Strategy? Is this something for a mere demon to decide? Gather all the Sea Observation Realm demons here at once. Yes. I will see to it immediately. The large wolf demon scratched his head as he hurriedly exited. He could not comprehend the eccentric behavior of his great-grandfather, who had just summoned someone only to call him back again. However, he did not dwell on it for long and swiftly summoned the remaining 2 ocean-viewing realm demon kings into the tent. Great-grandfather, you called for us? But great-grandfather, did you not already instruct us to lead the vanguard? Why the sudden call? Is there a last-minute arrangement? Why are you still standing there? Come here. Subai snorted coldly. The 3 ocean-viewing realm demon kings exchanged awkward smiles as they approached him. Just as they drew near, 3 razor-sharp sword lights suddenly flashed, killing them on the spot. Until their last moments, the 3 demon kings could not fathom why their highly respected great-grandfather would suddenly strike them down. Ding. Host has slain 3 ocean-viewing realm demon creatures, earning 300 attribute points. Your Majesty, what is happening inside? I hear commotion. Nothing to worry about. We are discussing strategy. Additionally, gather all the demon tribes and prepare for the siege. Subai replied in a deep voice. Yes, great-grandfather. The demon tribes outside received their orders and withdrew. By the time Subai emerged, all the demons had already assembled. A total of 800 demons gathered, a dark mass moving like a surging fog, exuding an imposing presence. Great-grandfather. Chapter 17, A-Class Talent Blood Devour. The assembly of demon tribes echoed a thunderous roar, startling countless birds from the trees. Excellent. Subai nodded in satisfaction. All demons, heed my command. Target, human race's heavenly gate. Advance at full speed. Great-grandfather, what about the 3 kings? A demon inquired, puzzled. The 3 demon kings have already set out 30 miles ahead of you to scout the enemy. I will accompany all of you as we depart, aiming to capture the human race's heavenly gate today. As Subai's words fell, excitement spread across the faces of the assembled demons. Great-grandfather is joining us. This is wonderful. With great-grandfather leading, victory is assured. With the astute great-grandfather present, what did the human race amount to? Long live great-grandfather. Charge, attack the heavenly gate. Charge. The morale of the demons surged as they fiercely surged towards the heavenly gate. Subai followed at the rear of the formation, occasionally slaying isolated demons. In just 10 minutes, he had slain nearly 100 demons. However, those fervent and reckless demons, focused solely on advancing, remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Half an hour later, as the number of demons dwindled by half, some finally sensed that something was amiss. Reporting to great-grandfather, some demons have gone missing. They have not gone missing. I killed them. Huh. Before the demon could react, Subai struck him down with a single sword. This scene was witnessed by many demons, causing immediate chaos as they scattered in all directions. This is not good. Great-grandfather is killing demons. Great-grandfather is killing demons. Help. What are you doing, great-grandfather? At this moment, Subai, no longer inclined to conceal his intentions, transformed back into his true form and wielded his sword against the demons. The foes he faced were merely from the spiritual river and the mountain ascending realms, utterly incapable of contending with his wind sovereign realm prowess. Moreover, with his aerial superiority, he annihilated the group of demons in less than an hour. Swish, swish, swish. Blood from the fallen demons surged into Subai, enhancing his cultivation progress. However, in light of the 100,000 attribute points required for him to break through, this was but a trivial addition. Yet, Subai was not one to waste, and he continued absorbing until he was fully satisfied before departing. Ding. Host has slain 832 demon creatures, earning 320 attribute points. System. Blood explosion increased by 322 points. Ding. Attribute points allocation complete. Current blood explosion level is B level 05000. B level blood explosion can absorb 1,000th of the slain's cultivation with a certain critical hit rate. Current critical hit rate 10. The next level is A level blood devour, which can absorb 100th of the slain's cultivation with an increased critical hit rate 20. Furthermore, there is a 1 in 100,000 chance to devour the slain's talent, with all absorbed talents starting at E level. Devouring talent. Subai finally glimpsed the desired reward. Although the chance of devouring was minuscule, at 1 in 100,000, he had the system at his disposal. As long as he continued to invest in blood explosion, the odds would surely increase. Likewise, although the devoured talents would initially be E level, he could enhance them. If this continued, he would undoubtedly possess multiple SSS-level talents. At this moment, even Su Bai, usually calm and composed, felt a weight upon his breath. It took him a long while to calm the tumult within. He understood that only by surviving and upgrading Blood Explosion to Blood Devour or a higher realm could all of this become a reality. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. With a soft chime, his sword sang lightly. Once again gazing at the long sword in his hand, Su Bai's resolve grew firmer. To slay demons. Slicing through the air, the last demon's head fell to the ground, blood splattering and revealing the youthful, resolute visage of a man. Ding. Host has slain 862 demon creatures, earning 13,280 attribute points. Whoosh. The long sword returned to its sheath, accepting the continuous influx of cultivation. A hint of fatigue appeared on Su Bai's pale face. He had spent an entire day and night annihilating this demon encampment, maintaining a tense spirit until now when he could finally ease a bit. 10 minutes later, after absorbing the cultivation, Su Bai departed the site. He had not walked far when Lei Xian arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation, his eyes blazed with fury as he howled at the heavens. Damn those humans. They have slain my kin. I shall rend you limb from limb. With that, Lei Xian's nostrils flared as he pursued the direction Su Bai had taken. However, after traveling 20 miles, Su Bai's aura vanished completely. What is happening? How could this human detect my presence? He pondered, perplexed. As an ocean-viewing realm, how could he sense a wind sovereign's presence? It must be an illusion. I shall search again. Lei Xian furiously sniffed the air. Yet he still could not catch Su Bai's scent. Are you looking for me? At that moment, Su Bai leaped down from an ancient tree. You dare to show yourself before me, human? You are courting death. Return my brother's life. Seeing this, Lei Xian transformed into a streak of gray light and charged at Su Bai. The ground shook beneath him, rocks and soil flying in his wake, a terrifying force. Su Bai remained expressionless, leisurely retrieving 2 stones from his backpack and tossing them aside. Are these the body-enhancing stones of my brother from the ocean-viewing realm? Lei Xian abruptly pivoted to pick up the 2 stones. Indeed, your brother challenged me to a contest of strength, yet fell short. As his elder, your physical prowess should be commendable. I wish to test you. Why should I compete with you? Lei Xian scoffed. I am an ocean-viewing realm, and you are a wind sovereign realm. The difference in realms is vast. I may not be able to defeat you, but I am certain my physical strength surpasses yours. You, a mere ocean-viewing realm, dares to claim that the physical strength of my wind sovereign realm Thunderbolt clan is inferior? What confidence do you possess? Therefore, as a member of the wind sovereign realm Thunderbolt clan, are you afraid to compete with me? You are talking nonsense. My Thunderbolt clan has never feared you weak humans. Then let us compete. I want to lose convincingly. Agreed. Lei Xian grinned maliciously and nodded. As you wish. Lest others accuse the demon emperor Lei Xian of exploiting his superior realm to bully your human race. With that, he produced 2 pieces of wind control realm body refining gold stone. These are the body refining gold stones of this emperor. The rules have been clearly conveyed to you by my brother. Let the contest begin. You swear by your Dao heart that you shall not strike me down when I approach. Su Bai replied solemnly. I, Emperor Lei Xian, swear by my Dao heart, and as a celestial sovereign of the demon race, that if I lay a hand on this human before the contest concludes, may my realm plummet, rendering me unable to progress, and may I face a terrible demise. Without hesitation, Lei Xian made his oath. He certainly had no intention of striking first. However, his body refining gold stones would act. Those were wind control realm body refining gold stones, imbued not only with the essence of metal but also with terrifying powers of flame and ice for body refinement. How could a mere protective artifact withstand such diverse refined damage? Moreover, even if it could endure, what then? Once the gold stones were withdrawn, the contest would be over. And with his cultivation, it would be a simple matter to slay this human. He could hardly lose in any scenario. With this thought, a triumphant grin appeared in Lei Xian's eyes. The other demon emperors mocked his rashness, oblivious to the fact that he was the true embodiment of wisdom cloaked in folly. Very well, by my Dao heart, and as a celestial sovereign of the demon race, this Lei Xian acts decisively, far exceeding your expectations, Su Bai mused. Without hesitation, he strode over to Lei Xian. With a swish and a swash, the gold stones struck the ground, and 2 golden shields materialized. 3 breaths. Oh no. You humans do not say that. How about we all enter together in 3 seconds? Agreed, Su Bai nodded. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, just as Lei Xian intended to step into the golden shield, an ominous feeling surged within him. Turning abruptly, he was engulfed by 3 streaks of sword light. In the following instant, a thunderous spear pierced through his chest, pinning him in place. You despicable human, you are actually at the wind control realm. Lei Xian exclaimed just before his body was cleaved in 2, torrents of hot blood cascading, marking the fall of this wind control realm powerhouse. Ding. Host has slain a wind control realm demon, earning 200 attribute points. Su Bai, expressionless, withdrew the spear. Initially, he had not anticipated being able to slay Lei Xian. Yet the latter's cleverness had granted him an opportunity. At that moment, streams of blood flowed from Lei Xian's corpse towards Subai. A process that lasted a full 5 minutes. Truly, as a wind control realm powerhouse, one individual's cultivation equated to half a camp. Subai picked up the 4 gold stones from the ground, and just as he took 2 steps toward the exit, an excited voice emerged from Lei Xian's corpse. Great King, good news. An ancient cave has appeared within the domain of the ancient wolf demon emperor, calling for you to go treasure hunting together. Treasure? In the demon emperor's domain? Subai paused momentarily but did not halt his steps. His task was not yet complete, and he had little desire to seize treasures from demons. Great King, new news. The ancient wolf demon emperor has extracted a broken sword from within, but it is said that this sword possesses a spirit and refuses to acknowledge him as its master. Subai stopped again, gazing at the alloy sword in his hand, then silently turned around. There was no need to risk a treasure hunt among demons. Aside from the sword, what broken sword would refuse to recognize him as its master? Did they not realize how busy he was? The next day, Demon Emperor Lei Xian arrived at the domain of the ancient wolf demon emperor, surrounded by a throng of lesser demons. It was a sizable stone palace adorned with many ancient patterns, predominantly depicting the history of the human race. Clearly, this palace was a remnant left behind by humans. Brother Xian, you come unscathed. What I have obtained from the ancient cave is naturally extraordinary. You shall see for yourself. The voice of the ancient wolf demon emperor resonated from deep within the palace, exuding a vast and overwhelming aura, a true powerhouse of the late wind control realm. As his words fell, several lesser demons opened the stone doors, forming 2 lines to welcome Lei Xian. Your Excellency, the demon emperor requests your presence. Fewer demons this time. Next time, make sure the welcoming party is larger, understood? Understood. The lesser demons hurriedly nodded, fearful that Lei Xian might take offense and annihilate them on the spot. Brother Xian, do not be angry. Please, come in. The ancient wolf demon emperor, appearing weary, emerged from the palace with a conciliatory expression to greet Lei Xian. Why does this ancient wolf seem so wary of Lei Xian? A flicker of confusion crossed Lei Xian's eyes, although he maintained an arrogant demeanor as he entered. The ancient wolf demon emperor seemed unfazed by this. Upon entering the palace, Lei Xian discovered that 5 demons were already seated within, all of whom were at the wind control realm. So many demon emperors? What is the meaning of this? The ancient wolf has summoned so many? Lei Xian's eyes narrowed, instinctively on guard. At this moment, however, it was not truly Lei Xian, but rather Subai in disguise. Bring forth that broken sword. I wish to see it. I am curious as to what kind of broken sword possesses a spirit. Subai disregarded the gathering, mimicking Lei Xian's tone to bark out his command. Just a moment, just a moment. Brother Xian, please wait. I will fetch it right away, a nearby demon assured. The surrounding demon emperors wore expressions of indignation. What are you doing, ancient wolf? When we arrived, you did not retrieve the sword, insisting on waiting for this fellow. Do you think we are not demon emperors? Being demon emperors ourselves, how can we allow Lei Xian, this fortunate one, to take the sword first? If it acknowledges him, we would be at a loss. Such a treasure belongs to a hero. Lei Xian is indeed a peerless hero and would surely be able to make the spirit sword acknowledge him. How could you? Ancient wolf, not let us take the first shot? Alas, perhaps this sword is not meant for me. Would Brother Xian allow me the chance to try it first? The demon emperors lamented as they spoke, yet Subai keenly sensed the underlying coldness in their eyes. It seemed they sought to pressure Lei Xian into taking the sword, intending to use the broken sword to slay him. However, given Lei Xian's intellect, he was likely to fall for their trap. What an amusing thought. This sword would undoubtedly belong to him. They need not even entertain such fantasies. Since they desired this outcome, Subai decided to play along. He too was eager to discover what made this broken sword so special that it could slay a demon emperor. Alas, it seems fate has eluded me. At least grant me a chance to try. Another wasted trip. Lei Xian, do not think you can possess it. Several demon emperors played the roles of good and bad cop, their words subtly goading Subai to seize the sword. Subai imitated Lei Xian's arrogance, engaging in a back and forth with them. This continued until the ancient wolf demon emperor approached, holding a jade sword sheath from which protruded an unassuming ancient stone sword. Yet at that moment, Subai's heart raced fiercely. This sword was undoubtedly a treasure. It would not provoke such a pure reaction from his sword heart otherwise. Ancient wolf, that is mine. Hand it over at once. Subai emulated Lei Xian's temperament, striding forward with great confidence and seizing the sword sheath into his embrace. Before he could draw his sword, the stone sword within the sheath began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of breaking free. Simultaneously, Subai's heart inexplicably raced at that moment. The rhythm of his heartbeat astonishingly aligned with the quivering of the stone longsword. What a worthless trinket. Is this not a mere toy crafted by the human race? Resolutely, Subai flung the sword sheath beyond the palace. How is it that the renowned Lei Xian of the illustrious Lei Niu clan dares not draw his sword? He boasts of being the foremost demon emperor, yet cannot even unsheath his sword. What a pitiful creature. To dare to discard, yet not to draw. Is this the measure of your courage, Lei Xian? Truly laughable. If you refuse to unsheath, allow me to demonstrate. The surrounding demon emperors began to taunt Subai anew, with a couple even mimicking the motion of drawing their swords. Observing this, Subai dashed outside the palace to retrieve the discarded sword sheath. Who dares say that I, the emperor, am afraid to draw? Now, open your eyes wide, for I shall draw for you. With that, he unsheathed the broken sword. In the next instant, the trembling blade abruptly ceased its motion. Concurrently, a sensation of bloodline connection surged forth from the broken sword. Subai learned the name of this sword, Zhuxian. Chapter 19, The Body of 100 Elephants. Huh. Who dares claim that I, the emperor, am afraid to draw? Behold, this sword has now acknowledged me as its master. Who among you dares to challenge me? With the broken sword in hand, Subai's expression turned wild. Inside the palace, the faces of 6 demon emperors shifted from pale to green. Yet none dared to speak again. Report. Esteemed demon emperors, news has emerged from the domain of Lei Xian. His soul token has shattered, and he has fallen. At that moment, an urgent cry echoed from outside the ancient wolf demon emperor's camp. Before the demons could enter the palace, Subai swung his sword and struck down the intruder. The blade gleamed brilliantly. The azure light emitted from the Zhuxian sword instilled fear in the hearts of the nearby demon emperors, rendering them motionless. After all, when this broken sword was first drawn, it had swiftly slain the ancient wolf demon emperor's most capable subordinate. Just a step away from breaking the shackles of the ocean viewing realm, it could ascend to the pinnacle of the wind master realm. Such might was not something even the demon emperors dared to test. Moreover, none of the demon emperors could perceive the audacity of the impudent Lei Xian before them. I intend to discover who dares spread the news of my demise. Subai snorted coldly, brandishing the Zhuxian sword as he made his exit. Swish, swish, swish. A minute later, a group of demon assassins arrived on the scene. Why did you, as demon emperors, not stop the pretender impersonating Lei Xian? The leader of the Wind Master Realm assassins inquired coldly. What? Lei Xian is but an impersonation. Old human, how dare you deceive me? I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. My sword. Enraged, several demon emperors joined the ranks of the demon assassins in pursuit. Quickly, lead us to hunt this individual. The demon assassin squad had already sealed off all exits. He could not escape. The leader of the demon assassin squad smirked, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing. The demon emperors hastily followed. The leader was not mistaken. Subai had barely traversed 30 miles when he was blocked by dozens of dark-cloaked demon assassins. The lowest of these demons possessed strength at the ocean viewing realm, and among them was a suspected leader of the Wind Master Realm. Target confirmed. Kill. Without further ado. The moment the two sides met, the demon assassins launched their assault. In mere seconds, the golden shield surrounding Subai was shattered by the combined forces of dozens of ocean viewing realm demon kings and one Wind Master Realm demon emperor. System. Attribute points for physique, 2,400. Ding. Points allocated successfully. Current physique, 3,000. Ding. Physique attribute has reached 3,000, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the body of 100 elephants. Body of 100 elephants, possessing the strength of 100 elephants. Capable of reducing damage from B grade, including B grade, weapons by 80%. During this time, while absorbing cultivation, both his physique and spiritual attributes had incrementally increased. Thus, only 2,400 attribute points were needed to induce a qualitative change in his physique. Swish. A radiant white light enveloped his body, enhancing Subai's physical form. This sensation of comfort nearly compelled him to collapse onto the ground. However, he must not relent. He dared not allow even a moment of complacency. For the demon kings and emperors were relentlessly assaulting from all directions. Soon, the white light fused into his being, and feeling the surging power within, Subai bellowed. Abruptly shifting from defense to aggressively striking at an approaching demon king. Bang! The ferocious force erupted, obliterating the demon king before him into a mere pile of flesh. Blood rained down, glimmering under the sunlight that filtered through the ancient trees, akin to a splendid firework display. Having tasted success, Subai surged forth, targeting the nearest demon king. With the strength of the Wind Master Realm and the power of the 100 elephants, what could he not withstand? Predictably, the demon king fell to Subai's blade, bursting forth in a dazzling display akin to the previous one. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding demon assassins did not retreat, but continued their methodical assault. Only the Wind Master Realm demon emperor produced a flute and blew a note. Bang, bang, bang. As Subai carved through his foes, blood rained down in the shadowy ancient wood forest, with each strike igniting a brilliant firework display. Within just 2 minutes of his relentless slaughter, he had vanquished nearly 30 ocean viewing realm demon kings. Yet, a sinking feeling overcame him. The number of demons surrounding him was not diminishing, but rather increasing. Moreover, he sensed the presence of several Wind Master Realm demon emperors approaching. In that moment, Subai comprehended why this task was prominently displayed on the task board. Resolutely, he ceased his engagement, decisively carving out an escape route. However, the gathering number of demon assassins only intensified. The demon assassin squad had already positioned numerous demon kings, and even some demon emperors along his retreat path. Nevertheless, Subai did not look back, relying on his formidable physique and the Zhuxian sword to carve a bloody path through the throng. Half an hour later, after enduring a relentless onslaught from a series of demon kings and 3 Wind Master Realm demon emperors, the white protective shield surrounding Subai dimmed. His internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He had only managed to sustain himself this long by absorbing the cultivation energy from the fallen demons. Initiate a full-scale assault. Kill. The leader of the Wind Master Realm Demon Emperor seemed to have discerned Subai's dire situation. With a single command, hundreds of demon kings, along with the 2 demon emperors, surged towards Subai in unison. The black mist conjured by the multitude of demons quickly enveloped him. Yet, in the next instant, a blinding flash of lightning erupted, and dozens of ocean-viewing realm demon kings were reduced to mere fireworks. The black mist recoiled from the lightning, revealing Subai's figure wielding the thunder spear. Lacking spiritual energy, he could not gain any advantage using the Zhuxian sword, but he still possessed strength. The might of 100 elephants. Over 100,000 pounds of strength, such a forceful strike could easily incapacitate not only the Sea Observation Realm demon kings, but even the physically formidable demon emperors. Bang, bang, bang. With a spear in hand, Subai obliterated more than a dozen Sea Observation Realm demon kings in rapid succession. Lacking the ability to use spiritual energy for flight, he opted for a strategic retreat. However, the demons seemed to sense something amiss, recklessly charging at Subai with an intent to exhaust his stamina at the cost of their own lives. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Subai's heart, prompting him to swing his spear to the side with great force. With a sharp sound, the spear pierced through the black mist, impaling the shoulder of a Wind Dominion Realm demon emperor wielding a dark dagger. A terrifying force cascaded down, creating a gruesome hole in the demon emperor's shoulder. Yet, a sinister smile unexpectedly crept upon his cold visage. The assassination curse. As the words fell, a strange dagger emblem suddenly materialized on Subai's wrist. Having been struck by the demon clan's assassination curse, no matter where you go, you shall be the prime target for our demon clan's attacks. With a chilling gaze, Subai unleashed his spear, dispersing a cloud of black mist, but he paid no heed to the demon. Instead, utilizing 1/10 of the spiritual energy he had absorbed from the blood explosion to ascend into the air and flee. Enraged, how foolish you are. Subai is already dead. The terror of the demon clan's assassination squad is beyond your imagination. We must leave now. Do not linger. Chapter 20. The Slaughter of Demons at Tianmen Pass, Xiechongkong. Outside the realm of the demon clan, in a desolate wasteland, Enraged stood tall, one hand gripping her spear, unyielding to Xiechongkong's futile attempts to persuade her. Sigh. Xiechongkong felt helpless. Enraged was not as aloof as Subai, yet her decisions were not easily swayed. He understood that he could not change her mind, but he did not wish to abandon this prodigious human. After all, the winter demon tide was merely a few months away. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, he was acutely aware of the profound impact a prodigy could have on the tide of battle. During last year's winter demon tide, when the southern districts of Tianmen Pass fell, the demon slayers were in frantic retreat. It was the prodigy, Nan Yao, armed with a sword and an arrow, who single-handedly held the line across 10 districts, preventing the collapse of their stronghold. That scene was etched into his heart like a steel brand. He understood that he could never be a prodigy, that he could never achieve such feats. But the human prodigies could. From that moment on, he found another direction in life, to do everything within his power to protect those untapped human prodigies. Xiechongkong gazed down at his spear, the words Xia Weigua engraved upon it. Father, you perished saving a human prodigy, and I once thought it unworthy. But now, I understand you. I have witnessed the terror of prodigies, their deeds 100 or 1,000 times beyond my capabilities. For humanity, their value far surpasses ours. Thus, you did not die for that prodigy, you died for humanity. You were no fool, you were our silent hero. Clang. Xiechongkong gripped his spear horizontally and silently approached Enraged, stopping 10 meters in front of her. Old Xiaoyu? Before Enraged could finish her sentence, the air erupted with the sounds of fierce combat. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, crashing hard before Xiechongkong. It was none other than Subai, who had been desperately fleeing. Just an hour ago, he had taken to the skies, only to be forcibly brought down by 6 demon emperors. Helpless, he had endured the relentless pursuit of hundreds of demon kings and over a dozen demon emperors. Just moments ago, drained of both spiritual energy and stamina, he was struck down by a combined attack from 3 demon emperors, landing him here. Cough. As Subai struggled to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, several bloodlines shot forth from the forest, surging into his body, bringing a slight flush back to his pale complexion. Yet, to his battered body, it was merely a trivial replenishment. Subai? Subai? 2 startled voices rang in his ears. He turned to see Enraged and Xiechongkong. What are you 2 doing here? Run. I've been targeted by the demon clan's assassination squad. They have hundreds of demon kings and over a dozen demon emperors. You are no match for them. What? Yi Ruge's face turned ashen, and the snack bag she had been clutching fell from her grip. Is it true? Xiechong Kong tightened his grip on his spear, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. You two go. I will hold them off. You are no match for them. Hurry and leave. I can still hold for a while. Su Bai bellowed. This is an order. Xiechong Kong produced a transparent white sphere, and before Su Bai and Yi Ruge could react, he hurled it at them with great force. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of white light flashed, and the 2 figures instantly appeared 10 miles away. It is also my choice, Xiechong Kong murmured, suddenly turning back to laugh heartily. You two cannot deny me the rare opportunity to show off. I am a hero too. Ha ha. Before his laughter could fade, a swarm of demon kings surged forth, accompanied by over a dozen demon emperors. So it is you who dare to hunt the human Su Bai? Xiechong Kong swung his spear, unleashing his sea observation realm cultivation, stirring up clouds of dust. Who are you? A demon emperor asked coldly. They did not rush forward recklessly, for no human of the sea observation realm had ever confronted them with such audacity. I remain unchanged in name and identity. The slayer of demons at Tianmen Pass, Xie Chong Kong. As his words echoed, Xiechong Kong's spear trembled, and the unadorned alloy spear suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. The spear's radiance stretched forth for dozens of meters, forcing the demons to retreat in its wake. Before long, the brilliance faded, leaving only the unrestrained laughter of Xiechong Kong in the boundless darkness. How about that, Su Bai? Am I not as impressive as you? Hurry and roll out of here. When I become supreme, I will come back to inform Xiechong Kong. As the sound ceased, several streaks of light darted from the sky. Hundreds of shadowy figures cloaked in black mist surged forth. Old Xie, Yi Ruge stood frozen in place, her gaze vacant, tears streaming down her face. Run. Su Bai seized Yi Ruge and, relying on the meager 1/10 of his recovered spiritual energy, glided close to the ground. However, this scant energy could hardly withstand the exhaustion, and within 10 minutes, both collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Yi Ruge regained her senses. They exchanged no words, only frantic flight. Behind them, nearly a mile away, over a dozen demon emperors soared through the air, closely followed by the ominous shadow of the demon assassination squad. Though they ran swiftly, within half a minute, the nearest ancient wolf demon emperor caught up, extending a massive hand towards them. Damn humans, return my spiritual sword. Whoosh. Just then, a long arrow whistled through the air, shattering the hand formed of condensed spiritual energy. At the same time, 2 streaks of light darted from the front, seizing Su Bai and Yi Ruge and turning to flee. Enhanced by their swift movements, they quickly left the demon emperors behind. Yet this group of demon emperors and their lurking assassination squad pursued relentlessly, halting only upon witnessing several individuals entering the celestial gate. Damn those humans. One day, I shall rend your flesh to shreds. Ah, my spirit sword. Cursed be it. The demon emperors roared in fury, yet the towering gate before them instilled a sense of trepidation. Allow you to live a while longer. When the winter tide of demons breaches the celestial gate, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. So shall I. They exchanged fierce words before the demon emperors and their assassin squad retreated. Who could possibly provoke more than 10 demon emperors and such a multitude of assassin members? It was Su Bai and Yi Ruge. I just saw Nan Yao and Shui go to their aid. How could that be? That mission, Su Bai could not possibly have survived. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Soon enough, the news of Su Bai's survival spread like wildfire throughout the celestial gate. On the city wall, after setting Su Bai down, Nan Yao departed, leaving only Shui and Yi Ruge. Su Bai, you are gravely injured. You should head to the logistics department to procure some medicine. Shui spoke gently. However, Su Bai shook his head with a heavy expression. May I inquire where Xiechong Kong's station area is? North 18. What is it? Shui inquired, puzzled. Thank you. Su Bai did not respond, turning instead toward the North 18 district. What's wrong? Shui frowned, glancing at Yi Ruge, who wore a similarly dazed and listless expression. Old Xie sacrificed himself to save us. Sigh. Shui patted her shoulder, remaining silent as she turned to leave. Night had descended deeply, yet at that moment, a voice resonated throughout the celestial gate, emanating from the North 18 district. Eastern Border Warfare Zone, Demon Slayer Su Bai, in North 18, stationed at Guanhai. Xiechong Kong, on the 2nd of July, year 93 of the human era, valiantly battled against 13 demon emperors and 253 demon kings, sacrificing himself heroically. Chapter 21, Spatial Pocket. In the North 18 district, Su Bai entered Xiechong Kong's command room. The sparse furnishings bore a standard masculine style. Yet unlike the typical, everything was meticulously arranged. Only the pack of cigarettes and lighter on the table appeared somewhat casual. Su Bai took out a cigarette. Attempting to smoke for the first time, the bitter smoke choked him immediately. However, after a moment, the burning sensation in his chest left him in a daze. Through the swirling smoke enveloping him, he seemed to see the middle-aged man wielding a spear. To be honest, old Xie, your pretense is quite lackluster. Su Bai inhaled again, still choking, yet he did not cease. Even as he coughed, he clutched the cigarette firmly. Outside the open window, Yiru Gu observed the scene, silently covering her mouth. However, tears streamed down her cheeks like a breached dam. I cannot fathom why anyone would enjoy something so difficult to smoke. Subai stared at the nearly burnt-out cigarette, unable to resist bringing it to his lips for a deep inhale. It burns the lungs. The cigarette but was extinguished in the ashtray. Subai exited the room, closing the door behind him as he returned to his own quarters. Swish! The Zhuxian sword was unsheathed, and soon a line of small characters appeared on the wooden table. On the night of July 2nd, year 93 of the human era, Demon Slayer Subai and Demon Slayer Xiechong Kong made a pact. Should they break through to the supreme level, they must inform each other. Setting down the long sword, Subai's icy gaze grew even colder. He opened his personal attribute panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation level, early stage Win Master 845-7100. Points available. Attribute points, 41, 245. Physique, 3023, body of the 100 elephants. Points available. A transformation occurs at 50,000. Mentality, 156, photographic memory. Points available. A transformation occurs at 500. Talent, pure sword heart, B-grade blood burst 50,000. Points available. Martial skill, C-grade sword technique Fuyo's 3 swords, mastery, sublime. Points not available. Weapon, pseudo-S, Zhuxian sword, attributes, C-grade sharpness 20,000, Zhuxian sword intent, missing, 80,000. S-grade hardness 50,000, Zhuxian sword formation, missing, 80,000, Zhuxian sword body, damaged, 200,000, Zhuxian sword spirit, missing, 200,000. Points available. Increase the sharpness of the Zhuxian sword by 20,000 attribute points. Ding. Points allocation complete. The Zhuxian sword is now B-grade sharpness 20,000. As the system notification faded, the blue glow on the Zhuxian sword flickered, and once it settled again, numerous stone fragments fell from around the sword's body. Peering at the area from which the debris had fallen, one could faintly discern a glimmer of a cerulean sharp blade. Tap. Subai placed the B-grade weapon thunder gun and his backpack onto the table. These were the spoils of his recent mission. Tap tap tap. He clicked the Chang'an Meritorious Service ring 3 times, and a series of data appeared. 100, 121, 0000, 113H. The task was completed, yet he felt little excitement within. ZZZ. He unzipped the backpack. Inside lay a heap of short blades shrouded in dark mist, alongside 4 golden body tempering stones. These items were special and could be exchanged for merit points in the logistics department. Demonic cores could also be exchanged. But Subai's backpack was too small to collect them. System, is there a spatial pocket available? Ding. Spatial pocket being allocated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spatial pocket of 1,000 cubic units. Spatial pocket. The host can retrieve items with a thought. Note, living beings cannot be stored within. Though this was not provided before the mission, resulting in a considerable loss of merit points, in future demon hunting endeavors, he would no longer need to carry a backpack. System. Can this assassination curse be removed? Subai had not forgotten the short blade pattern left on him by the demon. If he did not find a way to eradicate it, future missions would become exceedingly troublesome. Ding. Yes, but it will cost 1 attribute point. Remove it. Ding. Host has spent 1 attribute point. The assassination curse has been successfully removed. As Subai gazed at the vanishing short blade pattern, he inexplicably recalled the Demon Emperor. If they knew that the curse, acquired at the cost of grievous injury, was worth merely 1 attribute point, one could only imagine their reaction. Shaking off his thoughts, Subai counted his belongings and headed to the logistics department. Aside from the task handover area, which was closed during this time, all other departments were open around the clock. This measure ensured that every demon slayer received sufficient logistical support. Several hours had elapsed since the demon tribe's siege began. It was not a peak time for exchanging merit points, and the place was relatively empty. Yet, Subai's pale face, drenched in blood and radiating an overwhelming stench of carnage, captured the attention of everyone present. Is that guy Subai? It truly is him. He has really returned alive. My heavens, is it possible? He, a mere building's echo, has actually transcended to the sea observation realm. Given his disheveled appearance, he must have failed that daunting task. Merely surviving is already quite an achievement. Subai paid no heed to their hushed whispers as he placed his backpack on the table. The sound startled Fang Qing, who was busily typing away. Her expression immediately darkened. Yet, upon recognizing the visitor, her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Ah, Subai, are you here to exchange for merit points? Subai nodded, unzipping his backpack and pushing it toward her. Upon glimpsing the contents within, despite her efforts to maintain a cheerful demeanor, Fang Qing could not conceal her overwhelming astonishment. What on earth could require such a lengthy exchange? An impatient fellow who had been waiting behind Subai muttered, leaning in to see. But as he caught sight of the items in the backpack, he froze in place. How could there be this many spirit-infused daggers from the Demon Clan's assassination squad? It is known that each member of the Demon Clan's assassination squad possesses a minimum cultivation level of the Sea Observation Realm. With such a multitude of daggers, how many Sea Observation Realm Demon Kings must one have slain? In total, there were 172 spirit-infused daggers from the Demon Clan's assassination squad. Regaining her composure, Fang Qing promptly provided the answer. Upon hearing this number, the demon hunter behind Su Bai felt as if he had been struck breathless. 17 Sea Observation Realm Kings equate to 172 Demon Kings. What kind of demon could possibly achieve such a feat? What? Su Bai has killed 172 Demon Kings? How could that be? He himself is only at the Sea Observation Realm. This must be a fabrication. The surrounding crowd gathered closer. But upon seeing the blood-stained backpack and the pile of daggers, not a single soul dared to utter another word. The logistics department fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of gasps. At that moment, Fang Qing set aside her calculator. According to the logistics department's redemption rate, each dagger was valued at 3,000 merit points. Thus, for 172 daggers, the total amounted to 516,000 merit points. Are you certain you wish to redeem them all? Su Bai nodded. Very well. Su Bai, please present your merit ring. Fang Qing spoke gently. Su Bai raised his hand, and under the device's scan, the value displayed on his Chang'an merit ring shifted from 124,732 to 640,372. Witnessing such a staggering amount of merit points, those present gasped once more. With this many merit points, it seems Su Bai truly accomplished that task. Chapter 22, Chang'an Order. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Yet curiously, this time no one dared to contradict. Soon, the news of Su Bai's task completion spread like wildfire. Numerous demon hunting teams, upon hearing this news, hastily issued orders to recruit him into their ranks. However, Su Bai remained blissfully unaware of it all. After exchanging his merit points and acquiring some healing potions, he returned to the garrison room. At all costs, we must bring Su Bai into our Tiandao team. I have a premonition that this fellow is destined to be a pivotal figure in this winter's demon tide. In the spacious and well-lit garrison room, the Tiandao team leader, Hurricane Yang Tian, issued orders to his comrades. But Captain, a few days ago, didn't you say that our Tiandao team has no habit of waiting for the dead? A young man nearby teased. Indeed, I concede, Yang Tian replied readily. However, you must understand, Su Bai is not a dead man. He is a prodigy akin to the Southern Demon. The mention of the winter demon tide and the Southern Demon evoked memories of the cold woman who single-handedly guarded 10 districts. Moreover, Yang Tian rapped the table, his expression grave as he looked at his team. I have a sense that Su Bai might even surpass the Southern Demon in prodigiousness. Why do you say so? I have witnessed the pursuit of the Southern Demon, which involved 3 demon emperors and dozens of demon kings. But in the case of Su Bai, you all witnessed that scene as well. Furthermore, he has produced 172 spirit-infused daggers from the Demon Clan's assassination squad. The significance of this achievement is self-evident, isn't it? Yang Tian, typically not one to smoke, found himself lighting a cigarette involuntarily. He could not fathom how Su Bai had survived against such overwhelming threats to a military commander. With 13 demon emperors and over 400 demon kings, even he would have been worn down. Go ahead, promise him every conceivable benefit, even the position of captain. Yang Tian exhaled a puff of smoke. What? Captain, are you serious? Am I hearing things? A few stood up in disbelief, looking at Yang Tian in astonishment. I have made progress in my cultivation and have grasped the essence. It is merely a matter of time before I break through. At that point, this will no longer be my battlefield. I have observed Su Bai. He is an excellent candidate for captain. With him leading you, I have no further concerns. Upon hearing this, the previously sullen expressions of the team members transformed into expressions of unrestrained joy. Captain, now that Su Bai has returned, should we recruit him or continue pursuing Yi Rouge? The Southern Demon stood on the city wall, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the demon territory beyond the Tianmen Pass. Behind her stood Shui and 2 other girls from the Rakshasa team. Recruit Su Bai? Su Bai? Before the Southern Demon could voice her thoughts, the 2 girls simultaneously expressed their desires. Shui secretly wished to abandon Yi Rouge in favor of recruiting Su Bai. However, ever since the sacrifice of Xie Changkong, she had sensed some changes in Su Bai. She could not articulate what it was, merely feeling that the once aloof and reticent Su Bai had grown even more reclusive. Do not recruit him. The Rakshasa team is unworthy of him. The Southern Demon's voice left Shui and the other 3 stunned in place. Before they could inquire further, she turned and walked into the garrison room. As darkness receded, dawn arrived. The morning breeze was gentle, marking the calmest moment of the day in the desert-bound Tianmen Pass. However, today, the Tianmen Pass felt markedly different. Particularly in the logistics department's task exchange area, chaos reigned. Several demon hunting teams faced off at the entrance, their voices raised in heated debate. The most frequently uttered words were none other than Su Bai's name. Make way, Su Bai is coming, someone shouted. In an instant, A pathway wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side opened up, stretching from the logistics department entrance to the task exchange area. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming pressure, those handling the task exchange quickly stepped aside. Before long, a somewhat slender figure approached with measured steps. It's Subai? So incredibly handsome. So aloof, just my type. Having heard countless tales, witnessing him in person was even more impressive. He was indeed like a jade among men, unmatched in the world. With a long sword slung across his back and the Chang'an merit ring on his hand, Subai was unmistakable. Subai, join our demon hunting team. Come join us. The crowd on either side of the pathway continuously shouted, some even jumping up and waving frantically, hoping for Subai's attention. Amidst the throng, many also called out for Subai to sign their weapons. The atmosphere was electric, lively, and bustling, akin to a fan gathering in the mainland. However, Subai chose to remain silent, his mind solely focused on the task handover. Before long, he entered the task exchange area. Good morning, Subai. Upon seeing him, Fang Qing, who had been waiting there, was instantly captivated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The surrounding staff of the logistics department halted their work, craning their necks to observe the currently renowned demon slayer. Task handover, Subai stated, tapping his merit ring 3 times. At the moment the numbers illuminated, all sounds vanished into thin air. In that instant, the entire logistics department was enveloped by a chorus of heavy breaths. Fang Qing, who was observing closely, was momentarily dazed before regaining her composure. I apologize, Subai, I was lost in thought. Please have a seat. I'll fetch the equipment for the task handover. She hurriedly brought over a chair. Subai expressed his gratitude and took a seat. This scene rendered those peering from outside utterly astonished. Wow, this fierce dragon has a gentle side? They mused. After so many task handovers, I've never experienced such treatment. Does Subai truly deserve this? Subai, my idol. So polite, I'm in love. They exclaimed. If it were anyone else, I'd surely complain, but this is Subai. I can only say Fang Qing's treatment falls short. Fang Qing soon returned, efficiently completing the task handover for Subai. Subai, the 100,000 merit points for your completed task have been transferred to your merit ring, and here's another reward for you. As she spoke, she presented a token to Subai. It was the size of a mahjong tile, shaped like a dragon, semi-transparent black, emanating a blood-red glow from within. This is the Chang'an token. Possessing it grants you the qualification to establish a demon-slaying team. I selected this for you based on your merit ring. If you prefer a different style, we can go to the storeroom for you to choose. No, thank you, Subai replied, accepting the Chang'an token and standing up. Wait a moment, Subai. Just as he turned to leave, Fang Qing rushed in front of him, pulling out a smooth, polished jade pendant. Could you please sign this for me? Chapter 23. I dare to make a move. Subai remained silent, his expression impassive as he sidestepped her. Fang Qing's gaze dimmed, her mind replaying the scene of his unhesitating departure. She felt a pang of heartache, unable to articulate her disappointment, yet inexplicably thought, at that moment, Subai was undeniably handsome. On the other hand, as Subai stepped outside, he was immediately surrounded by several demon-slaying teams vying for him to join their ranks. Among them were both ordinary teams and top-ranking powerful ones. It's Qiu Lanruo, the vice-captain of the Tiandao team, who has come to recruit Subai. A voice exclaimed from the crowd. The throng parted, creating a path for 3 composed individuals to approach. As they drew near, the previously clamorous teams fell silent. This was none other than the Tiandao demon-slaying team, ranked second among super teams, maintaining that position for years without change. Faced with such an esteemed team, the other team's offers paled in comparison. Hello, Subai. I am Qiu Lanruo, the vice-captain of the Tiandao team. Is there something you need? Subai gazed at Qiu Lanruo. The situation is this. At the behest of our captain, I extend an invitation for you to join the Tiandao team. The captain has stated that we are willing to offer anything, even the captaincy itself, should you choose to accept. Qiu Lanruo articulated the proposal. For reasons unknown, even as a Fengliang realm powerhouse, he felt an uncharacteristic pressure in the presence of Subai, a Guanhai Realm individual. This person possesses an extraordinary aura. No wonder he caught the captain's attention. I feel it too. The sense of pressure is even stronger than that of the captain, remarked the 2 members beside Qiu Lanruo, their eyes gleaming as they communicated telepathically. In an instant, the 2, who had initially felt disdain, found their perspective shifting. What? The conditions offered by the Tiandao team are so formidable. How can our team compete? They're even offering the captaincy. This Hurricane Yantian is truly generous. Subai, accept quickly. That's the Tiandao team, the second-ranked super demon-slaying team. With such a compelling offer, even Subai has no reason to decline. Upon hearing Qiu Lanruo's words, the crowd erupted in excitement, but soon fell silent, all eyes fixed on Subai's remarkably handsome face, awaiting his answer. Faced with such an extraordinary offer, no one believed Subai would refuse. After all, it was the Tiandao team. If Subai accepted, he could effortlessly join this formidable demon-slaying cohort. Apologies. To the astonishment of the eager demon slayers, Subai merely shook his head and walked away. What? Subai rejected the Tiandao demon-slaying team. He didn't even hesitate. He just turned them down? How unfortunate. Yet his demeanor while leaving is so aloof, so cool, so handsome. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion once more. The news of Su Bai's refusal spread swiftly. Within 10 minutes, it reached every corner of Tianmen Pass. Su Bai, I didn't expect that even the captaincy of the Tiandao team could not sway you. Shui, leaning against the city wall, finally comprehended the meaning behind Nanyao's words. Su Bai is like me. We are both solitary souls, destined never to join any team unless we establish our own. Bang, bang, bang. Su Bai, I know you're in there. Get out here now. In the evening, Su Bai, who was meditating to heal, was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks. Before he could respond, the door to his quarters was smashed open by a wall of earth. Instantly, a young man clad in dark red, accompanied by 3 others, stormed in. Upon entry, they began rummaging through his quarters, leaving chaos in their wake. Su Bai, where have you hidden my belongings? Hand them over now, or face the consequences. Failing to find what he sought, Tang Jin furiously confronted Su Bai, his companions quickly surrounding him. Get lost. Su Bai regarded Tang Jin calmly. A mere Guanhai Realm individual. What gives you the audacity to speak to me so? With a menacing grin, Tang Jin unleashed a torrent of earth element spiritual energy. Brimming with fury, it seemed that in the next moment, this energy would manifest as a lethal assault upon Su Bai. Be sensible, return our captain's thunder gun, or you'll regret it. You have 10 seconds. As the others sneered, their hands crackling with violent spiritual energy, Su Bai remained silent, slowly rising to his feet. Seeing this, the others drew their weapons, adopting aggressive stances. Even Tang Jin harbored a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Su Bai, do not act impulsively. At that moment, Shui rushed over, forcefully parting the crowd and positioning herself in front of Su Bai. Tang Jin, you brazenly intruded upon the Demon Slayer's quarters with the intent to assault him. Are you not afraid of facing consequences? Now, leave this place at once, or you shall bear the repercussions. Who said I intruded? He opened the door and let us in, if you must know. Tang Jin scoffed. Assault the Demon Slayer? Shui, you truly have a talent for casting aspersions. Look at him. He bears no trace of dust. Does he appear to be a victim of our aggression? The others around them chimed in, echoing Tang Jin's remarks. Shui was so enraged that her body trembled, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Tang Jin was cunning to the core. His presence here indicated he was thoroughly prepared. Furthermore, Su Bai indeed displayed no overt signs of battle. By that measure alone, they had no leverage against him. Su Bai, consider yourself fortunate this time, having a foolish woman to shield you. However, should you fail to return my belongings next time, luck may not be on your side. As a man, you cannot forever hide behind a woman's skirts. At this, Tang Jin's subordinates erupted into raucous laughter. Suddenly, a silver spear crackling with thunder appeared in Su Bai's grasp. Is this what you seek? Very well, you have shown some understanding, so hand it over promptly. Tang Jin, believing Su Bai had capitulated, reached out to seize the spear. But in the next heartbeat, the spear unleashed a blinding flash of lightning, hurtling toward his head. The force was overwhelming. At such close proximity, he had no means to defend himself. In a moment of desperation, Tang Jin unhesitatingly crushed a transparent orb concealed in his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing 10 miles away. Upon witnessing this turn of events, his subordinates' expressions shifted drastically, and they hastily withdrew from Su Bai's quarters. Suspended in the sky, Tang Jin cast a menacing gaze upon Su Bai within the quarters. His murderous intent palpable. Do you wish for more? Su Bai emerged, spear in hand, his countenance unflinching as he regarded Tang Jin. Kill me, and this weapon is yours. Tang Jin's eyes blazed with fury, his body quaking with rage, wishing he could strike down Su Bai then and there. Yet he refrained. The regulations of the Tianmen Pass prohibited any violence against the Demon Slayer within its confines. It appears you dare not act. Remember, when next you invade my quarters, I will not hesitate. Chapter 24, The Negotiation. In a tone devoid of embellishment, he uttered words of commanding dominance. Even in the presence of 3 peers and one who surpassed him in rank, this stark contrast created an ineffable visual impact. Behind him, Shui watched the somewhat frail silhouette, instinctively covering her mouth, her emotions in turmoil. She could not fathom Su Bai's confidence, yet at that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the southern demon of yore. Very well, truly remarkable. Su Bai, your audacity surpasses my expectations. Here, I dare not lay a hand on you, but you would be wise not to take any missions outside. With those harsh words, Tang Jin led his trio away. Captain, that Su Bai is too arrogant. If things don't go our way, we should seize an opportunity to retaliate. I cannot abide by the fact that he dared to strike at the captain. A young man voiced his frustration, while the others nodded in agreement. I reiterate, do not provoke him within the Tianmen Pass. However, should he venture out on a mission, then we may act. Zhang Hoxiao, you are tasked with tracking Su Bai's movements within the pass. Xinzhong, once I relay a message, you shall proceed to slay Su Bai in the demon territory. There, your night talent will provide a significant advantage. Su Fan, You will coordinate with Chunjung during the operation and ensure a decisive finish. Remember, he must be entirely eliminated, both for avenging Jinghai and for our own sake. Concurrently, I shall venture into demon territory to earn merit points and prepare for the impending winter demon tide. Should you find yourselves in peril, signal me, and I will provide swift assistance. Tang Jun's voice resonated with gravity. Understood, Captain. The three nodded solemnly and retreated. Subai, the humiliation of today will not only lead to your demise, but I shall ensure your suffering exceeds all bounds. Within the quarters, Tang Jun's expression turned frigid as he retrieved a satellite phone. Hello, old classmate. I would appreciate it if you could investigate who resides in Su Bai's household from Class 7 of the 8th school. Crackle. Ding. Host has slain 147 demons, earning 347 attribute points. In the southern 23rd district, Su Bai sheathed his Zhuxian sword and prepared to return to the city walls when the ground beside him trembled, suddenly erupting with hundreds of demons. Upon closer inspection, he discovered these demons were drawn by a shadowy figure. Yet, in the cloak of night, this figure appeared almost invisible, undetectable without keen observation. The shadow guided the demons to the southern 23rd district before vanishing without a trace. The horde of demons, having lost their target, turned their wrath upon Su Bai. He restrained himself. After 5 minutes, he had managed to slay the majority of the demons. A trickle of crimson flowed from the ground, merging into his body. Su Bai, I am here to assist you. At that moment, Yi Rouge swooped in from the side, unabashedly joining the fray. Su Bai intended to decline her aid, yet she had already plunged into the midst of the demon horde, spear in hand. Consequently, he fell silent, hastening his own slaughter of demons. Ding. Host has slain 243 demons, earning 1280 attribute points. Su Bai, you are impressive. Even the ocean observation realm demons cannot withstand 2 of your strikes. Yi Rouge, with her spear resting against her back, paid no mind to the blood splattered on her hands, pulling out snacks and shoveling them into her mouth. However, before she could finish, she quickly sealed the bag. Su Bai, would you care for some? Su Bai shook his head, still so aloof. When will you agree to teach me your swordsmanship? I have already procured a sword. Furthermore, Yi Rouge has begun her incessant chatter again. With a swift motion, Su Bai sheathed his long sword and turned to return to the city wall. Upon arriving at the guard's quarters, he discovered Shui awaiting his arrival. Is there something you need? Ahem. The wave of demon creatures earlier was led here by members of the Netherworld squad. I had intended to assist you, but I didn't expect your strength alongside Yi Rouge to be so formidable. Shui remarked with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Su Bai nodded, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Hey, wait a moment, Junior. Just as Su Bai was about to close the door, Shui quickly wedged herself in the gap. Without further ado, she squeezed her slender figure inside. You see, I've heard you possess body-tempering gold stones, and I wish to trade for them. When exchanging for merit points, Su Bai had not redeemed the body-tempering gold stones, so all 4 stones remained in his possession. Shui had come primarily to acquire the stones to enhance her physique and combat prowess. After all, the winter demon tide is fast approaching. Which one? Su Bai laid the 4 body-tempering gold stones upon the table. This one, the sea observation level, will suffice. Shui pointed to a small stone among them. Su Bai pushed forward 1 sea observation level and 1 wind control level body-tempering gold stone towards her. The other one, please deliver to Nanyao. Shui was taken aback. She saved my life, Su Bai stated as he silently lit a cigarette. The curling smoke revealed his fair visage, casting a veil of purity around him. Normally disapproving of boys smoking, Shui found herself entranced at this moment. Coming back to her senses, Shui intended to trade merit points with Su Bai, but he declined her offer. Ultimately, she insisted on leaving 2 transparent white spheres before exiting the door. These are teleportation balls. They allow one to instantly move 10 miles. Originally strategic items, they are now available for exchange due to the imminent winter demon tide. Additionally, the logistics department has introduced some valuable items, including sword techniques. Su Bai, you should take a look. Goodbye, Junior. Shui's voice echoed with a hint of teasing as she transmitted her thoughts. Su Bai did not respond, but instead closed the door and headed towards the logistics department. He too required the acquisition of new sword techniques. Chapter 25, A-Class AoE Sword Technique. At this moment, the time for the demon assault had just passed, and the logistics department at Tianmen Pass was overflowing with demon slayers exchanging merit points. Someone in the crowd recognized Su Bai, prompting a gasp that drew everyone's attention. The crowd parted instinctively, yet, with the reputation of Su Bai's aloofness preceding him, no one dared to approach and greet him. Navigating through the throng, he entered the supply exchange area behind the Merit Point Redemption Center. This was a standalone steel building, comprising 3 stories. In the past, only the first floor was open. Now, all 3 levels were bustling with demon slayers seeking to redeem supplies. However, most gathered on the first floor, leaving the upper 2 levels sparsely populated. Having explored the first floor numerous times, Su Bai found nothing of interest. He proceeded directly to the second floor. Su Bai, you've arrived. As soon as she spotted him, Fong Qing, who had just been assigned to manage the second floor, greeted him enthusiastically. Let me show you around. There are plenty of great items here. No need. Subai declined her offer, choosing to browse on his own. Before long, he stumbled upon the transparent white spheres left by Shui. Teleportation ball. Infuse your thoughts into it. Upon crushing the ball, you can teleport up to 10 miles away. Required merit points for exchange, 50,000. Upon seeing this item, Subai suddenly recalled Xie Chongkong, the demon slayer who had lingered here for years, yet remained merely at the sea observation level. Perhaps just 2 teleportation balls would have consumed most of his savings. Otherwise, how could he have gone so many years without even acquiring a decent weapon? Shaking off his thoughts, Subai continued onward. The prices for items on the second floor were relatively high, which explained the sparse crowd. He wandered to a corner where various martial techniques were neatly arranged, predominantly featuring long-range weapons like spears and staves. Yet, there was not a single sword technique to be found. Turning, Subai ascended to the 3rd floor. The moment he stepped through the door, he was met with a row of B-class enchanted weapons emanating a formidable aura. The prices of these weapons were exorbitant, with even the cheapest enchanted spear costing 300,000 merit points, a staggering sum for the average demon slayer. No wonder there were so few patrons here. Subai, over here. The sword technique you desire is this way. The 3rd floor was compact. Following the voice, Subai looked up to see Fong Qing bouncing towards him, waving enthusiastically. In her hands was a blue light screen displaying the words Autumn Water. Approaching her, Subai examined the specifics of this sword technique. A-class AoE sword technique Autumn Water. A single sword strike releases 3,000 sword rays, reminiscent of autumn waters spreading out. Required merit points for exchange, 100,000. This sword technique was said to have been left behind by a former commander possessing immense power, and the sword rays it conjured did not diminish in strength, only in their area of effect. The distinction was akin to that of a cannon versus a shotgun. Fong Qing explained earnestly. May I inquire why there are no firearms here? Upon mentioning cannons and shotguns, Subai realized that this place lacked the commonly seen firearms of the mainland, relying solely on cold weapons. This approach effectively meant that humanity had relinquished its technological advantage. Fong Qing scratched her head, momentarily at a loss for words. She had not considered this issue before. Firearms represent humanity's last line of defense. At that moment, Nan Yao approached with an expressionless demeanor. Subai grasped her implication. The demon race, much like humanity, possessed intelligence. Should humanity resort to employing firearms or nuclear weapons on the battlefield, it was not inconceivable that the demons could emulate and learn from them. With the revival of spiritual energy, they were favored by the heavens, boasting not only formidable physical bodies, but also various innate abilities, making them exceedingly powerful. Given the vast numbers of the demon race, should they additionally master firearms or nuclear weapons, it would spell catastrophic consequences for humanity. Moreover, those martial artists from the Guanhai Realm and above, as well as the demon emperors, were not intimidated by firearms or nuclear weapons. Nan Yao cast a glance at the sword technique Autumn Water before turning to leave. However, as she passed by Subai, she involuntarily halted. May I see your sword? With a thought, Subai unsheathed the Zhuxian sword, which hovered steadily before Nan Yao. Possessing an A-class talent for swordsmanship, she naturally sensed the extraordinary nature of the Zhuxian sword. A fine sword, but alas, it is broken. Nan Yao scrutinized it for a moment before refraining from taking it, turning to descend the stairs. Subai, however, still yearned to understand why Nan Yao mentioned that those strong enough to transcend the Guanhai Realm would not fear firearms or even nuclear weapons, such apocalyptic instruments of destruction. However, the other party clearly had no inclination to speak, nor did he possess the habit of being overly curious. With a swift motion, the long sword was sheathed. Subai exchanged for the technique Autumn Water, procured some healing potions, and 10 vials of breath-concealing water before returning to the garrison room. With a click, the Chang'an merit ring illuminated, revealing a cascade of numbers, 501, 312. With another click, the numbers transformed to 129. After deactivating the merit ring, Subai retrieved the sword technique Autumn Water. A blue holographic interface, embodying a quintessential technological style, served as a contemporary method for the human race to record significant information, designed to thwart any attempts by the demon race to steal it. Reaching out, Subai sensed his merit ring, and the blue holographic interface unfurled, morphing into a luminous screen that documented the cultivation formula for the sword technique Autumn Water, beginning with the sword, gathering spirit energy, and transforming into myriad forms. Inside the garrison room, with the Zhuxian sword in hand, Subai referenced the formula and commenced his practice. Bolstered by a pure sword heart, he swiftly began to manifest this sword technique with considerable finesse. Ding. Host has acquired the A-level area damage sword technique Autumn Water. Current proficiency level, Novice 1100. Points can be allocated. Adding 100 points. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current proficiency level of A-level area damage sword technique Autumn Water. Skilled 1500. Adding 500 points. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current proficiency level of A-level area damage, sword technique, autumn water. Proficient 12,000. Adding 2,000 points. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current proficiency level of A-level area damage, sword technique, autumn water. Master 15,000. There are a total of 7 proficiency levels. Above Master, there exist Grandmaster, Transcendence, and Supreme. Subai refrained from further point allocation, as the Master level autumn water was already akin to a minor perfection. To progress further would necessitate refinement in more intricate aspects, such as shortening the sword drawing duration and achieving precise control over the sword's radiance. These elements could be enhanced with increased usage, thus there was no need for haste. At present, he needed to accumulate attribute points. Opening his personal attribute panel. Ding. Host, please observe the large screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation, initial phase of wind control realm 932810. Points can be allocated. Attribute points, 22, 143. Physique, 3019, body of 100 elephants. Points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 50,000. Mentality, 172, photographic memory. Points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when mentality reaches 500. Talent, pure sword heart. B-level blood explosion 50,000. Points can be allocated. Martial skills, C-level sword technique Fuyin 3 swords, proficiency, supreme, A-level area damage, sword technique autumn water, proficiency, master 15,000. Points can be allocated. Weapon, pseudo-S, Zhuxian sword, attributes, B-level sharpness 20,000, Zhuxian sword intent, missing, 80,000, S-level hardness 50,000, Zhuxian sword formation, missing, 80,000. Zhuxian sword body, damaged, 200,000, Zhuxian sword spirit, missing, 200,000. Points can be allocated. Now that my injuries have fully healed, and I have acquired the area damage sword technique autumn water, it is time to earn attribute points. Deactivating the attribute panel, Subai proceeded to the mission distribution center. Recently, there had been a surge of adventurers and teams venturing out, and upon his arrival, only 3 missions remained on the task board. The first, assassinate 10 demon kings. The second, collect 300 demon race crystal cores. The third, investigate the ancient cave appearing within the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor. Subai did not hesitate. Accepting all of them, having earned so many merit points, did he still need to venture out? I had assumed you would refrain from accepting missions for the time being. Approaching from the side, Qin Tianzhu, wielding a metal staff, chimed in. He was affiliated with the monitoring room, primarily responsible for supporting various garrison zones. Additionally, when demon hunters undertook missions, they were also accountable for guarding unprotected areas. The last time Subai embarked on a mission, it was Qin Tianzhu who stood watch over the South 23rd District for him. Hold on, let me remind you once more, my surname is Qin. My given name is Tianzhu. You may call me Old Qin or Tianzhu, but do refrain from using my full name, okay? Understood. Subai nodded. And the Chang'an merit ring lit up as he transferred 1,000 merit points to Qin Tianzhu. Engaging someone to cover during an external mission requires merit points. Typically, it costs 80 points per day, for 10 days. Upon completing his statement, Subai turned to leave. Qin Tianzhu glanced at the incoming merit points, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before exclaiming loudly, "You've given me 200 extra." Subai offered no response, merely waving his hand. "Be cautious of the Netherworld squad. They will surely make a move while you are on your mission. Tang Jun left 5 days ago." This warning was conveyed through spiritual sound transmission. "Thank you." Subai's voice echoed back. Qin Tianzhu clicked his tongue, idly tapping the merit ring. "Handsome, wealthy, generous, polite, and a dual talent possessor. Your combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. Why do all the benefits of this world seem to fall to you? Damn it, I'm left with nothing. Who understands this pain, my friends?" Having vented his frustrations, Qin Tianzhu leaned against the city wall, quietly lighting a cigarette. "Nonetheless, speaking of which, old Xie, your discernment is commendable, truly commendable." Qin Tianzhu. A voice called from afar. "I'll repeat this one last time. My surname is Qin, my name is Tianzhu. You may call me Old Qin or Tianzhu, but do not utter my full name. Are you okay?" Beneath the luminous moon, Subai traversed the desert, entering the realm of the demon race. Shortly after his departure, a shadow cloaked in darkness, blending seamlessly into the night, appeared briefly before vanishing without a trace. Although the number of demon encampments along the periphery of the demon territory was substantial, most were merely low-level demons of little value. Subai did not linger, pushing deeper into the territory until he arrived at a demon king's encampment. With unparalleled speed, he swiftly dispatched 2 demon kings at the observation sea realm within, then unleashed the master-level A-level area damage sword technique autumn water. 3,000 sword rays erupted like silk, sweeping through the encampment with devastating force, reducing it to ruins and annihilating all demons in its path. Subai, wielding the Zhuxian sword, observed the scene impassively. occasionally delivering a few finishing blows to the demons fortunate enough to have narrowly escaped. In less than 3 minutes, the vast Demon King encampment was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Amidst the wreckage, the ground was strewn with the bodies of nearly 1,000 demons. A ghastly sight painted in crimson. Streams of blood gushed forth from their lifeless forms, enveloping Su-Bai in a macabre shroud. From a distance, it appeared as though he were encased in a semi-transparent cocoon of blood. Ding. Host has slain demons X923, earning attribute points, 12, for 156. 10 minutes later, Su-Bai arrived at the next Demon King's encampment. Onward. The slaughter continues. Ding. Host has slain demons X856, earning attribute points, 11, 342. Yet another. Ding. Host has slain demons X839, earning attribute points, 12, 133. After absorbing the cultivation from this Demon King's encampment, Su-Bai sprang upward, landing atop the nearest ancient tree, where he settled into a concealed branch to meditate and recuperate. The A-level group damage sword technique, Autumn Water, can only be utilized 3 times within a short span of time. After these 3 uses, the user's spiritual energy will be completely depleted, necessitating a period of meditation to recover. The system then announces, Blood Burst Enhancement of 50,000 points completed. Current level of Blood Devour, Blood Burst Upgrade, is A-level 500,000. The A-level Blood Devour allows the user to absorb 1% of the slain opponent's cultivation, with a certain critical hit rate of 20. Furthermore, there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance to devour the Slayer's talent, with the absorbed talent starting at level E. The next tier, S-level Blood Devour, permits the absorption of 1/10 of the opponent's cultivation with a critical hit rate of 30, and similarly, a 1 in 10,000 chance to absorb the opponent's talent. Also beginning at level E. While the 1 in 10,000 chance to absorb a talent may seem low, Su-Bai comprehended the terrifying implications of such an ability. The current Blood Devourer not only contravenes the 3 great laws of talent awakening, but also possesses the capability to consume other talents. Should this information be disclosed, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the human realm. However, such a revelation was inconceivable, for he would not readily expose such a gift. With a sigh, Su-Bai exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him. He leaped down from the ancient tree, preparing to head towards the next Demon Clan encampment. Just then, a sudden chill ran down his spine, followed by a long spear piercing into his back. Simultaneously, 2 long arrows, accompanied by a piercing whistle through the air, shot towards his head. Haha, Su-Bai, you scoundrel, this time I shall see if you live or die. From the shadows, a figure wielding a bow emerged. Su-Bai recognized him as Su-Fan, a member of the Netherworld team. However, Su-Fan did not witness the scene of Su-Bai's head being penetrated by the arrows. Instead, he observed the 2 arrows shattering upon contact with Su-Bai's head, as if attempting to strike a stone with an egg. How is this possible? My arrows are crafted from sea-level alloy. How could they not pierce your defenses? Su Tian stood frozen in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Little did he know that Su-Bai's 100-beast body rendered him immune to sea-level weaponry. Before Su Tian could regain his composure, Su-Bai delivered a thunderous strike, pinning him to the ground, ensuring he was irrevocably dead. In that moment, Su-Bai swiftly turned, grasping the spear embedded in his body and flinging it with tremendous force, sending a shadowy figure blending into the darkness flying through the air. Upon landing, the solid ground cracked under the impact, creating a sizable crater. Before the figure could rise, the Excalibur was drawn from its sheath, piercing through him in an instant. Yet, in his dying moments, the figure managed to release a signal flare into the sky. With a swift strike, Su-Bai delivered a final blow, ensuring the figure's demise. As the sustaining spiritual energy dissipated, the figure's identity was revealed to be none other than Chen Zhong, the vice-captain of the Netherworld team. At that moment, 2 streams of blood surged from the bodies of Su-Fan and Chen Zhong towards Su-Bai. To his surprise, the bloodline belonging to Chen Zhong was entwined with a fine black thread. Ding. The host has acquired the talent, Dark Knight, currently at E-level 0100. Points can be allocated. E-level talent, Dark Knight. When activated, remaining motionless in darkness for 10 seconds allows one to meld with the surrounding environment. The next level is D-level Dark Knight, which, while under the E-level effect, grants a 2-second sensory concealment when launching an attack. During these 2 seconds, your attack cannot be perceived. Su-Bai was astonished that, just after upgrading Bloodburst to Blood Devour, he had devoured Chun Zhang's talent, Dark Knight. While this talent may not contribute to his personal growth, its practicality was undeniably remarkable. System, allocate 100 points to Dark Knight. Ding. Allocation complete. Current Dark Knight level is D-level 1000. The next level is C-level Dark Knight, which, in addition to D-level effects, allows for Dark Knight stealth, blending seamlessly into the surrounding environment, making detection exceedingly difficult. Attacks launched while in stealth also carry a 2-second sensory concealment. Allocate 2000 points to Dark Knight. Ding. Allocation complete. Current Dark Knight level is C level 0, 8000. The next level is B level Dark Knight, which possesses several attributes at the B level, and while in darkness, grants a 1 meter instantaneous teleportation effect, limited to 3 uses per day. Even with Su Bai's calm demeanor, his eyes glimmered with excitement upon reading the words regarding instantaneous teleportation. Had he possessed C-level Dark Knight during his previous pursuit by numerous demon kings and emperors, he would not have been on the defensive. Though 3 instances of instantaneous teleportation may seem scarce, when combined with the other benefits of the Dark Knight talent, with astute usage, he could potentially escape unscathed. There was even a chance for a complete counterattack. With these thoughts in mind, Su Bai's breathing quickened slightly. Nevertheless, he remained patient, allowing his mind to settle before familiarizing himself with this new talent. Human talents are akin to the innate abilities possessed by the demon clan, a natural prowess achieved through utmost proficiency. They do not require practice to be executed flawlessly. However, Su Bai was uncertain if the talents acquired through consumption would operate in the same manner. Yet, the truth would soon unveil itself. The talent acquired through consumption manifested similarly to those awakened by birth. With a mere thought, he could wield it. In the enveloping darkness, Su Bai remained motionless as he activated the talent, Dark Knight. 10 seconds later, he seamlessly merged with his surroundings. Just as he prepared to test the Dark Knight stealth, a figure of earthy hue streaked past him. Utilizing his exceptional eyesight, he discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was none other than Tang Zhun, the captain of the Netherworld team, summoned by the signal flare. Su Bai, I, Tang Zhun, swear here that I shall shred you into 1,000 pieces. Tang Zhun, witnessing the dire state of Su Fan and Chun Zhong, was consumed by rage, his body trembling as violent spiritual energy surged forth, fully unleashing the power of his late-stage wind control realm. As a result, the ground within 100 meters trembled violently, echoing in response to his thunderous vow. With a crash, the ground beneath Su Bai collapsed suddenly. Without hesitation, he utilized Dark Knight stealth to reach Su Fan's side. The thunder spear that had previously attacked Su Fan remained unwithdrawn, serving as bait for an assault on Tang Zhun. Meanwhile, after an outburst of fury, Tang Zhun gradually regained his composure. He fixed his gaze intently upon the thunder spear not far away, yet showed no inclination to retrieve it. Su Bai, I know you are here. Come out and fight. I offer you a fair chance to duel. Tang Zhun bellowed, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, resonating like thunder and stirring up dust in the air. Su Bai remained silent, his gaze still icy, concealing himself beside Su Fan with the Excalibur in hand. However, Tang Zhun's cunning and patience exceeded his expectations. He had assumed the other would approach after some probing. Yet, as several minutes passed, Tang Zhun made no move, save for a few shouts of provocation. At that moment, Tang Zhun cautiously stepped forward, picking up the B-level enchanted long spear that Chun Zhong had dropped. He turned the spearhead toward himself and noticed a small smudge of crimson blood upon it, the mark left by Chun Zhong when he had struck Su Bai. Nevertheless, the impact of that spear had been mitigated by the 100 beast's body, rendering it largely ineffective against him. Could it be that Su Bai, upon seeing the signal flare, fled in his moment of injury, leaving even the thunder spear behind? Tang Zhun furrowed his brow, the wariness in his eyes unwavering. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, lifting the earth beneath his feet and swiftly constructing a clay chamber with a radius of 50 meters. Su Fan, Chun Zhong, Su Bai, and he himself were enclosed within. The surroundings were composed of soil, infused with Tang Zhun's spiritual power. Thanks to his A-grade talent of thick earth, he could sense any movement within the chamber. However, after several thorough inspections, he detected not a hint of anomaly. Had that fellow truly escaped? After pondering for several minutes, Tang Zhun took a step forward once more. At that instant, the earth before him surged, coalescing into a gigantic clay hand that lunged towards the thunder gun with ferocity. The execution was fluid and decisive, brimming with deception. Had Su Bai not been vigilantly observing, one might not have anticipated his sudden strike. Crack! The thunder gun was seized by the gigantic hand, yanked from Su Fan's body, and flew steadily towards Tang Zhun. It seemed that the individual had indeed vacated the premises. As the thunder gun approached, Tang Zhun's vigilance slightly abated. Yet, just as the weapon was about to land in his grasp, 3 sword lights, each 10 meters wide, erupted from behind the clay hand without warning. In Tang Zhun's mildly expectant gaze, these 3 sword lights cleaved through the clay hand, engulfing him entirely. Immediately thereafter, Su Bai's figure emerged, seizing the thunder gun and hurling it with great force. Empowered by over 1,000,000 pounds of strength and the raging might of thunder, the thunder gun pierced through the spot where Tang Zhun had just stood, creating a deep pit in the ground behind him. Su Bai then executed another horizontal slash with the Zhuxian sword, summoning 3 sword lights that struck at Tang Zhun's previous position. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Su Bai secured the thunder gun and retreated 100 meters, the area was still shrouded in dust and chaos. 3 minutes later, tranquility was restored. The once cautious Tang Zhun now stood motionless, hands raised, clutching Chen Zheng's B-grade enchanted spear. A gaping wound marred his chest, starkly visible. At that moment, arcs of electricity flickered around the wound, each flash accompanied by droplets of crimson flesh cascading down. A sight both shocking and horrendous. With a crack, the spear in his hand shattered, and a stream of blood quickly extended from his forehead. Simultaneously, his side garments tore apart, a vivid line of blood slicing through his waist. In a mere 3 seconds, his body collapsed to the ground. Though you have slain me, Subai, you will undoubtedly regret it, undoubtedly. Tang Zhen's final, venomous words resonated as his spiritual power coalesced in that desolate place. Subai, expressionless, leaned against a tree trunk, absorbing the cultivation essence that poured forth from Tang Zhen's remains. Undoubtedly, Tang Zhen was the strongest among those he had slain. His talent, character, and intellect were all of the highest caliber. Each of his strikes was cunning, executed without warning or sign. Had it not been for Subai's advantage in the darkness, the outcome may have been uncertain. After absorbing the cultivation, Subai's tense heart finally relaxed a little after several more minutes. Regardless, he had triumphed in this deadly confrontation against the underworld team. Unfortunately, he had not been able to absorb Tang Zhen's thick earth talent. Crack, crack, crack. Holding the thunder gun, Subai skewered the remains of Tang Zhen and his companions like roasted meat, making his way to a demon camp. As was customary, he waited until the demons had devoured every last morsel before he launched his onslaught. 10 minutes later, as the dust settled, Subai stood atop the ruins of the demon camp, enveloped by hundreds of lines of blood. Ding. Host has slain 839 demons, gaining 11,328 attribute points. 30 minutes later, at the next demon camp. Ding. Host has slain 928 demons, gaining 13,296 attribute points. Tat tat tat. The progress of his achievements appeared on the merit ring. 001, 1010, 002, 300, 003. The first task had been completed, while the second and third tasks required a return to Tianmin Pass for submission. However, Subai had annihilated 5 demon camps, collecting over 4,000 crystal cores, thus exceeding the requirements for the second task. At present, only the final task remained, to investigate the ancient caverns that had emerged within the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor. Initially, Subai had intended to postpone this task, but after acquiring the night talent, he altered his strategy. After all, with this talent combined with the stacking power of the 3 winds sword and the body of the 100 elephants, it was not impossible to massacre the demon emperor's camp. System, allocate 8,000 points to night. Ding. Allocation complete. Current night level is B level 05000. The next level is A level night, which possesses various attributes. Moreover, as long as one is within a dark area, a teleportation effect within 1 meter can be obtained, with a daily limit of 10 uses. Report to the ancient wolf demon emperor. Multiple king-level demon camps have been slaughtered within our territory. The methods of the slaughterer are exceedingly brutal. The king-level demons are in a state of panic, hoping for your assistance. Oh, have you uncovered any special information? The ancient wolf demon emperor opened his eyes, his mood rather grim. He often reminisced about the stone sword he had brought from the ancient cavern. Each time he recalled it, he felt an overwhelming desire to shred that damned human into pieces and reclaim the sword. Several times, he had charged out of the demon territory, only to be persuaded back by his subordinates. Not out of cowardice, but as a demon emperor, he had to consider the well-being of his followers. Report to the ancient wolf demon emperor. At each slaughtered demon camp, a few words were left behind. What words? Tianmin Pass slays demons, Xiechong Kong. Xiechong Kong? The ancient wolf demon emperor glanced at his belly. Are you certain you didn't mishear? What weapon did the one who slaughtered the demon camps use? From the wounds examined, it appears this individual wielded a sword. Could it be him? But how is that possible? The ancient wolf demon emperor's first thought was of Subai. But Subai was currently cursed with assassination. As long as he was within demon territory, he would be sensed by the demon assassination teams. However, at present, there seemed to be no unusual movements from the assassination teams. Could it be that sword-wielding woman who rampaged through the demon territory long ago? Report. The Earth Emperor has issued an order. The ancient wolf demon emperor is to dispatch 30,000 demons in preparation for the impending winter demon tide in 10 days. At that moment, a winged dragon flew into the palace. So soon, and you require this emperor to send out 30,000 demons? Wasn't it only 10,000 last year? The ancient wolf demon emperor frowned. According to the Earth Emperor, the demon lord had prophesied a monstrous talent among the human race at Tianmin Pass. This winter demon tide was advanced to eliminate this individual before they could grow. Understood. The ancient wolf demon emperor waved his hand. Furthermore, the Earth Emperor added that this monstrous talent is a human male who wields a sword. What? The ancient wolf demon emperor gasped, his eyes widening like brass bells. A human male, wielding a sword. Who else could it be but that fellow? By the decree of this emperor, all formidable beings of the demon race at the Sea Observation Realm and above are to assemble forthwith to lend their support to the remaining royal demon encampments within this emperor's domain. Furthermore, inform the demon assassination squad post-haste. Understood. Additionally, dispatch a contingent of demon soldiers to assist in the excavation of the ancient cavern during this winter demon tide. This emperor shall also seize treasures to make a name for himself. Ding. Host has slain 852 demons, earning 13,872 attribute points. As Subai traversed his path, he annihilated 4 royal demon encampments before arriving at the palace of the ancient wolf demon emperor. At this moment, approximately 50 Sea Observation Realm demon kings congregated at the palace entrance, enveloped in a swirling black mist, exuding an extraordinary might. Leading them was not the ancient wolf, but rather an unfamiliar demon emperor upon the steps. From their tone, it appeared they were to reinforce the royal demon territory under the command of the ancient wolf. Soon, this assembly of Sea Observation Realm demons departed alongside the unfamiliar demon emperor. Subai's eyes flickered, and he employed the night stealth technique to silently follow. Just a few meters from the unfamiliar demon emperor, he struck with lethal intent. Within a mere 2 seconds, he unleashed the fury of 3 swords in rapid succession, followed closely by the thunder spear. The demon emperor, caught unawares, met his demise in the northwestern reaches. After slaying the demon emperor, Subai retrieved the thunder spear and re-entered his stealth mode. The ancient demon emperor has perished. An ambush. Alert. The 53 demon kings stirred restlessly, entering a state of combat readiness. The black mist roiled, obscuring their forms and shrouding the precise circumstances. Suddenly, a streak of thunderous light pierced through the black mist, and in an instant, a demon king collapsed to the ground. But just as swiftly, the thunderous light dissipated, returning everything to an eerie calm. He is among us. Disperse. The demon kings scattered in various directions. Witnessing this scene, Subai, still cloaked in stealth, quietly sheathed the thunder spear and drew the exquisite sword. Without a flash of blade light, an almost translucent figure glided through the darkness. In the next moment, another demon king silently succumbed to the ground. This sequence repeated until only a handful of demon kings remained, at which point they finally reacted and fled in disarray. But how could they possibly outrun Subai, a master of the wind control realm? 10 minutes later, as the last demon king fell, Subai's form materialized. Ding. Host has slain 54 demons, earning 500 attribute points. Chapter 29, The Eternal Moon. The exquisite sword was returned to its sheath. After absorbing the accrued cultivation, Subai stealthily returned to the palace of the ancient wolf demon emperor. It was deep night, and the palace was ablaze with light, teeming with numerous demons, all of whom were at least of the spirit river realm. In areas illuminated by light, stealth was rendered ineffective. Thus, Subai poured a vial of concealment water over himself, transforming into the likeness of the slain demon emperor, and entered the palace. Ancient demon emperor. Ancient demon emperor. Ancient demon emperor. Along the way, the encountered demons bowed deeply in respect. Relying on the identity of the demon emperor, Subai made his way directly to the rear of the palace. A small demon of the mountain range realm collided with him and hastily bowed. Where is the ancient wolf demon emperor? He is cultivating in the moon viewing hall. Subai turned and departed. The small demon, watching his retreating figure, scratched his head in confusion. The ancient demon emperor is peculiar. He always cultivates with him at this hour. How could he forget? In the next moment, a colossal hand of spiritual energy crushed his skull. Ancient demon emperor, a small demon of the spirit river realm, approaching at that moment, was instantly paralyzed with fear, prostrating himself on the ground, too terrified to breathe, fearing that if the demon emperor were displeased, he too might be slain. Drag him out and dispose of him. Subai's voice was cold. Yes, as commanded. The small demon's head thudded against the ground, echoing ominously. Subai cast a glance at him before turning toward the tallest stone palace, the moon viewing hall. The ancient wolf demon emperor belonged to the wolf demon clan. The demon race's compendium noted that the wolf demons practiced their cultivation by gazing at the moon, absorbing its ethereal essence to refine their spiritual power. Ancient demon emperor. Ancient demon emperor. Ancient demon emperor. The moon viewing hall boasted 9 levels, due to its unique geographical position. Each level housed demons from the wolf clan engaged in their cultivation. As Subai made his way through, the aura of his wind control realm cultivation drew the attention of the demons, who paused their training to bow deeply. Thus, amidst the continuous gestures of respect from the multitude of demons, Subai ascended to the 9th level of the moon viewing hall. The view here was expansive, and upon raising his gaze, one could see the bright moon above. Perhaps due to its proximity, the moon appeared significantly larger than that of the lower levels. At this moment, the ancient wolf demon emperor was gazing upward, fixated on the moon. Gentle beams of light, visible to the naked eye, enveloped him, intertwining with the surrounding spiritual energy, surging into his being. An emperor-level demon had already begun to take on a more humanoid form. Apart from his long, shimmering silver fur, the ancient wolf demon emperor bore little distinction from humans. Ancient have you accomplished the task? The ancient wolf demon emperor ceased his cultivation and turned his gaze towards Subai. Subai nodded affirmatively. The moonlight is often present, yet never enduring. The ancient wolf demon emperor's gaze shifted skyward, a flicker of melancholy crossing his features. Ancient you, do you believe there exists an eternal moon in this world? One that could serve as a constant source of cultivation for the wolf demon clan? Subai shook his head. I knew you would not understand. The ancient wolf demon emperor waved his hand, and an old, yellowed children's science magazine fell into his grasp. He carefully rubbed his hands on his robe and cautiously turned to a page within. Behold, this is the eternal moon of the human realm. It is said that with the addition of thunder and lightning, this moon can shine perpetually. Just imagine, if my brother and I could acquire such a treasure. We could cultivate day in and day out. Would not the Earth Emperor, the Sky Emperor, and even the Demon Sovereign become mere trifles? The reason I scour the lands for treasures is to one day unearth an artifact forged in the ancient times of humanity. To enable my brother to cross the Shanghai Pass and reclaim this eternal moon from the depths of the human realm. Subai gazed thoughtfully at the oversized light bulb depicted in the magazine. However, you need not concern yourself with these matters. I shall devise a plan. You merely focus on your cultivation. The ancient cavern left behind by humanity is on the verge of awakening. When the time comes, I shall allow you to select a formidable divine weapon, and you will be responsible for establishing our names during the winter demon tide 10 days hence. As for me, I shall infiltrate the human heartland to seize this eternal moon. The ancient wolf demon emperor's face radiated with anticipation. Little did he know, the bright moon above was suddenly shrouded by layers of dark clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the clouds obscured the moon, Subai executed a rapid threefold flash. Brandishing the exquisite sword to unleash the fury of three swords, aimed viciously at the head of the ancient wolf demon emperor. Simultaneously, the thunder spear was hurled forth, bearing the weight of over 100,000 pounds, accompanied by the ferocious might of thunder, locking onto his chest. As a late-stage master of the wind control realm, the ancient wolf demon emperor was not slow to react. Upon sensing the impending danger, he summoned a protective artifact. Yet, under the dual enhancement of the fury of three swords, the exquisite sword cleaved through the artifact in mere seconds. Without the protective charm, the thunder spear pierced through his chest. The violent force blasted a gaping hole through his sturdy demon physique. Three brilliant sword lights once again manifested above the head of the ancient wolf demon emperor, heralding the conclusion of this fierce battle. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X1, earning 200 attribute points. 5 minutes later, having absorbed the cultivation, Subai rummaged through the ancient wolf demon emperor's belongings before obliterating the evidence and descending the stairs. Thanks to the protective artifacts of the ancient wolf demon emperor and the material effects of the moon viewing palace, this confrontation had not caused much commotion. As Subai descended, he encountered a group of wolf demons fervently practicing their skills, chanting, Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the A-grade area-damaging sword technique, Autumn Water, was unleashed, resulting in the annihilation of all demons on that floor. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X334, earning 6,340 attribute points. After absorbing the cultivation, Subai paused to recuperate, restoring his spiritual energy before proceeding to the next level. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X523, earning 8,930 attribute points. On the subsequent level, ding! Host has slain Demon Race X627, earning 9,820 attribute points. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X724, earning 11,230 attribute points. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X824, earning 13,212 attribute points. After finishing off the moon viewing palace, Subai traversed to several nearby grand palaces, indulging in a spree of slaughter. An hour passed, and the once brightly lit Demon Emperor's encampment, bustling with activity, was now strewn with remnants, rivers of blood flowing and a stench filling the air. A figure wielding a sword stood atop the grand palace, arms outstretched, absorbing the bloodlines converging from all directions, exuding an aura akin to divinity. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X6423, earning 92,310 attribute points. An hour later, Subai emerged from the palace, carrying several tens of thousands of bricks, intending to study their defense properties upon his return. At that moment, a wyvern swooped down, reporting to the ancient Moon Demon Emperor, the human race's cave has been opened. The ancient Shah Demon King has sent me to inform you and the ancient Wolf Demon Emperor to seize the treasure. Chapter 30, Emotionshua. My elder brother is engrossed in cultivation. I shall handle this matter entirely. Take me there. With a nimble leap, Subai ascended onto the back of the wyvern. The creature, sensing the aura of the wind control realm emanating from him, dared not disobey, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, it brought Subai to the base of a shadowy mountain. Towering ancient trees surrounded the area, colossal stones loomed, and fragments of bricks lay scattered, permeating an ancient desolation. At this moment, Thousands of demon races were tirelessly hauling bricks from a gap in the stone. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Upon seeing Su Bai, every demon bowed in respect, their fatigue vanishing as they worked even harder. The Ancient Moon Demon Emperor and the Ancient Sha Demon King are currently within the cave, said the wyvern. Su Bai remained silent and turned to approach, suddenly recalling something. He glanced back at the wyvern. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor, do you have any commands? The wyvern inquired humbly. In an instant, its massive head tumbled to the ground. The surrounding demons, initially walking, took flight in panic. Yet, after a flash of sword light, all demons lay dead. Ding. Host has slain demon race X1223, earning 17,234 attribute points. Su Bai surveyed the area, ensuring no survivors remained before entering the cave. All demons encountered along the way met their demise beneath the extermination sword. Half an hour later, Su Bai reached the end of the cave. It was a spacious stone hall, its ceiling adorned with luminous night pearls that cast a golden glow upon the earthy bricks, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. Dozens of demons congregated within the hall, clearing the disarray of bricks. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon, Demon Emperor. As Su Bai stepped into the hall, the surrounding demons abandoned their tasks and bowed in reverence. However, what greeted them was a wave of sword light, reminiscent of autumn waters. After this strike, only a few demons remained alive. At that moment, a wolf demon king suddenly leaped out from behind a stone wall, swiftly dispatching the surviving demons. Brother, I know your intent. As the humans say, this is about silencing witnesses. Our three brothers have finally discovered this treasure, and we cannot allow any whispers to escape. What do you think, brother? My hands have been quick. Although I've been supervising, I haven't slacked off and have been cultivating diligently. Come, brother. Take a look at this marvelous find I've uncovered. The wolf demon beckoned, and Su Bai, with an expression devoid of emotion, approached. Then, amidst the wolf demon's self-satisfied demeanor, he delivered a forceful thrust of the thunder gun. Brother, you and I understand. You would kill your own kin to hoard the treasure. How ruthless. Ding. Host has slain demon race X64, earning 1250 attribute points. Su Bai kicked aside the corpse of the ancient Sha and proceeded forward. Soon, he arrived at a stone coffin that had been slightly ajar. His brow furrowed as he reached out to lift the coffin lid, retreating several dozen meters to guard against any potential traps. 10 minutes passed, and seeing no movement from within, Su Bai approached. Inside the stone coffin lay not treasure, but a stunningly beautiful corpse clad in white robes. This corpse appeared so lifelike, as though she could awaken at any moment, devoid of any signs of decay. Additionally, the interior of the coffin was inscribed with ancient characters. System, translate this. Returning to the host, the inscription reads, Year 15 of the Eternal Era, Imo. What era is the Eternal Era? Returning to the host. The Eternal Era dates back approximately 10,000 years. 10,000 years. How could that be? Su Bai gazed once again at Imo within the coffin. After a millennium, her body remains uncorrupted. Does this indicate the efficacy of the coffin, or is this individual extraordinarily powerful? Moreover, the spiritual energy has only begun to revive in recent decades. Why do figures from 10 millennia ago suddenly appear? Could it be that they anticipated the current resurgence of spiritual energy? Or Su Bai pondered for a long while, finding no clarity, and decided to cease his contemplation, turning to explore other areas of the grand hall. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned to leave, Imo in the coffin blinked her eyes. After wandering for a while, Su Bai found nothing of note in the grand hall and decided to take his leave. Yet, just as he reached the entrance, he turned back, placing the coffin lid back atop the stone coffin. Before departing, he gathered some bricks to seal the entrance. And to prevent any demons from discovering it, he placed several hundred massive stones atop the area. Break the heavenly gate, annihilate the human race. Break the heavenly gate, annihilate the human race. Break the heavenly gate, annihilate the human race. In the exceedingly dark demon encampment, nearly 50,000 demons congregated, the black mist swirling, creating a thunderous atmosphere. However, including the leading demon emperor, none noticed the humanoid figure seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment beneath the nearest tree. This figure was none other than Su Bai. From the moment he exited the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor, he had set his sights on this demon emperor's encampment. The demon emperor governing this area belonged to the stone spirit clan, known as Pan Shan, wielding cultivation at the mid-stage of the wind control realm. Originally, Su Bai had intended to engage in a massacre, but upon discovering that 50,000 demon tribes were to gather for the Frost Demon Tide, he altered his plans, opting instead to accumulate more attribute points. Break the heavenly gate and annihilate the human race. As he stood on the brink of confronting nearly 50,000 demon entities, he was engulfed by the overwhelming aura of slaughter. Even Su Bai felt a pang of trepidation. It was easy to imagine the sheer shock that the Frost Demon Tide would bring. Excellent. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed through the air. In an instant, an elder crowned with verdant leaves materialized before them. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor. the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor. The nearly 50,000 demons roared in unison upon seeing the elder, their voices resounding powerfully. Ha ha ha, splendid, quite splendid. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor chuckled, stroking his beard as a formidable aura radiated from him, causing the assembled demons to stand upright, falling into a hushed silence. A peak practitioner of the Wind Sovereignty realm? Su Bai's gaze flickered. Yet, almost immediately, he sensed a distinct aura within the overwhelming presence of the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor. This aura was formless and intangible, yet it exuded an extraordinarily terrifying pressure. Could this be the realm of intent? The Wood Celestial Emperor has sent me to lead you in the assault on the Heavenly Gate during the Frost Demon Tide. Do you consent? The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor declared. We consent. We consent. We consent. The multitude of demon tribes responded in unison. If that is the case, then I shall lead you to breach the human Heavenly Gate. Upon concluding his words, the Wood Dragon muttered a few instructions to Pan Shan, who nodded and departed immediately. Following this, the Wood Dragon dispersed the assembly of demons and entered the largest tent within the camp. Su Bai had initially planned to slay the Demon Emperor at this juncture, but this was of no concern to Pan Shan. The current Wood Dragon Demon Emperor likely had comprehended the realm of intent and was on the verge of breaking through to a 5th-tier warrior, thus attaining the divine realm. Faced with such a formidable Demon Emperor, he found it difficult to achieve a swift kill with his present strength. System, open the personal attribute panel. Chapter 31, The Realm of Sword Intent. Ding. Host, please observe the large screen. Host, Su Bai. Cultivation, Mid-Wind Sovereignty Realm 43, 21,210 million. Points available for allocation. Attribute points, 302, 828. Physique, 4,562, Body of the 100 Elephants. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 50,000. Spirit, 457, Photographic Memory. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs when spirit reaches 500. Talent, Pure Sword Heart. A-grade Bloodthirst 0, 50 million. B-grade Nightfall 0, 5 million. Points available for allocation. Martial Techniques. C-grade Sword Technique Fuyo 3 Swords. Proficiency. Perfect. A-grade Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water. Proficiency. Master 3820500. Points available for allocation. Weapon. Pseudo-S. Excalibur. Attributes. B-grade Sharpness 0, 20 million. Excalibur Intent. Missing 0, 8 million. S-grade Hardness 0, 50 million. Excalibur Formation. Missing 0, 80 million. Excalibur Body. Damaged 0, 200 million. Excalibur Spirit. Missing 0, 200 million. Points available for allocation. System, cultivation increases by 56, 788. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current cultivation level is Early Divine Realm 0, 300 million. Ding. Spirit attribute has reached 500. Resulting in a transformation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Genius Intellect. Genius Intellect. Exceptional learning capacity. Able to grasp any concept with remarkable speed. Ding. Detected that the host's cultivation has entered the divine realm, yet has not comprehended the realm of intent. Please choose an intent. Can I select freely? Replying to the host, as long as the host desires a particular intent, the system possesses it. Please select an intent. Sword Intent. Ding. The issuance of the Sword Intent has been completed. As the system's prompt faded, a fierce sword intent erupted from Su Bai's being. Simultaneously, the Excalibur on his back emitted a clear ringing sound, unsheathing itself and swirling around him incessantly. The Earth Emperor has arrived. I beg the Wood Dragon's forgiveness for not extending a proper welcome. May the Earth Emperor pardon my impudence. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor, sensing the chillingly intense intent while in meditation, hurriedly emerged from the camp and bowed in greeting. Wood Dragon? Su Bai transformed into a wolf demon and revealed himself. Indeed, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor, feeling the sword intent emanating from Su Bai, bent lower in reverence. As he bowed, the leafy crown upon his head drooped, revealing his trunk-like form. From these characteristics, one could ascertain that he belonged to the tree demon race documented in the demon hierarchy. I am unaware of the Earth Emperor's purpose for visiting. My elder brother is the Wood Celestial Emperor, who delights in making friends across the realm. If the esteemed elder has no pressing matters, please allow me to accompany you for a conversation. With you? You dare presume? I have misspoken. I humbly seek the Earth Emperor's forgiveness. Upon hearing this, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor knelt before Su Bai, trembling in fear. I have come to request the borrowing of an item. Please speak, Earth Emperor. Whatever the Wood Dragon possesses, I shall gladly part with. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor replied with a bowed head, his voice resonating with eagerness. I wish to borrow a leaf from your crown. The Wood Dragon obeys. Without hesitation, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor tore off several verdant leaves from his head and respectfully presented them to Su Bai. The leaves atop the tree demon's head are manifestations of its cultivation. Removing them may lead to a regression in strength or, in severe cases, damage to its foundation. Yet, at this moment, The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor prioritized not offending the Earth Emperor before him. After all, the demon hierarchy is strictly enforced, and higher-tiered beings can easily slaughter those of lower status. I have stated, I only wish to borrow a single leaf from your crown. The Earth Emperor seeks to atone. It is the fault of the Wood Dragon. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor immediately prostrated himself on the ground, discarding the large handful of leaves he held and plucking the most vibrant leaf from his head. With a sharp gasp, as he removed the leaf, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of emerald blood, his cultivation plummeting from the peak of the Wind Sovereignty realm to its initial stage. Yet even so, he dared not express a hint of dissatisfaction, for the figure before him was an Earth Emperor of a higher tier. Earth Emperor, this is the leaf you requested. Holding the leaf above his head, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor's tone was filled with despondency, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. him.That extended his fingers, delicately pinching the luscious, newly sprouted leaf. If I may inquire, Earth Emperor, what purpose does the Wood Dragon's leaf serve? To take your life. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor's head snapped up in shock. In the next moment, a leaf imbued with sword intent glided across his throat. Ding. Host has slain a demon race member X1, earning 200 attribute points. With a heart filled with the essence of the sword, all things may become a sword. Such is the realm of sword intent. Two phantoms of long swords flickered in Su-Bai's eyes, and after a brief moment, the swords transformed into a void, from which all things in the world were born, only to coalesce back into swords once more. This cycle continued, akin to the wheel of reincarnation. After a considerable time, Su-Bai regained his senses. Although only a few minutes had passed, it felt as though eons had slipped away. At this moment, he truly comprehended the nature of intent and grasped the reason why prodigies of such caliber as the Southern Demon remained ensnared in this realm, unable to break through. System. Allocate 234 points to physique. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current physique has reached 50,000, resulting in a transformation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the body of 1,000 elephants. The body of 1,000 elephants. Immunity to damage from B level, including B level and below weapons. Immunity to damage from B level enchanted weapons. And a 90 reduction in damage from B level enchanted weapons. Moreover, one may possess the power of 1,000 elephants. With a breakthrough in the realm of divine perception, Su-Bai experienced a significant enhancement in all attributes, resulting in a notable reduction in the attribute points allocated to his physique. Once his physical enhancement was complete, Su-Bai elevated the sharpness level of the Sword of Extermination to A level. Visibly, numerous shards of stone fell from the sword's body, and in certain areas, the azure hue of the sword became distinctly apparent. The Sword of Extermination seemed to sense its own transformation, affectionately resting before Su-Bai, emitting a continuous ringing sound. It appears you are also eager to slay demons. Grasping the Sword of Extermination, Su-Bai, with an expression devoid of emotion, strode into the Demon Emperor's encampment. Soon, a sword light, akin to autumn water, surged forth incessantly. Even the demon kings at the Sea Observation Realm could not withstand even a fraction of it. Approximately 50,000 demons were slaughtered by Su-Bai within a mere hour. Ding. Host has slain X49, 810 demons, earning 369 attribute points. The Earth Emperor had already tracked the whereabouts of this human, who was currently within the encampment of the Pan Mountain Demon Emperor, and given his brutal nature, it was feared that a massacre had already commenced. I shall observe who among the human race dares to annihilate several demon encampments. Summoning 100 members of the Demon Emperor level assassination team, I, the Emperor, shall personally lead the charge today. Above the palace of the ancient wolf Demon Emperor, a young man clad in the attire of the demon assassination team coldly commanded, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Moments later, a full 100 members of the Demon Emperor level assassination team appeared in the vicinity, only to swiftly dissolve into streaks of light and disappear. Chapter 32, The Age of Eternity. When the young man from the demon assassination team led the 100 assassins to the Pan Mountain Demon Emperor's encampment, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The vast Demon Emperor encampment had been reduced to ruins, with the remains of tens of thousands of demons strewn about, blood flowing like a river, staining the ground a deep crimson. Above, a wolf Demon Emperor hovered in the air, arms outstretched, as countless streams of blood converged towards him like a tidal wave. The demons, witnessing this for the first time, were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Damn it, this fellow is the one who has transformed into a human. All demon emperors, heed my command. Let us rend this wretched human into 1,000 pieces. As the young man finished speaking, he had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood 10 meters away from the wolf demon emperor, brandishing a red short blade. Just as he prepared to act, a stone was hurled towards him. Human, is this your method of attack? The young man sneered disdainfully, but in an instant, each stone was imbued with the phantom of a long sword. With a slash, under the enhancement of sword intent, these stones tore through the very fabric of space, hurtling towards the young man. Being a demon emperor as well, He sensed the sword intent and fled at once. However, his action left the demon emperors behind him in peril. The concept of intent possesses an extraordinarily terrifying suppression against those devoid of it. The demon emperors in the front ranks had no time to react before they were ensnared by this intent, rendered immobile. They could only watch helplessly as the stone imbued with sword intent pierced through their bodies. After a single strike, 7 demon emperors from the front ranks fell to the ground, crashing into a pile of demon remains, their fates unknown. What a fine tactic, human. I had also planned to employ such a move during the winter demon tide, but alas, you shall not witness it. The young man laughed bitterly, gripping his short blade horizontally, vanishing once more into the void. Meanwhile, the demon emperor-level assassins in the rear also sprang into action, charging forward despite the pressure of intent. Nearly 100 demon emperors, along with the demon king, struck together, enveloping the surrounding area within 1,000 meters in a shroud of darkness. A demon emperor, you say? Above in the void, Subai had absorbed all the cultivation energy. He extended his hand, and the sword of extermination fell into his grasp. Die! Suddenly, the young man's figure materialized before Subai, and with a sweep of his short blade, he aimed to sever Subai's head. This was his unique approach to assassination. While other demons preferred to strike from the shadows, relying on surprise, he favored a frontal assault, focusing on the unexpected within the unexpected. Yet he did not anticipate that Subai, faced with such a dire assassination attempt, remained remarkably calm, entirely unflustered. Bang! The two weapons clashed, unleashing a violent force that sent ripples through the surroundings, stirring up dust and shaking the void. Nearly 100 demon emperors nearby were uncontrollably pushed back several dozen steps due to the impact. For the clash was not merely a contest of strength and spiritual energy, but also a battle of intent. They had expected this scene to endure for some time, but to their astonishment, the young man was sent flying after merely 3 seconds, continuously spitting blood in midair. Once he steadied himself, his complexion was ashen, his expression filled with shock and trepidation. What is this intent of yours? Why is it so fierce, so overwhelming? Subai offered no reply, merely caressing the long sword in his hand. How could it be sword intent? How could it be? Such intent has been severed since the age of eternity. How could a frail human like you comprehend it? The age of eternity, what does that mean? Subai inquired. Ha. Human, do you think I would divulge such secrets? Abandon that thought. Do you genuinely believe that only your race seeks to impose restrictions upon us? I will tell you the truth. Our demon race has similarly placed restrictions upon your kind, but you humans shall never have the chance to discover these matters. After the winter demon tide, there will be no humans left in this world. Kill! The young man bellowed, and the nearly 100 demon emperors trembled, rushing forth to slay Subai, while he himself transformed into a streak of light and fled during this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 3 strikes of the autumn water sword light, only a few robust demon emperors remained in the arena, but they too were swiftly dispatched by Subai. Thud! Subai landed on the ground, delivering a coup de grace to the 7 fallen demon emperors. Ding! Host has slain X 100 demons, earning 20,000 attribute points. After absorbing the cultivation energy, Subai reflected on the words of the young man, casting his gaze toward a particular direction. The 15th year of the era of eternity. Emoshuanshua. After contemplating for a considerable time, he arrived at a rather terrifying conclusion. The past of humanity from 10,000 years ago has been sealed away by the demon race. Subai pondered long and hard, unable to fathom what the world would have been like 10 millennia ago. Was it truly as recorded, that humans evolved from ancient apes, and that apes were the ancestors of humanity? Do you think so? Subai resumed his true form, gazing at the mini blue star pendant hanging around his neck. Replying to the host, history is merely a plaything written by the victors. The truth may not reside within the pages of books. Subai opened the Demon Race Atlas, and the first line that caught his eye regarding the Ape Demon Clan read, "The Ape Demon Clan is one of the 10 royal clans of the demon race, possessing formidable physiques and intellect akin to that of humans." Snap! Subai closed the book, furrowing his brow in contemplation, yet unable to derive any satisfactory conclusions. He ceased his musings, opened the rankings on the Chang'an merit badge, where 2 numbers appeared, 65. Closing the merit badge, Subai tapped his toes and soared into the air, arriving at the next Demon Emperor's encampment in no time. As the approaching winter demon tide loomed merely days away, the Demon Emperor's encampment became a congregation of over 30,000 demon kin. Though Subai could vanquish and slay demons of the same rank, he was unable to instantly obliterate them, nor could he prevent their escape. Hence, the Demon Emperor's camp remained the foremost choice, albeit with fewer demons present. Grasping the sword of extermination, Subai entered with measured steps, his expression indifferent. "Report to the Demon Emperor. We have discovered a wild human," cried out a voice. "Which audacious human dares to intrude upon the territory of our white serpent Demon Emperor? Capture him, my minions. Slay the human and feast upon his flesh." A throng of demons surged forth, a tide of black mist swelling like a monstrous wave, an awe-inspiring sight. This was the result of Su by deliberately concealing his presence. It would take time for each to be slain individually. Gathering together would prove far more efficient. As the entire 30,000 demons poured out, Su Bai's sword trembled, and the intent of the blade radiated outward. In an instant, all demons below the ocean observation realm were prostrate on the ground, immobilized. Even the demon kings of the ocean observation realm fared little better. They could move, but were severely suppressed, unable to unleash even half of their strength. The only ones in decent condition were the two wind sovereign demon emperors. This is bad, a temporal god realm powerhouse. Retreat, retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the two demon emperors fled. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a streak of thunderous light and a radiant azure flash emerged from behind them. Before they could react, they were each cleaved asunder by the thunder spear and the sword of extermination. Simultaneously, the autumn water sword light rippled across the vast demon emperor camp, transforming it into a hellscape. Is Su Bai not back yet? Chapter 33, S-Class Talent, Heavenly Path. I do not know. I visited his command room today, but only encountered Qin Tianju. On the city wall, Yi Rouge clutched a snack bag, her gaze wistfully fixed beyond the gates of Tianmen. Across the desolate expanse of sand, a dense black mist loomed ominously. This was a harbinger of the demon army's assembly. Many seasoned demon hunters speculated that this winter demon tide would likely arrive earlier than expected. Presently, most of the demon hunters who had ventured out sensed the anomaly and hurried back to Tianmen, yet Su Bai was notably absent. If he did not return, the division of responsibility for this winter demon tide would likely result in him being assigned to a less favorable area. Shui, beside Yi Rouge, furrowed her brow. Each winter demon tide led to a distribution of stationed areas based on strength, regardless of whether one was a formidable demon hunter or an ordinary individual. Everyone had a chance to select. Given Su Bai's current reputation at Tianmen, he would undoubtedly be allocated to one of the top 15 zones. However, in his absence, he would have to settle for what others left behind. In a place as perilous as Tianmen, even a fool understood that the chances of survival diminished the further back one was stationed. Moreover, this winter demon tide, with the demon forces mobilizing in unprecedented numbers, posed unparalleled terror, making the task of defending the forward zones exceedingly daunting. Many demon hunting teams had already established their selection zones. According to the intelligence obtained by Shui, even the top-ranking Yin Wang team had excluded the top 3 stationed areas from their selection. Should Su Bai fail to arrive, it was highly likely he would find himself relegated to the southernmost or northernmost front 3 zones. This fellow truly evokes concern. The members of the underworld team have not returned either. What if he? No, Su Bai will not perish. I have faith in him. A resolute spark shone in Yi Rouge's eyes. Do you trust him so completely? Shui asked, somewhat taken aback. I do not know. I simply feel he is unlike anyone else, as if I can trust him unconditionally. Yi Rouge's gaze trembled slightly. She had never felt such a connection with anyone, not even her parents or kin. For her talent was not merely B-class, but an S-class talent known as Heavenly Path, a gift that rendered her capable of rapid advancement in her cultivation. Once she sensed a breakthrough, a mere thought could propel her beyond her limits, as if the heavens themselves were assisting her. Yet, the sole drawback was her emotional detachment. Her heart remained as tranquil as water, unbound by worldly affections. However, since encountering Su Bai, an inexplicable fondness for him had blossomed within her. Even when he seemed indifferent to her, she frequently found herself lost in thought about him. During her first mission, although Xie Changkong had mentioned that Su Bai had returned, she knew deep down that he remained there, facing life and death perils. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to wait for him, as if spellbound. In an unseen manner, she sensed her talent influencing her. The heavenly path compelled her to protect him, to fight desperately for his safety. It was as if, to the heavenly path, he surpassed all else in this world. Furthermore, she discovered that only in Su Bai's presence did her emotions begin to thaw. This was true when Xie Changkong sacrificed himself, and also when Su Bai smoked. Though she had never experienced emotional fluctuations before, in this brief span of over a month, she had laughed, cried, and wept profusely. Is that so? Shui cast a knowing glance. However, the Tianmen gates are not particularly conducive to romance. Of course, as your most steadfast friend, to celebrate your potential union, you must treat me to some snacks. Upon hearing this, Yi Rouge instinctively withdrew her hand, concealing the snack bag behind her. This was the last half of the cucumber-flavored potato chips. She intended to save it for Su Bai? Stingy. Shui scoffed, hands on her hips. Just as her expression grew somber, Su Bai had better return swiftly. Sister, Yao has given up the front 3 zones for our safety. The Rakshasa team has also abandoned the front 3 zones? Yi Rouge inquired, surprised. Given Nan Yao's cold and combative nature, she had assumed they would directly target the foremost zones. There is no choice. This winter demon tide is likely to be the most terrifying one yet. Both girls gazed toward the Tianmen gates. What had once been a barren wasteland was now shrouded in a thick black mist. The sunlight illuminated the area, revealing the formidable figures of demons with fierce, bloodthirsty gazes. Boom, boom, boom. The demon hunters received their orders and proceeded to the logistics department to select their station zones for the winter demon tide, which was now under the guardianship of the monitoring room. Let us go, Shui sighed, and together with Enraged, they made their way to the logistics department. Upon their arrival, they found a large assembly of demon hunters gathered in the steel plaza. Though dispersed, they were primarily organized into 5-member teams, with a few consisting of 4 and very few of 3. There were no pairs or lone individuals to be found. Sister Yao, Shui tugged at Enraged, leading her to where Nan Yao and the others were situated. Is there truly no one else who, like Su Bai, has chosen to fight solo? Enraged inquired. Oh, there are several demon hunting team leaders who also operate solo, but they later opted to establish their own teams, Shui explained. Was that task completed by so many? Not exactly. The criteria for forming a demon hunting team can also be fulfilled through other tasks, though they lack a specific badge to symbolize it. Is that so? Enraged nodded. Su Bai's Chang'an order looks quite impressive. Should I propose forming a team with him? Perhaps he would not agree, Shui replied. Silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man ascended the stage, his presence emanating an oppressive aura that enveloped the entire plaza, causing a palpable stir among the crowd. It is the commander of the Light Army, Shui whispered. Last time, he was merely a newly initiated demon slayer overseeing operations, yet this time, he had ascended directly to the rank of commander. The situation concerning the impending winter demon tide was evidently dire. It was not just Shui. The moment this middle-aged man appeared, many demon slayers on the scene changed their expressions. The Rakshasa squad, not considering the top 5, the cold voice of Nan Yao declared. Shui and her companions exchanged glances, but refrained from speaking. The Heavenly Path squad, not considering the top 5, the leader of the Heavenly Path squad, Yang Tian, issued his command from the other side. The King of Hell squad, not considering the top 5. When the top-ranked Demon Hunter squad also withdrew from the top 5, a profound silence fell over the demon slayers. Many squads, upon hearing this, significantly pushed back their originally considered zones. Let us first delineate the top 15 areas. The middle-aged man proclaimed in a deep voice. This area will be selected by Su Bai, the King of Hell squad, the Heavenly Path squad, the Rakshasa squad, and Enraged of the God of War squad, among others. The one with the weakest power will select first. In 3 minutes, Enraged will be the first to choose. Chapter 34. I wish to choose alongside Su Bai. Before long, 3 minutes passed. Demon Slayer Enraged. Which zone will you select from the top 15? The commander of the Light Army asked solemnly. May I choose later? Enraged replied. Are you out of your mind? Don't be foolish, choose quickly. Do you not wish to survive? With these words, all demon slayers turned their attention to Enraged. Shui and her companions hurriedly urged her. Even Nan Yao frowned upon hearing this. However, Enraged remained resolute, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the stage. That is acceptable. The commander of the Light Army responded. However, I require a reason. I wish to choose alongside Su Bai. Then, that is settled. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the commander's eyes. Subsequently, under his organization, all but the top 4 from the southern third area were selected. The final chooser was Su Bai. The commander's voice resonated throughout the plaza. To his surprise, a profound silence enveloped the demon slayers. No one stepped forward. Nor did anyone speak. Commander of the Light Army, may I inquire if this ranking is arranged from weakest to strongest? At that moment, Yang Tian, the leader of the Heavenly Path squad, posed the question. Upon hearing this, the demon slayers turned their gazes toward the commander. They, too, wished to know the answer. It was common knowledge that the current strongest forces were the King of Hell squad and other top-ranked demon hunter squads. If the ranking was indeed from weakest to strongest, it would imply that Su Bai, single-handedly, had surpassed numerous demon hunter squads to claim the title of the strongest at the Heavenly Gate Pass. I do not wish to repeat myself. Su Bai, come forth and select your stationed area swiftly. The commander of the Light Army said coldly. This is unbelievable. How can it be true? Su Bai, who had only recently been at the Viewing Sea realm, was now supposedly the strongest? I, too, find it astonishing. The King of Hell squad, all at the Windmaster realm, how could they be overpowered by someone at the Viewing Sea realm? Could it be that Su Bai has leaped 2 levels to become a formidable presence at the Godly realm? The commander's response unequivocally solidified Su Bai's status as the strongest. The revelation struck the demon slayers like a bombshell, leaving them stunned and incredulous. Sister Yao, Shui glanced at Nan Yao, her mind involuntarily recalling her previous words. He is unworthy. Nearby, 2 members of the Rakshasa squad stood frozen, equally astonished. How is this possible? It has only been a little over 2 months since then. This individual has somehow become the strongest at the Heavenly Gate Pass? It is utterly terrifying. At this rate, will he soon ascend to the battlefield of the heavens? Handsome, powerful, a swordsman, a dual talent holder. He truly possesses unparalleled qualities. Meanwhile, Enraged, overhearing their discussion, propped her chin on her hand. With Su Bai's strength now so formidable, she felt compelled to grow stronger as well. Boom. Enraged instantly entered the Windmaster realm. Wow, this breakthrough seems rather swift, Shui remarked, rubbing her forehead. At that moment, She found herself at a loss for words. One Su-bai was already enough. Now? This individual too was achieving great heights. Were it not for the records indicating their talents as merely E and B grades, she would suspect they possessed talents beyond S grade, as if chosen by destiny. Actually, I could have broken through days ago, but I wanted to do it alongside Su-bai, Enraged said, munching on snacks with a silly grin. Is Su-bai not here? The commander of the light army frowned upon seeing no one approach to select. Report, Commander. Su-bai is on a mission and has not yet returned. I shall choose first. Enraged stepped onto the stage, glanced at the list, and pointed at it. Commander, why has the Phantom Squad fallen so far behind? They should be guarding the top 15 zones. The Phantom Squad's captain, Tang Jun, Vice Captain Shen Zheng, and member Su Fan are all deceased. Currently, the Phantom Squad only consists of Zhang Xiaoruo, whose combat power is insufficient to defend the top 15 zones. Oh, they died. How unfortunate, Enraged remarked thoughtfully. What? Tang Jun is dead? He had an A-grade talent and was cunning and cautious. Last time, he escaped 3 Demon Emperor's pursuit. How could he have perished? Shen Zheng and Su Fan were equally formidable. Even with just the 3 of them, the Phantom Squad held considerable strength. Their sudden demise seemed suspicious. I have heard that the Phantom Squad and Su-bai are not on good terms. I wonder if there is any correlation. If it is true that Su-bai single-handedly eliminated the 3 mainstays of the Phantom Squad, then he certainly deserves to rank at the forefront. A wave of discussion rippled through the Demon Slayers. Has even Tangjin become no match for you, Su-bai? Just how powerful have you become? Shui mused. Recalling the quiet boy from back then and juxtaposing it with the image of him fiercely wielding his weapon in the station room, her thoughts swirling. He seemed to have always been growing fiercely, though the path he walked was solitary and desolate, devoid of any companionship. Next time you storm into my station room, remember, I dare to act. How imposing. Even I, your elder sister, am moved, my little junior. Shui sighed, folding her thoughts away. She turned her head. Nan Yao remained expressionless, as if all of this were unrelated to her current self. The two of them truly resembled each other. Commander of the Light Army. I am experiencing difficulty in making a choice. Please bear with me. I may require a bit more time. On stage, Enraged scrutinized the map of the station zones, glancing left and right while occasionally lifting her head to discreetly observe the entrance of the logistics department. You have 5 minutes. The commander of the Light Army declared in a deep tone. Thank you, Commander. Enraged replied with a smile and nodded. 5 minutes passed. Commander Guangming. I am experiencing a slight headache. Allow me a few more minutes to contemplate. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. I apologize, Commander Guangming. But I find myself somewhat peckish. Let me first have a snack. You have another 3 minutes. Another 3 minutes passed. Commander Guangming, I now have an idea. Please do not rush me. I will select shortly. 1 final minute. 1 minute later. Commander Guangming, please make your selection without any further delay. There are numerous other squads yet to be assigned. Oh, Enraged sighed, pointing towards the South District 4 on the map. I choose South District 4. Has Su-bai arrived? Hurry and come forth to select your area. You have 3 minutes. If you do not arrive within 3 minutes, I shall unilaterally assign you to South District 1. No need. At this moment, a cool voice resounded. Su-bai? Chapter 35 I mean to claim them all. Before Enraged could express her astonishment, Su-bai's voice emerged, drawing the attention of all the demon hunters present. How handsome. His allure was not a recent development. Did you not know? He has now ascended to the title of the most handsome at Tianmen Pass. What a powerful aura. He has attained the Wind Mastery realm in such a short span. As gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd, a path spontaneously opened leading directly to the platform. Yet Su-bai remained immobile. Su-bai, come up and select your garrison area, Commander Guangming commanded in a deep tone. No need. Su-bai shook his head. Are you implying that you will accept my arrangement and directly guard South District 1? Not at all. Then why do you not come up to make your selection? Commander Guangming appeared perplexed, while the surrounding demon hunters regarded Su-bai with bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. What I mean is, I wish to claim South District 1 through South District 3. With that declaration, Su-bai turned and transformed into a streak of light, leaping onto the city wall. Unbeknownst to him, for nearly 3 minutes after his departure, not a single soul uttered a word in the vast steel plaza. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Even Commander Guangming, responsible for coordinating the garrison divisions for this winter demon tide, fell into deep contemplation. Damn. How incredibly pretentious. Yet somehow, this audacity leaves me in awe. A furious roar shattered the silence. The next moment, chaos erupted in the plaza. Who among the demon hunters throughout history has dared to make such a bold claim? In the past, a lone guardian managed 10 garrison zones at the end of the battle, but now, with the impending horror of a demon tide, Su-bai still had the audacity to speak thus. This is truly impressive. How exhilarating. My husband is the best, who can rival his handsomeness. Damn. It feels like all the bravado of the past couple of months has been exhausted by this guy, and yet I have no retort. Can you imagine how infuriating that is? Returning to his senses, Commander Guangming gazed in the direction Su-bai had departed, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This guy? Truly adept at showing off. How did I not realize this sooner? I am going to find Subai. Yi Rouge bid farewell to Commander Guangming and the members of the Azura squad, and likewise transformed into a streak of light, vaulting onto the city wall. Perhaps due to her inexperience, she nearly stumbled midway. We should go as well, Shui remarked. The Azura squad had chosen South District 5. Subai, are you there? Yi Rouge knocked on the door of Subai's garrison room. After a moment, Subai opened the door. Is there something you need? Can I not seek you out for no reason? You promised to teach me swordsmanship. It has been quite a while, and you thud. Before she could finish her thought, Subai closed the door. Let us not discuss that. Subai, I genuinely have something important to relay. The door remained resolutely shut. Oh, I truly have something significant. It's urgent. The door did not budge. The call you made has returned. When? Yi Rouge stared blankly as Subai materialized before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you harboring some grievance against me? You refuse to open the door, yet upon mentioning a phone call, you appear. Subai regarded her with an impassive expression. Fine, see for yourself. Yi Rouge retrieved the satellite phone, irritably presenting it to Subai. He glanced at it and noted an incoming call. He took the phone and dialed back. Hello, is this Brother Subai? It's me. Brother Subai? I miss you. When will you come visit me? Soon. Brother Subai, Xiaoji really misses you. I aced my exam again. The teacher praised me for being excellent. But I am not happy because you have yet to commend me. Xiaoji is indeed remarkable. Nearby, upon hearing those words, Yi Rouge froze in place. This guy is so aloof. He can actually give compliments? Thank you. 3 minutes later, Subai returned the phone to Yi Rouge. Subai? I wish to propose a trade. I would like to exchange merit points for the body refining gold stones you possess. Swish. 2 body refining gold stones appeared before Yi Rouge. She was about to say something when Subai had already closed the door to his garrison room. Oh, but I have not yet given you the merit points. Yi Rouge knocked on the door. Phone fee. Subai's voice came from within. It was merely a phone call. What could be the cost of a phone call worth 2 body refining gold stones? Do not discard them. Yes. Yi Rouge cradled them as if they were treasures. However, I cannot let you suffer a loss. If you require assistance, just let me know. If you need to form a team and require members, I could reluctantly agree. I also have half a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, my favorite snack, if you wish to have some. Goodness. Your intentions are so transparent, they could be read on your face. Shui remarked as she approached, overhearing Yi Rouge's musings. Wow, if one did not know better. It would appear you are genuinely expressing gratitude. Ah, Shui, what brings you here? Yi Rouge blushed slightly upon seeing Shui. I need to speak with Subai regarding something. Oh, then you two chat. I shall take my leave. With that, Yi Rouge transformed into a streak of light and darted into her garrison room. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to behave in such a manner before outsiders for the first time. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Subai stood side by side with Shui, facing the swirling sands of the desolate desert beyond Tianmen Pass. Beyond that lay the demon territory, shrouded in ominous black mist. Subai, I implore you to be honest. Do you truly have confidence in guarding the 3 most peripheral districts? The Azura squad had selected South District 5, which was in close proximity to Yi Rouge's South District 4, as well as Subai's 3 districts. These top-ranked areas were the primary targets of the demon onslaught. Should any district fall, the pressure would inevitably transfer to the neighboring areas. If Subai were unable to hold the 3 districts, the resulting strain would cascade onto the others, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Shui had come not only for the safety of the Azura squad, but also to dissuade Subai from this decision. After all, even if the southern demon chooses to withdraw from the front 3 districts, this impending winter demon tide is likely to far exceed any previous occurrences. Should Subai concede, it is highly probable that the celestial battlefield will dispatch powerful beings from the divine realm to assist. At that juncture, their burden would be significantly alleviated, and their chances of survival would markedly increase. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. Shui intended to articulate further thoughts, but upon seeing his frail silhouette, her words inexplicably lodged in her throat. She, too, was acutely aware that Subai was truly unlike ordinary individuals. Yi Rouge, perhaps you are indeed correct. Then let us strive forward, Junior. If you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to flee. I shall provide cover for you. Chapter 36, The Body of All Things. After Shui departed, Subai returned to the command room. System, how many attribute points do I currently possess? Reply to the host. You currently have a total of 539, 489 attribute points. Allocate 248, 604 to physique. Beep. Allocation complete. Current physique, 300, 000. Beep. Physique has reached 300, 000, triggering a qualitative transformation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Body of All Things. Body of All Things, 90 damage reduction from A-grade weapons, including spirit-infused weapons, complete immunity to damage from weapons below A-grade, and the ability to harness the power of all things. With his enhanced physique, every movement of Subai radiated immense power, capable of distorting the very fabric of the void when exerted. Furthermore, his defensive capabilities were formidable. An A-grade, razor-sharp Xianyuan sword merely left a faint scratch upon his skin. Now, relying solely on his physical prowess, Subai could effortlessly subdue powerful foes at the Wind Sovereign level. Allocate 80,000 to the Xianyuan sword intent and 50,000 to the Nightshade. Beep. Allocation complete. The Xianyuan sword has now acquired Xianyuan sword intent. Beep. Allocation complete. Current Nightshade level. A-grade 500,000. The next level is S-grade Nightshade, which possesses several attributes, and as long as one is in a dark environment. A teleportation effect within a 5-meter radius can be achieved without usage limits. With a soft hum, the Xianyuan sword emitted a gentle resonance as it was drawn from its sheath, enveloped in waves of azure sword intent that twisted the surrounding void. Although its appearance remained that of a fractured stone sword, at this moment, it exuded an aura of divine weaponry. Subai beckoned with a hand, and upon grasping the broken sword, the dual realms of sword intent merged seamlessly, allowing the Xianyuan sword to cleave through the surrounding void effortlessly. A gentle downward stroke tore through the air, revealing an abyssal vacuum, which was swiftly restored to its original state. Subai then began practicing his sword techniques. And as time passed, his integration of personal sword intent with Xianyuan sword intent grew increasingly proficient. 2 hours later, he could flawlessly merge the two realms of intent. One day, I shall restore your former might. Withdrawing his sword intent, he caressed the blade's surface. The Xianyuan sword seemed to respond, emitting a series of soft chimes. Swish. The fractured sword returned to its sheath. Subai stepped out and made his way to the resource exchange. Alone, he had to prepare further, for he was tasked with guarding 3 districts. It's Subai? To see him in person is truly remarkable. He exudes an admirable aura that inspires envy. What items does he seek? Who can say? Such prominent figures typically ascend to the upper 2 floors. As the winter demon tide loomed closer, the resource exchange was bustling with activity. Yet, upon Subai's arrival, the crowd instinctively fell silent, parting to allow him passage. He ascended directly to the 2nd floor. Subai? Long time no see. You've become even more handsome. Upon seeing Subai, Fangqing hastily abandoned her conversation with a demon hunter to greet him warmly. The demon hunter, initially poised to react, chuckled sheepishly and retreated upon recognizing Subai, his demeanor exuding an endearing simplicity. However, those familiar with him would be left astonished, for he was one of the esteemed members of the Heavenly Dao team. Do you have any heavy weapons? Subai articulated his purpose. He possessed the body of all things, yet required a weapon that could complement its advantages. Heavy weapons? Fangqing furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Allow me to inquire. She dashed away, returning within a minute, panting. Subai, I found it. It's on the 3rd floor. I'll take you there now. Very well. Subai followed Fangqing to the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he noticed several demon hunters gathered at the center of the room, pointing at a glass cabinet. Their auras were formidable, with the weakest among them in the mid-tier of the Wind Sovereign realm. However, aside from the Southern Demon and Xiaolanra, he recognized none. Just arrived from the mainland today. Fangqing led him closer. Subai, are you interested in this weapon? Xiaolanra greeted him. Indeed. Allow me to introduce. This is our Heavenly Dao team's captain, Yang Tian. She introduced the man beside her with a slight bow. I've heard much about you. Meeting you today is truly extraordinary, Yang Tian remarked with a smile. Subai nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, turning his gaze to the weapon in question. However, in the next moment, a tall figure obstructed his path. You are Subai? I've heard you intend to guard 3 districts alone. Do you truly possess the capability? Subai glanced at the man and then maneuvered around him. Yet, the man persistently blocked his path, exuding a powerful aura from his late-stage Wind Sovereign cultivation. Applying immense pressure upon Subai. Du Qinfeng, what are you doing? This is Tianmen Pass. Are you looking for trouble here? Xiaolanra frowned. Looking for trouble? I wouldn't dare. I, Du Qinfeng, am quite timid. However, our Heavenly War team is stationed in the southern 6th district. I fear this fellow might falter in defending the front 3 districts, causing us to bear the consequences. I intended to discuss matters with him later. But since he is here, it seems opportune. What do you mean? Xiaolanra's tone turned serious. Nothing much, merely wishing to ascertain if the strongest of Tianmen Pass, as claimed by this illustrious commander, possesses the strength to guard from the southern 1st to 3rd districts. Du Qinfeng scoffed. Here is a piece of advice. Step aside and apologize. This world is vast, and not everyone can be trifled with. At this moment, Yang Tian chuckled. Ah, you. Yang Tian, captain of the Heavenly Dao team, on the verge of comprehending intent and stepping into the divine realm, are indeed a formidable presence that I, Du Qinfeng, dare not provoke. Yet, I cannot allow my comrades to suffer unjustly, can I? Take pleasure in your own affairs. Yang Tian waved his hand, falling silent. Thus, Subai, I kindly request to witness if you possess the strength to guard 3 districts. Step aside. Subai remained silent, while the Southern Demon stepped forward, positioning herself between the two. Southern Demon, this is a matter between him and me. It does not concern you. What are you implying? Du Qinfeng glared at the southern demon, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. I have no intention of allowing the Rakshasa team to share the burden of guarding your southern 6th district, the southern demon replied coldly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting this fellow truly possesses the strength to guard 3 districts? That is absurd. You, of all people, should know how terrifying this winter demon tide can be. I shall say this once, step aside. The southern demon's voice was icy, her aura radiating the pinnacle of the wind sovereign realm. Moreover, amidst it all, there lingers a faint, elusive aura, the essence. You have actually arrived at this juncture. Very well, I, Du Qinfeng, concede this time. However, should Subai fail to defend the 3 districts, I, Du Qinfeng, shall risk my life to ensure he pays the price. With a cold snort, Du Qinfeng strode towards the exit. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, casting a disdainful glance at Subai. I hope that when next we meet, you will not be hiding behind a woman. Whoosh. Chapter 37, The Celestial Void. In an instant, a stone sword, severed and jagged, obstructed Du Qinfeng's path. The azure sword intent, as tangible as substance, completely sealed off his route. The essence. It is indeed the essence, so piercingly sharp. I knew it. Subai has taken that step. Those around him gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Truly a genius, a prodigy. Qiulanru could not help but exclaim. Indeed. Yang Tian responded with a bitter smile and a nod. He had thought himself the first to take that step, only to find that Subai had outpaced him. Furthermore, his comprehension of the essence is so formidable that, across the vast battlefield of the heavens, few could rival him. Crack. Under such intense pressure from the sword intent, Du Qinfeng, a late-stage practitioner of the Wind Mastery realm, found himself utterly unable to withstand it. He struggled for several seconds, but ultimately could not hold on. His knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Apologize. Subai's cool voice resonated. I apologize. With a sullen expression, Du Qinfeng managed to force those words from his lips. Whoosh. The extermination sword returned to its sheath. Without the oppressive weight, Du Qinfeng rose to his feet and hastily departed the 3rd floor. After the tide of demons, I shall slay. Nan Yao cast a glance at Subai before turning away impassively. This fellow is indeed swift and decisive, but Subai, you must be cautious. Du Qinfeng has powerful backing, Yang Tian remarked. Thank you. Subai nodded. Ahem, Subai, allow me to introduce this weapon to you. It is called the Falling Star Gauntlet, classified as an A-grade weapon with a fire attribute, said to be forged from a meteorite weighing over 30,000 pounds. At this moment, Qiulanru pointed towards a transparent glass display. Subai looked over. The gauntlet was entirely jet black, its surface uneven, shimmering with sparks of flame. Reminiscent of a meteorite freshly fallen to Earth. Isn't it magnificent? I think it is. Yang Tian chuckled. Regrettably, this weight is beyond what an ordinary person can handle. Even Du Qinfeng, possessing a B-grade talent field, can wield it but cannot utilize it freely, facing significant limitations. This is the heaviest weapon here, Fang Qing added. Is there something heavier? 30,000 pounds is manageable for the strength of 100 elephants, but still too light for the strength of 10,000. Is it still light? Yang Tian smirked, glancing towards the sword sheath on Subai's back. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. A swordsman, by all accounts, should tread the path of lightness. How is it that Subai has opted for heavy weaponry? Most notably, he finds 30,000 pounds insufficient and desires something heavier. Is there truly such a swordsman in the world? If not, so be it. Subai turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Fang Qing called out to him. Subai, I suddenly recalled a weapon. I am unsure if you can use it, but it is indeed very heavy. It wouldn't be that one, would it? Qiulanru's expression turned peculiar, echoed by others around her. How heavy? I do not know. This object has been here since the establishment of the Heavenly Gate. Lead the way. All right, follow me. Subai trailed after Fang Qing to the vast square of the logistics department. Yang Tian and the others seized the opportunity to follow suit, eager to see. This is it. Fang Qing pointed at the towering spear standing in the center of the square. The spear was entirely silvery, its tip adorned with a crimson tassel, glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Subai had seen this item before, but had always assumed it was merely a decorative piece created by the Heavenly Gate, never realizing it was indeed a weapon. Can it be lifted? Subai inquired. It can. Receiving a positive response, Subai approached, scrutinizing the spear closely. What do you all think? Will Subai truly be able to lift this spear? Qiulanru frowned. It's highly unlikely. It is said that even the commander-in-chief cannot lift this spear, let alone Subai. Subai is indeed strong. But this spear has stood here longer than the Heavenly Gate itself. No one knows how heavy it is. Even with his formidable physique, he may struggle to budge it. Indeed, throughout the history of the Heavenly Gate, numerous prodigies have attempted, yet none could even stir it. The surrounding crowd exchanged murmurs, none believing Subai could manage it. Even Yang Tian did not hold high hopes for him. At that moment, Subai noticed several lines of small characters engraved on the spear. The script resembled that found in the stone coffin, written in the same language. System, translate. Returning to the host. The meaning of these characters is, in the third year of the Eternal Era, the human race's weapon forging master, Ouyang Yun, crafted this spear. This spear is named Celestial Void, devoid of spirit and attribute, yet its hardness is exceedingly formidable, equivalent to an S-grade weapon today. Furthermore, this spear is immensely heavy, requiring a force of 1,000 elephants to wield. Another reference to the Eternal Era. Subai furrowed his brow, no longer pondering it, and placed both hands on the spear, exerting force to pull it. Kaboom! In that instant, the strength of 10,000 elephants surged forth, and the spear, standing firm, began to rise under the immense power. By the heavens, how is this possible? Qiu Lanru stood frozen in place. The others nearby were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Someone is capable of lifting this spear? Above the clouds, a dignified elder, clad in a suit, opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the heavenly gate. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could hardly believe it. Without relying on spiritual power or essence, merely through sheer physical strength, he was able to move this spear. Fascinating. The elder's expression shifted, his gaze brightening. And as he looked at Subai, he involuntarily took several steps back. Golden skin and jade bones, boundless vitality. He is practically a human-shaped beast. When has our race seen a physique refined to such a degree? Hello, you bumped into me. Yang Tian, who had been grazed by the elder, spoke up. Oh, my apologies. I was taken aback by this young man's physique, the elder replied, turning back to offer his apologies. Yang Tian waved his hand. Deeming it a minor matter, he merely sought a word of acknowledgement. After all, as the captain of the Heavenly Dao team and one of the prominent figures of the Heavenly Gate, he possessed that much grace. At that moment, Yang Tian seemed to realize something and hurriedly produced a photograph to compare with the elder before him. Upon comparison, the two images aligned perfectly, leaving Yang Tian stunned in place. Total. Shoo, quietly now. Do not speak carelessly, just know it. The elder patted his shoulder. Yes. Yang Tian nodded excitedly. Please tell me about this young man's information. The more detailed, the better. Could it truly be that this fellow is the reason for his emergence? Yang Tian gazed at Subai, who was in the midst of lifting the spear, envy glimmering in his eyes. To be recognized by the commander-in-chief. I fear that it may be yet another army commander, or perhaps the next supreme commander. This individual is named Subai. With dual talents, he has successfully completed that task and is now worthy to wield this weapon. The elder's eyes sparkled with growing satisfaction. Boom. As the final segment of the gun emerged from the earth, the long spear that Subai held in his grasp emitted a thunderous roar, swiftly diminishing in size. In but a fleeting moment, it had transformed into the dimensions of an ordinary alloy spear. Upon drawing the spear, it acknowledged Subai as its master, allowing him to alter its size at will. Excellent. Chapter 38, The Winter Demon Tide. The elder exclaimed, leading the applause. Seeing this, Yang Tian joined in, followed by Qiu Lanru, who, upon witnessing her captain's approval, clapped enthusiastically as well. The surrounding crowd, noticing that the leader of the Tiandao team, Yang Tian, was applauding, also began to cheer. However, the brightest smile belonged to Fang Qing, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Subai, may I have a turn? Qiu Lanru asked, her eyes alight with eagerness as she beheld the spear's transformation. Many others were similarly intrigued. As demon slayers, their primary weapons were long spears and staffs designed for ranged attacks. Compared to the staff, the spear was more formidable and aesthetically appealing, making it a favored choice. Over time, their weapons had become fixed, thus the spear was highly esteemed in this realm, especially Subai's weapon, which was quickly becoming a symbol. Without uttering a word, Subai hurled the spear, embedding it before Qiu Lanru. Screech. The steel floor, protected by powerful formations, was pierced by the spear's tip, creating a large hole. Such might cause the demon slayers present to flinch. A floor capable of withstanding the impact of B-grade enchanted weapons could not bear the spear's weight. Truly formidable. One demon slayer's face displayed astonishment. Thank you, handsome boy. I'll give it a try. Qiu Lanru inhaled deeply, channeling her spiritual energy as she attempted to lift the spear. Yet, 3 minutes passed, and despite her flushed face and labored breathing, she could not budge it an inch. All right, I concede, she panted, collapsing in exhaustion. Feeling weak, another demon slayer rubbed his hands together, asking, can I give it a go? After receiving Subai's nod, he too, infused with wild spiritual energy, attempted to draw the spear. However, less than 2 minutes later, he crumpled to the ground, joining Qiu Lanru in defeat. Who is weak now? I managed 3 minutes. And you? The fallen slayer began to retort, but soon succumbed to darkness. Don't mind him. He simply overexerted himself, the elder remarked with a smirk. If they can't manage it, why do they dare to try? Turning to Subai, he continued, I've discerned your extraordinary potential. You are a rare martial talent. I happen to have a few insights to share. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Upon hearing this, the crowd was left perplexed. Yang Tian, however, persistently gestured to Subai, urging him to accept. Yet, Subai calmly shook his head. He sensed that the elder was indeed powerful, the strongest among the human and demon kind he had encountered. Yet, with the system at his disposal, earning attribute points through demon slaying and leveling up, he felt no need for a mentor. Very well, I shall take my leave, as I have pressing matters to attend to. The elder, undeterred by the rejection, only seemed more appreciative. Nonetheless, my offer stands, should you change your mind. You may seek me out. My name is inconsequential for now. You will know it in due time. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, he vanished instantly. Goodness! What power! I sense nothing at all, exclaimed a demon slayer in astonishment. The others wore expressions of shock as well. They represented the pinnacle of strength at Tianmen Pass, capable of perceiving even the faintest traces of a commander who had grasped the essence of combat. Yet, someone could disappear right beneath their noses. Just how formidable must that individual be? At that moment, one demon slayer seemed to realize something, staring incredulously at Yang Tian. Indeed, this man is the supreme commander of Tianmen Pass. Yang Tian sighed. Su Bai, do you realize the monumental opportunity you have missed? The other demon slayers were left dumbfounded. Wait, the supreme commander personally sought a disciple, and Su Bai turned him down? They lamented, some wishing they could cry. Why couldn't such fortune fall upon me? That is the supreme commander. Su Bai, alas, what a pity. If I were in your position, I would be regretting it immensely right now. How aloof. Even the supreme commander was rejected. Su Bai, you are truly something else. The surrounding crowd expressed their sorrow, many gazing at Su Bai, anticipating a display of regret. Yet, he merely maintained a stoic expression as he withdrew with the spear. Unbeknownst to him, the news of the supreme commander seeking him as a disciple would spread throughout Tianmen Pass in mere minutes. The reactions of those who heard the news were strikingly uniform. When the southern demon learned of it, a flicker of emotion crossed her otherwise impassive face. What a pity. To be the supreme commander's disciple means receiving his unreserved guidance. Shui sighed. Shui, the southern demon called out. What is it, demon sister? After the demon tide, I intend to depart, appointing Enraged as the next captain of the Luocha team. I have no objections, though I wonder if she will agree. Shui's talent as a willow demon only provided support, leaving her own combat strength lacking. She had never considered taking on the captaincy. Enraged's rapid advancement was already beyond extraordinary, and her combat prowess was commendable. Under her leadership, the Luocha team would not weaken due to the southern demon's departure. Though I am unsure how to persuade that miserly romantic, I will speak to her after the demon tide, the southern demon replied. Indeed, the demon tide is imminent. But will you still choose someone when you ascend? Perhaps a team. The southern demon spoke solemnly, a certain figure surfacing in her mind. Yes, it must be Su Bai. Though he may seem cold, he brings a sense of security. Do you have feelings for him? The southern demon inquired, looking at Shui. Like him? How could I not? He is handsome, possesses dual talents, is a formidable being in the divine realm, and even dared to refuse the supreme commander. Such traits set him apart from other men. Having encountered someone so exceptional, I doubt I will find anyone else to capture my heart. Shui candidly expressed her thoughts. And you, demon sister, do you have someone you cherish? The southern demon remained silent, her expression unchanging as she exited the command post. Sigh. Is there truly nothing in the heart of the southern demon but cultivation and demon slaying? Boom, boom, boom. At 6 o'clock sharp, the demon slayers took their positions, ready to defend the city. The bell tolled, marking the onset of night. Su Bai stood poised upon the city wall, overlooking the empty expanse from the southern district to the southern third district. Su Bai, let us see who slays more today. On the ancient city wall of the southern fourth district, Enraged nibbled on her lollipop and arched an eyebrow at him. Su Bai remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the encroaching black mist. Urgent notification, urgent notification, urgent notification. The demon horde is advancing en masse. The brutal winter demon tide has arrived. All demon slayers, heed the call. Defend the heavenly gate with unwavering resolve. Protect our human realm and its sacred lands. Chapter 39, The Blade of Royal Blood. As soon as the urgent notification was issued, the demon slayers burst forth in a frenzy. When they beheld the vast, abyss-like expanse of thick fog approaching, many were overtaken by sheer terror. So many demons were coming. How terrifying. Is this truly the winter demon tide? The protective formation around the gate has been fully activated. Another piercing report echoed. In an instant, arcs of electricity ignited, and the towering steel walls were enveloped in a translucent protective shield. Break the heavenly gate. Slay the demons. Break the heavenly gate. Slay the demons. Break the heavenly gate. Slay the demons. As nightfall consumed the last vestiges of twilight, the demon army, numbering in the millions, advanced upon the foot of the heavenly gate. The palpable, overwhelming momentum of their advance distorted the very fabric of reality, instilling a grave concern in the hearts of the demon slayers. Kill. Without any preamble, the legion of demons launched their assault. The sounds of chaos erupted. Within a mere minute, the colossal steel walls of the heavenly gate were besieged by a multitude of demons, their roars echoing with ferocity, particularly in the regions guarded by Su Bai. From the southern first district to the southern third district, the influx was especially pronounced. Could Su-bai handle this overwhelming tide of demons? The sheer number of demons in just Su-bai's 3 districts equaled, if not surpassed, the previous winter demon tides. Moreover, this time, the demon's strength was formidable beyond compare. Under such circumstances, even Shui, who had weathered several winter demon tides, felt a shiver of unease. Kill the demons. The expressionless southern demon uttered those 2 words, drawing back his bowstring with a flourish, releasing a winged dragon that plummeted directly onto the steel wall. Amidst the crackling of electricity and the mingling of flesh and blood, a bizarre red explosion illuminated the scene. Do your best, Su-bai, I believe in you. Shui cast a determined glance at Su-bai, and as she turned away, her countenance transformed into one of lethal intent. This fellow truly possessed remarkable composure. On the wall, Yang Tian wielded gusts of wind to repel the demons while casting glances at Su-bai. To his surprise, Su-bai remained impassive, suspended before the 3 guarded districts, showing no inclination to engage. Truly, he was composed. Qiu Lan, grasping a long spear, also wore an expression of deep admiration. He was uncertain of Su-bai's intentions, but he was certain that it was an extraordinary feat beyond what he could ever accomplish. Su-bai, will you not strike? If this continues, the number of demons you slay will never catch up to mine. In the southern 4th district, Yi Rouge swept her spear, unleashing a tempest that obliterated dozens of demons, transforming them into brilliant bursts of fireworks. This was her newly acquired B-rank spirit weapon, the Firestorm Spear. Initially expecting it to provoke a reaction from Su-bai, she was met only with his continued indifference. Really, could you not offer even a modicum of response? I spent all my merit points to exchange for this weapon. Yi Rouge bit down hard on her lollipop, venting her frustration upon the demons. And with each sweep of her spear, more explosions lit the darkened sky. Damn demons, why do they all converge here? How am I to assist Su-bai like this? Under the pitch-black night, the battle raged on. Each individual was embroiled in life-or-death combat. Yet Su-bai appeared as an observer, silently watching it all unfold. Damn it. When will you make your move, Bai? How long must we wait? His composure was indeed extraordinary, but it was too cold. At such a critical juncture, did he truly fear the scorn of the other demon slayers? Haha, who would dare to utter a word against a being of the divine realm? In the monitoring room, everyone wore solemn faces, intensely focused on the large screen. This winter demon tide was unlike any other. They were responsible for supporting the various guarded districts and could not afford any laxity. Yet, up until now, in the southern 1st to 3rd districts, aside from the stone blades soaring through the air and slaying the demons that had scaled the walls, Su-bai had shown no signs of action. Had the day finally arrived? Just then, Qin Tianzhu in the crowd suddenly felt a surge of realization. His expression darkened as he grasped his long staff and exited the monitoring room. Meanwhile, numerous demon slayers stationed in the southern district, witnessing Su-bai's continued inaction, wore expressions of anger. However, wary of Su-bai's recently displayed prowess, none dared to voice their grievances. At the same time, behind the demon army, a young man clad in black robes toyed with a blood-stained dagger, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. At that moment, a demon emperor transformed into a streak of light, flying toward him and bowing respectfully. Report, Earth Emperor, we have pinpointed the location of that human swordsman. He is currently situated between the southern 1st and 3rd districts of the Heavenly Gate. Excellent, we shall strike immediately. However, be advised, the demon lord has stated that this individual possesses remarkable physical strength. To slay him, we shall require the blade of royal blood, which is in my possession. You 500 demon emperors, along with 10 earth emperors, must provide cover for me. Do you understand? The young man's expression turned icy. Understood. Soon, hundreds of swirling black mists merged into the demon army, swiftly advancing toward the southern district's front 3 areas. Their speed was rapid, yet amidst the millions of demons, they went unnoticed like pebbles sinking into the sea. Report to the commander, the demon army is advancing. Please provide instructions. What instruction do you expect? The demons are already upon us. What can we do but fight? The elder roared above the clouds, unable to calm the fury within. This battle would likely drag on for some time. He could only hope for the best regarding that young man. Whoosh. As he spoke, the clouds parted before him, revealing the battlefield of the Heavenly Gate in its entirety. Upon witnessing everyone fighting desperately, while Su-bai remained tranquil and suspended in midair, he could not help but stroke his chin, his brows knitting together. What on earth is this boy doing? As the elder pondered, he suddenly noticed several dark figures darting towards Su-bai's location. One of these figures exuded a faint sense of threat, even to him. Upon closer inspection, he saw that this individual was wielding a blood-stained dagger, concealed among the demon ranks, occasionally glancing at Su-bai. Damn it! That wretched demon lord is actually using the blade of royal blood against my disciple. This is unforgivable. The elder sprang to his feet, but in the next moment, the surroundings shifted, and he found himself in an utterly dark realm without warning. Just as he attempted to leave, a figure shrouded in mist blocked his path. Heavenly Gate Commander, Hiawu, long time no see. It's you, you wretched demon lord? Chapter 40. The Impoverished You Family. Therefore they yield not an inch. The battle at the heavenly gate raged on, under the relentless onslaught of the demon race. The once formidable iron walls that stood as an insurmountable barrier have become a patchwork of wounds. Many demon slayers, with their eyes aflame and voices hoarse from defiance, have been overwhelmed by successive waves of demons, marking the end of their lives. Yet, in the next moment, their weapons are picked up by comrades and hurled back into the fray, a ceaseless cycle of struggle. As the number of demon slayers dwindles, the human forces, already at a disadvantage, find it increasingly arduous to resist. Meanwhile, the demon hordes, emboldened by their numerical superiority, steadily gain the upper hand. In the monitoring room, a figure sits rigidly in a chair, intently fixated on the large screen, oblivious to the blood vessels straining in his eyes. Zhao Changchun, reinforcements to North District 35. Hinaiqin, reinforcements to South District 36. Wang Wuwei, reinforcements to North District 21. Lu Wuyong, reinforcements to South District 42. Just then, a breach suddenly appears in the wall of South District 6. In an instant, thousands of demons surge forth, slaughtering 2 members of the Tianzhan squad stationed there. Damn it. I'll fight you to the death. Du Chunfeng roars as he charges forward, unleashing the ferocious power of his innate ability, decimating a significant portion of the demons in mere moments. Subai, you still, he turns to shout, but before he can finish, a hidden assassin demon king swiftly ends his life, casting him from the wall. In his fading consciousness, he witnesses an unforgettable scene. From the territory spanning South District 1 to South District 3, an endless tide of demons swarms, their claws bared and voices thunderous. Yet, there stands Subai, akin to another gate of heaven, impervious to the oncoming onslaught of countless demons. He still refrains from striking. However, he withstands the pressure from 3 districts. Time is running short. With a single sweep of his hand, the Tianke spear falls from his grasp, plummeting towards the horde below. Is that all you've got? A demon scoffs, advancing rather than retreating, intent on seizing the spear. But at the instant the spear is grasped, he is struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. Before he can escape, the spear, which was previously manageable in one hand, suddenly expands to hundreds of times its size. In the horrified gaze of the demon, it crushes him and the demons from 3 districts into the ground. The earth quakes, and blood and flesh rain down. As Subai recalls the spear, the ground from South District 1 to South District 3 is littered with the remnants of the demons. Ding. Host has slain demons X102, 350, earning attribute points 702, 359. What a spectacle. Lan, witnessing the scene from afar, stands frozen in disbelief. Is this really a sword cultivator? Surely, he cannot be merely a body cultivator? Yang Tian is equally astonished. Damn it, Subai, you're cheating. How am I supposed to keep up with this? With the demise of over 100,000 demons in a single strike, the pressure on Yi Rouge diminishes significantly. Yet, she is far from pleased. How could they have been ahead by hundreds and suddenly reverted to square one? It infuriates her. Subai, just wait. I will surpass you. Transforming her frustration into strength, she fiercely charges at the nearby demons. This guy Shui smiles knowingly. She always believed he would hold the line. Subai, well done. Subai, oh my god. Damn. To slay over 100,000 demons in one blow, who else could achieve such a feat? I've decided, I want to be Subai's follower. Subai's strike not only instills fear in the demons, but also invigorates the human spirits. Many demon slayers, with their blood boiling and spirits soaring, begin to turn the tide and stabilize the situation. Both sides find themselves locked in a stalemate. Kill. A furious roar emanates from the black mist, causing the demons to tremble, their eyes turning crimson as they lose all semblance of reason and launch an even more frenzied assault. This is dire. The demon offensive is overwhelming, and they cannot hold out much longer. They charge recklessly, with so many demons that even their attempts to kill are futile. They are about to crumble. In this state of affairs, within just 3 minutes, the balance is shattered once more. The human forces again find themselves crushed beneath the demon's might. The protective barrier over the iron walls dims at this moment. Creak, creak, creak. Without the protection of the Grand Formation, the mortal iron of Tianmen Pass can hardly withstand the fangs and claws of these demons. In no time, the once mighty iron walls are left riddled with a myriad of wounds inflicted by millions of demons. Not good. The walls are about to be destroyed by this horde. Quickly retreat. Retreat. If we don't move now, it will be too late. Many demon slayers make a swift decision, shortening their defensive line and leaping behind the iron walls. The near-collapsing structure can still buy them some time. Their mission is to slay the demons that leap over the walls. As the demon slayers withdraw, only a handful of wind-controlling experts remain to battle in the air. Everyone, prepare to retreat. Aerial combat consumes too much spiritual energy, and we don't know when this battle will end. We cannot waste our strength. Yang Tian commands, propelling himself back several dozen meters. The surrounding individuals follow suit. However, 2 remain unmoved. Subai, South Demon. The 2 exchange a glance and nod. But in the next instant, their figures appear amidst the throng of demons. Have they lost their minds? What do they intend to do against millions of demons? In the monitoring room, those witnessing this scene gasp in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. Such reckless behavior seems utterly irrational for these two prodigies. Perhaps it is for that very reason. The figure in the chair lets out a sigh. I once researched Su Bai's background. Do you know what his best-written article in school was titled? Quick, tell us. Stop teasing. Curse the riddle master. Just say it. Do you only speak half when you go to the bathroom too? The seated figure ignores their clamoring, silently rising to the window, gazing out at the desolate desert before Tianmen Pass. Little do they notice that he has walked this far without once limping. Su Bai's article was titled, The Yu family is poor, hence not an inch of land shall be given. The Yu family is poor, hence not an inch of land shall be given. A demon slayer murmurs, and in an instant, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupts from his body. Damn it, they've bullied us right to our doorstep. Why should I retreat at all? If we're going to kill demons, count me in. Count me in too. But at that moment, the figure in the chair halts them. I understand your frustration and indignation. But have you considered that Su Bai and the South Demon can survive out there while you cannot? Chapter 41, S-Rank, Blood Devour. These words fall like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of anger in their eyes. Indeed, Su Bai and the South Demon are currently the most renowned prodigies within Tianmen Pass. Though their strength may not suffice to repel the demons, they are certainly capable of self-preservation. Meanwhile, they are merely among the many ordinary demon slayers of Tianmen Pass, possessing average strength and poor self-defense capabilities. Faced with such a dire situation, it seems that all we have at our disposal is sheer, solitary courage. The individuals known as demon slayers turn their gazes toward the speaker seated before them. I am aware of your fervent desire to vanquish the demons, to drive these savage beasts from the territories of our human race. Yet the gates of Tianmen are on the brink of collapse, and we possess neither the strength to avert such a calamity. In this moment, our best course of action is to remain composed, to maintain our ranks, and to diligently fulfill our duties. As for the rest, let it rest in their capable hands. They, indeed, shall serve as the iron bastion following the fall of Tianmen. As he spoke, he cast a glance out the window. The assembly followed his line of sight. Beneath the cover of night, amid the tide of demons, a frail silhouette stood out remarkably. Kill this human. Slay him. Such potent vitality. The taste must be exquisite. A human male wielding a sword, the one designated for extermination by the demon lord. Before him stands millions of demons. Su Bai, alone and resolute, wielded his sword like a solitary boat navigating turbulent seas. Threads of crimson surged forth, painting the ground beneath him, stretching for thousands of meters, in an enchanting hue of red. With swift, decisive movements, empowered by bloodthirst, he wielded the three swords of soaring vitality and the glimmering autumn waters. Unfettered by concerns over spiritual energy, he pressed onward, growing bolder with each clash. Advancing over 10 meters in merely half an hour, what appeared inconsequential to him was a monumental feat for the demon slayers observing from behind. He was single-handedly repelling the encroaching darkness, trampling an entire legion of demons. How terrifying it was. Su Bai stood against legions of demons, not a single one able to withstand his blade. The reckless application of his swordsmanship left them in awe. Could his spiritual energy truly endure such expenditure? The prowess of a master was indeed fearsome. How exhilarating. The demon slayers found themselves at a loss for words as they witnessed the spectacle before them. Yet, in that moment, the image of the sword-wielding figure etched itself indelibly into their hearts. Bravo! Throughout the history of the winter demon tides, who has ever matched Su Bai? Advancing rather than retreating, trampling millions of demons with his solitary might? Qiulan exclaimed, her previous frustrations dissipating in an instant. Such an extraordinary figure was unparalleled among the demon slayers. There was only one Su Bai, and that was more than enough. Yang Tian sighed, feeling a sense of inadequacy for the first time in his life, having been born under the adoration of the stars. This feeling of inferiority was ignited by none other than Su Bai. With the overwhelming tide of events, the northern wall of Tianmen fell first to the demon onslaught. Ladies and gentlemen, although Tianmen has fallen, the demon slayers have not. Without the iron walls, we shall forge new flesh and blood fortifications. Moreover, what have we to fear from the demons, as a grand lineage of humanity that has endured for millennia? Kill. Shui, whose innate abilities were of a supportive nature, should have receded into the background, yet at this moment, she was the first to charge forth. Her petite figure contrasted sharply with the gargantuan demons ahead. The demon slayers, witnessing this, felt a surge of murderous intent welling within them. Well said. What do we, the grand human race, have to fear from the demons? We need not say more. Let us slay. If a woman could be so fearless, how could a 7-foot man like myself retreat? Brother, may I borrow your firearm? When we meet again at your grave, I shall ensure you have several demon heads to keep you company. Kill. Night stretched long. The war raged on. Su Bai could not recall how many demons he had slain or how far he had traveled. All he knew was that the speed at which blood thirst absorbed his cultivation was becoming uncontainable. Suddenly, dozens of massive blood pillars erupted from the ground. each one rooted in a blood pool and connecting to Su-bai, continuously supplying him with cultivation energy. At the same moment, a torrent of spiritual energy flooded into his parched dantian. In mere moments, a radiant hue glowed upon his fair visage. With a swift stroke, the combined essence of two sword intents shattered the void, severing thousands of demons in two. Yet, despite the replenishment of his dantian, relief was fleeting. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed a series of strikes. The consumed dantian was quickly replenished, and as the demons fell in increasing numbers, a greater influx of spiritual energy surged toward him, keeping him at the peak of his power. System, Bloodthirst Attribute Point Increase, 500,000. Ding. Attribute Point Allocation Complete. Current Blood Thirst Level, S Level 5, 000,000. Next level, SS Bloodthirst, capable of absorbing 1/5 of the slain's cultivation, with a critical strike rate of 50. Additionally, there is a 0.1 chance to devour the slain's innate abilities, all of which will commence at E level. With the upgrade of Bloodthirst, the cultivation absorbed became even more immense. Su-bai could no longer contain the surge and relinquished all restraints, allowing the boundless sea of cultivation to engulf him. What is this fellow doing? How can he exude such a ferocious aura? On the city walls, Yi Rouge stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Before she could comprehend the situation, Su-bai leapt from the sea of blood, accompanied by the azure sword radiance unleashed by the Zhuxian sword. After this strike, most of the demons surrounding Su-bai lay dead or wounded. The black mist dissipated to reveal a vacuum akin to a blood-red abyss. At that moment, he faced the tide of demons, burdened by countless cultivation energies transformed into blood pillars, advancing with his sword drawn, as if he were a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of the abyss. In such circumstances, not a single demon dared to approach him. Kill. As the black mist surged, a furious roar erupted. The demons, driven into a frenzy, charged recklessly towards Su-bai once more. Yet, they were swiftly met with his overwhelming might, slaughtered on the spot. Suddenly, 10 demon kings and nearly 600 demon lords launched a coordinated attack on Su-bai. The sheer number of powerful demons transformed the surrounding area into a vacuum. Positioned at the center of the assault, Su-bai wielded a sword in his right hand and a spear in his left, employing a brutally effective method to deflect the strike. However, he failed to notice a shadow as dark as ink merging into the vacuum, a bloody dagger poised to strike him from behind. Su-bai, did you think I would not choose to stab you from the front once more? This time, with the power of the royal bloodblade, even with your formidable physique, you shall undoubtedly perish. Chapter 42. My surname is Qin, my given name Tianzhu. As the demon lords launched their joint attack once more, a young man surged forth from the vacuum, aiming directly for Su-bai's face. Yet what awaited him was the triple strike of the soaring three swords. Their azure brilliance dazzling and resplendent, bearing the power to shatter the void, and engulfing the young man entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Su-bai unleashed several more of the soaring three swords, denying the young man any chance to recover. Just then, a blood-red light erupted, swiftly followed by a bloody dagger slicing through the sword radiance, hurtling towards Su-bai with the swiftness of lightning. Su-bai recognized the dagger's exceptional quality and attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared, unable to move. Ha ha ha, Su-bai, behold my treasure of the demon race. The blade of imperial blood, stained with the blood of 10 demon lords or more. It carries the might of the rules. You, a mere transient deity. How can you evade it? Accept your fate, cursed human. As the void mended, the mangled body of the young man became visible. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not in haste to heal, but fixated on Su-bai, seemingly eager to witness his demise. Die, human race. Just a second before the blade of imperial blood struck, the young man sneered, having envisioned Su-bai's inevitable death. Yet, at that critical moment, a figure suddenly leaped in from the side, standing in front of Su-bai. Sizzle. The blade of imperial blood pierced the body, unleashing its terrifying power. And the newcomer collapsed into a pool of blood without uttering a single word. How could this be? The young man was struck with horror at the sight. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he jerked his head up. The next moment, dozens of sharp sword lights surged forth, engulfing him. Ding. Host has slain a demon race member X1, earning 500 attribute points. Qin. Su-bai approached the fallen figure. Stop right there. Let me remind you once more. My surname is Qin, my name Tianzhu. You may call me Old Qin or Tianzhu, but do not utter my full name. With a wave of his hand, Su-bai infused countless spiritual energies into Qin Tianzhu's body. The latter's pallid complexion suddenly regained a flush. Haha, Su-bai. Are you wondering why I would risk my life to save you? Su-bai remained silent, calmly fending off the surrounding demon attacks while observing him. No need to ask. I want to tell you. Just blame the urgency. I couldn't act cool enough. Damn it. I really wanted to look impressive. Being handsome is a lifelong affair. What a loss. Qin Tianzhu's expression turned melancholic as he trembled while rummaging through his pockets. Upon noticing, Su-bai produced a cigarette and lit it for him. He squinted his eyes and took a deep drag, only to be seized by a fit of coughing, spitting blood. No, not a loss. To be able to smoke a cigarette lit by you, Subai, is worth this life. With that, he declared, in this regard, I surpass old Sia. I could still flaunt my prowess down there. Subai remained silent. You truly are aloof. For the sake of you lighting my cigarette, I'll give you a piece of advice. Beware of the beings from the eternal ages. After saying this, Qin Tianzhu grasped a long spear nearby. Unsteadily rising to his feet, Subai moved to support him, but he was shoved away. No matter what, I am a demon slayer of Tianmen Pass. Even if I must die, I shall perish amidst the demons. This bravado was a mask he would wear. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face his wrath. Qin Tianzhu bellowed, slashing down a demon from the Guanhai Realm with his spear. Ha ha ha, you beasts of the demon race, is this all you have? Come and kill me. He laughed heartily, the spear planted into the ground as he staggered forward. Come on, beasts, come and kill me. I've endured enough grievances in this life. Let me vent my anger and flaunt a little. And you, damn heavens. Could you grant me a good talent in my next life? What else with this E-grade foresight that can only predict 10 years ahead? And even then only once a decade? What a piece of rubbish. Swoosh. Another demon from the Guanhai Realm fell. Xie Changkong. You are so persuasive that even I am convinced. Yet, open your eyes and see. Even as I near death, I can still slay demons. Tell me, is that flaunting or not? What? Speak up. Don't think I can't hear you just because your voice is low. After a laborious battle against several demons, Qin Tianzhu finally collapsed to the ground. Surrounding him, hundreds of demons surged forth, quickly overwhelming him. But in a mere moment, they were cleaved in half by a brilliant azure sword light. Not long after, Subai arrived beside Qin Tianzhu. Behind him stood Enraged, holding her spear. Her eyes filled with tears. Subai, am I handsome? Qin Tianzhu managed a pained smile. Subai nodded. 10 years from now. May I ask you to light another cigarette for me in this place? Of course. Ha ha ha. Not a loss. Not a loss at all. I've made a killing. Qin Tianzhu laughed uproariously. No one knew the reason behind his laughter, nor did anyone know that 10 years hence, a human supreme would arrive in this place to light a cigarette for a demon slayer of the Zhuxian realm. Qin. Enraged covered her mouth in shock. Let me remind you once more. But as Qin Tianzhu gazed at her, his words faltered, and he fell lifeless into the bloodied ground. Subai remained silent, quietly drawing the Xianyuan sword, advancing into the throng of demons. Then, amidst the demons, a wave of azure water surged, and hundreds of sword lights bloomed like flowers. The slender figure wielding the sword appeared as a scarlet point of light, tearing through the encroaching darkness. The demon lord commands. Retreat. The black mist swirled, accompanied by a roar. In just 10 minutes, the demon forces that had once obscured half the sky had retreated into their realm. Logistics team. Expedite the repair of the city walls. Alive demon slayers, report your names. In the surveillance room, check for traces of demons inside and outside the barrier. We cannot leave any hidden dangers. Contact the media in the mainland and broadcast the news of this winter demon tide. All stationed demon slayers. Advance 10 miles beyond the barrier to intercept any demons. Furthermore, do not seek out the hero of the human race, Subai of Tianmen Pass. He will return. In the aftermath, within Tianmen Pass, everyone attended to their duties, silently executing their tasks. As the repairs progressed in an orderly fashion, the marks of the winter demon tide gradually faded. The steel walls remained as they once were. Yet, each face bore an added touch of unwarranted melancholy. Occasionally, someone would glance up, but before them, the slender figure wielding the sword was absent. All that remained was an endless expanse of desolation. Subai, I know you wish to avenge old Qin, but please, ensure you return alive, alright? Chapter 43, The Battlefield of Heaven. What is happening? The Tianmen Pass has been breached. Why the retreat? I cannot fathom it. While Subai is indeed formidable, our demon army swarming him would ensure his demise. This battle held no suspense. What does retreat signify? I hope the demon lords provide an explanation. Such great sacrifices were made for an easily attainable Tianmen Pass, yet we retreat. What does this mean? How dare you? The will of the demon lord is not for you lowly demons to speculate. Has the earth sovereign of the wood heaven yet to arrive? Within the realm of demons, at the earth sovereign's camp, numerous demon lords gathered, voicing their inner grievances. Just then, a gaunt elder with green hair stepped in. The demon lords quickly bowed in respect. Earth sovereign of wood heaven. The gaunt elder's expression was impassive, his sharp gaze scanning the room. The demon lord commands. All demon lords and above are to assemble here, and in 3 days, we shall march to the battlefield of heaven. What? The battlefield of heaven? A wolf demon lord's expression turned to one of shock. Earth sovereign of wood heaven. Are you serious? The battlefield of heaven has always been a domain reserved for demon races of Earth sovereign level and above. What right do we have to participate? Could it be that something has transpired in the battlefield of heaven? Upon mentioning this battlefield, the expressions of the demon sovereigns turned grim. Indeed, a significant upheaval has occurred in the battlefield of heaven. The Earth sovereign of the wood realm spoke in a deep voice. However, This disruption works to our advantage. At present, the Demon Lord has successfully restrained the commander of the Heavenly Gate. The Earth Sovereigns and Celestial Sovereigns within the battlefield of heaven also possess a considerable advantage, and capturing this location is merely a matter of time. The Demon Lord's order for withdrawal is intended to expedite the progress within the battlefield of heaven. The assembled demon sovereigns fell silent upon hearing this. The battlefield of heaven is far more crucial than the outpost for both the human and demon races. It was established to sever celestial phenomena and prevent the enemy from prying into our affairs. Given its unique nature, for years, both demon and human races have stationed their Earth sovereigns and those above the divine realm here. Once the battlefield of heaven is breached, and we ascertain the location of the human race, we can set up a teleportation array and annihilate the humans in no time. A fox demon sovereign spoke solemnly. Now it all makes sense. No wonder the Demon Lord would retreat at this moment. There is no time to lose. We must inform everyone. Once the battlefield of heaven is captured, our demon race will be able to launch a large-scale offensive. How could the feeble human race possibly resist? Haha. I knew the Demon Lord's actions would have their reasons. Wood Earth Sovereign, I shall send someone to notify immediately. Go ahead. The Wood Earth Sovereign nodded. The Demon Sovereigns bowed respectfully. However, as they lifted their heads, they were met with dozens of brilliant blue sword lights appearing out of thin air, engulfing the Wood Earth Sovereign. It was the human Subai. That fellow has come. Cursed be, flee. The Demon Sovereigns scattered in all directions. The last of them suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Just as he turned to glance back, the Zhuxian sword severed his neck. As his head fell to the ground, he saw a figure melding into the darkness, flickering as it pursued the next Demon Sovereign. He wished to cry out a warning, but was extinguished by a sudden flash of sword light. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X336, earning 67,500 attribute points. An hour later, Subai stepped forth from the shadows. In his grasp, he dragged a spear adorned with the severed heads of demons. The spear stretched hundreds of meters long, bearing thousands of heads, each one belonging to a being of at least Demon King level. Soon, dozens more heads were added to the spear. Old Shin, Old Xia, fare thee well. Subai glanced ahead, and then turned, making his way toward the Heavenly Gate. He did not conceal his presence, yet none of the demons dared to obstruct his path. After walking for a long while, he arrived at a desolate and mournful wasteland. Suddenly reminded of something, he pulled out a cigarette and tossed it to the ground, then lit another. As the smoke billowed, the Heavenly Gate before him became increasingly blurred. Yet he did not pause. Crack! A sound akin to a camera shutter echoed ahead, and a girl wielding a rifle transformed into a streak of light that approached him. Subai, you looked incredibly cool just now, albeit a bit sorrowful. It would have been perfect if you had smiled. Yi Rouge waved the camera in her hand. She had been stationed atop the city walls, and upon spotting Subai, she rushed over. Subai ignored her, his steps unrelenting. Hey, what is this? At that moment, Yi Rouge noticed the spear in his hand, and upon seeing the heads of the demon race hanging from it, her pupils constricted in shock, her small mouth covering in disbelief. Even the snack bag she clutched fell to the ground unnoticed. Subai, welcome home. Shui also transformed into a streak of light, and upon seeing the spear, she froze in place. She knew Subai was formidable, a being of the divine realm level. But she had not expected that during his absence, he had slain so many demon powerhouses. Shui quickly counted. The spear bore nearly 1,000 demon sovereigns, over 10 earth sovereigns, and more than 50,000 demon kings. This number corresponded almost exactly with the number of powerhouses from the winter demon tide. This meant that in less than 2 days, Subai had eradicated all the demon race powerhouses involved in this winter demon tide. At this moment, the demon slayers of the Heavenly Gate emerged. Upon witnessing the spear, all were rendered speechless, silently parting to either side, creating a clear path. Yet at that moment, Subai halted his steps. Subai? What's wrong? A voice called out in confusion. Just then, a surge of sword intent erupted from Subai, instantly causing the passageway to the Heavenly Gate to sink by several dozen centimeters. Whoosh! Before the crowd could regain their composure, Subai shook the spear, embedding tens of thousands of demon heads into the passageway, creating a new entrance. After completing this, he lifted the spear, stepping atop the heads of the demons, and walked expressionlessly into the Heavenly Gate. Damn, that was so cool. Subai, well done. These vile heads are only fit to pave our way. Qiulanrua let out a wild laugh upon witnessing this scene. Beside her, the other demon slayers flushed with excitement, their breaths quickening. For them, it was already an incredible feat to slay a single demon king in the past. Yet now, thanks to Subai, those once lofty demon kings, demon sovereigns, and even earth sovereigns lay beneath their feet. Subai? Someone roared. In an instant, everyone joined in a furious shout. Subai's name echoed through the Heavenly Gate. Principal, look at them, how spirited they are. These will be the pillars of our human race in the future. Look at Zhang Hao from Class 3, Zhou Shiyu from Class 5, and Lu Ruoxue from Class 7. They have all awakened A-level talents. The fame of our 8th high school shall soon be established. 8th high school. In the spacious conference room, every seat was filled. Principal Ji Hongwei gazed at the confident and proud college entrance examination candidates with a sense of pride. This year's 8th high school boasts the highest number of B-level talents in history. Soon, this group of candidates will make the name of 8th high school resound throughout the human realms. Yet, the once celebrated Su Bai had become merely an E-level talent. Chapter 44, Lu Wanhua. On the podium, an elderly man with white hair and black-rimmed glasses sighed. He was Wei Wuxing, the homeroom teacher of Class 7. And Su Bai was a child he had watched grow up, a prodigy he took pride in. However, since Su Bai's talent awakened and he departed for the eastern border war zone, he had not seen him again. Nevertheless, every time he witnessed these spirited students, he could not help but recall that stubborn and resolute face. Indeed, the Su Bai of yore was truly extraordinary. It was a pity that fate had dealt him a cruel hand. The snow-white-haired director also expressed his sentiments. Alas, with his E-level talent, to fight in the perilous border as a demon slayer, he is likely doomed. Alas, the mention of Su Bai cast a shadow over many faces. That once revered representative of 8th high school, who did not know of him. Ahem. Ji Hongwei stood up to break the heavy atmosphere. Students, you have passed the talent test. And in the future, you will enter universities to cultivate, transforming into powerful warriors and heroes protecting the human race. Just yesterday, I received a combat video from the Eastern Border War Zone regarding the Winter Demon Tide. I have not watched it, but I have experienced it firsthand. I know the terror of the Winter Demon Tide. At this rally, I hope to convey the profound understanding that the so-called tranquil passage of time is merely an illusion created by those who bear the burdens for you. Furthermore, there may be a shadow of Su Bai within this footage. Let us watch together. Play the video. Click. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and the projection screen illuminated. Soon, the scene unfolded before our eyes, revealing a relentless surge of millions of demon tribes. The suffocating sense of oppression caused the students and school leaders to change their expressions. Before long, the millions of demons stood at the gates of Tianmen. On the steel city walls, the demon slayers stood ready for battle. But when the image froze on that frail, suspended figure, everyone was taken aback. It was Su Bai. Someone exclaimed. Suspended in midair, had Su Bai truly reached the 4th tier of martial prowess? How could someone with an E-level talent ascend to 4th tier so swiftly? This must be an illusion. I too found it hard to believe. And why was he defending 3 locations while others only held 1? Surely, Su Bai must have staged this for effect. Not only the school leaders were astonished, even the students below erupted into heated discussions. Among them, a girl in a white dress fixated on Su Bai's figure, silent and unmoving. This must be a fabrication. It doesn't resemble Su Bai at all. Someone beside her spoke up. Yet the girl seemed oblivious, her gaze glued to the screen. She knew. That was him. She would not mistake him. Kill. At that moment, the demons launched their assault. They clawed and climbed the city walls, only to be slaughtered by the demon slayers. Throughout this chaos, Su Bai's figure remained motionless, his soul stone blade darting about, vanquishing the climbing demons. I knew it. How could an E-level talent like Su Bai contend with these demons? Surviving this would be a miracle. I presumed he was already dead, and the Su Bai on the video was merely a digital fabrication. Otherwise, how could he remain so still amidst such a horde? A student scoffed. Exactly, I was just about to say that. I think that too. Agreed. With this, many students echoed his sentiment. No one voiced a rebuttal. Even Su Bai's homeroom teacher, Wei Wuxing, merely sighed. He too believed that this was a posthumous fabrication of Su Bai, but for a martial artist with an E-level talent. To die valiantly at the border would already be a fitting end. Su Bai, are you not going to take action? At this rate, the demons you slay will not keep pace with me. At that moment, a stunning girl appeared on the screen, with a lollipop in her mouth. She wielded her spear with grace, resembling a goddess of war. My goodness, Su Bai actually found such a beautiful girl to collaborate with. What a stunning girl. No less beautiful than our school Belle, Lu Wanhua. I can't fathom how such a lovely girl became a demon slayer. It's still Su Bai? Wherever he goes, he garners admiration from girls, even in death. Many students buzzed with excitement. Only the girl in the white dress, upon witnessing this scene, felt a tinge of despondency. Do not concern yourself with her. You are the most beautiful. And everyone knows that Lu Wanhua from Class 7 is the belle of our school. Do not overthink it. Su Bai is already dead. This is merely a self-scripted performance. Lu Wanhua said nothing, silently watching the screen. She understood that this could either be an authentic script or a video fabricated by the demon slayers after Su Bai's passing. Yet, she felt an inexplicable envy. She too once wished to speak to Su Bai in the same tone as that girl. However, after 3 years of effort, she had been unable to enter his life. Boom. At that moment, the South District's 6 garrison was breached by the demons, resulting in the immediate deaths of 2. Yet swiftly, a robust demon slayer surged forth to quell the crisis. He glared at Su Bai, but before he could speak, he was ambushed by a hidden demon emperor. This is the true demon slayer. Su Bai is merely a digital monster. I cannot comprehend why he is even mentioned. This is a battlefield where a moment's carelessness can cost one their life. Surely, Su-bai must have pleaded with him before his demise, that wretched man. Even in death, he drags others down with him, unable to forgive Su-bai's actions. They considered his conduct to have indirectly caused the death of a fourth-tier martial artist. The expressions of the students turned grim, many vocally condemning him. Even the school leadership furrowed their brows in heavy silence. Su-bai has moved. At that moment, someone shouted. Immediately, everyone witnessed Su-bai hurling the tianke. Their disdain and contempt transformed into shock as the blood splatter erupted. Whoosh! Principal Ji Hongwei suddenly stood up. It's that gun, it's truly that gun. Su-bai can actually wield that weapon. No one understood his words, yet in that minute, every heart was set ablaze with turmoil. With a single strike, 100,000 demons lay to rest. Such formidable prowess was indeed terrifying. Is this truly an E-level talent? Su-bai moved. Demons perished, shattering the rumors of digital fabrication. Everyone knew that the person before them was the authentic Su-bai, yet they struggled to believe it. How could a once E-level talent ascend to such heights in less than 2 months? In other words, Su-bai is genuinely a fourth-tier martial artist now? Chapter 45. Then let us accompany him, becoming demon slayers together. A student broke the silence. Is that even a question? Su-bai can fight in the air. This is the quintessential hallmark of a fourth-tier martial artist. Another student replied. As students on the verge of college entrance exams, the school had recently provided them with an elaborate martial artist framework. They were familiar with the corresponding traits of each level. But how is this possible? Su-bai is merely an E-level talent, recognized as having a trashy aptitude. Someone voiced skepticism. This sentiment was echoed by many. Yet, a new question arose. How to explain Su-bai's rapid growth? No one knew. The conference room fell into a heavy silence once more. Principal, do we have any records of Su-bai's talent awakening? Wei Wuxian spoke up, recalling something. Talent awakening is a significant matter, especially since Su-bai was once the pride of our school. Ji Hongwei opened a video on his phone and handed it to Wei Wuxian. This footage documented Su-bai's talent awakening process. Indeed, after watching, Wei Wuxian returned the phone, his expression grave. Unfortunately, our school has truly missed a genius. What do you mean? Ji Hongwei was perplexed. I just checked. After Su-bai awakened his E-level talent, he did not go to the double talent awakening platform. Which means Su-bai likely possesses dual talents. Dual talents. The surrounding school leaders were taken aback. Precisely. Only Su-bai could possess dual talents. Explaining why he had grown to such an extent in such a short time. Wei Wuxian's voice was soft. In the conference room, where one could hear a pin drop, every individual listened intently. What? Su-bai possesses dual talents? It is most likely true. Su-bai is indeed a radiant prodigy. And upon closer reflection, his dual talents are hardly surprising. Rather, it is his awakening of an E-grade talent that truly astonishes. The Su-bai with dual talents is the unparalleled genius in the hearts of the crowd. Within just 2 months, he has broken through to the Master realm. Such extraordinary talent is a rarity even among the human race. What else could it be if not dual talents? Once this news spread, many expressed their opinions. No one dared to question Wei Wuxian, for the illustrious name of that young prodigy was well-deserved. They were all witnesses. I knew it. I knew he was exceptionally gifted. Lu Wanyue murmured, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, she wept yet smiled. A gentle smile that resembled the arrival of spring wind, encountering Lu Wanyue. It is all my fault. I, as the principal, have failed. I have allowed the 8th high school to miss out on a genius. Ji Hongwei thought. Even with his eyes closed, envisioning the world's attention if a dual talent emerged from 8th high school. Yet now, Su-bai had gone to the borders as a demon slayer, and without a few years, he could not return. With the college entrance examination approaching, if he missed this opportunity, he would forever forfeit his chance to attend university. Had it been discovered earlier, there might have been a chance to persuade him. But now he was already registered at the borders. It was all too late. Wei Wuxian sighed. For a demon slayer to return to the mainland, there were only 2 paths. First, serve as a demon slayer at the borders for 3 years. Second, a significant figure must intervene. With the college entrance examination imminent, time was of the essence. They could not afford to wait that long. Thus the first option was eliminated. As for the second, across the entirety of Long Nation, there were not more than 10 individuals capable of mobilizing a demon slayer. 8th high school, being merely one of many schools in Long Nation, could not reach such figures. Thus, this option was also unrealistic. 8th high school owed too much to Su-bai, this time, no matter the cost. I must bring him back for the college entrance examination, Ji Hongwei declared resolutely, raising a hand to silence the school leaders who wished to speak. I know what you want to say, but do not speak. The matter of Su-bai is entrusted to me. I assure you all. If he does not appear at the examination venue, I, Ji Hongwei, shall resign from my position as principal. At that moment, Wei Wuxian also rose. Principal, we wish for Su-bai to return as well. We do not doubt your capabilities. But what if he is unwilling to come back? Everyone knew this child was proud and stubborn, and in my view, even if there were an opportunity for him to return, he might not be inclined to do so. As his words fell, a girl suddenly stood up. Clad in a white dress, she reflected the ethereal light from the projection screen, resembling a fairy fallen to earth. I will persuade him. Under the gaze of all, the girl spoke her thoughts softly, revealing her intentions. I object, Guanhai. That place is far too dangerous for you. You are one of the few A-grade talent holders in our school, bearing the weight of revitalizing our institution. You cannot take such risks. Guanhai, you cannot act impulsively. Without Subai, how will 8th high school stand out? Voices of dissent echoed throughout the conference room, all opposing Lu Guanhai's decision. She said nothing and turned to leave. Like him, the decision she made was one that no one could alter. Guanhai, I know I cannot sway you. But have you considered what will happen if you cannot persuade Subai to return? Wei Wuxing's voice followed her, causing Lu Guanhai to pause. When she turned back, she wore a sweet smile. Then I shall accompany him as a demon slayer. Simultaneously, video footage from the Eastern Border War Zone was broadcasted across various locations inhabited by the human race. Under the directives of Long Nation's higher-ups, universities, high schools, elementary schools, and even kindergartens uniformly organized screenings. Teacher Guanhai, this person is my brother. His name is Subai, isn't he handsome? A little girl in a pink dress joyfully pointed at the television screen in Tianqin Kindergarten. Wow, he truly is quite handsome. Is he really your brother, Xiaoji? Brother Subai promised he would come to see me, but it's been so long since he has. I miss him so much. The little girl rested her chin on her chubby hands, her tiny fingers reaching towards the screen as if wishing to grasp the slender figure's clothing. Xiaoji, just wait a little longer. Your brother Subai is busy. He will come to see you when he has time, all right? A female teacher crouched down to comfort her. Okay, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. I just really miss brother Subai. He said he would take me to the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel. And I love the Ferris wheel. All right, then shall teacher Guanhai join us? The teacher smiled, just as she was about to pinch the little girl's baby fat cheeks. Only to have the girl dodge away. Teacher Guanhai, my face is only for brother Subai to pinch. No one else can touch it. Or I will get angry. Okay, the teacher Guanhai pinch it. The teacher retracted her hand, continuing to converse with the little girl about this person named Subai. For it was only by discussing him that the usually silent little girl would engage with them. No one noticed a man in black watching this scene coldly from a distance. Young Master Tang, we have located the individual. Chapter 46, the 10th Army Commander. The commander of the Bright Army has issued an order. All demon slayers above the Windmaster realm are to assemble at the plaza. On this day, the sharp sound of the announcement reverberated through Tianmen Pass. Before long, dozens of streaks of light descended like shooting stars, capturing everyone's attention. TSK, Windmaster elites. Traveling through the air, it's just too ostentatious. They aspire to ride the winds, soaring through the clouds like startled swans. It was not yet time for promotion to the heavenly battlefield, and the reason for the Bright Commander's arrival was unknown. Only upon seeing would they find out. Once the notice was issued, aside from the Windmaster experts, many demon slayers gathered to witness the spectacle. In just a few minutes, the logistics department's plaza was filled with the majority of demon slayers. Subai is here, someone shouted, and in the next moment, the demon slayers tacitly parted to the sides, creating a wide path sufficient for more than 10 people to pass through. No one spoke. Every pair of eyes was collectively drawn towards the figure of Subai, who approached with measured steps. Only when he joined the ranks of the Windmaster experts did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. This kid certainly has quite the presence. The Bright Commander's lips twitched. Such an impressive display, let alone him. Even the Commander-in-Chief likely never enjoyed such treatment. Yet he was also puzzled. These demon slayers, who had survived on the edge of a knife, typically had foul tempers. While Subai was powerful, it was hard to believe that everyone would genuinely revere him. The Bright Commander turned his gaze around at the Windmaster experts, only to find their expressions filled with respect. Several individuals even jostled together just to make room for Subai. Among them were even renowned figures like Qi Lanruo and Yang Tian. What is going on? Even these prodigies acknowledge Subai's status? The esteemed commander of the Radiant Army, Subai, is no longer merely a demon slayer. He has undeniably become the revered god of war for our Tianmen Pass, a figure deserving of worship. Yang Tian chuckled wryly in agreement, acknowledging the truth in these words. Numerous powerful figures from the Wind Control realm voiced their support. Isn't it true? Commander Radiance mused with a hint of skepticism. To single-handedly subdue countless demon tribes during the winter tide, to venture into the demon realm alone and claim the heads of thousands of demon kings, and over 1,000 demon emperors, along with the decapitated heads of more than a dozen earth emperors to pave the way. Does this not epitomize a god of war? Is this not a matter of faith? Shui interjected with clarity. His expression shifted dramatically as he absorbed the gravity of Shui's words. Swiftly appearing on the path lined with the severed heads of demons, the formidable aura emanating from these heads struck him with profound awe. Could such a remarkable feat truly be accomplished by a mere divine realm expert? He found it hard to believe. Yet, the sword intent swirling around these heads left him with no grounds for doubt. Commander Radiance traversed this path numerous times, lost in contemplation. After several minutes, he drew a deep breath and, standing before a mirror conjured by spiritual energy, meticulously adjusted his attire. Upon reappearing in the square, he stood gravely before Subai. Subai, the demon slayer of Tianmen Pass. Your valor during the winter demon tide is worthy of enshrinement in the annals of humanity's history. On behalf of the entire Tianmen Pass, I, Commander Wang Guoguang of the Eastern Frontier's 10th Legion, extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, Wang Guoguang bowed deeply. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. No one expected that one of the 10 esteemed commanders would honor Subai with such a gesture in front of all the demon slayers of Tianmen Pass. In times past, such a scene would have surely caused a stir. Yet, at this moment, not a single soul was surprised. For the recipient of this homage was Subai, someone truly deserving of it. Subai? 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 The square erupted with a chorus of fervent cheers, resounding endlessly. I am unworthy of such praise, Subai replied, assisting Wang Guoguang to his feet as a familiar sword intent radiated from him. The other demon slayers sensed this familiar aura and fell into a hushed reverence. Not immodest, not impatient, excellent. Wang Guoguang remarked appreciatively, patting Subai on the shoulder. However, his expression grew somber as he addressed the assembly of demon slayers. Currently, our supreme commander is detained by the demon sovereigns, and our demon slayers are engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The situation at the heavenly battlefield is dire. For the sake of humanity, all demon slayers of Wind Control Realm and above must accompany me to the heavenly battlefield in 3 hours. Is there trouble at the heavenly battlefield as well? Chiolan's face reflected shock. Upon hearing this, not only he, but many nearby also paled. They were merely in the Wind Control Realm, while the minimum requirement for the heavenly battlefield was the Divine Realm. Wang Guoguang's presence indicated the severity of the situation had escalated to a point where they were seeking assistance. Specific arrangements will be made later. For now, you should rest. We will gather here to depart in 3 hours, Wang Guoguang concluded before vanishing from sight. These demon beasts are truly bothersome. Just as we endured the winter tide, they strike again. Do they want us to perish? Many demon slayers wore grim expressions, some huddling together to form teams. Yet, regardless of the shifting crowd, none dared approach Subai. Yang Tian cast a fleeting glance at him, but quickly averted his gaze. If it were just him, it would be manageable. However, the sudden turn of events had affected all members of the Tiandao squad. As the captain, he could not abandon his teammates. Hey, Junior. How about teaming up with me, Love-Struck Brain, and Demon Sister? Shui approached. Yi Rouge poked her head around Subai, clutching a bag of snacks. Stinky Shui. Who are you calling Love-Struck Brain? Isn't your own Rakshasa squad sufficient? Big Bear and the others haven't yet reached the Wind Control Realm, so they must remain at Tianmen Pass. Currently, it's just me and Demon Sister in our squad. Oh, I see. Yi Rouge shook her head, stealing a glance at Subai, her grip on the snack bag tightening. Agree. Hurry and agree. Once you do, we'll be a team. Your merit badge is Chang'an. Mine is Zhao Ge, so our squad's name could be in Ge. No, that sounds off. Let's go with Chang'e. It has a powerful and poetic ring to it. Amidst Yi Rouge and Shui's eager gazes, Subai shook his head in refusal. Why not agree? In the unfamiliar heavenly battlefield, it would be beneficial to have each other's support. Yi Rouge, resembling a deflated balloon, found her previously delightful snacks suddenly tasteless. Fine, we can team up another time. Though she had anticipated this outcome, Subai's unwavering refusal still left Shui is somewhat disheartened. Now that we have a moment, let me share the situation at the heavenly battlefield. Quickly, is there even tastier snacks there? Yi Rouge eagerly pulled up a chair, seemingly recalling something. She hurriedly moved the chair in front of Subai. Subai, you sit. Subai ignored her. I'm the one speaking. Shouldn't you let me sit? Shui retorted. Stinky Shui, you're too short, and always call me Love-Struck Brain. You don't get a seat, haha. Yi Rouge stuck her tongue out playfully. Humph, I'm not even interested. With a flick of her brows, Shui conjured a chair from the ground in mere moments. She elegantly sat down, crafting chairs for both Nan Yao and Subai as well. Wow, such a beautiful chair. Shui, I want one too. Yi Rouge's eyes sparkled at the sight. Who just called me Stinky Shui? If memory serves, someone even referred to me as Stinky Water Ditch, right? Who dares bully you? Tell me, Shui, and I'll deal with them. Yi Rouge blinked innocently, her small fists clenched tightly, exuding a sense of righteousness. Love-Struck Brain, how come I never noticed your thick skin? I'm impressed. Shui quipped, rolling her eyes as she conjured a chair for Yi Rouge as well. Hee. Yi Rouge joyfully sat down, swaying left and right like a curious child. However, after a while, her attention returned to the snacks in her hands. Here's the situation. The heavenly battlefield, strictly speaking, still falls within the jurisdiction of Tianmen Pass. However, due to the immense impact caused by the clashes between human and demon experts, the strongest from both races collaborated to carve out a space for their confrontations. Because this space is situated high above the firmament, it has come to be known as the heavenly battlefield over time. This also explains why there are no clouds or mist visible above the walls of Tianmen Pass. Are you saying that the heavenly battlefield is actually located just above the Iron City walls? Yi Rouge inquired. Indeed. The battlefield of the heavens indeed lies above the Tianmen Pass, yet it is not confined solely to that location. The most accurate description would encompass the area extending from the Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign Camp to the skies above Tianmen Pass. However, I cannot comprehend why the Demon Slayers would choose to venture into the battlefield of the heavens. That place seems to harbor greater threats compared to Tianmen Pass. Danger often accompanies opportunity. While the struggles there are brutal, the resources available surpass those of Tianmen Pass. Here, we can at most exchange for A-grade weapons and techniques. Whereas above, one can attain S-grade, or even higher caliber weaponry and skills. Ah, I see. A look of astonishment appeared on Yi Rouge's delicate face. All of it comes at the cost of one's life. After slaying demons for so long, you've only managed to exchange for a B-grade enchanted weapon, which speaks volumes about the exorbitance of the items above, Shui remarked with a sense of resignation. Yet, what captivates the masses the most are the ancient martial arts cultivation techniques. Aren't cultivation techniques based on innate talent? What do techniques have to do with us? Our vast human lineage has endured for millennia. Surely, we possess some foundational knowledge. Otherwise, how could those ancient martial families consistently produce prodigies? Shui chuckled softly. It's not that their talents surpass ours. Rather, they have been practicing techniques since childhood. However, for those of us without a lineage, finding a technique that aligns with our innate abilities is crucial for maximizing our efforts. So, your purpose in coming here is to seek a cultivation technique? Yi Rouge inquired, looking skeptically at Shui and the Southern Demon. Southern Demon remained silent, while Shui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, otherwise, why would I endure such a perilous life with my A-grade talent? Oh, that makes sense. The border war zone is ostensibly the best avenue for acquiring ancient martial cultivation techniques. I hope this time we ascend, everyone can find a technique suited for their cultivation. After Shui spoke, she turned her gaze towards Subai. Subai, be cautious when you go up. There may be those who will target you. Who dares to set their sights on Subai? Has he never faced death? Yi Rouge clenched her fists in anger. On the surface, there are 3 individuals highly likely to take action against you in the battlefield of the heavens. Subai looked at Shui, awaiting her elaboration. The first is Tang Hao, cousin to Tang Jun, and he covets the Chang'an in your possession. The second is Li Fengyi, the former captain of the Tianzhan squad, also known as Du Chenfeng's leader. The third is Ouyang Xiaoyao. I can understand the first 2. They're coming from the younger to the elder. But who is this Ouyang Xiaoyao? Subai has no feud with him, does he? Yi Rouge furrowed her brow. Ouyang Xiaoyao is a strikingly handsome individual who places great importance on his appearance, often referred to as the most handsome in Tianmen Pass. However, since Subai's arrival, he has fallen to second place. Given his personality, he may very well seek to trouble Subai. This person also possesses A-grade talent, having reportedly broken through to the Divine Realm 5 years ago. At this point, he may be on the verge of breaking into the Qiongyu Realm, Shui stated solemnly. The Qiongyu Realm signifies the level of the commander of Tianmen Pass. Is this person truly that formidable? Your information is outdated. The commander's Qiongyu Realm strength is merely the public facade, and it has been decades since then. It is likely that he has already surpassed that realm. Truly, the commander is impressive. Yi Rouge couldn't help but marvel. Moreover, with the 9th Army commander's death 3 years ago, a position has opened up. Ouyang Xiaoyao is a significant contender for the commander position, with numerous supporters both openly and covertly. So Subai, you must exercise caution. This warning was not openly stated by Shui, but conveyed privately to Subai. Thank you, Subai replied. Shui continued to share information regarding the battlefield of the heavens. By the time she concluded, Wang Guoguang had already appeared on the platform. What this girl said is indeed correct. Subai, you must be wary of Ouyang Xiaoyao. He is not to be underestimated. The voice of Wang Guoguang echoed in Subai's mind. Thank you. If the opportunity arises, you might also aspire to the position of the 9th Army commander. Very well. Let us strive forth. I look forward to the day we battle the demon clan together. Wang Guoguang smiled with satisfaction. Before long, all cultivators above the wind control realm had gathered. Fear not, on this journey to the battlefield of the heavens. Aside from a few who will engage in combat with the demon clan as strong, the rest will only be tasked with guarding duties. Upon hearing this, many breathed a sigh of relief. Since everyone is gathered, let us depart. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Guoguang summoned a golden staircase that gently descended from the firmament. This is the ascension ladder, the passage from Tianmen Pass to the battlefield of the heavens. Let us proceed. The crowd ascended the ladder together. After taking a few steps, Yi Rouge suddenly turned back to look at Wang Guoguang, who remained stationary. Commander Guangming, will you not accompany us? Let us go. Commander Guangming is one of the 10 commanders, possessing the authority to freely enter and exit the battlefield of the heavens. Shui patted her little head. Then let us move, Commander Guangming. Yi Rouge waved her hand, and Wang Guoguang smiled as he watched them depart. Once they had left, Wang Guoguang walked repeatedly along the path paved with the heads of demons. Greetings, everyone. I am Ouyang Xiaoyao, and I welcome your arrival. Just as Su Bai and the others stepped onto the clouds, a man dressed in white robes arrived, soaring on his sword. A gentle breeze tousled his long hair, giving him an ethereal grace. So handsome, Enraged exclaimed with delight. Haha, the young lady has discerning taste. However, the term handsome scarcely suffices to describe me. I now prefer to be referred to as a beautiful man, Ouyang Xiaoyao said, brushing back his hair and striking a pose he deemed charming. You, sir. I had yet to finish my sentence before you interrupted. Enraged placed her hands on her hips and took a hearty bite of her snack. Ouyang Xiaoyao, taken aback, questioned, I wonder what other words the lady intended to use to describe me. Was it as handsome as Panin, or debonair and suave, or perhaps strikingly beautiful? No. Enraged shook her head. What I meant was, while you are indeed quite handsome, you still pale in comparison to Subai. Oh, is that so? Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword flashed beneath him, and in an instant, he was before Subai. He had noticed Subai's breathtaking looks since he arrived on his sword. Above the clouds, Ouyang Xiaoyao scrutinized Subai's face for a considerable time, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Indeed, he is quite handsome and worthy of comparison with me, Ouyang Xiaoyao. Moreover, you wield a sword as well. As he spoke, a formidable sword intent emanated from Ouyang Xiaoyao, bearing down on Subai. Before Subai could make a move, the Zhuxian sword had already been unsheathed, radiating a cerulean sword intent to counter Ouyang Xiaoyao's. The two sword intents collided, unleashing tremendous power, yet the void merely rippled without shattering. This demonstrated that the spatial intensity of the battlefield of the heavens far exceeds that of the ground. Interesting, this sword is remarkable. Is it for sale? Ouyang Xiaoyao gazed at the Zhuxian sword, his admiration evident. Subai disregarded him, executing a single-handed gesture, and the Zhuxian sword returned to his grasp. Simultaneously, the sword intent emanating from him unfurled, and the two sword intents overlapped. Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword intent barely resisted for a moment before being suppressed. At a critical moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao deftly pivoted his sword beneath his feet, barely managing to deflect the blow. Very well. It seems this current generation of demon slayers is not entirely composed of mediocrities. Subai, you are quite remarkable. I, Ouyang Xiaoyao, shall remember you. Having said this, Ouyang Xiaoyao lightly pushed off the ground with his toes and soared away on his sword. My apologies, everyone. I was supposed to come to your aid, but I was delayed by an unforeseen matter. Ouyang the Great Sword Immortal did not trouble you, did he? At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in demon slayer attire stepped forth from the side. Subai glanced at him but remained silent. This man's appearance at this juncture was undoubtedly due to prior arrangements made by others. However, he held no interest in such matters. His sole focus was to slay demons and acquire attribute points. Ah, this esteemed uncle, your timing is quite impeccable. As for whether or not you were troublesome, I believe your eyes are not blind and can see quite clearly, Enraged coldly remarked, biting into a snack bag. While she could overlook others, she felt irked at Ouyang Xiaoyao for causing trouble for Subai. Let us not dwell on this issue any longer. Our immediate priority is to allocate tasks. The middle-aged man replied with a hint of resignation. You say we should not dwell on it as if the regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone are merely ornamental. Or do you imply that the rules set by the Commander-in-Chief can be disregarded at will by Ouyang Xiaoyao? Young lady, your words are rather harsh. It is merely a matter of discussing the facts. Or do you imply that you are in league with him? Enraged retorted coldly. I wouldn't dare. It's just that you have recently arrived from Tianmen Pass and may not be fully acquainted with the situation here. It would be best to follow me for task allocation. With that, the middle-aged man turned, transforming into a streak of light as he departed, denying Enraged the opportunity to respond. I shall kill, Nan Yao stated impassively, and along with the others, followed the man. Subai noted the direction in which Ouyang Xiaoyao had departed and then turned to follow Nan Yao and the others. Before long, they arrived at a cluster of buildings perched upon the clouds, resembling a royal palace but on a much smaller scale. The grand entrance bore the bold inscription Battlefield of the Heavens. At this moment, Enraged and her companions stood before the grand gate. It requires 100,000 merit points to enter. Who established this rule? This is excessive. Our patience is limited. Do not push us. Is it customary for demon slayers in the battlefield of the heavens to be so arrogant, abusing their authority for personal gain? Damn it. Subai fell back. And only upon Water's explanation did he grasp the situation. It turned out they had lost track of the guiding middle-aged man, and when they finally arrived here, they encountered another individual demanding 100,000 merit points for each of them to gain entry. As I said, it is 100,000 merit points per person. Not a single point less. The newcomer leaned lazily against the gatepost, clutching a pitch-black spear. Yet, the overwhelming aura emanating from him revealed his peak strength at the divine realm. You. Just as Enraged prepared to protest, Yang Tian stepped forward first. Brother, this seems rather unreasonable. 100,000 merit points is no trivial amount for us. How about we adjust it to 80,000? And we can consider it an opportunity to make friends? What do you think? I think not. 100,000 per person, not a single point less. Or you shall not enter. If you refuse to negotiate, then allow me to experience the prowess of a realm master. Yang Tian's spear quivered in his hand, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a technique. He understood that a realm master was formidable, yet since the other had already provoked him, he could not allow himself to be seen as weak. However, with a mere shift of the opponent's spear, the overwhelming aura sent Yang Tian crashing down. In that instant, a sword-wielding figure leapt forward, their sword transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at the intruder's neck. Swish! The intruder raised his spear, and the aura he commanded sent the sword-wielding figure flying away. Sister Yao, Water exclaimed in surprise, quickly catching the airborne Nan Yao. Does anyone else have objections? If not, please hand over your merit points. Otherwise, you shall not pass through this gate. The spear-wielding man glanced at the group before resuming his feigned slumber against the gatepost. At that moment, Subai approached him. Do you wish to collect merit points, or do you desire a fight? Chapter 49, The Southern 9 Districts. Without speaking, Subai pointed to his merit token, causing a series of numbers to materialize. 847,071. Over 8 million merit points, significantly surpassing my initial estimation. Subai had slain numerous demons during the winter demon tide, and many had calculated his earned merit points. Yet, none had predicted the figure displayed on his merit token. Such a quantity was truly astounding. Over 8 million merit points. How many demons must one slay to accumulate such a sum? This is simply terrifying. The expressions of the demon slayers were filled with shock. It was not only them. Even the gatekeeper, who had been resting with his eyes closed, now opened them wide. As a fellow master of the divine realm, and a sword cultivator at that, he recognized Subai's strength, but had not anticipated he would possess such an immense number of merit points. In Tianmen Pass, the primary method of acquiring merit points was through demon slaying. Generally, the number of demons slain directly correlates with the merit points earned, and this in turn reflects one's strength. Thus, the sheer number of merit points Subai possessed clearly indicated the magnitude of his power. How many do you desire? Subai inquired calmly. The gatekeeper gazed at the 8 million merit points, his expression wavering. After a moment's hesitation, he seemed to reach a resolution, stepping aside to allow passage. The demon slayers of Tianmen Pass and the guardians of the battlefield of the heavens, I am Wang Zhanyuan, a late-stage master of the divine realm. Subai said nothing, maintaining a stoic expression as he proceeded inside. Subai possesses sufficient strength to pass. But you all do not. 100,000 merit points, not a single point less. Wang Zhanyuan obstructed Yi Rouge and the others, who intended to enter. I will pay. At that moment, Subai's voice resonated. Wang Zhanyuan's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he again chose to step aside. Subai, your composure indicates you are not a miserly man. I, Wang Zhanyuan, respect you. I have always detested those who harm their own kind. It was through a whisper that I was informed of your indiscriminate slaughter of our kin, which is why I acted against you here. However, it appears that all of this was a misunderstanding. Who said that? Yi Rouge furrowed her brow. I do not know. The individual who spoke possessed extraordinary skill in conveying messages, leaving no trace behind. Wang Zhanyuan glanced at her. So, upon hearing such claims, you simply believed them? I did not believe. I merely assessed the situation in my own way. The facts have proven the other party to be in error. Wang Zhanyuan turned to Subai. This predicament was my fault. I do not enjoy apologies, but I shall make amends in my own way. Subai, I can perform 3 tasks for you, provided they do not cross my bottom line. No need. Subai shook his head. Whether you need it is your business. However, whether I will do it is mine. Should you have any requests, simply call upon me. Wang Zhanyuan concluded before turning to leave. This individual possesses quite the distinct character. Indeed, his strength is formidable. Fortunately, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, I fear I would scarcely survive 3 exchanges. Yang Tian approached, cradling his arm. He is truly powerful, Ninyao acknowledged. My apologies, everyone. I was suddenly seized by an urgent need and hastened my departure, only to find that another incident had transpired. I sincerely regret any inconvenience this may have caused. Now that it appears everyone is unharmed, let us proceed to assign our tasks without further delay. The situation is pressing. The middle-aged man who had previously vanished reappeared without warning. Just as Yi Rouge was about to speak, Shui tugged her back behind her. Then I must trouble you. I am immensely grateful. Not at all. We are all demon slayers here. There is no need for formalities. I am Jin Qingxi, primarily responsible for coordinating the newcomers in the heavenly battlefield. There will be ample opportunities for us to interact. You may refer to me as Old Jin. As the middle-aged man spoke, he floated gracefully through the air. In just a few minutes, he led the group to the Demon Slayer Hall. This hall, situated at the heart of the heavenly battlefield, was spacious, devoid of any embellishment save for a solitary orb of white light at its center. All newly arrived demon slayers were required to inscribe their names in a ledger here. It was quite simple. One merely had to place their merit ring against the orb of light. With that, he positioned his merit ring near the orb, and soon his basic information materialized. Name, Jin Qingxi. Position, captain of the guardian team of the heavenly battlefield. Just like me, Jin Qingxi remarked, withdrawing his hand as the information dissolved. I shall give it a try, Yi Rouge said cautiously, placing her merit ring against the orb. The white light surged momentarily, and several lines of text appeared. Name, Enraged. Position, Guardian of the Heavenly Battlefield. Everything checks out. There are no issues. Please proceed. Enraged retracted her hand. Observing this, the others queued to complete their registration. However, when it was Su Bai's turn, the inscription displayed differed from the rest. Name, Su Bai. Position, Demon Slayer of the Heavenly Battlefield. What is this? Why is Su Bai's information different from ours? Enraged regarded Jin Xingxi with a disapproving glare. Her snacks forgotten as her hand instinctively rested on her spear. Ahem, I neglected to mention that those who transcend to the divine realm, apart from directives from the commander or brigade leader, are required to assume the role of demon slayers. The middle-aged man chuckled. Why did you not disclose such a significant matter sooner? I suspect you did this intentionally. Given the recent escalation in hostilities, I must admit I overlooked it. My apologies for the oversight. I hope for your understanding. Enraged's fury ignited, her weapon radiating ominously, and had it not been for Shui's timely intervention, she might have already charged at him. Shui, why did you stop me? This man is clearly setting Su Bai up. I will not let this go unpunished. Enraged exclaimed angrily. Shui gently patted her head, murmuring something that left Enraged sullen as she retreated to a corner. Ahem, this place is not as relaxed as the Heavenly Gate. Captain G is quite busy, and we understand that. However, as newcomers, we are unfamiliar with this locale. Might Captain G be able to provide us with some guidelines for the Heavenly Battlefield? Shui smiled as she turned back. Oh dear, had you not mentioned it? I would have completely forgotten. Here are the guidelines. Each of you will receive a copy. Familiarize yourselves, and then head to your designated posts. I've already highlighted them for you. As for Su Bai, you will need to venture out to slay demons. I have marked your assigned area as well. Jin Xingxi waved his hand, and dozens of copies of the guidelines flew forth, hovering before the demon slayers. Su Bai received one and glanced through it. The guidelines were quite rudimentary, containing only a map of the areas under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Battlefield. There were 10 zones in total, and Jin Xingxi had marked Zone 9 of the southern region for him. This is far too simplistic. It lacks essential details, even omitting the location of the resource exchange. Chapter 50, The Essence of Wind. Indeed, it was overly simplistic, lacking the meticulousness of the Heavenly Gate. What use is this? It merely indicates an area of responsibility, but nothing else. Could they not even annotate the current state of each zone in the Heavenly Battlefield? The demon slayers perused the guidelines, their expressions increasingly furrowed. They had never encountered such a perfunctory document before. Had they not been in the Heavenly Battlefield, many would have been unable to suppress their frustration. Please bear with it. You will become accustomed to it soon enough. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Familiarize yourselves. And you are to depart for your assigned areas in an hour, the middle-aged man declared before vanishing in a flash of light. That insufferable man. He expects us to head to our designated zones in an hour? How unreasonable. Enraged grumbled, having torn Jin Xingxi's guidelines to shreds in her indignation. We are fortunate to be here, but Su Bai is far from this place. How could 1 hour possibly suffice? Yang Tian remarked, and the group turned their attention to Su Bai in unison. I suggest we forego the assignment altogether, if need be. We can cause a ruckus until the brigade leader intervenes, Qiu Lan suggested coldly. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid that, Shui sighed. Their power is considerable. Their audacity in toying with us suggests a formidable backing. At this moment, our best course of action is to enhance our strength. Only with greater power can we assert our will. With that, Shui turned to Su Bai. Su Bai, I advise you to make your way there within half an hour, or wait several hours before proceeding. They have given you such a short window, and I suspect it is a trap. Understood. Su Bai nodded and took his leave. Since they have laid a trap, why would you still suggest he go? Isn't that akin to leading a lamb into the tiger's den? Enraged questioned, perplexed. What you have considered, others have certainly thought of as well. If Su Bai refuses to go, he may fall into another snare, with potentially graver consequences. This is a blatant scheme. Whether he goes or not, he is ensnared. Then what difference does it make whether he goes or stays? Enraged scratched her head, struggling to grasp Shui's point. Should he go, danger may await him. Should he not, he would be branded a coward. I need not elaborate on the penalties for cowardice. They dare to do such a thing? What is there to fear? Shui retorted with a cold smile. Do you think these individuals who ascended from the Heavenly Gate are as simple as they appear? But then Su Bai is in jeopardy. Not necessarily. In fact, I believe Su Bai's presence there is the optimal choice. Why is that? Because his primary adversaries there will be demons, whereas remaining here, he would have to contend with humans, who can sometimes be more formidable than demons. Indeed, Yang Tian nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, to crush millions of demons with his own strength in the divine realm, we should have faith in him. He opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Su Bai. Cultivation, late stage of the divine realm 2, 368, 212, 300. Points available for allocation. Attribute points, 6, 0, 39, 472. Physique, 580, 396, universal body. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs at 5 million. Mentality, 8, 237, extraordinarily intelligent. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs at 50,000. Talent. Pure Sword Heart. S-Class Bloodthirst 5,000,000. S-Class Nightshade 5,000,000. Points can be allocated. Realm. E-Class Sword Intent 150,000. Points can be allocated. Martial Skills. C-Class Sword Technique Fuyos 3 Swords. Proficiency. Supreme. A-Class Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water. Proficiency. Supreme. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon. Pseudo-S. Exterminating Immortal Sword. Attributes. A-Class Sharpness 5,000,000. E-Class Exterminating Immortal Sword Intent 150,000. S-Class Hardness 5,000,000. Exterminating Immortal Sword Array. Missing. 800,000. Exterminating Immortal Sword Body. Damaged. 2,000,000. Exterminating Immortal Sword Spirit. Missing. 2,000,000. Points can be allocated. During the Winter Demon Tide, in pursuit of various demonic clans, Subai elevated his Nightshade talent to S-Class. The proficiency of the A-Class Area Damage Sword Technique also reached the Supreme Realm in this process. System. Cultivation Point Allocation 631,788. Ding. Allocation completed. Ding. The host has reached the node for breaking through the Divine Realm. Please indicate whether the host wishes to directly break through or continue to comprehend the realm. Are you saying that if I do not choose to directly break through, I can still continue to comprehend the realm? Reply to the host. That is correct. What is the purpose of continuing to comprehend the realm? Reply to the host. The next stage after the Divine Realm is the Celestial Realm, characterized primarily by the Realm of Intent. A singular realm can only transform a field with a single element. However, possessing multiple realms allows for the transformation of various fields, even merging them into an overlapping field. Having multiple fields at one's disposal means immunity to the opponent's field suppression, while overlapping fields can exponentially amplify the power of the realm. Are the two choices mutually exclusive? Indeed, host. Once you choose to break through, the sword intent will transform into a sword domain, after which you cannot comprehend any other realms. However, should you choose to continue comprehending the realm, you may gain insight without limitation upon reaching the breakthrough node. Moreover, if the host opts for a direct breakthrough without continuing to comprehend the realm, all acquired realm insights will be entirely transformed into domains. I shall continue to comprehend the realm. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai made his decision. Ding. Please state the realm you wish to comprehend. The realm of wind. Ding. Comprehension of the realm of wind successful. As the system's prompt resonated, a tempest surged around Su Bai. The winds howled, distorting the surrounding void. Simultaneously, the resistance before Su Bai diminished, and his speed in the air surged significantly. What previously took him a minute, he now accomplished in merely 5 seconds. System. Sword Intent Allocation 150,000. Exterminating Immortal Sword Intent Allocation 150,000. Wind Realm Allocation 150,000. Ding. Allocation completed. Current Sword Intent level is D-Class 500,000. Current Exterminating Immortal Sword Intent level is D-Class 500,000. Current Wind Realm level is D-Class 500,000. With the elevation of his realm level, Sword Intent enveloped Su Bai, and his speed in the air surged once more. Whoosh. The Exterminating Immortal Sword was drawn, its azure sword intent swirling endlessly around Su Bai. System. Exterminating Immortal Sword Body Allocation 2,000,000. Ding. Allocation completed. The Exterminating Immortal Sword Body has been fully restored. As the prompt concluded, a brilliant azure light enveloped the Exterminating Immortal Sword. When it reappeared, the sword body was entirely restored. Hum. The Exterminating Immortal Sword emitted a soft chime, quietly hovering beside Su Bai. I promise you, I shall not go back on my word. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 51. The Realm of Confinement. Su Bai gently caressed the stone-long sword, then swung it through the air. With the enhancement of 3 realms, the sword light sliced through the void, leaving a vacuum black line across the heavens. Until the realm was retracted, the void gradually mended itself, indicating the might of this strike surpassed that of his clash with Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword intent. Whoosh. The Exterminating Immortal Sword returned to its sheath. Before Su Bai appeared a golden light curtain. The map indicated that this was the safety warning line of the human race's heavenly battlefield. It could shift forward and backward with the concentration of demonic energy, serving as a harbinger. Crossing this light curtain allowed entry into the demon-slaying area of the heavenly battlefield. This area was divided into 5 sectors to the north and 5 to the south, with the northern sectors numbered 1 to 5 and the southern numbered 6 to 10. Sector South 9, the second largest demon-slaying area in the south, lay to the right of the light curtain. Su Bai's task was to prevent any demon from breaching this area. The assault by these beasts has intensified. Tang Hao, proceed as planned. In South 8, Ouyang Xiaoyao repelled the demons before him with a sword, retreating at full speed towards the location of South 9. Understood. However, let me make it clear. If you interfere with my pursuit of Chang'an, don't blame me. Tang Hao, for being unsparing. A voice emanated from the merit ring. What enchantment does this object possess that warrants such obsession from your Tang clan? Ouyang Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. This matter does not concern you. Even if I were to possess it, it would mean little. What I desire is merely Su Bai's audacity. Now hurry and lead this group of demons over. Do not waste time. Are you so certain that Su Bai will come here? Ouyang Xiaoyao inquired. He will come. It is merely a matter of time. The fate of a coward is not something I need to elaborate on. Indeed. Ouyang Xiaoyao chuckled. However, I have learned that this fellow is not weak. 50 demon lords may be somewhat inadequate. What do you mean? I mean, go fetch some more. Recently, the ape demon clan has been in the vicinity, so let them encounter Su Bai. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Hao's voice resonated from the merit ring. However, be discreet. While the 9 army commanders and the supreme commander are preoccupied, we must remain cautious. I am aware of this. Ouyang Xiaoyao sneered, sweeping his sword horizontally and attracting dozens of demon lords. Before long, he arrived at South 9. As soon as the demon lords stepped into this area, they were ensnared by several chains of spiritual energy surging from above the clouds, rendering them immobile. Were it not for the domain left behind by the 9th Army Commander, it would have been difficult to keep you all here. In 15 minutes, when Su Bai arrives, these beasts should be just about freed. Ouyang Xiaoyao scoffed, transforming into a beam of sword light and vanishing. At the same time, in another direction of South 9, a man wielding a heavy hammer appeared. Behind him were dozens of demon lords bound by chains of spiritual energy. The Ape Demon Clan, a royal race among demons, capable of using innate supernatural powers. Su Bai. Upon meeting him, prepare to face your demise. The Chang'an merit ring shall belong to me. Tang Hao then vanished from sight. Mere minutes later, Su Bai arrived at this location. Damn those humans, release us. Utilizing another's domain, what kind of hero does that make you? Given your appearance, you must be a pretty boy among humans, lacking any spine. Dare you battle me fairly? Human, release me, and I promise I will not return to this area. Release me. The demon lords thrashed about, their spiritual energy in turmoil as they struggled to break free. However, an enigmatic force continually binds them in place. Judging by the current situation, in approximately 10 minutes, they will likely break free. This temporal discrepancy coincides precisely with the moment Su Bai arrived here prior to comprehending the essence of the wind. Had he traveled at his previous pace, he would have arrived just as his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, encountering a horde of escaping demon lords. Such circumstances clearly indicate that someone intends to eliminate him. Disclose who lured you here, and I shall grant you a fair opportunity for a duel, Su Bai declared, gazing at the assembly of demon lords. Very well. You humans seem to possess some courage. I shall inform you that it was a fellow wielding a heavy hammer who brought me here. One of the demon lords replied coldly. What did he look like? Like this. With a sweeping gesture, the demon lord conjured an image of a young man holding a heavy hammer in the void. Upon closer inspection, Su Bai noticed a resemblance to Tang Zhun, leading him to conclude that it must be his cousin, Tang Hao. Enough, human. I have shared this with you. Now release me at once. Su Bai remained silent, grasping his sword. Empowered by 3 layers of comprehension, the demon lord swiftly dwindled to but 1. You human, you are untrustworthy. The remaining demon lord fumed. Yet, the only response he received was the gleam of Su Bai's sword. Ding. Host has slain 23 demon entities, earning 500 attribute points. Without awaiting the absorption of his cultivation, Su Bai felt the wind's essence surge, swiftly transporting him to another boundary in the southern 9 district. Here, he similarly discovered a group of demons ensnared. Following the same procedure, he gleaned information regarding Ouyang Xiaoyao. Ding. Host has slain 27 demon entities, earning 500 attribute points. This time, Su Bai chose not to depart, but instead sat down to absorb all his cultivation. The immense spiritual energy amassed by these demon lords propelled him once more to the pinnacle of the divine realm. Just a hair's breadth remained before he could ascend to the celestial realm. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, several pillars of spiritual energy surged from the horizon, directly infusing themselves into Su Bai's body. Ding. Host has reached the threshold for breaking through the divine realm. Would the host prefer to directly break through, or continue comprehending the essence? I choose to comprehend the essence. Ding. Please state the essence you wish to understand. What is the force that previously bound these demon lords in the southern 9 district? In response to the host, it is a remnant force of the binding domain. Is this domain a transformation of the binding essence? Su Bai inquired. Indeed. Very well. I shall comprehend the binding essence. Ding. Binding essence comprehension successful. Swish. Swish, swish. A cascade of radiant light flickered as chains of spiritual energy emerged from Su Bai, continuously spiraling around him, seemingly intent on sealing the very fabric of this realm. The extraordinary phenomenon quickly faded, and these chains transformed into swirling spiritual energy, merging into Su Bai's being. His gaze shifted slightly. In the next instant, several chains shot forth, centering around him to form an enclosed space. With the binding essence at his command, he could, with a mere thought, immobilize most matter within the confines of the space. However, the duration of this binding could not last long, limited to mere seconds. After familiarizing himself with the binding essence, Su Bai waved his hand, dissipating the enclosed space. Boom. Chapter 52. The Domain of the Charlatan. Just then, an unforeseen disturbance arose. In the southern Nine District, several chains of spiritual energy suddenly surged forth, enveloping Su Bai at an astonishing speed. Moments later, these chains melded into his body. Crack. Su Bai's body trembled as hundreds of chains of spiritual energy erupted forth, swiftly blanketing half of the southern Nine District. With a flick of his mind, all spiritual energy, clouds, and mist within that half of the southern Nine District were immobilized, unable to move. Even the previously hard-to-bind void was now sealed by an incomprehensible force, unable to circulate normally. Indeed, Su Bai sensed this cryptic power, his eyes glinting. His choice of the binding essence was to gain proximity to the binding domain of this place. Consequently, to some extent, he would acquire the capabilities of this domain. It was proven that he was correct. Now, with the integration of his binding essence into this binding domain, not only had its level ascended to A grade, but it also bore a trace of domain power. This situation not only expanded the range and potency of the binding essence, but also sowed the seeds for its conversion into a domain. With diligent contemplation, the binding essence would inevitably transform into the binding domain. It was merely a matter of time. System, if my binding essence evolves into a domain, will I directly step into the celestial realm? In response to the host, no. As long as there remains an essence yet to be transformed into a domain, you will still reside within the divine realm. Under conventional cultivation conditions, only by ascending in realm can one master the unique abilities of the higher realm. For instance, only those above the wind mastery realm can traverse the skies and engage in aerial combat. Individuals of lower realms cannot accomplish this without breaking through to that level. However, now, the system indicates that Su Bai, while in the divine realm, could wield domain abilities typically reserved for those in the celestial realm, simply by comprehending the domain. Simultaneously, he could boundlessly grasp numerous essences and domains. This operation was nothing short of a maximized advantage. Over time, he would undoubtedly be an invincible presence among his peers. Moreover, he could similarly dominate across realms. At that moment, even though Su Bai maintained a tranquil heart, the thought stirred within him waves of excitement that were difficult to contain. After a considerable period, he finally quelled the tumult within his heart. Swish! Su Bai retracted the chains that had obscured half of the southern Nine District, surveying his surroundings. Tang Hao, can you sense it? The binding domain of the southern Nine District seems to be in turmoil. Above the clouds, Ouyang Xiaoyao's spirit stirred as he glanced at Tang Hao, who was hastily traversing the skies beside him. It must be that group of demon lords breaking free from the binding domain, Tang Hao replied coolly. As he spoke, he cast a glance over his shoulder, noticing a white-robed youth wielding a long staff, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. That makes sense, at this moment. Su Bai should have arrived in the southern Nine District as well. I am quite curious how he will withstand the pursuit of 50 demon lords with his depleted spiritual energy, Ouyang Xiaoyao chuckled. This individual is no ordinary person. He must possess some means of survival, so do not underestimate him. Even if he has means of survival, how could he possibly evade the pursuit of this formidable being from the ape demon clan in the divine realm? This character has comprehended a fraction of domain power and possesses innate divine abilities. Even you and I would find him challenging. How could a mere individual in the divine realm withstand the might of this ape demon? I fear he wouldn't last 3 moves. Ouyang Xiaoyao scoffed. If the residual domain power of the 9th Legion commander still lingers, he might have a slim chance of escape. However, during this time, we have consumed a significant portion of that domain power, and with the demon lords now freed, it is likely that the domain has nearly dissipated. Without the constraints of the domain, Su Bai certainly faces no opportunity for survival against the ape demon, Tang Hao acknowledged with a nod. Human rabble. You dare not face me even 2 against 1. Truly pathetic. Stop this at once. Have you no courage to confront me directly? From behind, a young man in a white robe brandished a long staff, his voice filled with fury. Tang Hao and Ouyang Xiaoyao quickened their pace upon hearing the words. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiaoyao playfully mimicked a monkey's antics. The white-robed youth, witnessing this spectacle, seethed with rage, a surge of violent spiritual energy emanating from his staff. You human scum. Once I capture you, I shall ensure your bodies are torn asunder, your souls ignited as lanterns, never to transcend. Come on then, you wretched monkey. Ouyang Xiaoyao scoffed, striking another monkey-like pose. Cursed human scum. I will personally rip you apart. The white-robed youth's face flushed with anger, his speed suddenly increasing. However, at that moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao had already crossed into the territory of South District 9. Upon entering, they spotted a young man clad in black. standing calmly with a sword in hand, his demeanor icy, as if he had been waiting for them for an eternity. Before him lay a neatly arranged row of demon lord heads. Impossible. Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock. He had considered the possibility of Su Bai's survival, but never imagined that he could emerge unscathed from an assault by 50 demon lords. Just then, Ouyang Xiaoyao's gaze shifted, and he swiftly darted to the side. Su Bai, didn't you say you wanted to find a monkey to brew monkey wine? Well, we've brought this ape demon for you. Do as you see fit. With that, he crushed the black, transparent orb in his hand, vanishing from sight. Following suit, Tang Hao also shattered an orb and disappeared. Their speed was remarkable, and both were enveloped in a domain of power. The confinement field Su Bai had established in South District 9 failed to detain them. You human scum. How dare you suggest that I brew monkey wine for you? Who gave you the audacity? With their vanishing, the white-robed youth unleashed his fury upon Su Bai, raising his staff to strike at his head. Su Bai's expression shifted slightly as hundreds of spiritual energy chains erupted, ensnaring the white-robed youth's feet. Yet, in less than a second, the white-robed youth broke free and charged forward. Bang! The stone sword-like Excalibur clashed against the staff, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that distorted the surrounding air. The two separated instantly, with Su Bai remaining steadfast, while the white-robed youth was forced to retreat over 1,000 steps. Human, I did not expect your physique to be so formidable. You deserve my full attention. As the white-robed youth spoke, an enigmatic aura enveloped his body and staff. With your divine realm prowess, dying under my sacred staff domain shall etch your name into the annals of human history. The white-robed youth lunged forth, and countless staff shadows materialized, enveloping Su Bai within a 50-meter radius in mere moments. Su Bai stood beneath the myriad of staff shadows, resembling a mere ephemeral insect, as if he could be swept away at any moment. Die human. Chapter 53, The Ape Demon King Body. The white-robed youth pressed down with his palm, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with descending staff shadows. The surrounding void buckled under the immense pressure, crumpling like a sheet of transparent paper. Yet, at the center of this domain, Su Bai remained unfazed, standing firmly in place, his feet unmoving, to withstand such immense pressure without flinching. How could a mere human possess such resilience? A jolt of surprise coursed through the white-robed youth, yet his actions did not falter. In just a few seconds, the sacred staff domain completely enveloped Su Bai. Nevertheless, to the white-robed youth's astonishment, even under such circumstances, Su Bai remained immobile. Human, beneath the full weight of my domain, you dare not flee. Such arrogance. Do you not understand? My domain, though grasped only at a mere 10%, is equivalent to 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary demon. The white-robed youth bellowed. Su Bai gazed at him calmly, unperturbed. How dare you so blatantly disregard me? This infuriates me. Prepare to perish. Su Bai's demeanor incited great frustration in the white-robed youth. With a ferocious expression, he clasped his hands together and pressed downwards, unleashing the full force of the sacred staff domain. Crack! The void could not withstand the pressure, fracturing into thin fissures. Soon, the effects reached Su Bai. Yet, all these phenomena abruptly halted around Su Bai. The void could not crush the frail human. How could he possess such a physique? The white-robed youth was left in utter disbelief. As the domain pressed down, his expression eased slightly upon seeing the distortions surrounding Su Bai's feet. At that moment, Su Bai rotated his wrist, and the Excalibur suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue sword light. The blade's piercing power swiftly pierced through numerous shadows of the sacred staff. However, upon reaching the boundary of the domain, it was forcefully repressed. A feeble human, thinking to shake my domain with just a mere intent of the sword. How absurd. The white-robed youth sneered. Before his words could fade, another surge of brilliant blue sword light erupted from the Excalibur. The two sword lights merged, creating a breach within the sacred staff domain. 2 realms of intent, yours and that of this sword. Human, unfortunately, you still lack a fraction. The white-robed youth formed hand seals. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, mending the domain and suppressing the sword light. At the same time, he exerted force, compressing the domain to within a meter of Su Bai. This terrifying pressure ripped apart Su Bai's outer garments, exposing his pale, slender frame. Almost there, human, perish. The sacred staff domain loomed ominously. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows of the sacred staff flew forth from the domain, striking down upon Su Bai. The domain's power, even before making contact, sent a shiver of dread through Su Bai's heart. Such force surpassed that of an A-class enchanted weapon, posing a genuine threat to him. In that instant, he ceased his probing, gripping his long sword firmly. He infused it with the intent of the wind. With 3 realms of intent converging, a single strike shattered the approaching shadows of the sacred staff. 3 realms of intent. How is this possible? The white-robed youth gasped. Ancient texts stated that a being could master at most 2 realms of intent, one of which was typically an attachment of their weapon. Moreover, the realms were known to repel each other. He had never witnessed anyone seamlessly harmonize 3 realms of intent in such a manner. This situation shattered the established records of demonkind. Even in the sacred tome of the demons, the Eternal Chronicles, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Swish! Just as the white-robed youth was momentarily stunned, the brilliant blue sword light surged forth. With a single stroke, Su-Bai obliterated the sacred staff domain. The solid void of the battlefield cracked open, revealing a massive breach. One person, 4 realms of intent. How could this be? Such records did not exist, even in the annals of antiquity. The white-robed youth's eyes turned crimson, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the scene before him. The era of antiquity? Su-Bai once more heard those words. Human, do not think to pry secrets from me. You possess 4 profound realms of comprehension. I, as the Emperor, concede defeat for now. Should we meet again, I shall ensure your dismemberment. The young man in the white robe declared before swiftly retreating. With a thought, Su-Bai pursued him. His speed was remarkable, and it wasn't long before he caught up to the white-robed youth. With a swift motion, a long sword was brandished, unleashing a brilliant azure sword light infused with the essence of the 4 realms. The white-robed youth, caught off guard, felt a searing wound open on his back. He coughed up blood, unwilling to linger, and continued his flight despite his injuries. However, how could he match Su-Bai, who had mastered the realm of wind? In less than 5 minutes, multiple wounds marred his body, and he had lost a limb. At this juncture, even as a member of the tenacious ape demon clan, the young man was left severely weakened, his speed drastically diminished. Su-Bai followed at a leisurely pace, unleashing several sword lights with a mere flick of his wrist. The remnants of the white-robed youth's limbs were severed. Suffering such grievous injuries, he plummeted through the clouds. As he attempted to rise, Su-Bai's Zhuxian sword was poised at his throat. You cannot kill me, human. My uncle lurks in the void nearby. He is the sovereign of the demon race, wielding dominion over the complete realm. If you dare to slay me, he will not hesitate to obliterate you. The white-robed youth exclaimed in terror. Su-Bai regarded him calmly. Speak of the ancient era, and I shall let you go. Ha! You foolish human. Even in death, I, Ape Tian, shall never betray the demon race. Do you truly believe your meager strength can slay me? Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted before him, followed by an overwhelming force emanating from the Zhuxian sword, sending Su-Bai staggering back several hundred steps. When he regained his footing, the previously mutilated Ape Tian had restored his limbs and radiated an intense golden aura. Stronger than before. You have forced me to unleash my divine abilities. I shall devour you alive to compensate for the millennia of lifespan I have expended. You boast of your robust physique. This time, I shall demonstrate that your painstakingly honed body is but trivial beneath the might of my clan's divine magic. The ape demon diamond body. As he spoke, Ape Tian discarded his staff, opting instead for a direct confrontation with Su-Bai. With a swift motion, the Zhuxian sword was sheathed. Su-Bai struck with his fists, colliding with the onrushing Ape Tian. A deafening boom resonated as their fists unleashed terrifying power, shattering the fabric of space and revealing a dark vacuum. The two figures separated. Su-Bai remained steadfast, while Ape Tian was propelled backward, retreating thousands of steps. This is impossible. My ape demon clan is one of the 10 royal demon clans, and the ape demon diamond body is an unparalleled divine ability, enhancing physical prowess 100-fold. How could I lose to a mere human? This turn of events caught Ape Tian off guard. As realization dawned upon him, his expression shifted dramatically. Human, you did not unleash your full strength earlier, did you? Su-Bai remained silent, grasping the Zhuxian sword and summoning hundreds of sword lights imbued with the essence of the 4 realms, engulfing Ape Tian's form. You cannot kill me, Ape Tian exclaimed, as golden light erupted from him, countering the azure sword lights. Yet, a relentless barrage of sword lights followed, ultimately extinguishing the golden aura and reducing him to fragments, which exploded into a crimson rain. System notification. Host has slain a demon race member X1, gaining 5,000 attribute points. Who dares to slay my nephew, Ape Tian? A colossal figure, radiating golden light, emerged from the rift in space. His eyes, the size of copper bells, scanned the surroundings and, upon spotting Su-Bai, raised his massive fist and struck down with ferocity. The fist, imbued with the power of the realm, tore through the sturdy void as if it were mere paper, shattering it into pieces. Swan Feng, cease this at once. Wang Guoguang materialized from the void. Yet, he was too far away, and Swan Feng's attack was ruthless and swift. Even with his own realm powers, he could not reach in time, forced to watch helplessly as the cataclysmic fist descended upon Su-Bai. Swan Feng, if you dare kill him, I shall destroy my own realm to ensure your demise alongside his. Wang Guoguang declared, fully aware that even Su-Bai, unparalleled though he was, would likely perish under such an onslaught. He prepared to invoke his realm, ready to sacrifice everything. To his astonishment, Swan Feng's fist halted just above Su-Bai. Initially thinking it was a moment of hesitation, Wang Guoguang was taken aback when the force of Swan Feng's punch surged. A terrifying power erupted, annihilating the surrounding void for 1,000 meters. With a resounding crash, Swan Feng staggered back, while Su-Bai had been forced back over 1,000 steps. This cannot be. Su Bai is merely at the divine realm, yet he made the pinnacle of the Qiongyu realm recoil. His physique was unfathomably robust. On the other side, witnessing this spectacle, Wang Guoguang stood frozen in place. He had anticipated Su Bai's demise under that punch, yet to his astonishment, Su Bai not only survived, but had weathered the blow. This is the full-powered strike of a demon emperor at the pinnacle of the Qiongyu realm. Furthermore, it was delivered after he unleashed the divine ability ape demon diamond body. You, a mere human, with your divine realm cultivation, can withstand my strike? Such talent is indeed monstrous. Even if I must pay a heavy price, I shall ensure your demise. Swan Feng roared, his fist appearing beside Su Bai in an instant. Su Bai exchanged a punch with him, leveraging the force to retreat further towards Wang Guoguang. The prowess of a pinnacle Qiongyu realm master transformed entirely into realm power. Though Su Bai's physique was formidable and he had mastered the 4 realms, he was still no match for his opponent. Swan Feng, cease this at once. At this moment, Wang Guoguang had regained his composure. He expanded his realm, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye, intercepting Swan Feng's heavy strike. Simultaneously, he utilized his realm power to transport Su Bai behind the protective barrier. Su Bai, are you unscathed? Wang Guoguang's voice resonated from the merit ring. I am fine. Although Su Bai had exchanged 2 punches with Swan Feng, he had only sustained superficial wounds from the realm power, which posed no significant threat to him, given his formidable body. Besides, Wang Guoguang had already erased the realm power from his body, and he merely needed a moment to recuperate. That is a relief. By the way, I had arranged for someone to assist you. Why was the communication function of the merit ring not activated? Also, how did you end up here? I instructed you to head to the smallest southern district. Who led you here? Wang Guoguang's tone relaxed. Su Bai remained silent, closing his eyes to meditate. I understand now. However, dignity is something that must be fought for oneself. The selection for the 9th Army Commander is in a month. After a moment of silence, Wang Guoguang's voice echoed once more from the ring. Indeed, a girl named Lu Wanyue has arrived at Tianmen Pass, claiming to seek you. Would you like to converse with her? Lu Wanyue. Su Bai recalled the ethereal figure clad in a white dress. Returning to the present, he expressionlessly declined. Very well. You shall continue to guard the southern 9th district after you recover. With me restraining this individual, he shall not be able to make a move against you. However, night is swiftly approaching, and the demon race is growing increasingly formidable. If you find yourself unable to withstand the pressure, retreat. The Supreme Commander has stated that our bottom line is the battlefield of heaven. Understood. Half an hour later, Su Bai had mended his injuries. He opened his personal attribute panel. Ding. Host, please refer to the main screen. Host, Su Bai. Cultivation, mid-stage of the Divine Realm 1. 103, 234. 300. Points available for allocation. Attribute points. 2, 987, 639. Physique. 1, 103, 396. Universal body. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 5, 000. 000. Mentality. 25, 034. Astutely intelligent. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs when mentality reaches 50, 000. Talent. Pure Sword Heart. S-grade Bloodthirst 5, 000, 000. S-grade Nightshade 5, 000, 000. Points available for allocation. Concept. D-grade Sword Concept 500, 000. D-grade Wind Concept 500, 000. A-grade Confinement Concept 5, 000. 000. Points available for allocation. Martial skills. C-grade Sword Technique Fuyo 3 Swords. Proficiency. Perfect. A-grade Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water. Proficiency. Perfect. Points not available for allocation. Weapon. Pseudo-S. Zhuxian Sword. Attributes. A-grade Sharpness 500, 000. D-grade Zhuxian Sword Intent 500, 000. S-grade Hardness 500, 000. Zhuxian Sword Array. Missing. 800, 000. Zhuxian Sword Body. Damaged. 200, 000. Zhuxian Sword Spirit. Missing. 200, 000. Points available for allocation. System. Increase cultivation by 1, 896, 766. Ding. Host has reached the threshold for breaking through the divine realm. Would you like to choose to break through directly or continue to comprehend the concept? Comprehend the concept. Ding. Please state the concept you wish to comprehend. Spear concept. Ding. Spear concept comprehension successful. Whoosh. Upon retrieving the Tianke spear, it trembled incessantly, sensing the pervasive spear intent in its surroundings. Su Bai grasped the spear and waved it a few times, feeling no unfamiliarity. The system indicated an increase of 800, 000 for the Zhuxian Sword Array. Ding. The Zhuxian Sword Array has been restored, currently at E-grade 200, 000. Zhuxian Sword Array, Chapter 55, Enlightenment of Heart and Nature. E-grade Zhuxian Sword Array, a grand formation established with the Zhuxian Sword as the core, encompassing a radius of 10 miles. Those who step into the sword array will suffer 5 attacks from sword lights imbued with Zhuxian sword intent every breath. Note, the Zhuxian sword cannot be used while establishing the sword array. The array relies on the Zhuxian sword to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for sustenance. As long as the surrounding spiritual energy endures and the Zhuxian sword is unhindered, the sword lights shall not cease. Furthermore, the higher the level of Zhuxian sword intent, the greater the power of the Zhuxian sword array. The sword lights refined from Zhuxian sword intent can effortlessly slay experts of the wind control realm. Within the sword array, 5 sword lights can be released each breath. And even the strongest of the divine realm who trespass shall face 5 attacks from the Zhuxian sword lights within approximately 3 seconds. This concentrated assault is exceedingly difficult to withstand, especially if there are hidden ambushes, an assured death trap. Subai chose this sword array to massacre the demon race en masse and accumulate attribute points. However, he did not anticipate the overwhelming might of the Zhuxian sword array. Coupled with his mastery over the confinement concept and S-grade nightshade talent, he felt confident in slaying any adversary who had not converted their domain to over 70% while within this array. System, allocate 24,966 to mentality. Ding. Allocation complete. Current mentality 50,000. Ding. Mentality attribute has reached 50,000, resulting in a transformation. Congratulations, host, for attaining enlightenment of heart and nature. Enlightenment of heart and nature significantly enhances comprehension and understanding, making it far easier to grasp concepts. As the notification faded, Subai felt a surge of clarity. With his proficiency in 2 sword techniques at perfection, he experienced newfound insights. Yet, he did not delve further, instead closing his eyes to contemplate the confinement concept. Having already acquired a glimmer of domain power, he found it straightforward to comprehend. Within half an hour, he converted 30% of the confinement domain. Swish. Upon opening his eyes, hundreds of spiritual power chains extended from his body, merging into the Zhuxian sword array. With a thought, he conjured a spiritual power clone to enter the array. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, over 100 spiritual power chains ensnared the clone, and before it could react, several azure sword lights obliterated it. At that moment, the sun dipped low, and night descended. Subai, wielding the Tianke spear, walked expressionlessly into the Zhuxian sword array. The Wood Peak Earth Sovereign remarked, Southern 9th District still retains the confinement domain power of the human 9th Army commander. Are we truly to launch our attack from here? We can only convert a maximum of 50% of our domain power, and facing the domain power of a human commander, it may prove too daunting. Should we consider another area? Indeed, that place seems rather eerie. The residual domain power is likely terrifying. The Wood Peak Earth Sovereign replied. This pertains to whether we can breach the human battlefield of heaven swiftly. I implore you to think it over. Above the clouds, over 1,000 demon race Earth sovereigns gathered, their overwhelming presence stirring a tumultuous surge of blood and darkness. The foremost demon race Earth sovereign's eyes glimmered with bloodlust. A surging aura radiated outward, revealing that he had converted 6% of his domain power, an apex Earth sovereign, under the suppression of the domain power covering several miles. The previously vocal Earth sovereign fell silent. I have long since inquired. The residual domain power left by the human 9th Army commander in the Southern 9th District is nearing depletion. Moreover, due to the presence of this power, there are no human guardians in this area. Thus, if we join forces to shatter this residual domain power, we can advance unimpeded and seize the human battlefield of heaven with overwhelming force. At that time, we shall be celebrated as heroes of our clan. With access to all manners of martial arts and techniques, perhaps even a glimpse at the legendary demon race sacred text. The mention of the demon race sacred text caused many demons to draw a heavier breath. However, the Wood Peak Earth Sovereign, what if there truly are humans stationed here? Questioned an Earth Sovereign solemnly. Stationed? The Wood Peak scoffed. At present, the major border war zones of the human race are all restrained by us demons. There is no possibility of external aid arriving. The human commanders at the battlefield of heaven have been detained by our clan's celestial sovereign and cannot extricate themselves. What is there to fear? Without the intervention of commander-level experts, who among the humans currently at the battlefield of heaven could withstand over 1,000 Earth sovereigns? Unless they have array formations to assist them. But how could a fragmented human race possess such large-scale killing tools? Array formations. At the mention of these 2 words, many demon Earth sovereigns trembled, revealing expressions of trepidation. As beings of this caliber, they had encountered certain secrets of the demon race, including those known as the most potent area damage formations. According to records, there once existed a demon expert who set up a grand array, successfully obliterating a barrier and slaughtering countless humans. Such terrifying achievements remain etched in the memories of every Earth sovereign who has witnessed them. Fortunately, this power lies in the hands of my demon clan. Otherwise, with the addition of the human race's nuclear weaponry, our clan would surely be in peril. Another Earth sovereign lamented, and the others nodded in deep agreement. Moreover, do you not yearn to slay Subai? The conditions set forth by the Demon Lord are still fresh in your minds, are they not? Mu Feng stated solemnly. The Demon Lord proclaimed that anyone who can slay Su Bai shall receive the royal blood transformation, join the demon royal family, gain access to the sacred tome of our clan, the Eternal Chronicle, and be permitted to enter the demon clan's prison tower to select 10 items. Many Earth sovereigns roared with fervor. What then are you waiting for? Su Bai is already a powerful being at the divine realm and is likely present in the battlefield of heaven. The human race has severed its lineage, lacks formations, and poses no significant threat. Moreover, they dare not employ nuclear weapons at this moment. Now is the opportune time. Upon Mu Feng's words, the eyes of the Earth sovereigns turned crimson, their spiritual power surging. Indeed, the human race has severed its lineage. They lack formations and even decent martial arts techniques. How can they possibly contend with us? Without the threat of formations and nuclear weapons, over 1,000 of us Earth sovereigns are more than capable of sweeping through the human race's battlefield. Let us collectively annihilate this feeble human race. Let us march towards the southern 9th district, slay the human Su Bai, and claim our rewards from the Demon Lord. Follow me as we breach the southern 9th district and charge into the battlefield of heaven. The demon clan surged forth with great momentum. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the southern 9th district. Detecting no signs of the constraining field's power, they realized that the domain here had dissipated. Attack. The demons surged forward, entering the territory of the southern 9th district. However, the scene that unfolded before them nearly drove them to madness. This is the corpses of our demon kin. Cursed human scum, I shall tear you all to shreds. They bore the aura of the constraining field's power, indicating they had been slain by the humans wielding this domain's strength. No wonder the power here dissipated so swiftly. Mu Feng, do we proceed further? I suspect this is a trap set by the human scum. Chapter 56, Thunder, Ice, and Wood. In the southern 9th district, the Earth sovereigns of the demon clan beheld the rows of severed demon heads, their expressions twisted with rage and murderous intent. Their sacrifices were not in vain. Because of them, we need not divide our focus against this domain's power. Mu Feng stated. Then, Earth Sovereign Mu Feng, which direction should we advance towards now? One of the Earth sovereigns inquired. Since our kin have already scouted the path, the area where their heads lie must have lost its domain power. We shall enter from that direction. Mu Feng, imbued with domain power, led the way to the location of the demon heads. The other demons hastily followed suit. In no time, over 1,000 demon Earth sovereigns had gathered at this spot. As they arrived, many of the Earth sovereigns seized the heads scattered on the ground and began to gnaw on them. Earth Sovereign Mu Feng. These heads contain the essence of the constraining field's power. Although their source differs from ours, they can be refined into pure domain energy. And the rich blood essence of our kin will enhance our vitality. One Earth sovereign presented a hastily assembled head to Mu Feng. Mu Feng sensed a familiar aura. Upon turning the head over, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. How is it, Earth Sovereign Mu Feng? My judgment is quite sound, is it not? This is indeed the head with the most abundant blood essence. The Earth Sovereign chuckled. My judgment is impeccable indeed, but are you blind? This is the head of the ape demon royal, Yuan Tian. Do you dare consume it? Mu Feng exclaimed, abruptly tossing the head back. The Earth Sovereign, holding Yuan Tian's head, met his gaze, and his face turned ashen. He glanced around and, in a show of respect, carefully returned the head to its original position. As he left, he even knelt and performed several respectful bows. Let us not waste any more time. Advance with haste. Mu Feng bellowed, just as he intended to move. Several streaks of azure sword light suddenly shot through the darkness. His expression turned icy, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed his domain power to block the incoming sword lights. Those sword lights belonged to Su Bai. As Mu Feng was about to make a move, hundreds of spiritual power chains erupted from the clouds, binding him tightly. Before he could break free, multiple sword lights materialized around him. Damn it! On one side were the piercing sword lights, and on the other was the constraining field's power. Mu Feng knew that prolonging this engagement would be unfavorable, so he immediately unleashed 60% of his domain power. With a loud crack, the violent force erupted, shattering the chains of spiritual power that bound him. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to retreat. However, he failed to notice a figure cloaked in darkness, poised with a long spear behind him. In a flash, before Mu Feng could react, the spear pierced through his body. The overwhelming force propelled him several thousand meters away. Simultaneously, azure sword lights descended upon him, offering no respite. Yet even so, he managed to stabilize his form using his 60% domain power. Nevertheless, the spear lodged in his chest felt like a mountain, preventing him from standing upright, forcing him to hunch over to cope with the encroaching sword lights and spiritual chains. At that moment, a cold-faced youth suddenly appeared, withdrawing the spear while delivering a punch to Mu Feng's head. Darkness enveloped his vision, and just as he attempted to brace himself, the silver spear plunged into his skull. Yet, in his dying moments, he managed to convey a subtle message. Ding! Host has slain a Demon X1, earning 500 attribute points. System, if I recall correctly. The last time I killed Yuan Tian, I received 5,000 attribute points, right? Response to host. Yuan Tian is of the demon royal lineage, and slaying a member of the royal family grants a tenfold increase in attribute points. Understood. Su Bai, with the spear in hand, melded into the darkness, continuing his search for the next target. These demon earth sovereigns possess formidable physiques, many of whom have transformed a significant portion of their domain power. With just the extermination sword array and the constraining domain power at 30%, I cannot eliminate them swiftly. I must deliver the finishing blow. Half an hour later, Su Bai had slain the final demon earth sovereign. Ding. Host has slain demons X1024, earning 512,000 attribute points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the system notification echoed, thousands of pillars of cultivation energy surged from all directions. Observing this, Su Bai sat down to absorb and refine the energy. As time passed, his cultivation attributes increased significantly, soon reaching the threshold for a breakthrough. However, the energy continued to flow into him without pause. Before long, his fair complexion flushed crimson, as if water were about to drip from it. Ding. Host has reached the breakthrough point for the Divine Realm X3. Will the host choose to break through directly or comprehend 3 realms of meaning? I choose to comprehend the realms of meaning. Ding. Please state the 3 realms of meaning you wish to comprehend. The realm of thunder, the realm of ice, and the realm of wood. Ding. The comprehension of the realms of thunder, ice, and wood has been successful. Boom. Su Bai erupted with a brilliant display of thunder, followed by chilling frost and the vitality of wood. At that moment, beneath the tumultuous roar of thunder, with ice and wood opposing each other behind him. Wang Xuezhang, may I inquire how far the Southern District 9 lies from here? Under the celestial dance of stars and moons, 2 beams of light surged towards the golden barrier with great haste. It won't be long now, Wang Zhanyuan replied in a deep voice. However, your sudden desire to seek out Su Bai, is there something of importance? I have a message entrusted to me regarding his college entrance examination, Shui interjected, her expression tinged with urgency. Ah, I see. A flicker of understanding passed through Wang Zhanyuan's eyes, and his speed in the air surged considerably. Shui hurriedly followed suit. Traveling at full speed, the two soon arrived at the borders of Southern District 9. At that moment, Wang Zhanyuan abruptly halted. Shui, perplexed, flew beside him. As she raised her gaze, she beheld Su Bai suspended amidst a tempest of thunder, with one half shrouded in frigid mist and the other flourishing with verdant life. The 2 elements resembled majestic wings, shielding him from the onslaught of the storm. Beneath him lay a carpet of fallen demon corpses, their blood staining the clouds for miles around. The visual impact of such a scene stirred tumultuous waves within Shui's heart, leaving her momentarily speechless. It wasn't until the anomaly subsided and Su Bai descended onto the clouds that she regained her composure. If I am not mistaken, that phenomenon must have been the simultaneous manifestation of 3 distinct realms, Wang Zhanyuan remarked gravely. Shui's beautiful eyes quivered, having discerned the same. Yet, she was aware that beyond these 3 realms, Su Bai also possessed his own sword intent and the intent embedded within his sword. This meant that Su Bai, at present, commanded 5 realms, all on his own. Moreover, 3 of those realms had only been comprehended that very day. Do you have business? Chapter 57, Hall of Merits. She came looking for you. It has nothing to do with me, Wang Zhanyuan stated as he departed for another location. Shui succinctly conveyed Lu Wanyue's purpose. Upon hearing this, Su Bai shook his head in refusal. He had no intention of participating in the college entrance examination. Remaining here to vanquish demons and accumulate attribute points suited him just fine. However, Su Bai, to be considered for the position of brigade commander, you need at least the status of a prospective college student. If you opt out, you will lose that opportunity, Shui argued. Then I shall not compete. But if you forego the election, once Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao ascend to power, they will undoubtedly target you, and at that time. Shui's complexion darkened slightly. Fear not. Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao have largely converted their domain power. Situated on the battlefield of the heavens, endowed with 8 realms, a singular domain, coupled with the Excalibur array, Su Bai has already attained the qualifications to resist them. Thus I remain unperturbed by their potential harassment. Yet, Shui wished to say more, but the words lingered on her lips before she could only sigh in resignation. She understood that persuading Su Bai was futile. Shui, I heard you sought out Su Bai? Amidst their silence, a voice echoed from Shui's merit ring, belonging to Yi Rouge. Yes, I am currently in Southern District 9. Shui replied. Then please inform Su Bai that his call came through. He inquired if he wished to come take a look. I am currently behind the safety line. I initially intended to come closer, but they warned me that beyond this point, there is no signal. Tell him I await his arrival here. Understood. Shui looked up, only to see Su Bai's swift departure. He soared through the air, the surrounding currents parting for him, and vanished from Southern District 9 in the blink of an eye. How swift. Not even a minute has passed. Over here, Yi Rouge had just torn open a pack of snacks. Barely having taken a couple of bites when she spotted Su Bai racing towards her, coming to a halt before her. The phone. Oh, Yi Rouge hurriedly handed it over. Subai took the phone and dialed back, and the other end connected swiftly. Brother Subai? Brother Subai, today I secured first place again. The teacher said we performed splendidly this time, and they will take us to visit the college entrance examination at number 8 high school. However, I am not happy because Brother Subai did not praise me, but just thinking about seeing Brother Subai soon makes me incredibly joyful. Brother Subai, will you take me on the Ferris wheel then? Yesterday, Xiaoji dreamed of riding the Ferris wheel with you. Brother Subai, is that all right? Of course. Yay. It's settled then. The delightful cheer of the little girl rang through the phone. They conversed for an extended period, though it was mostly Xiaoji speaking while Subai listened. Brother Subai, please remember to eat well, sleep well, and practice diligently, okay? You are the best. And Xiaoji wants you to score first. Understood. Also, Brother Subai, did you forget something? Xiaoji scored first. Excellent. Hehe. I knew Brother Subai wouldn't forget to praise Xiaoji. Brother Subai, hurry and sleep. Don't stay up too late. All right. But Brother Subai, I really miss you. I miss you so much. At the Starry Sky kindergarten dormitory, the little girl clutched the hung-up phone tightly, her gaze fixed outside the window, as if attempting to glimpse a familiar silhouette through the shimmering city lights. Oh, that black-clad strange uncle has appeared again. Meanwhile, Subai had just returned the satellite phone to Yi Rouge when Shui rushed over. Subai, with Wang Shuizhang stationed there, if you have no pressing matters, you should visit the Hall of Merits at the Heavenly Battlefield. There are numerous treasures within. Indeed. There are really a lot of treasures inside. Far more varieties of snacks than at the Tianmen Pass Exchange. Yi Rouge chimed in, her eyes sparkling. Shui, upon hearing this, helplessly tapped her forehead. This glutton. Is there nothing in your mind besides Subai and food? I checked. The Hall of Merits has 5 levels, but each level requires a specific number of merit points to enter. I only examined the first 2 levels, but the items inside far surpass those at Tianmen Pass in both variety and completeness. Additionally, I've learned that there's a sword technique on the 4th level, rumored to possess immense killing power, though it comes at a steep price. It is said that Ouyang Xiaoyao is currently accumulating merit points for it, so you should act quickly. Subai nodded thoughtfully. The A-rank area damage sword technique, Autumn Water, is not particularly effective against demon lords above the ground emperor level, while the C-rank sword technique, Fuyo 3 Swords, has considerable power. However, due to the limitations of his realm, he could only unleash his stored spiritual energy twice in the divine transition realm, which is not cost-effective. He indeed needed to exchange for a new sword technique. By the way, here is a detailed version of the precautions. The information about the heavenly battlefield is all in this booklet. Shui handed him a pamphlet. Subai accepted it. After parting ways with the two, he soared toward the Hall of Merits at the heavenly battlefield. This place was akin to the logistics department at Tianmen Pass, a gathering spot for demon slayers whenever the demons retreated. What is going on? There are usually over 100 demon lords present. Why are there only a few tonight? I still need to gather merit points to exchange for items. This number is insufficient. Do you think you can handle a few demon lords? Save your breath. Haven't many already perished these days? It is highly likely that the demons are preparing for a full-scale assault. The situation is dire, and the commander hasn't made an appearance in several days. Everyone, be cautious. In the current situation, the outcome of the battle between the commander-in-chief and the demon lord holds all the significance. Sigh. Subai maneuvered through the throngs of people and ascended to the 2nd floor. As she reached this level, a woman clad in the attire of a demon slayer approached her. Greetings, how may I assist you? Subai shook her head and turned towards the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed her. You must be a newly arrived demon slayer, right? The floors here are different from those at Tianmen Pass. Access to the 3rd floor requires over 1 million merit points. You likely don't have that many yet, so perhaps you should explore the 2nd floor instead. While the offerings here may not compare to those on the 3rd floor, they are certainly superior to what is available at Tianmen Pass. Subai remained silent, placing one foot upon the steps leading to the upper level. Hey you. I was being nice by warning you. Don't be ungrateful. The woman's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and anger. Previously, she had no intention of engaging with these newly arrived demon slayers. Had it not been for this person's striking appearance, she would have ignored him entirely. Yet this fellow exuded an air of aloofness. Despite her attempt to offer advice, he remained resolute in his indifference. Did he not fear being cast down by the protective barrier of the 3rd floor? What is going on, Xinjia? Several demon slayers approached upon hearing her voice. After learning the particulars of the situation, expressions of derision adorned their faces. Chapter 58, S-Class Sword Technique Demon Slayer. This guy is utterly oblivious to the consequences. He thinks he can ascend to the 3rd floor right after his arrival, as if he were the Grand Sword Immortal Ouyang. Just wait and see. The recognition barrier will soon send him plummeting down. It has been ages since anyone was ejected by the barrier. This should be quite a spectacle. Hey Lao Lu, Lao Gao, summon the brothers to witness the spectacle of the barrier ejecting someone. The demon slayers exchanged shouts, and before long, dozens gathered in anticipation. Upon comprehending the situation, Every individual gazed at the soon-to-be ascendant Su Bai with cold amusement. "Isn't that Su Bai?" A voice emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the demon slayers parted, creating a path. The speaker was none other than Ouyang Xiaoyao, one of the most renowned figures on the battlefield. How is it that he is still alive? Ouyang Xiaoyao turned to his companion Tang Hao, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Hao's countenance was also grim. Earlier, he had intended to assess the situation in the South 9th District. However, the recent surge in attacks from the demon lord in his area had prevented him from doing so. After the demon horde retreated, he had just set out when Ouyang Xiaoyao summoned him here. He had anticipated a matter of great importance, only to discover that this fellow merely sought to borrow merit points for a sword technique. This individual is not to be underestimated. It is likely that Yuan Tian is dead, and to eliminate him, alternative methods must be devised. Tang Hao communicated through thought. I, Ouyang Xiaoyao, have never failed to slay anyone I aim to kill. Su Bai will be no exception. Ouyang Xiaoyao smirked, and the surrounding female demon slayers instantly became starry-eyed, flocking towards him. Ouyang the great sword immortal. Ouyang the handsome, grant me your signature. A portrait of your handsome self for my collection. I want one too. I want one. The throng of women surrounding him brought Ouyang Xiaoyao great delight. He ran his fingers through his hair, revealing a self-satisfied grin. Please, remain patient. Form an orderly line, one at a time. Ouyang Xiaoyao. Su Bai turned to see Ouyang Xiaoyao, and Tang Hao enveloped by the crowd. He said nothing, maintaining a stoic expression as he stepped through the barrier separating the second and third floors. Little did he know, this simple act of turning around silenced the previously boisterous crowd. Xiaomei, let me sign for you. Ouyang Xiaoyao turned to smile, only to find that the woman before him was fixated on Su Bai's departing figure. His expression soured as he turned to another woman, only to discover she too was similarly captivated. Skeptically, he glanced at several more women, only to find the same reaction. A number of them, unable to contain their composure, were already swallowing hard. Ouyang Xiaoyao pushed through the crowd, his countenance darkening as he ascended to the third floor. After their departure, the once silent crowd erupted in astonishment. How is this possible? This newcomer possesses such a vast number of merit points? He truly made it to the third floor. That requires 1,000,000 merit points, necessitating the slaying of 2,000 demon lords. I observed that his merit badge resembles Chang'an's, indicating he opted for solo combat. But how could he accumulate so many merit points alone? The woman who had previously spoken with Su Bai wore a look of incredulity. Aside from Ouyang Xiaoyao, she had never encountered a demon slayer who arrived with over 1,000,000 merit points. Coming back to her senses, the woman quickly tapped her merit badge a few times. Hey Xiaozi, quickly check if an exceptionally handsome young man has just ascended. Yes, I wanted to welcome him too, but he was too aloof to acknowledge me. Oh my, he's aiming for the 4th floor. That requires over 5,000,000 merit points to access. How could he possibly enter? The exclamations from the merit badges resonated loudly. This was a revelation clear to all present. After learning this news, the demon slayers grew increasingly agitated. Just arrived, and he's aiming for the 4th floor? Is he attempting to break the records of the battlefield? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a newcomer amass such merit points? 5,000,000 merit points? That would necessitate the slaying of 10,000 demon lords. If he truly had such power, he would have already ascended. Why linger below? I don't believe it. Neither do I. I don't believe it either. Oh, let me show you the footage. Xiao Zi's voice chimed in. Soon after, the woman's merit badge surged with energy, revealing Su Bai's ascent. Upon witnessing his figure, many female demon slayers drew sharp breaths, while the other demon slayers wore expressions of mockery. 1,000,000 is already the limit. If he truly ascends to the 4th floor, I'll call him father. Just father? I'll call him grandfather. I'll call him great ancestor. I'll call him great-great-grandfather. The cacophony of voices had yet to fade when Su Bai stepped into the 4th level of the merit hall. The barrier that shifted from red to green fell upon the 2nd floor like a bucket of cold water, silencing all the demon slayers present. Yet, Su Bai remained oblivious to the commotion. At this moment, he had already located the sword technique that Shui had mentioned. Greetings, this sword technique is titled Demon Slayer, an S-class martial art, priced at 6,990,000 merit points. Beside Su Bai, a woman clad in a verdant robe pointed towards the red barrier, gently explaining. Qingyi, this sword technique is mine. How could a mere newcomer afford it? At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao approached. He casually flicked his merit badge, which soon displayed a series of numbers, 7,001, 263. The woman glanced at Ouyang Xiaoyao but disregarded him, continuing to softly introduce the technique to Su Bai. As he had reached the S rank, this sword technique required no elaborate introduction. However, the Supreme Commander had personally declared its immense lethality, deeming it a paragon among sword techniques. Li Qingyi, do you believe he can afford it? Do not delay any further. Hasten and present me with this sword technique, urged Ouyang Xiaoyao. In accordance with the rules, he arrived first and is entitled to a 10-minute contemplation period. You have no right to rush him, Li Qingyi replied coldly. Very well. I shall observe whether this fellow truly possesses such a wealth of merit points. Ouyang Xiaoyao leaned against a nearby support, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Su Bai. He was aware of Su Bai's formidable prowess and recognized that the winter demonic tide was no trivial matter. He estimated that Su Bai could acquire no more than 4 million merit points at most. To ascend to the 4th floor, one would need to borrow at least 1 million from others, culminating in a total of merely 5 million. Yet, this sword technique was priced at a staggering 6.99 million merit points. Even he would have to borrow from Tang Hao to meet the requirement. He could not fathom that Su Bai could produce such an amount. I shall take it. Chapter 59, The Path of Slaying Demons. You wish to acquire it? Ouyang Xiaoyao's expression twisted into one of incredulity, as though he had heard the most absurd jest. Did you hear that, Qingyi? Swiftly sell it to him. He has made his intention to buy clear. Ouyang Xiaoyao held no belief that Su Bai could possibly muster 7 million merit points. In his mind, he envisioned the moment Su Bai would be humiliated. Perhaps it was due to Su Bai's countenance. The thought brought him great delight. Ouyang Xiaoyao, I am Li Qingyi. Kindly address me by my full name in the future. Thank you, Li Qingyi remarked frostily, casting a disdainful glance at Ouyang Xiaoyao. Understood, Qingyi, Ouyang Xiaoyao replied with a smirk. In the next instant, a Fang Tianhua halberd shot through the air, resting against his throat. The power of its domain radiated outward, leaving several crimson gashes upon his neck before he gently pushed the halberd aside, his smile swiftly vanishing to be replaced by a grave expression. Li Qingyi, I was merely jesting. Must you resort to such extremes? Ouyang Xiaoyao, I wish for you to comprehend that I am not offering you counsel. I am merely informing you. Should you find this displeasing, feel free to seek me out. I, Li Qingyi, am always at your service. Swish. Li Qingyi retracted the Fang Tianhua halberd, turning to speak softly with Su Bai once more. Take this sword technique. Simply present your merit ring. She retrieved the sword technique and handed it to Su Bai. Li Qingyi, what are you doing? He hasn't even deducted his merit points, and you are already giving him the sword technique. This is against the rules. Ouyang Xiaoyao barked. Li Qingyi ignored him, merely extending her merit ring to lightly touch Su Bai's merit ring. In an instant, the numbers 6,900,000 materialized, indicating a successful transaction. How is this possible? Ouyang Xiaoyao stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He could hardly believe that Su Bai truly possessed 7 million merit points. That was an astronomical sum. In the years he had spent in the Eastern Border War Zone, he had accumulated only that amount. Yet this individual had amassed it in merely 2 months. Was he cheating? The transaction is complete. You may take it and depart, Li Qingyi said with a smile. Su Bai nodded and began to leave, but after just a couple of steps, Li Qingyi called out to him. Su Bai, your achievement in leaving the path of slaying demons at Tianmengwen is remarkable. When time permits, we should spar. My name is Li Qingyi, but you may call me Qingyi if it is too bothersome. The path of slaying demons? Su Bai was unfamiliar with the term, having never encountered such a thing. It is the path forged by the heads of over a dozen earth sovereigns, 1,000 demon sovereigns, and over 30,000 demon kings. The name was coined by the 10th Army Commander, Wang Guoguang. It symbolizes, tread the path of slaying demons, emerge from the pass, and slay demons. Understood, he replied, preparing to depart when he was unexpectedly obstructed by Ouyang Xiaoyao. Wait, no matter how I calculate, you cannot possibly possess such merit points. I suspect you have tampered with the data in your merit ring. Unless you clarify the origin of your merit points, this sword technique shall remain here. Without uttering a word, Su Bai's response came in the form of a blue sword light imbued with the essence of 2 sword concepts and 3 parts of binding domain power. This strike was forceful. Even though Ouyang Xiaoyao reacted swiftly, hastily summoning the sword domain for defense, he was still forced back several dozen steps. Well, Su Bai, you have audacity indeed to strike here. Do you not realize that violence against compatriots on the battlefield incurs retribution? Ouyang Xiaoyao, you provoked Su Bai first, questioning the validity of his merit points. His response is entirely justified. Li Qingyi stated solemnly, I admit I provoked him, and I acknowledge that I questioned him. But throughout this encounter, I never laid a hand on him. Rather, it was he who struck me with lethal intent. According to the battlefield regulations, Su Bai's actions necessitate retribution. Su Bai regarded him with an impassive expression, raising his hand to unleash another azure sword light. This strike was enhanced with 8 concepts and 3 parts of binding domain power. Boom. The sword light surged towards Ouyang Xiaoyao, its terrifying might shattering the surrounding void. Ouyang Xiaoyao had not anticipated Su Bai would strike again. In a rush, he swung his long sword, conjuring the sword domain just in time to block the blow. 8 concepts, one of which had even transformed at least 30% of its domain power. How could such a phenomenon manifest within a single individual? Typically, a martial artist possessed only 1 concept, and only recently had research emerged in the Dragon Kingdom regarding the coexistence of multiple concepts. However, concepts inherently repel each other. They cannot coexist. Even with compatible attributes, there are scarcely more than a handful of individuals in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom who have mastered more than 2 concepts. Moreover, the seamless fusion of so many concepts was unprecedented. Su Bai's sword had shattered Li Qingyi's understanding. Su Bai, your lethal intent towards me has breached the regulations of the battlefield. With the commanders absent, I, Ouyang Xiaoyao, shall act in their stead to impose punishment upon you. Ouyang Xiaoyao bellowed, his domain expanding, the frenzied power of the domain sweeping through. Within it, Su Bai found himself no longer in the merit hall's 4th floor, but rather in a pitch-black void, filled with countless long swords. Very unfortunate, Su Bai, I just broke through to the Guanhai Realm yesterday, intending to exchange for this sword technique, only to find you had beaten me to it. But that matters not. Once I slay you, everything you possess, including your face, shall be mine. It appeared that the Guanhai Realm experts primarily relied on their domains in combat, which explained the absence of many commanders on the battlefield. Su Bai inhaled deeply, the extermination sword soaring forth as he set up the extermination sword array. Simultaneously, the Tianke spear manifested in his grasp, crackling with tumultuous thunder, resonating with a deafening roar. System, invest 650,000 points into the thunder concept. Ding. Investment complete. The current thunder concept is rated C level 1 million. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the concept upgraded, a more powerful, pure bolt of thunder erupted from the Tianke spear. I never imagined you had comprehended such a formidable thunder concept. Such a monstrous talent shall not be spared today. Ouyang Xiaoyao swung his long sword, and the multitude of long swords within the domain transformed into streams of light, hurtling towards Su Bai with a velocity rivaling that of the wind concept he wielded. Swish, swish, swish. A plethora of swords surged into the formation, triggering the formidable power of the extermination sword array. Countless azure sword flashes materialized from thin air, obstructing the incoming blades. However, the swords imbued with domain power were not to be easily thwarted by mere sword intent. Moreover, being within Ouyang Xiaoyao's domain, the extermination sword could not siphon spiritual energy, and within mere seconds, it had depleted its power, transforming into a stream of light that flew back into its sheath. Without the assistance of the extermination sword array, Su Bai could only rely on the Tianke spear to fend off the relentless onslaught of swords. Su Bai perish. Had I not ascended to the Guanhai Realm and lacked absolute certainty in vanquishing you, today would not be your doom. Chapter 60. You are not qualified to enforce justice. As Su Bai grappled with the myriad sword lights, Ouyang Xiaoyao suddenly materialized beside him, his sword, imbued with domain power, aimed precisely at his throat. Observing this, Su Bai's Tianke spear trembled, unleashing a torrent of myriad powers that shattered countless sword lights and clashed with Ouyang Xiaoyao's blade. With a thunderous roar, Ouyang Xiaoyao was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Yet, Su Bai, too, was not unscathed from the impact of the domain power and was forced to retreat. What terrifying strength! How could you possess such divine might? After a failed strike, Ouyang Xiaoyao no longer held back. The domain swiftly contracted, and its power surged dramatically. Su Bai, ensnared within, felt an overwhelming pressure, as though he were mired in a quagmire, completely constrained. Simultaneously, within the domain, the multitude of swords converged, forming a colossal sword that radiated blinding brilliance. Die! Ouyang Xiaoyao commanded, pointing his sword, and the giant blade, imbued with the weight of the domain, surged forth. Fixating on the colossal sword, Su Bai's thoughts coalesced, and the extermination sword soared upwards. Infused with spiritual energy, it bore 8 realms of intent, 3 of which were imbued with the power to imprison. As its sword light met the giant blade, in tandem, armed with the Tianke spear, Su Bai unleashed the thunderous realm, enveloping him in an unstoppable force. As he followed the extermination sword in a strike against the enormous sword, boom, boom, the 2 formidable forces erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending Su Bai hurtling backward, while the colossal sword shattered into fragments. Yet, the remnants rapidly morphed back into a myriad of swords, launching yet another assault. System, cultivation level. As Su Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, just as he prepared to break through to the Guanhai Realm, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Clutching a Fong Tianhua halberd, the newcomer was none other than Li Qingyi. Ouyang Xiaoyao, you have gone too far. Li Qingyi leveled her halberd, and in an instant, tens of thousands of halberds descended upon the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, they shattered the overwhelming sword intent. Uft! The domain suffered a grievous blow, and Ouyang Xiaoyao spat a mouthful of blood before vanishing from sight. Li Qingyi's eyes flickered, and the surrounding domain dissipated, restoring the 4th level of the merit hall to its original state. Beside the shelves, Ouyang Xiaoyao glared at the 2 newcomers with a twisted visage, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. With a flick of his wrist, Su Bai released the Tianke spear, imbued with the power to shatter the void, which instantaneously appeared before Ouyang Xiaoyao. Damn it! Ouyang Xiaoyao activated the domain power around him, narrowly evading the attack. Crack! The Tianke spear struck the wall of the merit hall, the immense force contained within creating a massive hole. As the spear was unleashed, Subai prepared to strike with the extermination sword, but was intercepted by Li Qingyi. Subai, you cannot kill him. Seizing the moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao crushed the golden light curtain in his grasp. Subai, you strike down your own kind. Li Qingyi, how could you protect this murderer? I, Ouyang Xiaoyao, cannot administer justice, but someone can. Swish. The realm of wind surged forth, and Subai bypassed Li Qingyi, raising his hand as 8 realms of azure sword light materialized above Ouyang Xiaoyao. Who dares to so brazenly disregard the rules of battle and strike here? At that moment, a golden figure of a middle-aged man materialized, effortlessly dispersing the sword lights Subai had unleashed. Subai, this man is Gu Xingdong, the commander of the 8th Army of Tianguan, at the pinnacle of the Qiongnu realm. It is said he has nearly touched the threshold of the Shining Realm, a formidable figure indeed. Furthermore, he is particularly supportive of Ouyang Xiaoyao for the position of 9th Army commander. You must tread carefully. Li Qingyi communicated telepathically. Simultaneously, she shattered another golden light curtain. What? In the eastern border war zone, the battlefield of the heavens, how dare you act without regard for rules? You must be punished. Gu Xingdong scoffed, raising his hand as a golden spear illusion manifested, hurtling towards Subai at an astonishing speed. This spear, imbued not only with terrifying domain power, but also with an inexplicable force, caused Subai's hair to stand on end. He intended to evade but found himself immobilized, unable to move. Before he could even allocate points, the golden spear was already upon him. In a critical moment, a long staff shot through the air, intercepting the lethal blow. Yet even so, the collision unleashed a force that sent Subai hurtling away. Uffed. As Subai rose, he couldn't suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. This strike was the most formidable killing move he had ever faced. Had it not been for his myriad forms body, he would have surely perished on the spot. Nevertheless, he was still grievously wounded. Shishua, why did you stop me? Gu Xingdong coldly inquired. I am aware of the circumstances. It was Ouyang Xiaoyao who provoked first. Ah, so provocation grants one the liberty to kill? This is the eastern border war zone, where there are established rules. Murder is subject to punishment. And your precious disciple, who aids the murderer against Xiaoyao. Yet I have not sought retribution from you, and you dare to obstruct my justice. Is the 7th Army Commander Gu Shishua also going to shield this murderer? That was not my intention. A golden female figure appeared beside Li Qingyi. However, you are not qualified to enforce justice. Gu Shishua, what do you mean? As a commander, you assert that I cannot bring him to justice? The middle-aged man scoffed. You are aware of the decree issued by Wang Guoguang regarding the extermination of demons, I presume? Are you implying that this individual is Subai, who has severed the heads of tens of thousands of demon tribes to pave the way at Tianguan? Gu Xingdong's expression turned grave after obtaining confirmation from Gu Shishua. The regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone dictate that those who achieve great merit, worthy of being recorded in the annals of humanity, are to be revered. Even if they commit grave errors, a commander cannot judge or punish them. Only the Supreme Commander has the authority to make a determination. In the Eastern Border War Zone, Tianguan, at the battlefield of the heavens, 7th Army Commander Gu Shishua expresses gratitude for your significant contributions to the war zone and to humanity. Gu Shishua bowed to Subai, and upon witnessing this, Li Qingyi hurriedly followed suit. There is no need for such formality. It is merely the extermination of demons. Subai replied calmly. Merely the extermination of demons, indeed. Gu Shishua's demeanor softened, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Oh, since you wish for the Supreme Commander to adjudicate, then I shall summon him, Gu Xingdong declared, crushing the light curtain in his grasp. Why summon me? Do you not know I am currently dealing with the demon sovereign? A pale blue figure materialized, clad in a suit, revealing itself as He Yaowu, the Supreme Commander of the Eastern Border War Zone. Report, Supreme Commander. This individual has struck down his own kind within the battlefield of the heavens. And according to the rules, he should be punished. Yet Gu Shishua has obstructed me, stating that only you possess the authority to judge him. Gu Xingdong asserted solemnly. What is this nonsense? Can't we just follow the rules? Why am I being summoned? He pointed at Subai. I want to see who dares to flout the law and cause a ruckus here. He Yaowu turned his head with a grim expression. The next moment, his tightly furrowed brow suddenly blossomed into a smile. Ah, it's you, my dear disciple. Chapter 61. Within 3 days, 500 Earth Sovereigns. My dear disciple? It was astonishing that the notoriously unconventional commander of the Eastern Border Military District would actually take on a disciple. Gu Shishua's expression was peculiar, while Li Qingyi beside her wore a face of disbelief. In stark contrast, Gu Xingdong and Ouyang Xiaoyao wore increasingly grim expressions. I never said I wanted to be your disciple, Subai replied, his face devoid of emotion. At these words, the expressions of several people shifted noticeably. The commander of the Eastern Border Military District personally taking on a disciple was a tremendous honor. Yet, Subai had outright rejected it. Subai, you should accept. Your current predicament is quite serious. If you do not acknowledge the commander as your master, he may not be able to intervene on your behalf. Li Qingyi transmitted her thoughts urgently. Subai merely glanced at her and said nothing in reply. No worries. It's not too late to think it over and come back to me, he added, leaving the others in the room quite astonished. To witness the usually hot-tempered Hiao Wu being rebuffed by Su Bai yet still greeting him with a smile, without a hint of impatience, was truly surprising. By the way, Su Bai, I just received news from Guoguang. He mentioned that you left a path for slaying demons at Tianmen Pass. A move that has greatly diminished the demon clan's momentum. You've done exceedingly well. As for your reward, I will personally bestow it upon you when I descend in my true form. Hiao Wu looked at Su Bai with admiration. Commander, Su Bai previously attacked me with lethal intent. According to the regulations of the Eastern Border Military District, even as a meritorious figure, he should face appropriate sanctions. I request the commander to handle this matter fairly. Ouyang Xiaoyao interjected suddenly. Oh, is that so? Hiao Wu turned to Gu Xingdong, who nodded in affirmation. Commander, I am a witness to all of this. Allow me to recount the details for you, and if there are any discrepancies, the surveillance will provide further evidence. Li Qingyi stepped forward, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired, without embellishing or showing bias towards either side. Though she did mention the cultivation levels of Su Bai and Ouyang Xiaoyao. Upon finishing, Hiao Wu's eyes narrowed. So, you're saying that Ouyang Xiaoyao, a Qiongyu realm cultivator, provoked Su Bai, a Lingshan realm cultivator, and is now claiming that the latter attacked him with lethal force? If memory serves, the intent at the Lingshan realm, while the Qiongyu realm cultivator has access to domains, the disparity in strength is akin to a chasm. How could a mere Lingshan realm pose a threat to a Qiongyu realm expert? Commander, Su Bai possesses an array of formidable techniques. Not only can he wield 8 realms of intent, but he can also utilize the power of a binding domain. His strength cannot be assessed superficially. Ouyang Xiaoyao quickly added. Oh, is that so? Hiao Wu looked towards Li Qingyi, who hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Commander, see? Li Qingyi has spoken in my defense. Ouyang Xiaoyao proclaimed excitedly. Su Bai, demonstrate your 8 realms of intent and domain power. Hiao Wu looked at Su Bai, his admiration intensifying. Ouyang Xiaoyao was about to say something, but was halted by Gu Xingdong. If you want to avoid disaster, do not provoke the commander unnecessarily. Why is that? Do you believe that someone who occupies this position is simple-minded? Su Bai is evidently favored by the commander, if he does not wish to impose sanctions. There are countless ways to do so. Right now, you are still vying for the position of the 9th Army commander. And it is imperative that you do not anger the commander at this juncture. Once you ascend to the position of commander, you will have ample means to deal with Su Bai. Understood, Ouyang Xiaoyao replied solemnly. With a swift motion, the Zhuxian sword trembled, enveloped in the 8 realms of intent and a third of the binding domain's power, revealing a brilliant azure sword aura. Indeed, truly remarkable. A person who comprehends 8 realms of intent, Su Bai, is a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Hiao Wu exclaimed. He then scrutinized the Zhuxian sword before suddenly frowning at Su Bai. Your ability to seamlessly merge these 8 realms of intent relies on this sword, correct? Hiao Wu's inquiry caught Su Bai off guard. After a moment of silence, Su Bai nodded. Currently, he could only integrate all the realms of intent by wielding the Zhuxian sword. Using any other weapon, even an S-class Tianke spear, would not suffice. Thus, with an additional third of domain power, combined with your formidable physique, you indeed possess the qualifications to contend with a Qiongyu realm expert. However, to claim a kill at this moment would still be somewhat challenging for you. So, you cannot eliminate Ouyang Xiaoyao, am I correct? Su Bai remained silent. Indeed, he currently lacked the capacity to kill Ouyang Xiaoyao. Yet, having merely crossed paths twice, this individual had thoroughly analyzed his strength. Such a formidable opponent was truly daunting. Since Su Bai lacked the strength to slay Ouyang Xiaoyao, and given that Ouyang Xiaoyao had not committed any grave offense, it would be best to let the matter rest. As for compensating Ouyang Xiaoyao, I will handle that separately. What do you think? Hiao Wu spoke calmly. Commander, there must be laws to uphold. Without rules, order collapses. If this matter were to spread, I fear that the demon hunters of the Eastern Border Military District might voice their discontent, Gu Xingdong replied solemnly. This complicates matters. However, even as commander, I find myself at a loss regarding Su Bai. He is far more than just a demon hunter who has achieved great merit. Hiao Wu frowned. The others present were bewildered by this conversation, including Su Bai, who was equally perplexed by Hiao Wu's intentions. You two are commanders, yet are you blind? Can't you discern what weapon Su Bai is wielding? Upon hearing this, Gu Shixue and Gu Xingdong immediately glanced at the spear embedded in the wall. Within moments, both recognized it. This is the very spear that stands in the logistics plaza of Tianmen Pass? Gu Shixue exclaimed in shock. It is said that only those with extraordinary physical strength can wield that spear. How can Su Bai, being merely a Lingshan realm cultivator, possess such immense strength? Gu Xingdong's expression mirrored his astonishment. The top brass in Longhua cannot even lift this spear. If word of Su Bai's ability to wield it spreads back to the mainland, the uproar would be unthinkable. Need I say more? Do you believe that Su Bai is someone I, as the commander of Tianmen Pass, can simply judge? Hiao Wu regarded Gu Xingdong calmly, who fell silent. His expression grave. The high echelons of Longhua were beyond the reach of a mere army commander like him. That being said, you are correct, Guxingdong. If no punishment is meted out, then the laws of the Eastern Border Military District would be rendered meaningless. Here's what we will do. Since Su Bai is a demon hunter, let him slay demons as punishment. 500 Earth Sovereigns within 3 days. How does that sound? Chapter 62. He can kill me, and I can kill him as well. With He Yao Wu's words, both Gu Shixue and Li Qingyi visibly relaxed. 500 Earth Sovereigns. Though it may seem a daunting number. However, considering Su Bai's evident prowess, it is hardly a formidable task. Merely, the timeline is somewhat pressing. I have no objections. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xingdong spoke in a grave tone. However, Commander, I propose that the selection for the 9th Army Commander in 1 month be conducted through contests rather than voting. Are you suggesting that the position of the 9th Army Commander be determined solely by strength? Indeed, Gu Xingdong replied. Given the ferocity of the demon clan's offensive and the precarious state of the Eastern Border War Zone, it is imperative that the battlefield of heaven undergo certain transformations. Although this method may seem harsh, it is exceedingly pragmatic and can swiftly yield a number of formidable warriors for our human race. Indeed, it is high time for the battlefield of heaven to embrace some changes, He Yao Wu remarked, casting a glance at Gu Shixue. If I am not mistaken, you commanders share this sentiment, do you not? Gu Shixue nodded. We 10 commanders deliberated this matter months ago. It was proposed by Cheng Feng, and initially, we all had differing opinions. After Cheng Feng's fall, we reconvened and unanimously agreed with his original idea. The current battlefield of heaven undeniably requires an infusion of fresh, powerful blood. When the name Cheng Feng was uttered, all eyes turned to Su Bai. Su Bai, are you aware of who Cheng Feng is? He Yao inquired. Su Bai shook his head. Cheng Feng, whose full name is Li Cheng Feng, possesses an A-class talent with the Rainbow Sword and served as the 9th Army Commander. Earning the moniker Longjian Cheng Feng, the merit ring you possess, Chang'an, was once worn by him a few months ago. At this point, He Yao glanced at Ouyang Xiaoyao. The sword he wields is the original paired sword of Li Cheng Feng, the Rainbow Light, which carries the essence of the Rainbow Sword intent that once astonished the entire battlefield of heaven. Rainbow Light, Rainbow Sword intent. So, Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword intent is derived from this very sword, Su Bai realized. It could be said that you two have been chosen by Li Cheng Feng in some mysterious way. Moreover, both of you have opted for individual combat. He Yao sighed. Since you have reached a consensus, let it be as you propose. In that case, I shall make the arrangements. Gu Xingdong clasped his hands together. Go ahead. He Yao waved his hand. Once Gu Xingdong departed with Ouyang Xiaoyao, he turned his attention back to Su Bai. Do you understand that during the selection process for the commander, no one is permitted to interfere, regardless of casualties? This implies that Ouyang Xiaoyao may very well kill you during the contest. He can kill me, yet I can kill him as well, Su Bai replied, his expression impassive. He has only recently entered the Guanhai Realm and does not fully grasp its depths, but in a month, his innate talent will undoubtedly enable him to unleash the pinnacle of Guanhai Realm power. Are you not the least bit apprehensive? Indeed, while Ouyang Xiaoyao possesses a profound mindset, his talent is indisputable. A month hence, he will surely exhibit power far exceeding that of today, Gu Shixue concurred. Su Bai remained silent, sheathing his long sword and departing with his spear. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant, Li Qingyi remarked. Arrogance must be backed by ability. Should you be able to wield that spear and possess an understanding of 8 realms of intent, you might surpass even him, He Yao chuckled. I had intended to persuade him to become my disciple, but it seems this fellow is not easily swayed. Li Qingyi looked at He Yao with a bemused expression. However, within the merit hall's 4th floor, his figure had already vanished. Alas, in this brutal world where the weak are devoured by the strong, has our human race truly arrived at this juncture merely a century after the resurgence of spiritual energy? Gu Shixue sighed. Master, I see no harm in this. Yet compared to Ouyang Xiaoyao, I would prefer Su Bai to ascend to the commander's position. Oh, why is that? I have heard high praise for him from the demon slayers who descended from the lower realms. Moreover, a person who advances alone amidst a retreat, who would slay thousands of demons to pave the way for others, cannot be a bad person, can they? Li Qingyi's words left Gu Shixue in thoughtful silence. In a moment of reverie, she recalled that radiant rainbow sword light that dominated the 10 regions of the battlefield of heaven. On that day, he too had advanced alone, single-handedly stalling 10 powerful demons to secure a glimmer of hope for others. Let us hope, despite his extraordinary talent, the odds of him winning the Commander-S contest are not in his favor. Regrettably, you had chosen to fight in teams, otherwise, you too would have had a chance. After all, only by becoming commander can one gain entry to that place, Gu Shixue lamented. I harbor no aspirations for the Commander-S position in my remaining years. I merely wish to slay a few more demons to avenge my fallen comrades, Li Qingyi declared. Your injuries have nearly healed. If you wish to slay demons, seek out Su Bai in the South 9th District. He currently stands alone as its guardian, and your assistance would be welcome. Thank you, Master. Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. In the battlefield of heaven, behind the safety perimeter, He Yao called out to Su Bai. I wish to inquire if your confinement intent, the power of the confinement domain, was derived from the domain power left behind by Li Qingfeng in the South Ninth District? Su Bai nodded. What a remarkable lad. Not only are you handsome with dual talents and a robust physique, but your comprehension is also astonishingly profound. Do you realize how disheartening that is for others? Hiyawu slapped his forehead, having anticipated this outcome. Regaining his composure, Hiyawu's expression suddenly became more serious. Since your talent is derived from Li Qingfeng, it implies that he has, to a certain extent, aided you. Therefore, would you be willing to fulfill a final wish for him? Speak. I knew you were not an ungrateful person. Hiyawu rubbed his hands together. You see, although Li Qingfeng was one of the 10 commanders at Tianmen Pass, he harbored a regret. He never had the chance to take me as his master. I had prepared to accept him as my disciple, but alas, he sacrificed himself heroically to cover the retreat of the commanders during a sudden demon attack. Thus, I wish for you to fulfill this wish on his behalf by accepting me as your master. Upon finishing his words, Hiyawu turned to look at Su Bai, only to find that he had unknowingly taken his leave. Damn it, I nearly cried, and you didn't even listen, Hiyawu exclaimed loudly, ready to pursue him when suddenly, his merit ring stirred. Shortly thereafter, the figure of a middle-aged man materialized before him. Old Captain, it's me, Hong Wei. Chapter 63. The Water Intent. Meanwhile, as Su Bai set foot in the South Ninth District, Wang Jinyuan was seen departing with his long staff. With a swift motion, the exquisite sword was unsheathed, and the exquisite sword array was established. Su Bai sat cross-legged at the center of the sword array, consuming several vials of healing potions while closing his eyes to absorb the ambient spiritual energy for recovery. Though he had only sustained minor injuries from his battle with Ouyang Xiaoyao, the residual shockwaves from the subsequent clash between the two commanders had exacerbated his wounds. It could be said that this was the most severe injury he had endured since arriving at the Eastern Border War Zone. 3 hours passed, and Su Bai's body returned to peak condition. He rose and opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Su Bai. Cultivation, late stage of the Ling Shun Realm 2. 880, 743. 300, points available for allocation. Attribute points, 128, 407. Physique, 1, 289, 396, body of all things. Points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 5 million. Spirit, 109, 354, awareness of true nature. Points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when spirit reaches 300,000. Talent, pure sword heart, S-class bloodthirst 5,000,000. S-class nightfall 5,000,000. Points can be allocated. Concepts, A-class confinement concept 5,000,000. D-class sword concept 500,000. D-class wind concept 500,000. C-class thunder concept 150,000. E-class ice concept 150,000. E-class wood concept 150,000. E-class spear concept 150,000. Points can be allocated. Domain, E-class confinement domain 300 for 125, 610,000. Not yet broken through to the Qiongyu realm. Points cannot be allocated. Martial skills, C-class sword technique 3 swords of ascendance, proficiency, perfect. A-class area damage sword technique autumn water, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon, pseudo-S, Excalibur, attributes. A-class sharpness 500,000. D-class Excalibur concept 500,000. S-class hardness 500,000. E-class Excalibur formation 2,000,000. Excalibur spirit, missing, 2,000,000. Points can be allocated. Cultivation points, 119, 257. Ding. Point allocation complete. The host has reached the threshold for breaking through to the divine realm. Would the host like to directly choose to break through, or continue comprehending concepts? Comprehend concept. Ding. Please state the concept you wish to comprehend. Water concept. Ding. Water concept comprehension successful. As the system notification faded, a mist of water emanated around Su Bai, swirling around him like a tornado of water. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. From within the water column, a vibrant green essence surged forth. In no time, the previously transparent water column transformed into a verdant tornado of water. Water nourishes wood. The 5 elemental attributes harmoniously interact. And this individual's comprehension is indeed extraordinary. In the distance, Hiyawu's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a rare look of astonishment crossing his face. Wait, when did he comprehend the water concept? Could it be that this brat had already mastered 9 concepts from the outset and concealed it from me? The more Hiyawu pondered, the more convinced he became. According to research in the Dragon Kingdom, mastering 9 concepts is the extreme. Further comprehension leads to a transformation. This brat, aside from the sword intent, has grasped 8 concepts, just one short of 9. I wonder if he will be able to comprehend beyond the 9 concepts. At this moment, Su Bai's water concept and wood concept had reached a state of equilibrium. just as Yao was about to approach. A blinding white light surged forth from the waterwood tornado once more. In the blink of an eye, the tornado was completely encased in ice. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that while the outer layer of the tornado was frozen, the inner waterwood tornado continued to swirl slowly, an unceasing force of life. Ice and water share a common origin. Even without wielding that sword, this brat can freely employ three concepts at will. If this news were to reach the mainland, those old-timers would surely stir up a frenzy to recruit disciples. This succulent morsel is hard to part with. Should I allow him to return? Yao's gaze flickered. Several minutes later, he sighed deeply, as if deflating like a punctured balloon. Enough, enough. Let him go back. Only a prospective university student can participate in the military chief selection, and only by becoming a military chief can one access that place. With that, Yao set off towards him. At this moment, the strange phenomenon surrounding Su Bai had also settled. He raised his hand, summoning the Tianke spear, which shimmered with the three concepts of ice, water, and wood, exuding a pressure that warped the very void. Quite impressive, as long as he strikes unexpectedly. That spear would likely leave any demon below the Guanhai Realm either dead or severely injured. Yao chuckled. However, there are still some flaws. How about this? You can take me as your master, and I can guide you a bit. Su Bai remained unresponsive. Yao was well aware of Su Bai's aloofness and continued to jest for a moment, though his expression grew a touch more serious. Su Bai, do you know that to participate in the military chief selection, one must at least be a prospective university student? Su Bai nodded. Indeed, previously, the principal of your school, Ji Hongwei, contacted me, asking me to persuade you to return for the college entrance examination. I wanted to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. Just as Su Bai was about to respond, Yao abruptly interrupted him. I know what you're about to say, but please hold your tongue for a moment, and allow me to explain the benefits of becoming a military chief. Su Bai regarded him calmly. This brat actually didn't refuse. It seems there is hope. Thankfully, I didn't give him the chance to decline, otherwise, it would have been in vain. Yao cleared his throat. As it stands, upon becoming a military chief, you will gain the qualification to enter the 5th level of the merit hall, where you can exchange for more superlative items. Furthermore, you will ascend to the higher echelons of humanity, gaining the right to know certain secrets that ordinary people cannot. Though I cannot divulge these to you now, but you must have heard of the term eternal age. It seems the news the demon race has blocked is not entirely comprehensive. Human powerhouses are likewise privy to this secret. However, it is also true that within the demon race, there are channels through which one can learn of human affairs. Su Bai pondered for a moment and retrieved several hundred bricks he had collected earlier. These include remnants from the ancient wolf demon emperor's palace, as well as those from the treasure excavation hall of the demon race. Indeed, this is a relic from the eternal age. It appears you have already grasped some information. Yao did not elaborate further and continued to outline the benefits for Su Bai. Before long, he concluded his explanation, his expression tense as he looked at Su Bai. Having been rejected too often, he had developed a shadow of fear, dreading another refusal. However, to Yao's surprise, Su Bai nodded in agreement without hesitation. May I ask why you acquiesce so readily? Su Bai remained silent, his mind drifting to the image of a little girl. She wore a pink dress and always loved to tug at his sleeve, trailing behind him, calling out to him. Su Bai, elder brother. Reporting to the Demon Lord. The investigation is conclusive. Su Bai from Tianmen Pass has arrived at the battlefield of heaven. Chapter 64, Complete Transformation. Summoned 10 assassins of the heavenly monarch. In the dark hall, the Demon Lord, clad in a blood-red robe, spoke coldly. Within moments, 10 shadowy figures concealed in darkness appeared before him. They knelt partially, facing the main seat of the hall, their expressions solemn and respectful. I summoned you here to eliminate the rising human prodigy Su Bai, a matter concerning the survival of our demon race. Do you understand? Understood. The 10 demon monarchs replied in unison. Excellent, truly worthy of my demon race's offspring. This time, as you proceed to slay him, the rewards I previously promised remain valid. Furthermore, this genuine blade of royal blood contains the essence of 10 royal demon lords, harboring immense rule power. Should it strike this individual, he will undoubtedly perish. To ensure success, take this blade with you, and remember, do not let the others who kill demons interfere. Your only objective is to eliminate Su Bai. The demon lord gracefully swayed his long sleeves, and in an instant, a short blade emerged, cleaving through the fabric of space to materialize before 10 sovereigns of the demon clan. We understand. To prevent prolonged uncertainties, you shall act tonight without granting him time to grow. With a wave of his hand, the demon lord signaled the retreat of the demon sovereigns. You may also withdraw. As you command. Once the demons had departed, the demon lord rose from his seat, his sleeves dancing, and a massive crystal orb floated into the air, glowing brightly. The image it projected revealed a slender figure wielding a deep blue sword. He stood resolutely before the human race, single-handedly obstructing the entirety of the demon clan. Suddenly, the demon lord coughed out a mouthful of blood, his formidable aura abruptly weakening. At that moment, the crystal orb shattered into fragments of spiritual energy. Even the divine crow royal lineage, capable of profound divination, could not foresee the future of this individual in the southern Nine district. Yawu departed after leaving a message that someone would come for him the following day. At that location, Subai retrieved the S-rank sword technique, Demon Slayer, only to put it away moments later. From his previous battle with Ouyang Xiaoyao, he realized that without an appropriate level of domain power, he would face immense suppression against such formidable foes. Therefore, he resolved to convert all his confinement intent into domain power. As the night faded, warm sunlight poured down. The sky a brilliant blue, and the clouds soft and gentle. Subai set up the extermination sword array, continuing to comprehend the domain power within it. Armed with prior experience, he found the process of understanding and transforming it to be second nature. In just 2 hours, he had converted 50% of his confinement domain. He did not pause, but continued to sit in meditation until he had completely transformed the confinement domain. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless chains of spiritual power spread from his body, and in an instant, the vast southern Nine district was enveloped in a formidable confinement domain power. Standing amidst it, Subai could, with a mere thought, imprison all things. Even the previously unshakable void could be effortlessly sealed at this moment. With a thought, the extermination sword array was independently confined. He felt distinctly that, at this time, the extermination sword could no longer absorb spiritual energy. This was akin to Ouyang Xiaoyao's earlier confinement of the sword array within a domain. However, after familiarizing himself with the array, Subai discovered he could not establish his own domain space. This meant he could not engage in battle within his own domain like Ouyang Xiaoyao or Li Qingyi. Additionally, Subai realized that although his confinement intent had been entirely converted into domain power, the confinement intent still persisted. System, what is the meaning of this? Replying to the host, both phenomena stem from limitations of realm. You can utilize domain power for combat, yet cannot expand your domain. For the host, this results in the loss of a domain to suppress opponents. But since the host has converted all confinement domain power, even when within an enemy's domain, you will not suffer any suppression and can instead use all your domain power to imprison others. Do you mean that expanding a domain for battle consumes a portion of domain power? And that while I cannot expand my domain, I can utilize all my domain power? Indeed, the host has understood correctly. However, a Guanhai Realm expert can choose between 2 combat modes, yet generally, most experts would not forego using their domain to suppress their opponents. A domain can restrict an opponent from all angles while also providing a certain enhancement to oneself. Subai deeply understood this. However, the drawback was that if the domain was damaged, the one who controlled it would also suffer harm. Ouyang Xiaoyao's severe injury at the hands of Li Qingyi was a prime example. Although he could not expand his domain now, he was willing to forego a certain enhancement for the ability to wield all his domain power. System, will the extermination sword, imbued with confinement domain power, be subject to domain suppression? Replying to the host, it will not. The extermination sword being unaffected by suppression implied that Subai could engage in combat with the sword array within a domain. Thus, being within a domain was akin to possessing a miniature domain to assist him. How could this be? The moment Li Qingyi stepped outside the safety perimeter, she sensed the confinement domain power radiating from the southern Nine district. The intensity of such power had already exceeded Subai's original 30%. It was even lesser than the domain power emitted by General Li Chengfeng during the past. Could it be that Subai had transformed it from a deeper level of intent? But how long had it been since he entered the divine manifestation realm? How could he have had enough time to comprehend a deeper level of intent and convert it into domain power? Li Qingyi flew over in disbelief. It was only upon entering the southern Nine district and experiencing the grandiose confinement domain power firsthand that she became convinced that Subai's domain power was indeed derived from a high-level confinement intent. In a flash, as she was lost in thought, Subai appeared suddenly before her. Is there something you need? Subai regarded her with a cold expression. Ahem. It's like this. I heard you were guarding the southern Nine district alone, so I came to assist you. There's no need. Subai declined. His attribute points were already insufficient, so he had no reason to accept help. Very well, I will look elsewhere. If you require assistance, just call me through the merit ring. Li Qingyi tapped her merit ring, causing Subai's merit ring to light up instantly. That's settled then, she stated. Her words echoing from Subai's merit ring as well. Having said that, Li Qingyi decisively turned and left. Just then, Subai's merit ring lit up once more. Junior brother Su, it's Shui. Yes? Well, it seems that the food lover's family has called her back for the college entrance examination. Initially, she was reluctant to go, but when the 10th general guaranteed your presence, she agreed to attend. I just found out that this food lover is acquainted with the 10th general. I was puzzled as to why the usually strict 10th general was so kind to her. It turns out this is the reason. By the way, she left that satellite phone when she left, saying to hand it over to you. You can come here to collect it whenever you like. Forget it. I'll bring it to you after tonight. You can't leave your place. All right, Subai nodded. The wind rose alongside the moon. The night arrived with the demons. Slay the humans, feast upon their flesh and blood. Chapter 65, Attribute Intent. In the battlefield of heaven's destruction, the massacre of the human race commenced. Kill. Under the cover of night, thousands of demon lords surged forth. Black mist billowed as thunder rumbled. In merely a few minutes, they forcefully breached the southern Nine district. Humans. This emperor shall rend you limb from limb. For killing our demon kin, you must pay with your life. As we lay the heads of our demon kin as a path, we demand blood for blood. Upon witnessing this scene, the demon lord's eyes reddened with fury. Their spiritual power and domain power erupted, and without a moment's hesitation, they charged forth with overwhelming might. The demon horde surged, enveloped in a black mist akin to the night, swiftly obscuring the southern Nine district. The light of the stars and moon could not penetrate. Here, it became a realm of absolute darkness. Subai sat cross-legged above the heads of the demon horde, his gaze indifferent, unperturbed. When the final demon lord set foot in the southern Nine district, he suddenly vanished from his original spot. At the same time, countless chains from the confinement domains howled forth, subduing the group of Earth sovereigns. They had only managed to convert around 70% of their domain power. And under the complete suppression of the tenfold confinement realm, they found themselves utterly powerless, rendered immobile. This is bad. There's an ambush, retreat. How could this be? Li Chengfeng is supposed to be dead. How could his domain power reemerge? Damn it, retreat quickly. The Earth sovereigns at the rear, witnessing the situation, immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks in an attempt to break free. Since most of the domain power was suppressing the Earth sovereigns in the center, their oppression was not significant. In their desperate struggle, a few managed to regain their mobility and fled swiftly. However, they had not anticipated a figure constantly flickering in the darkness would soon catch up to them, systematically slaying them one by one. Ding. Host has slain 12 demon clans, earning 6,000 attribute points. Once the fleeing Earth sovereigns were dealt with, Su Bai, wielding a long spear, vanished from his original position once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the spear ascended and descended, a rain of blood fell. With each thrust, a demon clan Earth sovereign met their demise. The extermination sword array assisted. The confinement domain suppressed, and Su Bai executed the finishing blows. In this exchange, over 1,000 demon clan Earth sovereigns could not escape. In just half an hour, the southern Ninth district had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Bai traversed through the chaos, slaughtering the demon clan Earth sovereigns. Behind him surged hundreds, even thousands, of radiant pillars of cultivation. Boom. With the final strike, Su Bai eradicated all the invading Earth sovereigns in the southern Ninth district. Ding. Host has slain 658 demon clans, earning 82,900 attribute points. With the last of the demons vanquished, the black mist dispersed. The bright moon and gentle breeze illuminated the vast starry sky. Su Bai sat cross-legged upon the cloud layer, resembling a blood mirror, absorbing the thousands of streams of cultivation power that surged towards him. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed as the void shattered. The environment around him shifted, and Su Bai found himself in a pitch-black vacuum realm. Before he could survey his surroundings, 9 demon clan celestials launched an assault on him. Su Bai's gaze hardened. He activated his night talent and began to flicker incessantly. Such speed rendered even the demon clan celestials, who had trained in body techniques, incapable of pursuit. The celestial, who was sustaining the domain, was even more astounded. Despite exhausting all his domain power to maintain it, he could not suppress Su Bai. This is bad, this person. He shouted in anger, but before his words could finish, his head was severed by the extermination sword. Empowered with the entirety of the confinement domain's power and 8 realms of intent. With the death of this celestial, the domain lost its maintainer, and both Su Bai and the remaining celestials returned to the southern Ninth district. Yet, in an instant, the surroundings transformed again, and Su Bai fell into another domain. The pursuing celestials had dwindled from 9 to 8. The heavenly transformation illusion technique. A furious roar erupted from the darkness, followed by continuous fluctuations in the surroundings. However, Su Bai felt a chill in his heart and remained unaffected, countering with a sword strike that repelled the ambushing celestial. Whoosh, with a swift sword stroke, followed by a flash and the heavenly void technique. The demon clan ambusher hadn't even registered what happened before he was pinned to the clouds by Su Bai's spear. Infused with 3 realms of intent and domain power, his fate uncertain. This human is unaffected by the illusions. You all be careful, the celestial warned. But before the warning could settle, Su Bai had already slain another ambushing celestial. Although these ambushing celestials were formidable beings of the Guanhai Realm, they had sacrificed their robust physiques and long-range weaponry in pursuit of mastering the assassination arts. Even the domains they comprehended were designed to conceal their whereabouts. Yet, how could they know that their pride, speed, and stealth paled in comparison to Su Bai's mastery of wind intent and S-class night talent? Their weaknesses were Su Bai's strengths, and their strengths were eclipsed by him. This battle was always destined to be one devoid of suspense. The only drawback was the time it consumed. Half an hour later, Su Bai emerged unscathed from the conflict. Ding. Host has slain 10 demon clans, earning 100,000 attribute points. System. How is this bloodblade of the sovereign different from the previous one? Replying to the host. The earlier bloodblade of the sovereign was soaked in the blood of 10 ordinary demon nobles. But this blade is forged from the blood of the 10 royal demon clan celestials, possessing unparalleled power. Even a being in the radiant realm struck by it would face a great likelihood of demise. However, the bloodblade of the sovereign has a characteristic. It will vanish after a single use. Understood. Subai silently stowed away the blood-stained short blade. As the domains shattered and he returned to the southern 9th district, he sat cross-legged to continue absorbing the cultivation he had not yet finished, as well as the power from the 10 or so demon clan celestial assassins he had slain. Ding, ding. The host has reached the breakthrough threshold of the divine realm X6. Will the host choose to directly break through or comprehend 6 realms of intent? Comprehend realms of intent. Ding. Please state the 6 realms of intent the host wishes to comprehend. Gold intent, fire intent, earth intent, kill intent, dark intent, light intent. Ding. Comprehension of realms of intent successful. Ding. The host has comprehended more than 9 realms of attribute intent: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, dark, light, earning the attribute Tao intent. Attribute Tao intent. Upon acquiring this attribute Tao intent, the host can establish an attribute intent chain, organically interlinking and merging the attribute intents possessed. When employing attribute intents, the host may choose a single or multiple attribute intents without conflict. Moreover, possessing attribute Tao intent facilitates a smooth comprehension of other attribute intents, as if aided by divine assistance. Boom. The moment the system prompt sounded, a blinding beam of light erupted from within Subai, soaring into the sky and illuminating the vault of heaven over the southern 9th district. This spectacle, even amidst the battlefield, was clearly visible. What is this? It seems like intent, but how could it be so terrifying? How could such a fearsome intent exist in this world? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, wind, light, dark. How could these 10 attributes possibly merge together? This appears to be the southern 9th district. Could it be that this phenomenon was conjured by Subai? It is Subai? But how could he have become this powerful in such a short span of time? Not just the battlefield, but at this moment. The commanders of various armies also took notice of this scene. Tao intent. How could it be Tao intent? Chapter 66. Standing to die, never kneeling to live. The nearest kingdom. Wang Guoguang felt the surging intent from the southern 9th district immediately. He tore open a corner of his domain and saw Subai meditating beneath the luminous pillar. Ha! Heaven bless our mighty human race. You beasts will one day reap the fruits of your own wickedness. Wang Guoguang rejoiced within, his domain's spear light intensifying, and his attacks grew even more ferocious. Moreover, each attack was now infused with a more refined power of rules. Damn those humans! Wang Guoguang sneered. How could it be that you demon clans are allowed to sever our lineage while we cannot produce our own prodigies? So what if you possess attribute Tao intent? Our demon clan has countless outstanding talents, and in 100 years, you humans have produced only a few promising figures. Such a minuscule spark. How could it possibly compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The human race is doomed. Let the truth be revealed under our hands. Speaking with you beasts makes me feel disgusted. You are courting death. The enraged Yuan Feng charged forward. However, the kingdom of light, having newly comprehended a certain rule of power, shed its previous despondency, responding with remarkable composure. No one knew the nature of the rule he had grasped. Only in his mind did an image of a young boy seated in meditation persist. The essence of attributes, the Tao begetting 1, 1 begetting 2, 2 begetting 3, and 3 begetting myriad things. Through numerous interpretations of the Tao, this constituted the world. In an unknown battlefield, He Yaowu's gaze flickered, a glimmer of enlightenment crossing his eyes. When he struck again, the demon sovereign opposite him was sent reeling back over 1,000 feet. 30%. You have actually comprehended 30%, and it has only been a short while. How can this be possible? The demon sovereign's face was etched with disbelief as she twirled her wrist, sending a crystal ball flying above the heavens. It sketched the image of Subai seated beneath a pillar of light. Damn it! How can this human achieve such a feat despite our demon race's blockade of information? Such a monstrous prodigy had shaken the very foundation of our demon race's existence. He must be eliminated. The demon sovereign vanished from sight. Yet, He Yaowu would not easily let her escape. Wherever she fled, he would pursue relentlessly. Ah, the thrill of hunting this beast invigorates me. Little beast, gaze upon me. He Yaowu, do not grow too pleased. Our demon race will undoubtedly not spare this individual. The demon sovereign seemed resolute, leaping back into the territory of her kind. He Yaowu pondered briefly on the periphery before ultimately abandoning the pursuit. He now needed to put his earlier insights into practice. Ultimately, it all hinged on Subai. The path he traversed might well be the cultivation way of our human race throughout the ages. Minutes passed, and the anomalies in the southern 9th district dissipated. Subai opened his eyes, a flicker of chaos shimmering within them. He seemed to have gained some understanding of the essence of attributes. Yet he could not discern the origin of this enlightenment. After contemplating for a while, unable to unravel the mystery, he summoned back the Tianke spear. Crack, crack, crack. Under the influence of numerous attribute realms, the residual waves emitted by the spear shattered the void, revealing a vacuum extending several dozen meters. Whoosh. With a sweep of the spear, the void within 100 meters was obliterated. Such might was not inferior to the Zhuxian sword, which was empowered by 8 realms and domain forces. Now, relying solely on the Tianke spear, Subai was confident in his ability to slay a powerful adversary at the Qiongyu realm. Damnable human race. Kill. So many Earth sovereigns, help me. What is the guard doing? Why aren't they coming to my aid? At this moment, battles in various regions were still ongoing. The number of demon race forces present seemed to far exceed normal circumstances. Subai's expression shifted as he melded into the void, disappearing from the southern 9th district. Sister Lichini, with this many Earth sovereigns, we have far surpassed our capacity to resist. We must retreat. In the southern 6th district, Lichini and the demon-slaying squadron stationed there found themselves surrounded by over 1,000 demon Earth sovereigns, embroiled in a bitter struggle. Under the relentless bombardment of the demons, their energy reserves dwindled significantly. Even Lichini, who had entered the Qiongyu realm, found her spiritual power reduced to a mere 30%. Retreat, Lichini decisively commanded. Simultaneously, she hurled her Fong Tianhua halberd, unleashing its formidable domain force to repel hundreds of Earth sovereigns, carving a path for her comrades. Hurry, retreat. Do not linger in battle. Withdraw. The group fought while retreating, and within mere seconds, they traversed the newly created pathway. At that moment, a chill of foreboding surged through Lichini. Stop. Before her words could fully escape her lips, one of the demon slayers stepped back. Suddenly, the world spun, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Here, darkness enveloped them, obscuring visibility. Boom. With a resounding crash, a blinding white light erupted above them. Looking up, they beheld numerous silver long swords gleaming with brilliance. So hot. A demon slayer suddenly leapt into the air, only to be met with a torrential downpour of long swords. These blades, imbued with domain power, overwhelmed him, and he was swiftly vanquished. Do not act recklessly. Shield your feet with spiritual power. If I am not mistaken, this is the demon race's formation. Lichini glanced down, noticing that the previously dark ground had ignited into a fiery crimson inferno. Even for warriors, stepping upon it felt akin to treading on scorching iron plates, searing their very souls. Ha ha ha. Damnable humans. Do you think you alone possess the cunning to employ strategies? Apologies, but the esteemed royal clan of the demon race, the Divine Crow, is equally adept, and indeed, more intelligent and powerful than you. In the void, a young man clad in a blood-red robe materialized. His demeanor was haughty as he stood beneath a multitude of long swords, gazing down upon the assembled, as if regarding a swarm of ants. Yet, upon meeting Lichini's gaze, his expression slightly shifted. You human woman possess sharp eyes. You have recognized my race's unique formation. In that case, I am curious to see how this ragtag group of yours intends to break my Ye formation. Having spoken, Ye sat cross-legged in midair. His interest piqued as he observed the few remaining. Brothers, I cannot hold on much longer. If you manage to escape, please send a letter back home. Tell my mother that her son is not a waste, but a demon-slaying guardian of the human race, a hero standing tall. A demon slayer shouted defiantly, channeling the last vestiges of his spiritual power to charge at Ye. However, before he could reach him, countless long swords pierced through his body, ending his life. I truly do not understand how you humans can be so foolish. At this juncture, should you not be pleading for mercy? Perhaps, if I were to soften my heart, I might spare you. Ye chuckled. Pleading for mercy from you, vile demon race. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Whether you wish to kill or maim, come forth. I, Huan's Han, would not even flinch at the thought. The grotesque demon race dares to think that our magnificent human race would bow to you? Chapter 67. This sword is truly handsome. Within the formation, the demon slayers shouted defiantly, their expressions resolute, refusing to yield despite Ye's control over their fates. Observing this, the smile on Ye's face froze. With a flick of his long sleeves, an even greater surge of spiritual fire erupted from the ground. I have encountered many humans, from the Eagle Nation to the Neon Nation, and at such times, they invariably choose to bow before my demon race. Only you, from the Dragon Nation, possess this fearless spirit in the face of death. I wish to see if your bones are indeed as hard as they appear. Crack. Lichini thrust her Fong Tianhua halberd into the ground, and the few individuals beside her were instantly drawn into her domain. Stepping upon the fiery ground, she coldly advanced toward Ye's position. You are indeed intriguing. I wish to inquire, how long can your meager spiritual power sustain your domain? Furthermore, truth be told, I could suppress you with a mere finger. What you are doing now is no different from striking a rock with an egg. Lichini remained silent. Taking deliberate steps forward, she allowed the searing spiritual fire to scorch her body. Within moments, her feet and calves were charred and blistered, each step leaving a trail of blood. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the pain, her pace unwavering, drawing ever closer to Ye. Such irrational behavior exhibited by the human race is beyond my comprehension. Humanity, tell me, what compels you to act in such a manner? You vile creatures of the demon race will never understand, nor will you ever. Li Qingyi smirked coldly. To all the demon slayers, should you manage to survive and escape, remember to bury me alongside the peace squad, and inform my comrades that Li Qingyi fell in battle. With a determined leap, Li Qingyi raised her fist. Devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, yet it stirred a tempestuous wind in its wake. Yayue furrowed his brow slightly, and the power of the domain he wielded instantly sent Li Qingyi hurtling away, crashing violently to the ground. The searing spiritual flames burned incessantly upon her, akin to maggots gnawing at flesh. Yet, she remained undeterred, rising to her feet once more, advancing toward Yayue. Humanity, tell me what fuels your resilience. You shall not succeed. Li Qingyi wiped the blood from her lips, her expression growing ever more resolute. She leaped once again, only to be struck down by Yayue from above. Nevertheless, she quickly rose again, despite her body being charred and battered, despite having broken a hand and a foot, despite her consciousness fading into a haze. Regrettably, though her heart stirred, she had yet to experience the sweetness of love. Subai, alas, we have not had the chance to spar properly. However, to reunite with my comrades and fight alongside them once more is indeed gratifying. Li Qingyi chuckled softly, propelled by the primal instinct of vengeance. She launched her final punch at Yayue. Humanity, I have tolerated you for long enough. Since you refuse to speak, then perish. With a sweeping motion, Yayue unleashed a torrent of swords that rained down from the heavens. Before even drawing near, Li Qingyi was overwhelmed and sent flying. As she beheld the approaching swords, a flicker of nostalgia crossed her eyes. This sword is far too unsightly, lacking even a fraction of the elegance of that aloof figure. To dare insult the beauty of my sword, truly a death wish. Yayue's form flickered, and when he reappeared, he stood before Li Qingyi, sword in hand. She regarded his grotesque visage with a scornful expression. The sword may be ugly, but the bearer is even more so. Prepare to meet your demise. As Yayue's sword descended, Li Qingyi closed her eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, she sensed nothing, not even a sound. Is this what it feels like to be dead? She murmured, opening her eyes to see a frail figure standing resolutely before her. A dazzling sword light stretching across the southern 6th district. This sword is truly magnificent. With that thought, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When Li Qingyi next awakened, she found herself in the medical room of the battlefield of the heavens. Where am I? Have I perished? The demon slayers gathered by her bedside rushed to her side. Sister Qingyi, you are alive. None of us have perished. I distinctly remember being slain by Yayue. How can this be? Li Qingyi rubbed her throbbing head as fragments of earlier scenes flooded back. Yet, all she could recall was her demise at Yayue's hands, followed by a dream of Subai unleashing a sword light that pierced through the southern 6th district. It was Subai. Subai saved us. One of the demon slayers exclaimed with excitement. Subai is incredibly powerful. He not only struck down Yayue to rescue you, but also vanquished thousands of Earth sovereigns that plagued the southern 6th district. Truly formidable. When I glanced back as we departed, Subai was shrouded in blood, resembling a god of slaughter, and wherever he passed, demonkind fell. That sword was truly magnificent. I have never witnessed the 9th Army Commander's sword, but Subai's strike has etched itself into my heart. The other demon slayers eagerly shared their accounts. Yet they failed to notice the pallor of Li Qingyi's face suddenly blooming with 2 faint blushes. She was not dreaming. This meant that her words had indeed reached Subai. Alas, sister, the instruments indicate your heart rate is elevated. You must take care to rest. A keen-eyed demon slayer noticed and promptly advised her. Yes, you all should rest. I desire a moment of solitude. Once the others departed, Li Qingyi lay on the hospital bed, her gaze vacant. Her mind was consumed by the image of that frail figure and the brilliant sword light. Is this what it feels like to be moved? Yet, why do I feel so embarrassed, wishing for a crevice to hide within? How shall I face him in the future? Hey, Subai, your principal has come to escort you. You may go now. In the southern 9th district, Hiyao appeared, accompanied by Guxishua. Subai, seated in meditation, opened his eyes and nodded expressionlessly. Here, this is the reward I promised you. However, given your performance last night, I have prepared an additional gift that I believe will pique your interest. Everything is contained within this bag. Hiyao handed Subai a pouch. This is a storage bag unique to the battlefield of the heavens. Subai had previously exchanged for one to conceal his personal space. Subai, I thank you for saving Qingyi. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you accept it. With a flick of her fingers, Guxishua sent forth a sword light resembling the glow of the evening sun. This is the rainbow light sword radiance, imbued with the essence of the rainbow sword intent. It may prove beneficial to you. Subai accepted it, expressing his gratitude before departing. In that spot, Hiyao regarded Guxishua with a peculiar expression. You are quite generous. This sword radiance is not something just anyone can behold. So why the sudden willingness to gift it to this young man? Chapter 68. His departure was like a dragon returning to the sea. Cheng Feng has perished, and my heart is unburdened. Yet Qingyi is different. She now carries another within her heart. I do not comprehend the nature of love, but I do not wish for her to follow in my footsteps. Gu Shishu sighed. Upon hearing the name Cheng Feng, Hiyao's expression grew somber. Throughout history, sword cultivators have been the most treacherous, igniting the passions of men and captivating the hearts of women. Though this young man is not Cheng Feng, last night's sword certainly attracted its fair share of admirers. Indeed, Gu Shishu smiled faintly, unconsciously gazing up at the sky. Once, a ray of rainbow light flashed here, like the evening glow descending into twilight, illuminating the encroaching night. Moreover, that sword illuminated the north and south 10 districts. Why ponder so deeply? Life is but 2 words, drink and slay demons. Hiyao lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as he spoke. Dressed in formal attire, he seemed to carry an extra layer of melancholy in that moment. Perhaps you should refrain from smoking. It is detrimental to your health, Gu Shishu remarked. You are right. Hiyao extinguished the cigarette. It was merely an impulsive act upon seeing that young scoundrel so engrossed in smoking that I couldn't resist lighting one myself. Is it enjoyable? Not particularly. It burns my lips and irritates my throat. Then why do you continue? Perhaps it's due to an unsettled heart? Hiyao chuckled and vanished from sight. Gu Shishu gazed at the demon heads surrounding her, emitting a long sigh. Smoking is one thing, but why is this young man using demon heads as ashtrays? Nevertheless, it certainly serves as a form of catharsis. I hope you will not fail the radiant light of the rainbow, allowing it to illuminate the battlefield of the heavens once more. Subai. Indeed, quite remarkable, exceedingly so. The battlefield of the heavens. Wang Guoguang patted Su Bai's shoulder thrice. This time, he would lead Su Bai back to the Heavenly Gate Pass, where Principal Ji Hongwei, homeroom teacher Wei Wuxing, and that Lu Wanyue awaited him. This is the commander's token. Once you possess this, you may freely enter and exit the Heavenly Gate Pass and the battlefield of the heavens. Wang Guoguang produced an ancient, jet-black token, waving it before Su Bai. Following this, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing the commander's token to emit a blinding radiance. The celestial staircase that Su Bai and the others had previously traversed slowly materialized. Let us proceed, Wang Guoguang instructed. Su Bai nodded and ascended the staircase alongside him. Wait. At that moment, a throng of demon slayers suddenly surged forth from the battlefield of the heavens. In the face of Wang Guoguang's bewilderment, this group of demon hunters knelt before him in unison. Father, safe travels. Grandfather, may you have a smooth journey. Ancestor, seize the first place. Great-grandfather, renowned throughout the nation. What madness is this? Are you all unwell? Wang Guoguang was at a loss for words. My apologies, these fellows lost a bet with themselves. Initially, they intended to renege. But upon hearing that Su Bai's swordsmanship surpassed all in the southern 6th district, they willingly accepted their defeat, explained the attendant He Qian from the 2nd floor. Then, in the midst of Wang Guoguang's astonishment, she quietly called out to Su Bai, referring to him as husband, before scurrying away. Wang Guoguang glanced at Su Bai, eager to gauge his reaction. Yet, Su Bai remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the situation. A tempest of emotions stirred within Wang Guoguang. Truly, the droughts wither the parched, while the floods drown the soaked. Here I am, yet to have ever experienced romance. Cough. Wang Guoguang cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and then spoke earnestly. Su Bai, there is something I must inform you. Su Bai regarded him calmly. It is as follows, Wang Guoguang stated solemnly. The Heavenly Gate Pass has transmitted your footage of the winter demon tide and the demon-slaying path back to the mainland. According to their reports, the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, and it has gone viral online. Thus, you are now quite popular. In the Dragon Kingdom's mainland, many idolize you, and your fame likely surpasses that of numerous university prodigies and celebrities. Upon your return, please be mindful of your influence, for you have become the emblematic representative of our eastern border war zone. Su Bai silently nodded. This fellow truly possesses remarkable composure, even as a burgeoning star. He remains so unflappable. Such a temperament is indeed unparalleled. Wang Guoguang mused inwardly. The two ascended the staircase and soon arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Gate Pass. Those waiting there rushed towards Su Bai as soon as they spotted him. Su Bai, you have brought so much honor to our 8th middle school. It was my oversight that led you here. You have worked hard during this time. Ji Hongwei grasped Su Bai's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. Child, the teacher responsible for the awakening of your talents has been dismissed. From now on, no one will subject the students of 8th middle school to such unfair treatment. It's all the teacher's fault. If nothing had happened then, you would not be in this situation. Wei Wuxing lamented as he approached with a sorrowful expression. What are you two murmuring about? As if our eastern border war zone has mistreated Su Bai. Wang Guoguang's face shifted through shades of disbelief and irritation. Had it not been for Su Bai's presence, he might have been unable to restrain himself from rebuking them. Not at all, not at all, we dare not presume. Ji Hongwei stammered, fully aware of the commander's tempers from his past as a demon slayer. After exchanging pleasantries, they suddenly stepped aside. The girl in the white dress had now donned the attire of a demon slayer, still bearing the marks of battle. She said nothing, merely lowering her head. unable to meet Subai's gaze. Subai, perhaps you could spare a few words for Wanhua? She has endured quite a bit during this time, Wei Wuxian sighed. However, her comprehension is commendable. She arrived as a first-level warrior, but has since broken through to a second-level warrior, so not all has been in vain. Ji Hongwei added with a look of satisfaction. Subai glanced at Lu Wanhua but remained silent, turning instead to enter the vehicle. Observing this, the others felt it inappropriate to say anything further and boarded the car with the girl. Virum. The vehicle roared to life, leaving a trail of exhaust behind. On the city walls, numerous demon slayers emerged, silently offering their blessings. As he departed, it was akin to a dragon returning to the sea. What else could it be? He is the man I have my eyes set on. Fang Qing adjusted her glasses. Who claims him as yours? He is clearly ours. Indeed, indeed. Two members of the Rakshasa squad approached, one casting a disdainful glance at Fang Qing. When he returns, he may very well be a high-ranking commander. Yet, he remains Subai, the same aloof Subai, does he not? True enough, let us have a toast. Hello, what? Subai is coming to participate in the college entrance examination. Very well, I shall arrange the most grand welcoming ceremony. In the principal's office of 8th Middle School. The principal's assistant, upon learning of Subai's return, immediately convened a meeting. Before long, the piercing alarm echoed throughout 8th Middle School, followed swiftly by an announcement regarding Subai's return for the college entrance examination. As this news broke, it spread across the internet within mere minutes. Chapter 69, Subai Gij is flying over. What? The school prince of 8th Middle School, Subai has returned? Stunned. The demon slayer returns to school to participate in the college entrance examination. This is unprecedented. Shockingly, Subai of 8th Middle School is a dual talent, and school leaders are suspected of confirming this. Families, let us form a group to meet our idol at 8th Middle School. The sword immortal Subai returns. This time, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Simultaneously, posts about Subai surged forth like mushrooms after rain, gaining immense traction and swiftly dominating multiple short video platforms and social media trends. Many reporters near 8th Middle School rushed to stake out the scene, cameras at the ready. Tang Xiao, Subai has returned. Is that so? Inside the villa, Tang Guan gazed down ominously at the black-clad figure kneeling before him. Yes, very well. Then let him bask in his glory for a few days. During his college entrance examination, I shall forcefully eliminate his sister before his very eyes. I want him to understand that he cannot bear the consequences of harming my Tang family. Understood. The black-clad figure retreated. Fool. If not for the long and in your hands, I would not have come to this wretched place. I cannot fathom how the previous generation thought it wise to offer such an important key as a merit badge to the Heavenly Gate Pass. However, once I eliminate your sister, and then you, this key shall belong to me, Tang Guan. At 8th Middle School, under the watchful eyes of the masses, a military vehicle approached slowly, coming to a stop at the entrance. As Subai, clad in combat attire and exuding an air of cool detachment, stepped out of the vehicle, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Subai, so handsome. Subai, I love you. Subai, please give me an autograph. Subai. 8th Middle School welcomes your return. The throng surged, the atmosphere electrifying, as over 100 security personnel struggled to maintain order, with many already breaching the barricades. Rushing towards Subai, among them, a majority of the girls wore infatuated expressions. They clutched photographs of Subai, their faces radiating the fervor of devoted fans. This scene elicited affectionate smiles from the leadership of Bajong, including Ji Hongwei. The meteoric rise of Subai signified that this ordinary high school would soon bask in the limelight of Longhua. Dear students, let us maintain our composure. Subai has just returned from Tianmen Pass, weary from his journey. I kindly ask for a moment of respite for him. Ji Hongwei continued, Indeed, we understand your admiration for Subai, but as fans, you would not wish for him to be overburdened, would you? Though Ji Hongwei felt a swell of pride within, he remained committed to upholding order. Together with Wei Wuxing, they projected the formidable presence of third-tier martial artists, observation of the sea realm, gradually quieting the surrounding clamoring. After all, in the heart of Longhua, aside from the esteemed mentors of various universities, third-tier martial artists wield a certain degree of intimidation. Suddenly, a group of students from Bajong rushed forth. Upon catching sight of Subai, they knelt in unison. What is the meaning of this? Ji Hongwei exclaimed, visibly incensed. We apologize, Senior Subai. We should not have called you a waste. We are the true wastrels. Forgive us, Senior Subai. We were wrong to mock you. We should not have spoken ill of you behind your back, Senior Subai. The students bowed their heads, earnestly acknowledging their transgressions. I apologize, Principal. I could not restrain them. They were terrified by the footage of Subai vanquishing demons, fearing that he might take offense and eliminate them as well. The assistant principal, accompanied by a group of teachers, hurried over. However, despite their attempts to persuade, the students remained unmoved, resolutely kneeling as if they would not rise until Subai granted his forgiveness. This predicament left Ji Hongwei at a loss. He glanced at Subai, parting his lips to speak but finding no words. Wei Wuxing beside him could only sigh in resignation. Subai remained silent. his expression impassive as he walked past them and entered Bajong. You may rise. Subai has already forgiven you, Ji Hongwei announced. Really? He won't dismember us like the demon tribe, will he? Subai is truly terrifying. The students remained frozen in place, not daring to stand. With a sense of futility, Ji Hongwei finally called in security to forcibly escort them away. On this day, Bajong instituted a new school rule. No one within the school is permitted to insult or ridicule Subai. Violators will be expelled immediately. Wanyu, what are you doing at Subai's door? Is he not here? That evening, Ji Hong came to seek out Subai, but found only Lu Wanyue standing forlornly at the entrance. Subai went to find Xiao Ji as soon as he returned. Lu Wanyue replied, Why are you lingering here? You should be resting. The college entrance examination is just a few days away. I am waiting for Subai. I have something to discuss with him. Sigh. Very well. Ji Hongwei shook his head and departed. Do you truly despise me this much? The moonlight was gentle, and the stars twinkled hazily. The girl in a white dress leaned lightly against the railing, her long hair billowing in the breeze, brushing against her melancholic eyes. Teacher Wan-yi, I had a dream yesterday. Subai Gij is coming to see me today. At the Tianxin kindergarten. A little girl in a pink dress rested her chin on her hands, gazing vacantly out the window. Is that so, Xiaoji? Can you tell the teacher how your Subai Gij arrived in your dream? A gentle teacher beside her inquired with a smile. Subai Gij flew here. Xiaoji exclaimed joyfully, waving her hands. That cannot be. If he flies, he must be a fourth-tier martial artist. How can your Subai Gij be so young? Before the teacher could finish her sentence, a dazzling azure sword light illuminated the window. This is sword flight. The teacher gasped in astonishment. And in a blink, the brilliant azure light swept past the window. She could distinctly see a boy with a cool demeanor standing atop a long azure sword. Who else could it be but Subai? Hee, Teacher Wan-yi, Xiaoji did not deceive you, did she? My Subai Gij really flew here. Xiaoji turned back with a triumphant smile. However, when she turned around, her small face was brimming with tears. Subai Gij, you lied. You promised to be good, to eat well and sleep well, but now you have lost so much weight. In a flash, Subai appeared inside the room and lifted Xiaoji into his arms. He gently wiped away her tears and conjured a cartoon sticker in an instant. Mistake card. Xiaoji recognized the sticker at once. She snatched it, then pinched Subai's gaunt cheek. This time, if I see Subai Gij has lost weight again, I will ignore you. Okay. Subai ruffled her hair, revealing a faint smile. So handsome. The teacher couldn't help but exclaim. Thank you, Teacher Wan-yi, for taking care of Xiaoji. It is my duty, Lin Wan-yi replied, hastily covering her mouth to stifle her runaway drool. Subai Gij, I also want to fly. Will you take me flying? During the new year. We must dine together again. All right. Subai took Xiaoji out, soaring into the sky on his sword. Wow, Tianxin kindergarten looks so tiny, and the moon is getting larger. On the Zhuxian sword, Xiaoji clung tightly to Subai's collar, exclaiming in astonishment, Subai Gij, chase the moon. Subai Gij, look over there. There are so many people. Subai Gij, let's fly around that big mountain. Subai Gij, I want to fly into that cloud. Beneath the night sky, the azure sword light darted across the heavens, akin to a brush painting upon a stark black canvas. After a time of play, Subai brought Xiaoji to an old, dilapidated house. Subai Gij, is this your former home? MHM. Subai nodded as they entered. The interior was long abandoned, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Several holes marred the ceiling, likely due to rainwater seeping in, causing much of the wooden furniture to rot and emit a foul odor. Wow, this doll is so cute. Can you give it to me, Subai Gij? Xiaoji exclaimed, clutching a stuffed bear from the TV cabinet. It's moldy, Xiaoji. Subai gently ruffled her little head. It can be cleaned, Subai Gij. Xiaoji held the bear tightly, her affection for it unabashed. Let me wash it for you. Subai extended his hand, but Xiaoji turned her eyes, ultimately shaking her head in refusal. I want to wash it myself. Teacher Wan-yi has already taught me how to do laundry. I need to learn so I can wash Subai Gij's clothes in the future. She tugged at Subai's clothing. Subai squatted down, pinching her round little face, smiling as he nodded. Yay. Xiaoji joyfully hugged Subai, but at that moment, her stomach growled audibly. Why are you so unruly? We just had lunch. And now you are complaining. Xiaoji patted her belly and spoke with an air of solemnity, embodying a sentiment akin to disappointment in unfulfilled potential. You must eat well. Subai gently ruffled her hair, invoking the essence of the wind, which swiftly swept away the dust that had accumulated in the room. Concurrently, he retrieved some stone bricks and meticulously repaired their abode. Having completed these tasks, Subai took Xiaoji to the market to purchase some vegetables. Along the way, he indulged her with a hamburger, her favorite treat. Upon returning home, Subai swiftly prepared 4 dishes, 3 courses, and a soup, featuring both fish and meat. How fragrant. It has been ages since I savored a meal cooked by my brother Subai, Xiaoji exclaimed, rushing out of the house, momentarily setting her hamburger aside. They were celebrating her brother's achievement of first place in the college entrance examination and her imminent start at primary school. Cheers. The autumn air was crisp, and the evening breeze was delightful. After their meal, the pair reclined in the rocking chair in the courtyard, gently swaying back and forth. Xiaoji leaned against Su Bai's arm, pointing at the stars above and sharing their stories. Brother Su Bai, my teacher told me that when people die, they become stars. Do you think Mom and Dad are up there? Perhaps. Su Bai's parents had vanished, and he had yet to uncover their fate. They must be watching from above. And if they could see how kind Su Bai was to Xiaoji, it would surely bring them comfort. Suddenly, Xiaoji blinked her eyes seriously at Su Bai. Brother Su Bai, during the new year, we must eat together, drink juice, and set off fireworks, okay? All right. Yay. Xiaoji joyfully kissed Su Bai on the cheek, bringing a faint blush to his youthful, cool visage. Do you want to see the fireworks, Xiaoji? No. I want to wait until the new year to watch them with you, Brother Su Bai. Very well. You must work hard. When that time comes, I want to see you take first place in your exams. You can't let me down. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the one who had previously soared through the skies was none other than Su Bai, returning from the Eastern Border War Zone to take the college entrance examination. Su Bai, a middle-aged man with a square face, sitting in an office chair, darkened his expression upon hearing the name. Anyone present could recognize him as Lu Yuesheng, the mayor of Daqian City. Ah, he is the boy Miss Lu likes. An assistant chimed in. Is it really him? A glimmer of admiration flickered in Lu Yuesheng's eyes. This young man possesses integrity. If he and Wan Yu were to become involved, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. By the way, this Su Bai, if I am not mistaken, is the one who returned from the Eastern Border War Zone, correct? Lu Yuesheng inquired. Indeed. In that case, prepare the vehicle. I must meet this prodigious youth in person. But, Mayor, it is already midnight, the assistant reminded him. So what if it's midnight? I could have sworn it was only 6 or 7 o'clock. Mayor, you were preoccupied with reviewing documents and may not have noticed the passage of time. Very well. Lu Yuesheng sighed. If it were anyone else, midnight would not matter. I would summon them regardless. But Su Bai is different. He is a formidable expert in the divine realm, and we must accord him the respect he deserves. I will visit him tomorrow morning, and perhaps we can invite Wan Yu as well, in hopes of obtaining a thread of essence imbued with meaning from him. Mayor, are you implying a nomination? Precisely. Lu Yuesheng nodded. Due to his remarkable achievements, he has been nominated for the position of governor of the province. There are dozens of competitors, many of whom possess higher cultivation levels, despite their lesser accomplishments. If he wishes to secure the governorship with certainty, he must comprehend a certain essence and advance to the divine realm. However, with the final evaluation approaching, he will need assistance from another essence to expedite his understanding. Rumors of Su Bai's prowess had surfaced, claiming he possessed 8 essences. If the mayor were to seek his guidance, it is quite possible he would acquiesce. 8 essences. How is that feasible? Lu Yuesheng exclaimed, rising abruptly. This information comes from within the heavenly gate. It is highly likely to be true. If so, we cannot afford to treat such a figure with negligence. Lu Yuesheng's gaze was intense as he fixed it upon his assistant. You need not accompany me tomorrow. I will meet him alone. Understood, the assistant replied. Hello, this is Ji Hongwei. In the middle of the night, as Ji Hongwei prepared to retire, a phone call interrupted him. Initially reluctant to answer, he was compelled by the short sequence of numbers. Under current regulations in Longhua, all 5-digit numbers were designated for state use to enhance demon resistance. What? You want to send Su Bai's file to you? His information is completely classified, rated SSS. Chapter 71. His dual gifts are about to shine. Not a comrade. Su Bai's information is fully classified. How can he participate in the college entrance examination? Are you saying that as long as other information isn't disclosed, he can take the regular examination? Oh, I see, I understand. I will take care of it first thing tomorrow. Ji Hongwei hastily ended the call, but before he could ponder further, another 5-digit number rang through. Hello. This is Ji Hongwei. What? You also want Su Bai's information? Ji Hongwei exclaimed in confusion. Hold on. Someone called earlier. Don't believe him. I am the legitimate source. Su Bai's information can only be temporarily stored with us. The voice on the other end sounded urgent. Ji Hongwei faintly heard the mention of prestigious institutions like Qingbei. A realization struck him, and he slapped his forehead. It dawned on him that these callers were representatives from various university admissions departments, attempting to lure Su Bai by exploiting the excuse of information secrecy. Listen, comrade, while Qingbei is indeed impressive, the method you are employing is utterly disgraceful. The martial arts entrance examination is a serious matter. As a candidate, Su Bai has the right to determine his future rather than being swept into your institutions without clarity. I advise you to reconsider, as such actions harm both parties. Moreover, Su Bai is not weak. He is in the divine realm, and your approach may significantly tarnish your impression in his eyes. This matter ends here. I will not inform Su Bai this time, but I cannot guarantee the same in the future. Ji Hongwei seethed as he hung up the phone. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the admissions staff at the Imperial Capital University were in a fit of laughter. Xiaohan, you are too cunning. Qingbei has unwittingly taken the blame. What a brilliant move. Lowering their impression score. Su Bai will definitely come to our Imperial Capital University. Ha ha ha. I can already envision the expression on the other school's principal's face. Truth be told, this method might be underhanded, but if it meant securing Su Bai, it would all be worth it. Actually, this tactic was suggested by Senior Shui Shui. The girl known as Xiaohan chuckled, scratching her head. Shui Shui is truly clever. I wonder when she'll return? Someone sighed. Why are you concerned about her return? As long as I can be in the same place as Su Bai, she can stay away as long as she likes. So powerful, what a coincidence. I feel the same. Count me in. The next day, Ji Hongwei entered the conference room with dark circles under his eyes. The sight of this living ghost startled many of the school leaders. They directed their greetings towards him. Ji Hongwei smirked, leaning back in his chair as he explained the situation. Upon learning that he had been subjected to a barrage of phone calls from the university admissions office throughout the night, the leaders found themselves torn between laughter and incredulity. However, pride gleamed in their eyes. Once upon a time, their humble 8 middle school had not garnered such attention. All of this was thanks to that prodigious youth. Su Bai, principal, you've worked hard. From now on, I shall handle such calls for you, one of the leaders remarked. Hearing this, Ji Hongwei hastily shoved his phone into his pocket. Although he had not slept a wink, he had spent the entire night educating those university officials. It was indeed exhausting, yet exhilarating. Those lofty representatives of the admissions office had been reprimanded to the point of silence. The feeling was indescribable. How could he possibly let go of such an opportunity to bask in glory? Dingling. At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at it, finding yet another 5-digit number. Hello, this is Ji Hongwei, principal of 8 middle school. Ji Hongwei activated the speakerphone and placed it on the conference table. Good day, Mr. Ji Hongwei. The records of Su Bai have been entered into the National Confidential Archives Management Department, classified at the SSS level. Due to its sensitive nature, please extract his file. A designated individual will arrive in approximately 10 minutes to oversee its secure handling. This will not affect Su Bai's college entrance examination, nor will it impede his university admission. Everything is, for the nation, and we kindly request your cooperation. If you wish to recruit Su Bai from my school, just say so. Now you're dragging the nation into this. You admissions folks sure know how to play tricks. Ji Hongwei chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Mr. Ji Hongwei, I'm afraid I do not comprehend your meaning, came the voice from the phone, laced with confusion. Do you not understand? I received 328 calls from university admissions last night, and you say you do not understand? The nation is currently implementing a military recruitment plan for universities to combat the demonic threat. Though not formally announced, it has tacitly permitted major universities to use 5-digit numbers. The call you received should pertain to this matter. Your admissions office is quite amusing, fabricating stories even about national plans. Do you not realize that this is illegal? Principal Wei Wuxing nudged Ji Hongwei's shoulder, handing him a phone displaying a 5-digit number, followed by the words National Confidential Archives Management Department. Ji Hongwei looked at the phone. Suspicion etched on his face, and suddenly sprang to his feet. My apologies, comrades. I was quite bewildered by those calls last night, leading to this misunderstanding. I hope you will forgive me. The contrast of the moment caused the school leaders to stifle their laughter, their faces turning crimson. No worries, Principal Ji. The individual should have arrived. His identification number is 9527. Just hand over the file to him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a soldier in military attire appeared in the conference room, his chest emblazoned with the number 9527. Understood, comrade. Ji Hongwei acknowledged, signaling to his assistant to retrieve Su Bai's file. To protect Su Bai's information, the school had kept his record confidential, with no more than 3 individuals in 8 middle school aware of its location. Comrade, as Su Bai has yet to undergo precise talent testing, his talent section remains unupdated. Ji Hongwei explained. No matter, once you conduct the confidential testing, just inform the department. Remember, this matter concerns the grand strategy of our dragon nation and must not be disclosed. The soldier replied before vanishing into thin air. Principal, you just encountered a genuine hero while trying to expose a fraud. Wei Wuxing jested, prompting a ripple of laughter throughout the conference room. Laugh all you want. At the very least, I had the opportunity to flaunt Su Bai's status before the National Confidential Archives Management Department. Can you do the same? Ji Hongwei scoffed, eliciting a moment of discomfort among the school leaders. However, this amusing interlude quickly faded. The meeting commenced, focusing on the awakening of Su Bai's dual talents. Following the meeting's conclusion, a phone call reached Wei Wuxing's device. Teacher Wei, Su Bai has returned. All right, tell him to wait. We shall go find him ourselves. Ensure no one approaches him. After hanging up, Wei Wuxing's expression turned grave. Let's go find Su Bai. His dual talents are about to make their true debut. Chapter 72. While I'm away, please take care of my sister. Su Bai returned to his dormitory. The previous 4-person room had been transformed into a single occupancy space in his absence. The area was spacious and simply furnished. As he scanned the room and settled into a meditative posture, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Rising, he opened it to find Lu Wanyue standing there, accompanied by a middle-aged man in formal attire with a square face. Is there something you need? Su Bai, my father wishes to meet you. Lu Wanyue spoke softly. Greetings. Su Bai? I am Lu Yuesheng, the mayor of Daqian City. The middle-aged man smiled. He cast a glance at Lu Wanyue, who was also his daughter. Is it convenient for us to talk? Su Bai remained silent, stepping aside to let them enter the room. We have come for two matters, one private and one public. Liu Yuesheng stated directly as they settled down. Understanding Su Bai's reserved nature, he succinctly expressed his desire to borrow a wisp of intent. Without a word, Su Bai raised his hand, conjuring a strand of spiritual energy imbued with the essence of wood, which floated before him. This caught Liu Yuesheng off guard momentarily. He had prepared many words to persuade Su Bai, but hadn't anticipated that Su Bai would grant him this without a second thought. It was worth noting that while this essence would not alter the understanding of the intent, it could greatly assist those on the brink of comprehending it in swiftly entering the divine realm. For martial artists nearing enlightenment, it was exceedingly precious. In the black market, a mere wisp of intent could fetch millions of dollars, and yet it was often unavailable. Su Bai, I am curious why you so readily bestowed this upon me. Liu Yuesheng inhaled deeply, hesitating to accept the wisp just yet. While I'm away, please take care of my sister. Your sister? You mean the little girl named Xiaoji? Su Bai nodded. Very well, I shall promise you that. Liu Yuesheng finally felt at ease accepting the wisp of intent. As for the second matter, I wish to express something in front of the television cameras. Do you have any thoughts on this, Mr. Su Bai? Su Bai shook his head. All right, then please come in. Liu Yuesheng clapped his hands, and within moments, a throng of reporters armed with cameras surged into the room. Once everything was prepared, Liu Yuesheng straightened his collar and stood tall before Su Bai. Lu Wanyue stood solemnly beside him. I, Liu Yuesheng, Mayor of Daqian City, hereby express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Su Bai, on behalf of all the citizens of Daqian City, for your remarkable contributions to our city and to humanity in the Eastern Border War. With that, Liu Yuesheng bowed solemnly. Lu Wanyue followed closely behind. Did we not say that no one should disturb Su Bai? What is going on with you all? Upon arriving, Ji Hongwei was taken aback to see a throng gathered at Su Bai's door. Ignoring his assistant's explanations, he rushed over with several school leaders. Su Bai had become the jewel of the 8th middle school. What if something were to happen? No idle persons are allowed inside. As soon as they reached the entrance, they were halted by a bodyguard clad in a suit and sunglasses. How dare you refer to me as idle? I am the principal of 8th middle school. Clear the way. What are you planning to do with Su Bai, and who permitted your entry? Get lost. Ji Hongwei's fury ignited, and he led the school officials, exuding authority, directly pushing the bodyguard into the room. This is bad. Inside, there is the mayor. His assistant, catching up, witnessed the scene and felt his heart leap into his throat. Without needing to say a word, everyone in the room turned their gaze towards Ji Hongwei and the assembly of school leaders, including Liu Yuesheng, who was still bowing and had yet to rise. Mayor, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the familiar face, Ji Hongwei's rage was instantly doused. The surrounding school leaders shrank back behind him, fearful of incurring the mayor's displeasure. Citizens of Daqian, this is Ji Hongwei, the principal of 8th middle school. All of Su Bai's growth is attributable to this diligent gardener. He continued, now, let us focus on him, and hear Su Bai's past stories from his own mouth. Liu Yuesheng clapped his hands, and a barrage of cameras was immediately aimed at Ji Hongwei. First, we must express our gratitude to the mayor for his respect towards the students of 8th middle school and the heroes of our city. The achievements of 8th middle school and of Su Bai would not have been possible without the silent dedication of our hardworking mayor. Next, as the principal of 8th middle school, I shall recount the tales of our hero, Su Bai. Observing Ji Hongwei handle the situation with such composure, the rushing assistant finally relaxed. Truly, the mayor's transition was remarkably professional. Outside, the mayor's assistant also breathed a sigh of relief. Had a scene erupted earlier, it would have undoubtedly marred his prospects for promotion. Yet, he deftly turned the conversation away, simultaneously expressing uninvited apologies and granting the principal an opportunity to promote his school. Being the mayor is no simple feat, but Ji Hongwei certainly knew how to handle matters, starting off with praise for the mayor. What a character. Both were seasoned veterans in their own right. Outside, those witnessing the scene could not help but reflect. While you all focus solely on the mayor and the principal, have you not noticed that Su Bai's expression has remained unchanged throughout? A cold snort resonated. The crowd hurriedly turned to see that Su Bai still wore an expression devoid of emotion. It was as if, regardless of the surrounding environment or the shifting atmosphere, he remained unaffected. He sat there quietly, yet exuded an aura that commanded attention. Such composure is indeed formidable. It is astonishing. If the mayor were to bow to me, I would surely be left in a daze. So calm, yet so cold. With such a demeanor, who could deny he is a prodigy? At that moment, not only were those outside astonished, but even those watching online were left speechless. Numerous university mentors, who had not accepted students for years, suddenly felt compelled to recruit him. When the news spread, many universities dispatched teams led by school officials, all eager to enroll Su Bai into their institutions. Inside, Ji Hongwei spoke eloquently for several hours, with the live stream audience soaring into the millions, gifts flooding the screen. If it weren't for the imminent awakening of Su Bai's talent, he would have certainly continued speaking. Well, dear friends and family, I shall pause here for now. If my words were lacking, I hope you will forgive me. Next, I will hand the microphone to the mayor, so he can point out my shortcomings and provide a final summary. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuesheng subtly gave Ji Hongwei a thumbs up. A few minutes later, the group of reporters exited the dormitory. Subai, let us proceed. After confirming your talent awakening, you can participate in the college entrance examination. Chapter 73, The Innate God of Assassination. Wait. At that moment, Liu Yuesheng entered from outside. What is it, Mayor? Ji Hongwei asked, puzzled. It is this. Based on Su Bai's current achievements, he is eligible for direct admission to any university in Dragon Country. I happen to have one quota remaining, so Su Bai can choose any institution he desires. Now it makes sense. Everyone understood. Each city in Dragon Country has specific quotas for direct admissions, but the criteria are stringent. One must either possess extraordinary talent or have made significant contributions to humanity. Su Bai, however, fulfills both criteria. Su Bai, what do you think? Ji Hongwei pondered for a moment before ultimately leaving the decision to Su Bai. For 8th middle school, he hoped Su Bai would shine in the entrance examination, bringing glory to the school, but he preferred to respect Su Bai's choice. This respect stemmed not only from Su Bai being a formidable presence at the divine realm level, but also because he once shared the same path as Su Bai, one of a slayer of monsters. Participate in the college entrance examination, Su Bai replied calmly. He had promised Xiaoji that he would secure first place, and he could not go back on his word. Great. The school leaders erupted in cheers. Liu Yuesheng observed silently, his admiration for Su Bai deepening significantly. After Su Bai made his declaration, Ji Hongwei smiled with satisfaction and promptly led him to the talent awakening room. Excuse me, Su Bai, may I witness this? Liu Yuesheng followed closely behind. Su Bai nodded. Sure, Mayor, but Su Bai's information is currently classified as SSS. Please do not disclose it indiscriminately. Ji Hongwei chuckled. Are you implying that as the mayor, I might lack discretion and need your reminder? Not at all. I merely act rashly at times and fear forgetting this matter. I would appreciate the mayor's guidance. You've got away with words, I must say. Not bad. You have potential. Liu Yuesheng smiled as he patted Ji Hongwei on the shoulder. The group exchanged remarks. And soon they arrived at the talent awakening room. This place, fundamental to Dragon Country, was typically under strict lockdown. Ji Hongwei produced a key to unlock the door. And after Su Bai stepped inside, the others followed suit. The interior was ancient and grand, with a stone platform on either side, each housing a glass column. The column stood about 3 meters tall, wide enough for only one person to enter. Previously, Su Bai had awakened his talent within the left column, but now it was devoid of any light, whereas it had once been filled with a soft blue glow. The outdated facilities at 8th middle school required students to awaken their dual talents in separate locations, which had led to Su Bai's journey to the eastern border conflict zone. Ultimately, it was a fault of mine as the principal, Ji Hongwei sighed. The leaders of various schools wore expressions of guilt. After returning, I intend to apply for an upgrade of the talent awakening equipment at the 8th high school, Liu Yuesheng remarked solemnly. At that moment, Wei Wuxing had already activated the dual talent awakening platform on the right. A pale blue light screen illuminated, radiating a peculiar energy. Previously, Su Bai had merely been an ordinary martial artist and had not felt its profound significance. However, at this moment, he sensed this power resonating faintly with his own attributes and intentions. Su Bai stepped forward. The 8th high cannot allow you to endure this injustice. At Wei Wuxing's gesture, Su Bai ascended the dual talent awakening platform. With a crisp click, the glass door sealed shut, enveloping him instantly in the light screen. Moments later, a thin crimson blood line emerged from within, accompanied by white text manifesting on the glass pillar. E-grade talent, blood explosion. Following this, amidst the eager anticipation of the onlookers, a black energy sphere surged forth, obscuring the pale blue light screen. Simultaneously, a colossal red symbols appeared on the glass pillar, beneath which was inscribed a series of words. S-grade talent, Nightshade, the Phantom of the Night, a born god of assassination. Haha, it's actually an S-grade talent. Su Bai, you truly are remarkable. Our 8th high has finally produced an S-grade talent. This is a direct stepping stone to prestigious institutions like Qingbei University and Imperial Capital University. Blessed are we, the 8th high, and blessed are you, Su Bai. Ji Hongwei and the other school leaders were ecstatic, sharing in the glory. Many were so overwhelmed with joy that tears streamed down their faces. They envisioned the scene of Su Bai's rising fame, with the 8th high soaring to new heights. Even the previously composed Liu Yuesheng's countenance shifted dramatically. He had suspected Su Bai to possess merely a robust A-grade talent, never anticipating that his talent would be an S-grade, filled with foresight. However, amidst the astonishment, the crowd failed to notice that invisible swords were incessantly swirling around Su Bai. Alive and unyielding, the text on the glass pillar trembled gently, yet it could not identify anything further, still displaying the S-grade talent Nightshade. Suddenly, the once stable talent awakening platform split open with a crack. The pale blue light screen erupted violently, shattering the glass pillar. Before anyone could react, shards of glass sliced through the air, rushing towards them with such speed that even Liu Yuesheng, a master of the wind control realm, could not respond in time. At this critical moment, had it not been for an enigmatic force that dispersed and halted the glass, those present would have suffered grievous injuries. This was the talent awakening platform, its sturdiness equating to an A grade. How could it possibly explode unexpectedly? Coming back to his senses, Wei Wuxian gazed in disbelief at the suspended glass fragments around him. He was not alone. The other school leaders shared his astonishment. Only Lu Yuesheng squinted thoughtfully. Observing Subai, let it be broken. We can always reconstruct it. This contraption should have been replaced long ago. Ji Hongwei remarked nonchalantly. With a dual talent, one of which was S-grade, combined with Subai's celebrity-like popularity, he would undoubtedly become a renowned prodigy within Longhua. As his alma mater, it was entirely reasonable for the 8th High to apply for a new talent awakening platform. Moreover, the mayor had witnessed the incident. This was a natural malfunction. So what was there to be concerned about? Ji Hongwei chuckled. The school leaders quickly regained their composure, showering Lu Yuesheng with compliments. I will take responsibility for this matter. But have you all forgotten something? Our lives were saved by Subai. Saying this, Lu Yuesheng straightened his attire and solemnly bowed to Subai. The school leaders, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. There is no need for such formality, Subai replied expressionlessly, and then, like a fleeting shadow, returned to his dormitory. System. What level of talent does my pure sword heart belong to, and why did it directly shatter the talent awakening platform? Initially, Subai had not regarded pure sword heart as a form of awakening talent. He had only informed the system about blood eruption, which displayed as E-grade, and nightshade, which presented normally. He never anticipated that pure sword heart would cause a disturbance on the talent awakening platform. Returning to host. Chapter 74, Super Level Talent. Returning to host. Pure sword heart is classified as both a non-level talent and a super level talent. What does that mean? Talent is classified into levels, a standard regulation within Longhua. Subai had never heard of non-level talents or super-level talents. In simple terms, non-level and super-level talents cannot be accurately described by existing talent levels. These talents are usually linked to one's mindset, independent of external influences or connections. While the talent awakening platform can perceive them, it cannot accurately gauge them. Upon hearing this, Subai reviewed the description of pure sword heart once more. Pure sword heart, when practicing the sword path, it acts as divine assistance, impervious to worldly illusions, enchantments, and other deceptions. Such a description indeed pertains to one's mindset. Subai pondered carefully. The talents he had encountered in others were all capable of external connections. The only one with a relatively ambiguous connection was Qin Tianju's E-grade talent, Foresight. Host. E-grade talent Foresight also establishes a connection with the real world, but that connection is not with the present, rather it is with 10 years into the future. In other words, talents that can establish connections with the external world can be recognized and classified, while those that cannot belong to the non-level category. Exactly. Then what about super-level? Returning to host, super-level talents are considered the strongest among non-level talents. With the system's explanation, Subai understood. Pure sword heart, while unable to directly impact reality, greatly enhances his swordsmanship. The resultant influence is on par with any super high-level talent. In contrast, ordinary non-level talents, such as insecurity or complaints, yield minimal impact. Thus, super-level talents are determined by the magnitude of influence caused by non-level talents through a medium. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Subai gathered his thoughts and approached to open the door. A face expressing a hint of worry appeared before him. Lu Wanyue. Subai, do you have a moment? Could you accompany me for a walk? I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead, Subai replied, shaking his head. Well, my father would like to invite you to our home for a meal. No need, Subai said as he began to close the door, but Lu Wanyue swiftly blocked it with her hand. There's another matter. In 3 days, the college entrance examination will take place in Dakian City, and a unified examination will be conducted. The originally scheduled location was number 1 high school, but after your return, the city decided to change it to 8th high. The examination layout has been released, and if you have no other plans, perhaps you could accompany me to take a look? Subai expressionlessly shut the door. Outside, Lu Wanyue stood dazed, unable to regain her senses for a long while. Inside, Subai took out the rainbow sword light that Gu Shishue had given him. System, can the sword intent be comprehended in multiple paths? Return to the host. It is possible. However, the subsequent comprehension of sword intent will merge with the initially grasped sword intent, which will possess the characteristics of the later comprehended sword intent. Upon receiving the system's response, Subai unsealed the radiant sword light. In the next moment, the evening glow-like sword radiance filled the dormitory, its terrifying power shattering the surrounding void, revealing a pitch-black vacuum. Yet, under the confinement of the domain's power, this sword light did not disperse, quietly hovering above Subai's head. Despite the proximity, Subai could distinctly sense the overwhelming might emanating from it. At that moment, he took a deep breath, settling down in meditation, and closed his eyes to contemplate the radiant sword intent. With the enhancement of his pure sword heart, in merely a few minutes, Subai had comprehended it. When he opened his eyes, 2 streaks of rainbow light flickered and vanished. Crack, sensing the familiar aura emanating from him, The radiant sword light surged directly into his body. Ding. The host has comprehended the radiant sword intent, which has merged into the initial sword intent. Current sword intent level, C grade 24, 597,100 million. Whoosh. With a gentle slash of his drawn sword before him, a peculiar sword radiance of blue and red emerged, cleaving through a portion of the void. Boom. The surrounding void could not withstand the pressure exerted by this dual-colored sword radiance, shattering into fragments. In the blink of an eye, the dormitory was engulfed in a pitch-black vacuum, leaving only that sword radiance shining brightly. Subai retracted the sword radiance and summoned the S-rank sword technique Demon Slayer. This technique consisted of a single move, aptly named Demon Slayer. The more demons slain, the greater the power. However, practicing this sword technique required the essence of demon slaying, which could only be refined during the act of slaying demons. In other words, it could only be cultivated through the act of killing demons. The endless slaying of demons, the boundless power. Once, the sword immortal could cleave the heavens with a single strike. Such an introduction caused even Subai to take a deep breath. This evolving sword technique was indeed rare to find. Were it not for the necessity of slaying demons for cultivation, it might have ranked even higher. Yet, this characteristic, deemed a flaw by others, was an advantage for Subai. After all, to earn attribute points, one must slay demons. The two were mutually reinforcing and not in conflict, calming his inner excitement. Subai stored Demon Slayer away and opened the attribute panel. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Late Stage Godly Realm 2, 963, 732,300 million. Points available for allocation. Attribute points, 5, 524. 0, 51. Physique, 1, 100, 396. Myriad forms body. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs at a physique of 5 million. Spirit, 159, 354, mind and nature. Points available for allocation. A transformation occurs at a spirit of 300, 000. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S-rank Bloodthirst 0, 500 million. S-rank Nightshade 0, 500 million. Points available for allocation. Realm, attribute Tao Intent, E-Gold, E-Wood, E-Water, E-Fire, E-Earth, E-Ice, C-Thunder, D-Wind, E-Light, E-Dark. A-Grade Confinement Realm 0, 500 million. C-Grade Sword Intent 0, 100 million. E-Grade Spear Intent 0, 15 million. Pending Comprehension of Realms X18. Points available for allocation. Domain, E-Grade Confinement Realm 0, 300 million. Not yet broken through to the Chonyu realm. Points cannot be allocated. Martial Techniques, C-Grade Sword Technique, 3 Swords of Fuyo, Proficiency, Perfect. A-Grade Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water, Proficiency, Perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon, Pseudo-S, Sword of Extermination, Attributes. A-Grade Sharpness 0, 50 million. D-Grade Extermination, Sword Intent 0, 50 million. S-Grade Hardness 0, 50 million. E-Grade Extermination, Sword Formation 0, 200 million. Extermination Sword Spirit, Missing, 0, 200 million. Points available for allocation. System, allocate 140, 646 to Spirit Attribute. Ding. Allocation complete. Spirit Attribute has reached 300, 000, resulting in a transformation. Congratulations to the host for attaining Extraordinary Comprehension. Extraordinary Comprehension, as the name implies. The host's comprehension far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, exhibiting exceptional learning ability and high efficiency in cultivation and understanding. Chapter 75, Long Rainbow. After previously saving Li Qingyi and slaying the demon clan experts of the southern 6th district, Subai proceeded to eliminate demons from the southern 8th and southern 10th districts. During this period, the cultivation he absorbed was sufficient for him to break through the Chonyu realm 18 times. However, he chose to comprehend realms instead, yet time was limited. And before he could utilize it, he returned to the mainland. System, the 18 realms, if I recall correctly, correspond to 2 types of Tao. Return to the host, correct. You can also directly state the 2 types of Tao you desire, and the system will match you with the corresponding realms. The Tao of Weapons and the Tao of Swords. Ding. The comprehension of the Tao of Weapons is successful. The corresponding realms are E-Grade Blade Intent, E-Grade Fork Intent, E-Grade Staff Intent, E-Grade Whip Intent, E-Grade Halberd Intent, E-Grade Hammer Intent, E-Grade Axe Intent, E-Grade Spear Intent, E-Grade Hook Intent. Tao of Weapons. Upon acquiring this Tao, one can integrate various weapons, applying them flexibly. One can comprehend sword techniques through studying blade techniques, and utilize staff strikes to emulate whip strikes. Furthermore, with the Tao of Weapons, the host's speed in mastering each type of weapon will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Ding. The comprehension of the Tao of Swords is successful. The corresponding realms are E-Grade Forest Sword Intent, E-Grade Great River Sword Intent, E-Grade Metal Sword Intent, E-Grade Earth Sword Intent, E-Grade Frost Sword Intent, E-Grade Violet Sword Intent, E-Grade Heavenly Tao Sword Intent, E-Grade Green Lotus Sword Intent, E-Grade Sky Burning Sword Intent. Tao of Swords. Upon acquiring this Tao, the host's understanding of swords will reach a new pinnacle. For the host, all things can become swords, and all paths can be the way of the sword. Additionally, possessing the Tao of Swords, paired with the pure sword heart, allows the host to comprehend sword intent with ease. Whoosh! The sword of extermination trembled. The Tao of Swords surged, manifesting a sword light akin to a seven-colored rainbow in an instant. The surrounding void was obliterated in an instant. Even the confinement power Subai used to seal this area was shattered by the might of this sword light. Had he not retracted it in time, the force would have undoubtedly destroyed this dormitory building. Such formidable power exceeded Subai's expectations. He had not anticipated that the Tao of Swords could actually shake the confinement power. Ding! Numerous sword intents have merged into the sword realm. The current sword realm level is B grade 374, 597,200 million. Would merging sword intent into the sword realm affect the Tao of Swords? Return to the host. No. It merely consolidates them into one. At this moment, the sword realm is equivalent to the Tao of Swords. Receiving such a reply, Subai let out a sigh of relief. The reason he comprehended the Tao of Swords was to cultivate the way of the sword. However, the system's description also made him realize that a singular realm could stand alone as a path. The interconnections between different Taos also exhibited a reciprocal effect. All of this was validated through his application of the realms. For instance, when utilizing Forest Sword intent alongside Wood Realm, there would be an amplification effect. His most potent sword at present was a combination of attribute Tao intent and Tao of Swords. This sword possessed terrifying power, far surpassing the sword techniques Autumn Water and Three Swords of Fuyo. Even the full force of the confinement realm could not contend with it. However, such a sword consumed a significant amount of spiritual power. Subai's spiritual power reserves in the godly realm could only allow him to execute it once. He pondered for a moment and named this sword Changhong. System, elevate all low-level attribute realms to D grade. Ding. A total of 8 attribute realms, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, light, dark, have been raised to D grade, consuming 1,200,000 attribute points. The realm of firearms ascended to D grade. Ding. The realm of firearms has been upgraded to D grade, consuming 150,000 attribute points. The realm of the sword reached a grade. Ding. The realm of the sword has been upgraded to a grade, consuming 1,625,403 attribute points. Subai learned from the system that the transformation level of a domain is equivalent to the level of its realm. Given the current trajectory, it would be impossible for him to elevate all realms to SSS. He would have to make choices. The path of the sword was his selection. Swish! The realm of wind surged, and a brilliant blue sword radiance appeared as Subai soared above the clouds on his sword. Holding the Zhu sword, he infused it with spiritual energy and unleashed a formidable strike. Changhong! Boom! The sword radiance shot forth, extending over 10 miles. Wow! Look, a rainbow! It's been so long since I've seen such a beautiful rainbow. Hurry, take a picture for social media. It's so stunning, even from this distance. It rivals the size of our school. Absolutely beautiful. Below, bewildered students from Bajong paused to witness the spectacle. Many raised their phones to capture this magnificent moment. However, in the next instant, a thunderous crack echoed, and the sky above Bajong transformed into an utterly dark void. Devoid of light, Bajong seemed to plunge into night in an instant. Yet, the rainbow-like brilliance remained dazzlingly bright. Through its radiance, everyone beheld the figure wielding the sword. This is the result of that person's strike. How could this be? When did such a formidable swordsman arrive in our Qian city? Terrifying. Such a beautiful rainbow, and it was conjured by a single strike. Quickly, the crowd reacted, but just as suddenly, the void began to mend, and everything returned to tranquility. The rainbow's sword radiance vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Tap. Subai returned to his dormitory. He had only utilized 40% of his strength with that strike. While it couldn't compare to the casual moves of the former military leaders Gu Shixue and Gu Xingdong, it was sufficient to slay Ouyang Xiaoyao. Thus, should he harness the power of the confined domain, he would not find himself as helpless when facing Gu Xingdong as he had been previously. Bang! The door crashed to the ground. Ji Hongwei led a group of school officials into the dormitory. Upon seeing that Subai was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Subai, it's a relief to see you safe. Just now, an unknown powerful being appeared above Bajong, and we were worried about you. So we came to check. Ji Hongwei panted as he patted his chest, blocking the broken door. Subai, you must be cautious. With the imminent college entrance examination, your extraordinary talent will surely attract many unwanted intentions, Wei Wuxian gravely remarked. Indeed, as Bajong prepares for the joint examination, numerous candidates from various schools and society will arrive. It's a mixed bag, so we must not let our guard down. You are the hope of Bajong. We cannot afford to be negligent. If anything arises, do remember to inform us. Bajong will always be your steadfast support. The group of school officials repaired the door and departed. Just as Subai settled down, a figure suddenly dashed towards him from afar. He had initially intended to enter through the window, but was halted by Su Bai's domain confinement power. Domain power, at full strength? The newcomer exclaimed in astonishment. Su Bai regarded him, the sword having somehow found its way into his grip. Do not be afraid, Su Bai. I am Lu Shansong, a mentor from Qingbei Academy. Chapter 76, Guardianship. Here's the situation, Lu Shansong said with a smile. I have come to extend a special invitation to you, as long as you agree. You need not participate in the college entrance examination to enter Qingbei Academy. At this, Su Bai calmly shook his head. Of course. You could also agree to join my academy first. Given your strength, you could still sit for the entrance exam later, Lu Shansong added with a grin. Before Su Bai could respond, several streaks of light suddenly swept across the horizon. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen powerful martial artists flew in, encircling the elder who had spoken earlier. Old thief Lu, we all agreed to come together. How dare you play tricks on us? One white-haired elder fumed. If we hadn't been quick, you would have already coaxed Su Bai into your Qingbei Academy. You sly old fox, for Su Bai's sake. You truly would stoop to anything. Su Bai, do not be swayed by his deceit. Lu the old thief is treacherous and untrustworthy. Indeed, do not listen to him. You old thief, you really have the audacity. If Su Bai were not present, I would have exchanged blows with you. The crowd united in their denunciation of Lu Shansong. Yet he merely stroked his beard and chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Such a prodigy as Su Bai, I would never dare to be negligent. Unlike you, you simply indulge in entertainment. Your infatuation with the mundane makes you unworthy of Su Bai's talent. Now that Su Bai has already agreed to join Qingbei Academy, you should take your leave. You're talking nonsense. The earlier white-haired elder bellowed. If it weren't for your claim of a rare opportunity to indulge, would I have accompanied you? Indeed. We know who among us enjoys revelry the most. The surrounding crowd erupted in playful banter. Seizing the opportunity amidst their quarrel, the white-haired elders suddenly approached the window. Su Bai, do not listen to that old thief Lu's nonsense. If you agree to join my Imperial Capital Academy, I will offer you 3 times his conditions. Well, old white-haired Taoist, do you think of yourself as a person? Taking advantage of our argument to poach Su Bai? Another elder in black drifted over. Su Bai, do not heed his words. This white-haired old Taoist has a wicked mind. Join my National Defense Academy. Whatever conditions they offer, I will give you 5 times. How dare you? You are also a schemer. Su Bai, do not listen to him. Regardless of their offers, my academy will give you 10 times. My academy offers 15 times. My academy offers 20 times. 30 times. Just as their fierce competition escalated, Lu Yusheng arrived, his expression grim. Everyone. According to the laws of Longhua, any strong individual above the wind control realm must report their passage. I have been waiting in my office for quite some time for your arrival, only to find that you have bypassed me and arrived at Bajong. Well, things happened suddenly. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Please forgive me. Mayor Lu Shansong expressed with a guilty face. The others followed suit in offering their apologies. The nation has its laws. A mere apology is insufficient. What use are rules if they are disregarded? Lu Yusheng snorted. Now, with so many people here, everyone must come with me to register. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, but no one dared to protest. Although they were powerful, they had to adhere to the national laws. Otherwise, should that department intervene, it would only lead them to a dead end. Su Bai, remember my words. In addition, my Imperial Capital Academy boasts beautiful scenery and charming people. Su Bai, my Qingbei Academy has profound heritage and many senior sisters. Su Bai? As the crowd dispersed, they did not forget to reach out to Su Bai. However, Su Bai remained silent, quietly closing the window and drawing the curtains. He lit a cigarette and opened the spatial bag gifted to him by Hiyawu. Inside, there were few items, a bracelet and 2 small booklets. The bracelet, named Guardian, could withstand the attacks of 5 adversaries below the Radiant Realm. One booklet contained information about various prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom and its factions, while the other chronicled some records from the ancient era. Su Bai first extracted the booklet detailing the Dragon Kingdom's information, but after perusing a few pages, he set it aside and reached for the other. The ancient era, seemingly sealed off by the demon race, was a time shrouded in mystery. What is this? The joint examination is held at our first high school, yet it somehow ended up at the 8th? Is it just because of Su Bai? I concede his realm is high, but most of the assessment criteria for the college entrance examination do not allow for the use of cultivation or spiritual power. How can he possibly compare with our students? Moreover, his cultivation ISNT significantly higher. Have you forgotten about that prodigy? Yes. It's said that fellow has already reached the 5th level of martial arts, and he is on par with him in terms of realm. Not to mention, that guy possesses dual talents. In the first high school's conference room, the mention of that person gradually eased the troubled expressions of many school leaders. After this joint college entrance examination, we cannot allow the 8th high school to seize the hosting rights again, the principal stated solemnly. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Principal, Chu Zhanyong has arrived, called an assistant from outside the door. Shortly after, a proud-looking young man entered the conference room, a large sword slung over his back. The The sight of him elicited expressions of profound relief among the school leaders. Principal, you summoned me? Chu Zhanyong asked respectfully. Indeed, the principal nodded. We wanted to inquire about your preparations for the entrance examination. Second place is no problem, Chu Zhanyong replied. Excellent. The principal's expression softened. However, will you have no opportunity to claim first place? The freak from class 1 is too formidable. I cannot match him in any regard. That is true. The principal approached and patted Chu Zhanyong on the shoulder. Regardless of that prodigy, your task is to suppress Su Bai from the 8th high school in total score, ensuring the second place returns to our first high school. Do you understand? Rest assured, as long as it does not involve assessment criteria related to cultivation, I will undoubtedly crush him. Good. You truly are the S-class prodigy of our first high school. Your words carry weight. The principal laughed with satisfaction. After Chu Zhanyong departed, the principal sat down with a look of triumph. As the host, to lose both first and second places. Everyone, I can already envision the furious expression of Ji Hongwei. That brute, haha, haha, all thanks to the students' efforts. Haha, principal, it's bad. For this college entrance examination, the first high school is likely to unleash a great move against Su Bai. What is happening? In the office, Ji Hongwei sprang from his seat upon hearing the news. His assistant, panting heavily while wiping sweat from his brow, handed over some documents. What? Chapter 77, College Entrance Examination. Moments later, Ji Hongwei calmly set down the documents. Principal, aren't you worried? The assistant asked, perplexed. This is the first high school S2 S-class prodigies. You're not concerned at all? S-class. Su Bai is also S-class. But they have two here. And one is reportedly on par with Su Bai. The assistant exclaimed. Su Bai possesses dual talents. Ji Hongwei replied nonchalantly. Are we truly making no preparations? Perhaps we should inform Su Bai to mentally prepare himself? The assistant remained uneasy. Do not worry. If they were truly that outstanding, a multitude of university instructors would not have come to our 8th high school to recruit Su Bai. What? University instructors came here personally? They came quite discreetly. It's normal for you not to know. Even I only learned of it recently, Ji Hongwei said as he opened his phone. The assistant looked over and discovered a video of Liu Shangsong and others recruiting Su Bai. Ding dong, at that moment, a message popped up. Mayor Liu, Hongwei. Prepare 37 additional seats in the audience. These instructors will be attending the examination. I will strive to persuade them to recruit more top-tier candidates. Did you see that? Ji Hongwei glanced at the assistant, who instinctively nodded. Then hurry and prepare. Old Liu is hinting that aside from this matter, you should disseminate this news to rally those students. Yes, principal. The assistant darted off without a trace. In the meantime, Ji Hongwei slammed his palm down on the documents. What does it matter if the first high school has 2 S-class prodigies? As long as Su Bai is here, you can forget about taking first place. 3 days later, the college entrance examination arrived as scheduled. The 8th high school was encircled by a throng of onlookers. The expansive playground was dotted with cameras. The audience area was filled to capacity, with many waving banners in support of their idols, creating a fervent atmosphere. The first high school examination team has arrived. The announcer's voice boomed. Soon, the examination team, led by the principal of the first high school, entered the playground. Chu Zhanyong, Chu Zhanyong, Chu Zhanyong. As the young man bearing a large sword appeared on the big screen, the crowd erupted in cheers. Numerous fans rushed forward, seeking autographs, but were halted by the security team specially appointed by the 8th high school. Principal, why are there so many people? I recall the last joint examination barely had a tenth of this crowd, the assistant of the first high school principal remarked incredulously. Su Bai is handsome, his popularity rivaling that of a star. It's only natural he would attract so many fans. However, the more people there are, the more painful it will be for Ji Hongwei when he faces defeat. Haha. The principal of the first high school dismissed the concern, waving his hand as he led the students into the examination area. Unnoticed amidst the first high school's team was an individual veiled, blending in among the crowd. This person followed the group while blinking and glancing around, seemingly searching for something. The second high school examination team has arrived. The third high school examination team has arrived. The fourth high school examination team has arrived. The 8th high school examination team has arrived. With the announcer's thunderous shout, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Su Bai? Su Bai? Su Bai? Before the 8th high school's team even entered, countless spectators rose from their seats, stretching their necks and screaming while wildly pulling at banners. Many girls studying dance eagerly transformed into cheerleaders, dancing around to rally support for the 8th high school team. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, dozens of fireworks soared into the sky, accompanied by a resounding roar. Thousands of balloons ascended from all directions, each adorned with Su Bai's photograph. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Su Bai led the 8th high school examination team into the examination hall. As soon as he appeared, throngs of spectators surged toward him. Su Bai, please give me an autograph. Su Bai, I love you. Su Bai, my dear, sign here. Su Bai, darling. I want an autograph too. Bang, crack, bang. The throng surged forward, a formidable force that effortlessly dispersed the security personnel, crashing into the examination hall. This is bad. Ji Hongwei, Witnessing this scene from afar was utterly stunned. He had anticipated that Su Bai would have a considerable following. Yet he never imagined that this group of fans would exhibit such fervent enthusiasm. No worries, Hongwei, just observe. Lu Yuesheng, standing beside him, offered a knowing smile. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in white robes darted out, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy around Su Bai. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed classmate Su Bai still has an examination to complete. Any requests for autographs or whatnot can wait until later, declared the elder with white hair. His voice resonating like a thunderclap, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Who are you, old man? What do you want? Step aside, came the retorts from the crowd. We just need a moment for Su Bai's signature. It won't take long. Move aside. However, many in the vicinity showed no deference, their own spiritual energies flaring as they attempted to force their way through the barrier. The elder, observing this, let out a cold chuckle and produced an official identification. I am Ma Feng, the chief mentor of the Imperial Capital Academy. Should anyone dare to harass our classmate Su Bai again, I shall not hesitate to bar you, along with your family and friends, from entering this academy. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously raucous crowd fell into an immediate hush. No one had expected such a significant figure to appear at the modest 8th high school. Before the crowd could regain their composure, a swift flurry of over 30 figures materialized, surrounding Su Bai protectively. The intent of Lu Shangsong, the chief mentor from Qingbei Academy, aligns with that of Director Bai. Echoed the voices from the National Defense Academy and Yanbei Academy, all in unison. This coordinated display of solidarity stunned the onlookers once more. Faced with the stern words of these mentors, silence enveloped the scene again. These mentors were, without exception, influential decision-makers within their respective institutions, possessing the power to shape a student's future. Those they deemed unworthy would find other institutions hesitant to take the risk. Lacking access to prestigious academies would leave them with no choice but to attend auxiliary schools or venture to the borders to combat monsters. Furthermore, this influence extended beyond the individual, affecting those around them as well. In such circumstances, no one dared to be the first to provoke the ire of the mentors. As the first person retreated to the audience, within mere minutes, everyone had returned to their seats. What transpired? How did these elusive powerhouses come to be at 8th high school, rallying in support of Su Bai? At the podium, the principal of 1st high school wore an exceedingly grim expression. Oh, why is Principal Huang not smiling? Ji Hongwei quipped, noticing the principal's demeanor. Huang Shi, the principal of 1st high school, twitched his mouth in response, his expression darkening further. Just smile. It's not as if you dislike it, Ji Hongwei teased once more. The other principals present couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Having endured Huang Shi's mockery over the years in the affluent Qian city, they seized this opportunity for a bit of revenge. Go, brother Su Bai, aim for 1st place. At that moment, a sweet and melodious voice rang out from the audience. Su Bai glanced over to see Xiao Ji waving at him. He responded with a gentle smile. How captivating he looked when he smiled.